Chapter 201. After picking all the bone-bright seaweed on the reef, there were 200 plants in total. Using a strong headlamp, he observed the top of his head again, and after confirming that there were no creatures attacking him from above, he continued to look for ivory corals. Zhou had not swam far forward when he found a large amount of bone meal on the ground. Just as he was about to reach out and start collecting it, the ground suddenly shook, and then the seawater in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently, forming a strong underwater undercurrent that quickly attacked him. The bone powder on the ground was washed away by the undercurrent in an instant, just like chalk dust blown away by the wind. Zhou was almost carried away by the undercurrent, but fortunately he hid behind a reef in time and was not affected. What was the vibration just now? Before the undercurrent hit, the ground shook slightly. Although the vibration was not violent, he knew that this was because he was far away from the area where the vibration occurred. Is there any large creature moving? Zhou guessed in his heart, and his movements became more cautious. He began to swim behind various reefs to ensure that he could hide behind the reefs when encountering large creatures. Although the bone powder on the ground was washed away, Zhou still guessed the location of the ivory coral based on his memory. This ivory coral was 20 meters long. Zhou chopped it with the ivory steel long knife. When he was about to make a honeycomb bone piece, a pair of red eyes inexplicably appeared in the dark sea water in front of him. These eyes were the size of a fist, and the eyes were extremely dull, like a pair of dead fish eyes. These eyes were empty and floating in the dark sea water, which looked particularly weird. Zhou seemed to notice it, and looked up in the direction where the eyes appeared, but the eyes suddenly disappeared before Zhou raised his head. He found nothing unusual, but Zhou always felt something was wrong, so he began to use a strong headlight to illuminate the surroundings to see if there were any creatures hiding in the dark and sneaking up on him, but after illuminating all around, he still found nothing. Since there was no danger around, Zhou was no longer suspicious, and made this ivory coral into 10 honeycomb bone pieces. At this time, the pair of red eyes appeared again, but the position was much closer to Zhou, and next to it, another pair of red eyes appeared. Zhou put away the honeycomb bone pieces, and continued to look for ivory corals, and more eyes appeared around him. Continuing forward, the protruding reefs gradually disappeared, and the ground became flat again. Zhou's strong headlight illuminated the dark sea water in front. At this time, in front of the light of the strong headlight, the water flow suddenly fluctuated, as if something swam under the light. Zhou's eyes had been following the light, but he only saw an outline formed by the seawater, and did not see clearly what the specific creature was. Transparent creature? Zhou turned the light and looked for a while, but suddenly found that the seawater around him stopped flowing, as if something had surrounded him. The next second, pairs of red eyes appeared in the dark sea water, directly surrounding Zhou, and as the eyes appeared, white light also appeared around the eyes. These white lights gradually lit up like light strips, outlining a pale skeleton in the darkness. Each of these pale skeletons was more than 3 meters long, and had the overall appearance of fish bones. There was not a trace of flesh and blood on the bones. The mouth of the fish skull was open to the extreme, and the thin and long fangs were intertwined like comb teeth. Zhou looked around and found that there were a lot of these fish skeletons, at least hundreds of them. He frowned slightly, but he was not worried that he could not deal with these fish skeletons, but that these fish skeletons appeared too abruptly and looked a little weird. At this time, a fishbone skeleton, with bloodshot eyes and white teeth, slowly approached Zhou. How could Zhou let these strange creatures get close to him? He took the initiative to attack, rushed forward quickly, wielded the 2 steel long knife, and chopped the fishbone skeleton. But what surprised Zhou was that the fishbone skeleton was extremely soft. The 2 steel long knife passed through its body, and there was not even a touch on the handle. This knife was like cutting into the air. And the fishbone skeleton that Zhou chopped suddenly disappeared after the 2 steel long knife slash passed, and the fishbone skeletons around it also disappeared at this moment, as if the hundreds of fishbone skeletons that appeared just now were an illusion. What kind of creature is this? Although the fish skeleton disappeared, Zhou could see a transparent corpse of a creature on the ground in front of him with the help of the light from his headlamp. He carefully touched it with his hand and checked the information in the biological illustration. Skeleton sea squirt body length, 4 meters. Weight, 650 kilograms. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A sea squirt that lives in areas with a large number of skeletons. It is transparent throughout, and uses the luminous pigments in its body to form a luminous image of a fish skeleton in its body to deter predators. It is edible. Okay, it's just for scare, not aggressive at all. After reading the biological illustrations, Zhou was speechless. In such a dark seabed, the sudden appearance of moving skeletons was quite scary. Zhou collected the body of the skeleton sea squirt and continued to move forward. Behind him, many red eyes appeared again and followed slowly. Not long after walking, under the light in front, a huge fish skull entered Zhou's field of vision. After Zhou approached, he swam around the huge skull. According to the size of the bones, this fish skeleton belonged to a fish of at least 30 meters. But this fish bone cannot be used to make honeycomb bone slices, because this fish bone has been severely decayed, and there are a large number of soft worms similar to shipworms on the surface. These worms drill holes in the bones, live in them, and eat away at the fish bones bit by bit. These soft worms crawled all over the fish bones, and Zhou felt sick, but he still killed one with a toothed steel-long knife, and then touched it with his hand to obtain the biological illustration information. Tarsal shell body length, 1 meter. Weight, 5 kilograms. Food type, bone. Introduction. A shellfish that lives in an area with a large number of skeletons, delicious and edible. Is this a shellfish? How does it look like a shellfish? Zhou complained in his heart, but the introduction mentioned that it was delicious and edible. Although it looked a bit disgusting, he still caught 100 and put them in the deep blue treasure chest. Chapter 202. Next, Zhou continued to look for ivory corals, but after searching for more than 10 minutes, he did not find any. Instead, he found more and more large fish skeletons. However, strangely, as he continued to move forward, the number of tarsal shells on these large fish bones became fewer and fewer, the red eyes following him gradually disappeared, and the seawater became a little turbid. At this time, Zhou's headlamp illuminated a strange large fish skeleton. This fish skeleton was very new, and even some flesh and blood could be seen, but the surface of the skeleton was wrapped with a lot of black silk threads, which were extremely thin, like spider silk. Zhou grabbed the silk thread on the bone with his hands, and then pulled it hard, but it didn't break for a while. Such strong toughness. Zhou was surprised. You know, this silk thread is more than 10 times thinner than a hair. With this thinness, even if it is a steel wire, he can break it with his current strength. Zhou took out a thin steel knife and scratched the black silk thread, but the result was that the black silk thread still didn't break. This toughness was beyond Zhou's imagination. He used the blade of the thin steel knife to scratch the silk thread back and forth several times before finally cutting the silk thread. Ding! Get Tongusi X1. The prompt in his mind made Zhou's expression change, because this Tongusi looked like a material needed for the deep-sea walker mecha blueprint, called Tonga tungsten ingot. Tonga tungsten ingot, wouldn't it be made of this Tongusi? Zhou guessed in his heart, looking at the large fish bone in front of him, which had a lot of Tongusi. It was too slow to collect it bit by bit with a knife, and this large fish bone was not damaged by the tarsal shell, and it was a 30-meter biological skeleton. Zhou directly made it using the honeycomb bone sheet blueprint. After a burst of blue light, the 30-meter-long biological skeleton was made into 5 honeycomb bone pieces. Why are there only 5 pieces this time? When Zhou used the 30-meter-long skeleton to make honeycomb bone pieces before, he made 1 piece of 5-meter-long bone, but this time he made 1 piece of 6-meter-long bone. It may be because the skeleton of the diamond sea snake is harder. At that time, the 30-meter-long biological skeleton in Zhou's hand was only the skeleton of the diamond sea snake, and the length of the diamond sea snake was close to 40 meters, and the bone strength was higher, so only 5 meters was consumed. However, these are irrelevant. The large fish bones disappeared, and the bone silk wrapped around them all scattered on the ground. Zhou simply grabbed them with his hands. It was very easy to harvest them. He quickly collected all of them, and obtained 1,000 pieces of bone silk. Boom! Boom! Just as Zhou was about to move forward to see if he could get more bone silk, the ground suddenly shook violently, and then, in the dark sea water in front of him, a white beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the sea. The white light column shot up, at least 40 to 50 meters long. When it reached its limit, it began to tilt toward Zhou. The next second, a large number of branches seemed to grow on the light column, and these glowing branches grew smaller branches again. In the end, these branches extended a white light net that looked like lightning patterns, directly covering a few hundred square meters around Zhou. Zhou realized that something was wrong, and with a thought, he put on the lighter scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish and swam out of the coverage of the light net. But after swimming a few meters, he felt as if his body was restricted. After checking with a headlamp, he found that his body was covered with a large number of black silk threads, which were the Tongu silk threads. Not only his body, but also the ground around him was covered with a layer of them. When the strong headlamp was shown upward, the sea water above was full of black silk threads, and these black silk threads seemed to be released by the white light net. Zhou immediately took out the two steel long knife and wanted to quickly cut off the Tonggu silk threads wrapped around his body, but the Tonggu silk threads were very hard, and they were all attached to the scales, so he could only clean them bit by bit, otherwise the two steel long knife might hurt himself if he was not careful. The white light net above released the bone-penetrating silk while rapidly descending. The closer it was to the ground, the brighter the white light became. The white light shone on Zhou body, leaving his shadow on the seabed. As the white light net got closer, Zhou shadow slowly turned from virtual to real. He struggled for a long time, but he didn't get rid of the endless bone-penetrating silk on his body until the white light net was about to fall on him. Zhou had no choice but to put on the black crystal armor again, and then swung the two steel long knife at the light net above. But this knife didn't cut off the main body of the center of the light net, but only cut a gap. Finally, the white light net fell on Zhou body. In an instant, the light nets in other areas instantly shrank into the main light column, and the light net that touched Zhou body extended a large number of branches again, wrapping his whole body. The next second, a huge pulling force came from the light net, and the entire light column began to shrink, dragging Zhou to the position where the light column rose before. This pulling force was so great that Zhou had no ability to resist at all. Under the drag of the light net, he passed through piles of bones made of large biological bones, and these bones were scattered with a large number of bone silk. Fuck! Zhou cursed in his heart. He wanted to struggle, but his whole body was entangled by the light net. This light net was alive, and its toughness was even higher than that of bone-piercing silk. The more he struggled, the more the light net shrank. After passing through the pile of bones, a huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of him. The inside of the pit was covered with dense black fangs. These black teeth stretched out in rows and extended into the pit. The moment Zhou was pulled into the pit, the creature in the pit suddenly jumped out of the pit. The big mouth with a diameter of 10 meters, like an abyss, directly enveloped him. In an instant, the light net that wrapped Zhou body shrank back into the light column, and the main body of the light column also quickly shrank into the body of the giant creature. It turned out that the light column was the tongue of the creature for hunting. The glowing tongue disappeared, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Zhou relied on the light from his headlight to see that the giant creature was closing its mouth quickly, and those black fangs, like spikes, pierced towards him. This giant creature was a little special, and Zhou didn't dare to bet on its bite force. At the moment when the black fangs pierced, he took out two giant bone shields from the equipment column. The moment the black fangs pierced the giant bone shield, cracks appeared on the shield immediately, and under the bite force of the giant creature, the shield made a crackling sound. Zhou did not dare to delay, and immediately put away the black crystal armor, changed into a floating suit, and used a floating factor on the floating suit. In an instant, Zhou flew out of the giant creature's mouth like a rocket, and the two giant bone shields were also bitten to pieces by the black fangs at this moment. Zhou narrowly escaped from the giant creature's mouth, looked down, and found that the giant creature had the overall appearance of a worm, and most of its body was shrunk in the pit. Chapter 203. Although the floating suit, after using the floating factor, rose quickly in the seawater, it was also hindered by the seawater because it was underwater, and it only floated 200 meters in 1 minute. The number of floating factors is limited. He still has 232 left in his hand. It seems that there are a lot of them, but he has to keep them to reduce the weight of the equipment, so he uses them as little as possible. Zhou put away the floating suit, put on the scales of the knifefin yellow-belt fish, and began to swim slowly. While swimming, he checked the biological illustration information of the giant worm just now. Bone-passing worm body length, 98 meters. Weight, 630 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A worm that lives in a huge skeleton. It usually hides in a cave. When prey passes by, it will immediately extend its glowing tongue and spray out tough bone-passing silk. After entangling the prey, it will use its tongue to drag it into its mouth. The black fangs can be used to make bone-passing tungsten ingots. It turns out that the bone-passing tungsten ingots are the black teeth of the bone-passing worm. After reading the illustrated information of the bone-passing worm and learning how to obtain the bone-passing tungsten ingot, Zhou must find a way to kill the bone-passing worm. The method to kill the bone-piercing worm is very simple, that is, let his phantom leviathan pull the bone-piercing worm out of the hole. The bone-piercing worm is very huge for Zhou, but for the phantom leviathan, it is only slightly longer in length, and the 10-meter thick body is not enough. As long as the head can be caught, the phantom leviathan will roll several times continuously, and pull the whole body of the bone-piercing worm out of the hole. By the way, where is the phantom leviathan? Zhou felt a little strange. When he was in the Crimson Sea before, the phantom leviathan had always followed him, but this time it didn't follow him. I don't know what it did. After a while, Zhou was about to reach the sea surface, but the water above the sea surface was faintly red, as if it was stained with blood. Zhou frowned, and the huge black shadow that had been hovering near the phantom leviathan appeared in his mind. In addition, the phantom leviathan did not follow him this time. He was very worried that the phantom leviathan was attacked, so he immediately changed into a diving suit and accelerated to reach the sea surface. Heal you! Heal you! As soon as Zhou surfaced, the voice of the phantom leviathan sounded in his mind. It seemed that it was indeed fighting with some creature, and the sea surface was also surging because of the two giant beasts fighting nearby. Zhou was affected by the waves on the sea, and was up and down in the water. The location where the phantom leviathan was fighting was also far away, so he couldn't see the situation clearly. So Zhou changed into a floating suit, used a floating factor, and flew into the sky at once to see the battle of the phantom leviathan in the distance from the air. The one fighting with the phantom leviathan was a big fish covered with white bones. The big fish had a long fish mouth, just like a sword. The overall appearance of the big fish was very similar to that of a sailfish, and its body length was about 80 meters. There was a long wound on the body of the phantom leviathan. Zhou could see it at an altitude of 600 meters. The wound was at least 10 meters long. It should have been injured by the sword-like long snout of the sailfish creature. However, according to the phantom leviathan's voice, it was in a good state at this time, and the sailfish creature had always been at a disadvantage in the battle. After all, the size of the phantom leviathan was now close to 90 meters, and its size was several times larger than that of the sailfish creature. If the phantom leviathan had not been protected by scales, the long snout of the sailfish creature would not have hurt it at all. The duration of the floating factor ended. Zhou opened his arms and legs, began to glide in the air, and approached the location of the phantom leviathan. The swordfish creature's bone armor had been broken, and the gills began to ooze blood. Although the surface of the body was protected by bone armor, the body had been destroyed by the huge power of the phantom leviathan. Finally, the phantom leviathan dived into the sea for a while, and then rushed out of the water at a very fast speed. The huge body suddenly jumped nearly 100 meters above the sea surface. During this time, the round eyes also looked at Zhou who was flying over. Bang! The body of the transformed leviathan fell heavily on the sea, like a bomb of several hundred kilograms, splashing water 40 to 50 meters high. The body of more than 1,000 tons fell from the air, and hit the body of the swordfish creature. The swordfish creature, which was already seriously injured, died completely after encountering this overwhelming attack. After dealing with the swordfish creature, the transformed leviathan quickly held the body of the swordfish creature in its mouth, swam in the direction of Zhou gliding, and finally caught Zhou. Haha, I caught the little guy. Ouch, it hurts. The voice of the phantom leviathan sounded in Zhou mind, happiness and pain coexisting. Zhou was speechless, but it also meant that the phantom leviathan was fine. After landing, he immediately checked the injury of the phantom leviathan. The wound was at least 15 meters long, but because it was dodged in time, it was not deep. But for such a long wound, the number of gel worms he cultivated was definitely not enough, so Zhou publicly purchased gel worms in the World Communication Channel. Gel worms are not rare creatures. Anyone who has entered the treasure cave generally knows that gel worms can be used to make hemostatic gel. In order to stop bleeding quickly when they are injured, some people will definitely breathe some. Zhou's purchase price is also relatively high, 100 basic materials per piece. Soon, many survivors are willing to trade gel worms. Zhou purchased a total of 1,000. Boss, are you injured? Is it serious? In the World Communication Channel, some survivors saw that Zhou purchased a lot of gel worms, thinking that Zhou was seriously injured, and asked with some concern. I am not injured, but the phantom leviathan is injured. The wound is very large, and requires more hemostatic gel. The phantom leviathan is injured? What parasite can cause large-scale wounds in the stomach wall space? Currently, most survivors do not know how to leave the stomach wall space. They subconsciously think that Zhou has encountered some terrible parasites, so they all start to ask about the information of the parasites. It is not the stomach wall space that is injured, but the phantom leviathan's body surface is injured. Boss, you mean, you left the stomach wall space? Yes, I just discovered it too. After the battle between the transformed Leviathan and a large creature ended, the chirping sound was very painful, so I wanted to go out and take a look. I accidentally patted the esophageal diaphragm, and unexpectedly, the esophageal diaphragm opened directly, and then I came out. While Zhou informed all the survivors in the communication channel of the method of leaving the stomach wall space, he ground the gel planarian into a hemostatic gel, and slowly applied it to the wound of Leviathan. It really works. The esophageal diaphragm opened. I came out too, ha ha ha. 38 days later, I finally saw the sun again. It's so good to be alive. Chapter 204. Many people left the stomach wall space according to the method Zhou told them. They had been trapped in a small space for a long time, and were facing the threat of death at all times. Suddenly, they left the small and dim environment, and came to the warm sunshine and the gentle sea breeze. Many people shed tears for no reason. At this moment, they felt that they were living like human beings, not rats hiding in the gutter in fear all day long. The core members of the two guilds, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, had been selected and burned charcoal for a few days. Zhou took this opportunity to make the method of leaving the stomach wall space public, so that he could spread the work of burning charcoal and let all the survivors burn charcoal, and they could directly purchase it. After applying the hemostatic gel, the wound on the phantom Leviathan stopped bleeding, but because the wound was relatively large, Zhou covered it with honeycomb bone pieces to prevent the water from washing away the hemostatic gel when the phantom Leviathan swam. This time, in the white bone sea below, Zhou made a total of 50 honeycomb bone pieces, plus the 16 pieces made before, a total of 66 pieces. After Zhou used 5 honeycomb bone pieces to cover the wound, the remaining 61 pieces were all placed on the head of the phantom Leviathan to protect the head. The honeycomb bone pieces are not heavy. One piece is only 100 pounds, and the total weight of 66 pieces is only 6,600 pounds, equivalent to 3.3 tons, which is nothing for the phantom Leviathan weighing more than 1,000 tons. After treating the wound of the phantom Leviathan, Zhou looked at the swordfish creature in the mouth of the phantom Leviathan. He moved the corpse to the back of the phantom Leviathan through the system interface, and then checked the biological illustration information. Skeleton swordfish body length, 83 meters. Weight, 550 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A fish that lives in a huge skeleton area. Its whole body is covered with bone armor. It is extremely aggressive and edible. The bone armor can be made into protective gear, and the long snout can be made into weapons. After reading the introduction of the skeleton swordfish, Zhou knew that it was a large creature living in the white bone sea area, not the huge black shadow that had been wandering nearby. The transformed Leviathan should have discovered the skeleton swordfish long ago, so it did not follow Zhou to dive. During the time it disappeared, it went to find trouble with the skeleton swordfish. Zhou used a 2-steel-long knife to quickly dismember the skeleton swordfish, put the fish meat and bone armor into the deep blue treasure chest, and then returned to the stomach wall space, took out the furnace and iron pot, put the meat of several creatures obtained underwater into the pot, and simply made a pot of fish soup. Ding! Eat skeleton swordfish, strength +3, constitution +4, speed +5. Ding! Eat bone swordfish, strength +1, constitution +3. Ding! Eat skeleton sea squirt, constitution +2, speed +1. Ding! Eat tarsal clam, constitution +1. The meat of this tarsal clam is really delicious, much better than other meats. Zhou tasted all 4 kinds of meat. The meat of skeleton swordfish and bone swordfish was very dry. The meat of skeleton sea squirt was not bad, just like eating fish jelly, but there was no seasoning, so it had no taste. Only the tarsal clam tasted the best. Even if there were only sea salt jellyfish tentacles in the soup, it tasted very fresh and sweet. These creature meats gave Zhou a total of 4 points of strength, 10 points of physique, and 6 points of speed. It seems that the creatures in this white bone sea area are mainly for increasing physique. Adding the 5 points of physique added by the previously obtained bone seaweed, Zhou has increased 15 points of physique in this white bone sea area in a short period of time. After eating the fish soup, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and tried to plant the bone seaweed in the seaweed planting box to see if it can be planted artificially. However, Zhou did not want to plant more bone seaweed, but wanted to use rhizobia to grow nodules on the bone seaweed to obtain additional attribute points. It is not too difficult to obtain the bone seaweed. As long as you use the bone positioning card and come to the bone sea, if you have a slightly higher physique and wear a one-piece armor, you can reach the bottom of the sea and obtain a large amount of bone seaweed, so the planting value is not high. I don't know if there is a skeleton swordfish's nest in this bone sea. The several large creatures that Joe killed before had an exclusive silver rim supply box in their nests, and the skeleton swordfish is a large creature living in the bone sea. As long as you find its nest, you may be able to find its exclusive silver rim supply box. Joe left the stomach wall space and came outside. He took out the head of the skeleton swordfish in front of the phantom leviathan, pointed at it, and then used body movements to ask about the skeleton swordfish's nest. Since the phantom leviathan could find the skeleton swordfish, it might have known the location of the skeleton swordfish's nest. Joe didn't need to look for it himself. He could just let the phantom leviathan take him there. After Joe gestured laboriously, the phantom leviathan understood what he meant, nodded, swallowed him into his mouth, and quickly dived into the sea. After a while, 500 meters underwater, the phantom leviathan opened its mouth and Joe swam out. Because it was pitch black around him, he first used a strong headlight to observe the surroundings, and then he saw a large number of ivory corals, and these ivory corals were huge, some of which could even reach hundreds of meters. The nest of the skeleton swordfish is not a cave, but a large number of collapsed ivory corals. Joe was very happy looking at this nest, because with these collapsed ivory corals, he didn't have to cut them one by one. However, before making the honeycomb bone pieces, Joe swam to the center of the nest, where a silver rim supply box was placed. Haha, not only did I find the silver rim supply box exclusive to the skeleton sailfish, but there are so many ivory corals around, and it must be the transformed leviathan. Joe sighed and opened the silver rim supply box. Ding! Obtain the skeleton sailfish bone armor blueprint. Ding! Obtain the skeleton sailfish fish kiss bone great sword blueprint. Joe directly used the two blueprints and checked the production requirements. Skeleton sailfish bone armor blueprint requires skeleton sailfish bone armor X10, cloth X100. Skeleton sailfish kiss bone great sword blueprint requires a few skeleton sailfish kiss bone, iron ingot X2. Joe asked Jiang Haitao for some cloth and iron ingots, and made both of these equipment. It looks pretty cool. The whole body of the sailfish armor is white, with fish skeleton patterns on the surface. The overall appearance is like a foreign medieval knight's armor. The head is similar to the image of a skullfish head, with empty eyes and hideous teeth, which is a bit scary. Joe likes the appearance of the sailfish sword more. There is nothing special about it. It is just a sword with a 40 centimeters long handle, a 2 long blade, and a 10 centimeters wide sword with a fish skeleton pattern in the middle. It is because it is quite ordinary that Joe likes this sailfish sword very much. The weight balance of the sword is good, and it is easier to use. It is much better than those weird-shaped fish fin swords, sharp-toothed clubs, and other weapons. Chapter 205. Joe put on the swordfish armor, and felt the weight of the armor. However, he was in the sea, and the weight test was definitely inaccurate, so he returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed leviathan. In the stomach wall space, Joe put on the swordfish armor, and began to move his body. He could feel a certain weight, but it did not affect his movements. It was similar to the black crystal armor with half the weight, and the weight should be around 1,200 kilograms. After testing the weight, Joe tested the defense power again, using steel weapons, fishfin broadswords, and claw axe to chop and test. Only the fishfin broadsword could leave a slight scratch on the swordfish armor, and its hardness was close to that of the black crystal armor. Then, Joe tested the sword of the swordfish. It weighed about 230 kilograms. With full force, it could leave a 5 centimeter deep sword mark on the giant bone shield. This sharpness was his strongest weapon, besides the ivory steel long sword. Moreover, the shape was quite standard, and the overall balance of the weapon was also good. It was not top-heavy like the previous weapons exclusively for large creatures, and was very suitable for combat use. After testing the two pieces of equipment, Joe left the stomach wall space, and came to the skeleton swordfish's nest. Next, he made all the ivory corals used to build the nest into honeycomb bone pieces. Make. Joe muttered in his heart, and the next second, all the ivory corals in the nest turned into blue light, and then these blue lights automatically decomposed into small pieces, changing into honeycomb bone pieces. Joe harvested a total of 1,000 honeycomb bone pieces from the entire skeleton swordfish nest, equivalent to 120-meter-long ivory corals, saving him a lot of time to cut down. Joe did not put these 1,000 honeycomb bone pieces into the deep blue treasure chest, but placed them directly on the curious phantom leviathan next to him. The bone pieces fit on its body piece by piece, wrapped its entire head, and covered a quarter of its body area. 1,000 honeycomb bone pieces only cover a quarter. It seems that if you want to cover the whole body, you need to make 3,000 pieces. However, fortunately, this is an ivory coral forest, which is more than enough to make bone pieces to cover the whole body of the transformed Leviathan. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Zhou took out the ivory steel long knife, swam to a 40-meter long ivory coral, and began to cut it. The root of this 40-meter long ivory coral is thicker, and has a diameter of 8 meters. Zhou chopped 10 times in a row before cutting down the 40-meter ivory coral, and then directly made 20 honeycomb bone pieces. During the production process, he collected the bone powder on the ground. After that, Zhou continued to cut down ivory corals of all sizes. He discovered a problem, that is, no matter how thick or long the ivory coral is, its hardness is the same. It takes 2 meters of ivory coral to make a honeycomb bone piece. Even if it is 100 meters of ivory coral, only 50 honeycomb bone pieces can be made. The consumption of coral will not be reduced because of the large volume. This is different from making honeycomb bone pieces with large biological skeletons. The larger and longer the biological skeleton is, the less bone is consumed. In order to test how much it takes to make a honeycomb bone piece of a large biological skeleton of 80 meters, Zhou specially used the skeleton of a swordfish to make a honeycomb bone piece. But the result was that the skeleton of the 80-meter long swordfish also consumed 2 meters of bones, which surprised Zhou a little. It showed that regardless of the size, the hardness of these ivory corals was comparable to that of 80-meter long biological skeletons. This bone-eating coral polyp is quite powerful. Zhou planned to take some bone-eating coral polyps back for breeding after the exploration of the White Bone Sea. While Zhou was constantly cutting down ivory corals, the transformed Leviathan was watching curiously beside him. When he found that the villain was obsessed with cutting down these ivory corals, he also swam and then crashed into the ivory coral forest, directly knocking down a large area. Ha ha! The cheerful voice of the metamorphosis Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind. It seemed to think that it was fun to hit these ivory corals. It began to swim back and forth, like a lawnmower, and broke all the large pieces of ivory corals. Yes, now the metamorphosis Leviathan's head is protected by hard honeycomb bones. Just let it hit it directly. Why should I cut it one by one? Zhou did not think about letting the metamorphosis Leviathan destroy these ivory corals, but the hardness of ivory corals is very high, and the shape is ivory. If it is not handled properly, it may hurt the metamorphosis Leviathan. However, now that the head is protected by honeycomb bones, there is no big problem. With the help of the Transfiguration Leviathan, Zhou only needed to follow the Transfiguration Leviathan, and use the broken ivory corals on the ground to continuously make them. Soon, he gathered the remaining 3,000 honeycomb bone pieces. Zhou first asked the Transfiguration Leviathan to stop, then held a deep blue treasure box and swam around the Transfiguration Leviathan, covering the entire body of the Transfiguration Leviathan with 3,000 honeycomb bone pieces. The fins and tail of the fish were all covered with bone armor, and the Transfiguration Leviathan became a bone-scale Transfiguration Leviathan covered with armor. When the Transfiguration Leviathan hit the ivory coral, it also felt the effect of the honeycomb bone pieces. After the honeycomb bone pieces were all over its body, it was so happy that it kept circling around Zhou. The vortex formed by the seawater almost swept Zhou away. The weight of the honeycomb bone pieces was much lighter than the previous foundation armor. For 1,000 honeycomb bone pieces were only 200 tons. For the Transfiguration Leviathan weighing more than 1,000 tons, the movement of the body was not affected at all. With the protection of the honeycomb bone pieces all over its body, the Transfiguration Leviathan had no scruples when hitting the ivory coral, and it wanted to roll in the ivory coral forest. 3 hours later, the entire ivory coral forest was completely broken by the bone-armored Leviathan. Zhou also made nearly 10,000 honeycomb bone pieces. In the future, if the honeycomb bone pieces of the Leviathan are damaged during the battle, they can be replaced in time. Zhou did not miss the bone powder on the ground of the ivory coral forest. He collected all of them through the world system, and obtained a total of 100,000 bone powder cubes. This number is definitely enough for his own use. All the things that should be collected in this area have been collected. The Leviathan already has a layer of honeycomb bone pieces on its body as a defense. Zhou took the Leviathan to the location where the bone worm was before. Of course, Zhou's swimming speed was definitely not as fast as the Phantom Leviathan, so he thought of a way to make a small house on the Phantom Leviathan with stone and wooden foundations, and he lay inside it, and then pointed the direction with his fingers. The Phantom Leviathan had biological radar, and it could detect Zhou Wen's every move. Following Zhou Wen's instructions, it soon came to the pit where the Tonggu worm was. However, this time the Tonggu worm in the pit did not extend its glowing tongue, but kept hiding in the pit, with no intention of launching an attack. Obviously, the size of the phantom leviathan was beyond its hunting range. Chapter 206. The Tonggu worm wanted to hide, but that was impossible. Zhou Wen swam to the eyes of the phantom leviathan, pointed at the pit where the Tonggu worm was, and asked the phantom leviathan to deal with it. The phantom leviathan had already discovered the Tonggu worm through the biological radar. After receiving Zhou Wen's clear instructions, it immediately swam above the pit, observed it for a while, opened its mouth wide to cover the entire hole, and then sucked it hard. The Tonggu worm hiding in the pit was directly sucked out by the phantom leviathan, and then the phantom leviathan immediately closed its mouth, bit the Tonggu worm's head, and began to rotate its body rapidly. Its body was like a roller wrapped around a rope, rolling out the 90-meter-long body of the Tonggu worm. For a moment, sand and rocks flew across the seabed. The terrifying force of the leviathan's rotating body pulled the surrounding seawater, forming a 100-meter-long horizontal waterspout, and the surrounding piles of large biological skeletons were all rolled up. This method is too dangerous. Seeing the leviathan catching the Tonggu worm with its mouth, Zhou Wen was a little worried, because the teeth of the Tonggu worm are the material for making Tonggu tungsten ingots, which are very hard. If the Tonggu worm's head is bitten in the mouth, it may be injured. After the phantom leviathan rolled out the entire body of the bone-passing worm, it immediately began to rush toward the sea surface, but its body continued to rotate. The phantom leviathan swam very fast, and Zhou Wen certainly couldn't keep up, so he simply stayed on the seabed and waited. During the waiting period, Zhou Wen made the surrounding large biological skeletons into honeycomb bone pieces, and also collected the bone-passing silk covering the biological skeletons, harvesting a total of 500 honeycomb bone pieces and 10,000 pieces of bone-passing silk. This Tonggu worm is 90 meters long and is also a large creature. I wonder if it has a dedicated silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou Wen swam to the pit where the Tonggu worm lived, and thought to himself as he looked at the dark pit below. After a while, the metamorphosis leviathan swam back, holding the Tonggu worm with a deformed body in its mouth. The Tonggu worm's originally round body had been flattened at this time, and it was motionless, obviously dead. The metamorphosis leviathan didn't seem to be injured. Zhou Wen entered the mouth of the metamorphosis leviathan uncertainly to check it. After finding no wounds, he was relieved and began to decompose the Tonggu worm's body. The surface of the Tonggu worm was covered with a layer of smooth bone armor, but this bone armor was only a thin layer, not as hard as the skeleton swordfish. Zhou Wen used the 2-steel-long knife to cut it very easily, and soon decomposed most of the body. But when Zhou Wen cut the small half of the Tonggu worm's body near the tail, the 2-steel-long knife that pierced into the body was corroded. When it was pulled out, only half of the 1.3-meter blade was left. Zhou Wen quickly moved back a distance, and told the transformed leviathan not to get close. Gastric juice? Before, when Zhou Wen was in the body of the diamond sea snake, his armor was corroded by the gastric juice of the diamond sea snake, and the scales of the knife-fin yellow-belt fish were corroded away. But even so, the 2-steel-long knife was not affected at all at that time, but this time it was directly corroded by half, indicating that the corrosive ability of the gastric juice of the bone worm is far greater than that of the diamond sea snake. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wen found that there was no sign of leakage of the corrosive gastric juice of the bone worm. He took out a piece of honeycomb bone and blocked it in front of him, then took out a 2-steel-long knife and slowly cut open the skin and flesh of the bone worm. The skin and flesh opened to both sides, and a group of translucent vesicles with a diameter of 5 meters appeared in it. There was a large amount of transparent liquid in the vesicles. These liquids were the gastric juices that corroded the 2-steel-long knife. I don't know if it can be collected. With such strong corrosiveness, it will be a very lethal weapon if thrown on a powerful creature in the future. Zhou Wen thought about it, took off his armor, put on scale steel gloves, and then tried to touch the vesicles to see if it could be collected by the world system. If that doesn't work, Zhou Wen will use private messages to temporarily store the remaining small part of the Tonggu worm corpse in the system email. Anyway, it is definitely not difficult to take it out, but it is inconvenient to use it. The reason why Zhou Wen wore scale steel gloves to touch it is because scale steel gloves are hard. Once gastric juice leaks, they can resist corrosion a little. Then he can immediately put on black crystal armor to take off the corroded scale steel gloves. After making preparations, Zhou Wen gently touched the translucent vesicle with his hand, and then he was happy because the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get 100 Tongu worm digestive enzymes. Under the blue light of the world system, the translucent vesicles automatically decomposed into 100 basketball-sized sacs filled with digestive enzymes. This is much safer. Zhou indirectly put the 100 Tongu worm digestive enzymes into the deep blue treasure chest. Afterwards, after dealing with the corpse of the Tongu worm, Zhou came to the Tongu worm's pit. He wanted to go down to see if he could find a silver-rimmed supply box. The diameter of the pit was only 10 meters, and the transformed Leviathan could not follow. Zhou put on the black crystal armor and sank into the depths of the pit little by little with gravity. During the sinking process, Zhou used a strong headlamp to check the cave, but found that the wall of this pit was not made of rock, but bone. Zhou immediately thought of the information mentioned in the introduction of the bone worm. The bone worm is a creature that lives in huge skeletons. He previously thought it meant living in a large pile of bones. Now seeing that this pit is made of bones, he suddenly realized that this entire sea of bones might be formed by the skeleton of a huge creature. No wonder there is such a large coral forest around the ivory coral forest, even though there is no skeleton to provide calcium. It turns out that they originally grew on a huge skeleton. Thinking of this, Zhou suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. What if this huge biological skeleton was made into honeycomb bone pieces? Zhou immediately swam to the bone wall of the pit, and then silently chanted "make in his mind," but the bone wall did not respond at all. Okay. This result was completely within his expectations. After all, such a large skeleton, relying on the world system, was taken away all at once, and the entire sea of bones disappeared directly. However, not being able to take away all at once did not mean that part of it could not be taken away. Zhou took out the 2 steel long knife and chopped on the bone wall. As long as a piece of bone could be cut off, honeycomb bone slices could also be made. Bang! However, a hard object hit the sound, and the 2 steel long knife, which had been invincible before, chopped on the surface of the bone wall, but did not leave even a trace, let alone cut off a piece. Chapter 207. Zhou then swam to different locations of the bone wall, and tried several times, but the 2 steel long knives still could not leave any trace on the bone wall. I wonder if the digestive enzyme of the bone-penetrating worm can have any effect on the skeleton of this huge creature. Zhou thought to himself. The bone-penetrating worm can drill such a big hole in the skeleton of this huge creature, so it must have a special method to destroy the bone, and the highly corrosive digestive enzyme of the bone-penetrating worm should have played a key role. However, although Zhou thought of this, he did not try to use the digestive enzyme of the Tongu worm, because he was in the seawater. If he did not do it well, the digestive enzyme would spread in the seawater. Even if it was diluted, it would be enough for him to get a little bit of it. 10 minutes later, Zhou had sunk to 700 meters underwater. The water pressure at this depth was stronger. He was wearing black crystal armor, and could feel that the black crystal armor had shrunk a little inward. When he sank to 800 meters underwater, Zhou finally reached the bottom of the Tongu worm's pit. The space at the bottom was not closed. There were several passages with a diameter of 10 meters around it. Judging from the smoothness of the bone wall, it was obviously drilled out by the Tongu worm. Zhou first used a strong headlight to check several passages, and after confirming that there were no large creatures hiding in the passages, he began to look for supply boxes in the current space. There really is a supply box. Zhou saw a supply box in a corner of a space, but it was not a silver-rimmed supply box, but an ordinary supply box, which he opened directly. Ding! Obtained the recipe for making bone-through tungsten ingot X1. A recipe? Zhou took out the recipe and checked it. Recipe for making Tongu tungsten ingot. Requires Tongu silk X100, Tongu worm fang X1, Tongu worm digestive enzyme X1. It turns out that black fangs are just one of the materials for making Tongu tungsten ingot. When Zhou read the introduction of Tongu worms before, he thought that black fangs were Tongu tungsten ingots. There was only one recipe in the ordinary supply box, and nothing else. Zhou used a strong headlight to look at the surrounding passages again. After thinking for a while, he did not rush in. What if there were other Tongu worms in it? In this narrow passage, he would not even have a chance to run. A few minutes later, Zhou swam out of the 300-meter-long pit. The phantom Leviathan had been guarding outside the pit, tilting his head and looking inside with one eye. Zhou swam in front of the phantom Leviathan, pointed at the pit with his finger, and asked it if there were any other pits like this one in the sea of bones. After the phantom Leviathan understood what Zhou meant, he immediately nodded. Zhou was delighted and went back into the small stone house on the back of the phantom Leviathan, asking the phantom Leviathan to take him there. On the way to the next Tongu worm pit, Zhou saw a smaller ivory coral forest. He directly let the phantom leviathan break all of them, and then made them into honeycomb bone pieces. A total of 5,000 honeycomb bone pieces and 50,000 bone powder blocks were harvested. After a while, the phantom leviathan arrived at a new pit. There was also a Tongu worm in the pit. This time, without Zhou instructions, the phantom leviathan automatically swam over. Soon, the phantom leviathan sucked the Tongu worm out of the pit again, then bit its head, and began to roll in death. Finally, the Tongu worm died in the same way. Zhou quickly dealt with the corpse of the bone-passing worm, collected 100 digestive enzymes, and entered the pit again. There were also many passages at the bottom of the pit, and there was also an ordinary supply box. He opened it directly after confirming that it was safe. Ding! Get the bone-passing silk rope blueprint. Bone-passing silk rope blueprint. Requires bone-passing silk X100. This blueprint is also okay. Bone-passing silk is very tough to begin with, and when it is woven into a rope, its toughness must be even higher. Afterwards, Zhou found 4 more bone-passing worms with the help of the phantom leviathan. However, Zhou did not let the phantom leviathan kill the last 4 immediately, but used himself as bait to make these bone-passing worms spit out a large amount of bone-passing silk before letting the phantom leviathan kill them. Zhou harvested 200,000 pieces of Tongu silk from the 4 Tongu worms. After killing them, he obtained 400 pieces of digestive enzymes. The black fangs needed to be removed one by one, and there was no time at the moment, so they were not counted for the time being. There were also ordinary supply boxes in the 4 pits. After opening the 4 supply boxes, Zhou obtained 3 blueprints and a worm egg. The blueprints were Tongu Silk Soft Armor Blueprint, Tungsten Bone Broadsword Blueprint, Tungsten Bone Shield Blueprint, and the worm egg was a Tongu worm egg. Bone Silk Soft Armor Blueprint. Requires 1,000 bone silk and 100 silk. Tungsten Bone Sword Blueprint. Requires 20 bone tungsten ingots and 20 gold seaweed fibers. Tungsten Bone Shield Blueprint. Requires 15 bone tungsten ingots and 10 shield fish fat. After reading the production requirements of these 3 blueprints, Zhou prepared to make these 3 pieces of equipment first to see the effect, so he returned to the stomach wall space. Bone Silk Soft Armor is the easiest to make, just use bone silk and silk. After a burst of blue light, a black soft armor woven from bone silk appeared in front of Zhou. The overall soft armor is very thin, and you can see small square patterns formed by interweaving bone silk on the surface. The overall soft armor has a certain toughness. It feels frosted when touched, and the inside is soft and smooth silk, which feels very comfortable. Zhou used steel weapons to do a defense test, and it can completely block the attack of steel weapons. Even when the strength does not exceed 40 points, the fishfin sword will only leave a white mark on the surface when it is slashed. The protection ability is still good. Zhou put on the bone through silk soft armor, and almost felt the weight. He could also wear other armors on the outside, even the black crystal armor that fits the body most closely. It was considered to be an additional layer of protection on the surface of Zhou's body on the basis of the black crystal armor. Although it was not of much help to him overall, after all, if he encountered a creature that could destroy the black crystal armor, this soft armor would not have any effect. However, he still wore it on his body, because there was nothing wrong with having an extra layer of protection. Next, Zhou began to make Tongu tungsten ingots according to the Tongu tungsten ingot formula he had obtained before. However, the formula only listed the materials for making it, but not the method of making it. These 3 materials should be put together, but the question is what to use to store Tongu worm digestive enzymes? Zhou quickly thought of a glass distillation bottle, but the distillation bottle was too small to hold a portion of digestive enzymes. So he searched the World Trading Channel and found a trading information for selling glass pickle jars. This size should be enough to hold a portion of digestive enzymes. For safety reasons, Zhou let the transformed Leviathan float to the surface of the sea, and he floated on the sea with a glass pickle jar in his hand. Once the glass pickle jar was corroded by the digestive enzymes, he would throw it away and quickly move away. Everything was ready. Zhou took out a portion of digestive enzymes from the deep blue treasure chest, put it into the pickle jar, and then punctured the film on the surface to let the transparent digestive enzymes inside flow out. Chapter 208. The digestive enzyme touched the glass pickle jar, and there was no sign of corrosion. Zhou waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no problem, he returned to the stomach wall space and added the remaining 2 materials. The black fangs and bone silk were quickly dissolved by the digestive enzyme in the glass pickle jar, and the transparent digestive enzyme also turned black. Then the black liquid gradually shrank and condensed, and finally turned into a black rectangular block the same size as an iron ingot. Zhou put on the scale steel gloves and took out the black rectangular block. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtained 1 Tonggu tungsten ingot. Success? Zhou smiled and immediately traded back 20 glass pickle jars from the trading channel, 10 of which were used to make Tonggu tungsten ingots, and the other 10 were kept for pickling kimchi later. After a while, Zhou made a total of 200 Tonggu tungsten ingots, and spent 35 Tonggu tungsten ingots to make the tungsten bone sword and tungsten bone shield. The tungsten bone sword is a broad, black sword. The blade is like a door panel, 3 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. Only the blade head is curved. The handle is 30 centimeters long, and the surface is tightly wrapped with a layer of gold seaweed fiber for anti-slip. The whole weight is 500 kilograms. Zhou held the hilt with both hands, and tried to lift the tungsten bone broadsword. He used all his strength, but he could only lift it a little bit. It was difficult to lift the whole tungsten bone broadsword completely. Although he could now wear 1,000 kilograms of black crystal armor, this was the weight his whole body could bear, and his arms did not have such strong strength. Zhou could only hold the hilt with one hand, and the back of the knife with the other hand, and carry the tungsten bone broadsword on his shoulder like lifting weights, and then use the rotation of his body to throw the tungsten bone broadsword on his shoulder. The blade broke through the wind with infinite power, and a honeycomb bone piece was directly cut in half by a knife. When the weight of the tungsten bone broadsword caused him to lose balance, Zhou instantly put it into his equipment bar, just like when he first used the 2 steel long sword. Seeing that the tungsten bone broadsword was as sharp as the 2 steel long sword, Zhou indirectly used the 2 steel long sword when testing the defense of the tungsten bone shield. Bang! The 2 steel long sword chopped heavily on the tungsten bone shield. A spark flashed, and only a thin scratch was left on the tungsten bone shield. Okay, with these 2 pieces of equipment, my weapons and armor will be upgraded to a higher level, but these 2 pieces of equipment are a bit heavy. The tungsten bone shield is a black shield that is 2 meters high, 1.5 meters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. It contains a layer of shieldfish fat, which has a certain effect of reducing impact. Although it is lighter than the tungsten bone sword, it still weighs 400 kilograms. It can only be used to resist attacks in emergencies, and cannot be used flexibly in the hand for the time being. Putting the 2 pieces of equipment into the equipment column, Zhou once again let the Phantom Leviathan return to a pit on the seabed. Through physical communication with the Phantom Leviathan, he learned that there were no bone worms in this white bone sea area, which means that there will be no danger when exploring the passage under the pit now. Zhou dived into the bottom of the pit again. There were 5 passages around. He didn't know where these passages led to, so he didn't think too much about it, and randomly chose one to enter. The light of the strong headlight shone on the wall of this passage. These walls were still made of bone. Zhou took out the tungsten bone machete, and chopped it hard on the bone wall. A sharp cutting sound spread in the water, and a long knife mark was cut on the bone wall. The deepest part of the knife mark was 4 or 5 centimeters, but it was still impossible to cut off a piece, because the tungsten bone machete was too heavy, and Zhou couldn't control it carefully, and couldn't chop the blade at the same position every time. However, Zhou's knife was mainly to test the sharpness of the tungsten bone broadsword. Now it seems that the sharpness has exceeded that of the 2 steel long knife. Next, Zhou swam in the channel for a long time, and found that these channels were connected to other pits. Because there was no danger in the channel, Zhou put away the black crystal armor, and put on the knife-thin yellow belt fish scale armor, to speed up the exploration. He began to swim quickly in each channel. Relying on his memory and the ability to construct space in his mind, he checked one channel after another, and finally found a channel with a gap. This gap is on the ground of the passage, and the area is not large, only a dozen centimeters. Zhou used a strong headlight to shine a light below the gap, and there was a huge space below. Zhou took out the tungsten bone knife and chopped the edge of the gap continuously, slowly expanding the area of the gap until he could pass through. What Zhou had been looking for was actually the stomach wall space of this huge creature's skeleton. The bones of this huge creature after death can form a sea of bones. It must be Leviathan level. If it is Leviathan, there may be stomach wall space, and if there is stomach wall space, there will be a supply box. Soon, the gap expanded to be large enough for one person to pass through. Zhou put away his blade and yellow belt fish scale armor, and after passing through the gap, he changed into black crystal armor. In an unfamiliar space, everything was unknown, so it was better to be careful. Zhou slowly descended in this space, shining light around him. The seawater was dim and very turbid, and his vision was severely limited. After sinking 500 meters, Zhou was now 1,300 meters below sea level. The seawater squeezed the black crystal armor, increasing the pressure inside the armor, making him feel a little uncomfortable, but even at such a depth, he still had not reached the bottom of this space. After sinking another 200 meters, Zhou finally reached the bottom of the space. At a depth of 1,500 meters, relying on the black crystal armor, the internal pressure was barely within his body's tolerance range. Zhou took a few steps forward and found that the ground under his feet felt a little soft. He looked down and found that it was some rotten and white flesh membrane stuck to the ground. This flesh membrane should be the body tissue of this giant creature that has not been completely decomposed. Zhou cut off a little rotten flesh membrane and prepared to check the illustrated information of this giant creature after going out. After that, Zhou kept swimming forward in this huge space. As time passed, he found himself moving in a spiral according to the route he had constructed in his mind. It was an inner spiral, and he was approaching the center of the spiral. An hour later, he reached the center of the spiral, which was also the end of this space. It was dead silent here, without any living creatures, only rotten and smelly dim sea water. Zhou searched in this space and found a giant creature's corpse. He looked around the corpse and found that it was about 300 meters long. The creature was covered with a black shell. When the light shone on it, it could still reflect the dark luster. Chapter 209. This corpse is not only very long, but also very huge. It looks like a centipede, and its body is covered with a dark shell. Zhou stood in front of the corpse like an ant. Due to the current water pressure outside, Zhou could not touch this huge corpse, and could not get its biological information, but he could probably guess in his mind that this 300-meter corpse should be the symbiotic organism in the skeleton of the entire white bone sea. Zhou had an idea and opened the system interface. He wanted to send this giant biological corpse to Jiang Haitao in a private message. After going out, he would take out the corpse. But the world system, that had worked every time before, did not respond at all. No matter how Zhou tried, it was useless. He thought that the method of sending private messages to collect items was ineffective. Therefore, he took out the corpse of the Tonggu worm in the deep blue treasure chest and tried it. The corpse of the Tonggu worm directly turned into a blue light and sent it to Jiang Haitao. What's going on? Zhou looked at the huge corpse in front of him and frowned deeply. This corpse was very extraordinary just by looking at the shell. It would be a pity if he couldn't take it away. Is it too long? Zhou thought about it, and thought of this possibility. So he took out the 2 steel-long knife, and prepared to cut off some of the shell, and take it away. Since he couldn't take the whole thing away, he would take some of the shell materials away, and make it into armor in the future. The defense must be very good. As expected, the 2 steel-long knife could not destroy the shell of this creature. Zhou also thought of this possibility. He just tried it. After all, the tungsten bone sword was too heavy, and it was too troublesome to swing it. If the 2 steel-long knife could cut the corpse, it would be much more convenient. He put away the long steel knife and replaced it with a tungsten bone broadsword. Zhou carried the tungsten bone broadsword on his shoulder, holding the handle with both hands. Then he exerted force with his legs, combined his waist and horse, turned his body violently, exerted force with his arms instantly, and slashed the heavy tungsten bone broadsword at the corpse in front of him. Ka! The shell of the giant corpse was cut into a deep groove by the tungsten bone broadsword. The blade was very deep, at least 10 centimeters, but even so, it still did not break the thickness of the shell. This powerful and heavy blow was already Zhou's full strength. Zhou put away the tungsten bone knife. He gave up temporarily. The body was too big. He only cut a 1-meter-long scar with one cut. It was too difficult to cut a piece off. It would take a long time. He planned to look for a supply box first. Relying on a strong headlight, Zhou searched for a long time in the yellow sea water. Because the sea water was turbid, the field of vision was only 2 or 3 meters. This area was very large, and it was extremely difficult to find a supply box the size of a shoebox. When Zhou swept the headlamp around him, he noticed a flash of golden light from the corner of his eyes. He immediately looked over and swam in the direction of the flash. Soon, Zhou saw a pure gold treasure chest. This pure gold treasure chest was buried in a pile of rotten meat, with only a corner exposed. If he hadn't looked carefully, he would have missed it. It's still a pure gold treasure chest. Zhou was very happy, because even if there was nothing in the pure gold treasure chest, he could get a golden order, and the golden order could increase 1 point of intelligence. Zhou reached out to open the pure gold treasure chest, but at this moment, A faint cry came from above. He was very familiar with this cry. It was the cry of the transformed Leviathan. Because he was too far away, he couldn't hear the transformed Leviathan's heart, but the cry was full of pain. The transformed Leviathan is in trouble. Zhou would immediately open the pure gold treasure chest, and didn't have time to look at the items inside. He put them all into the deep blue treasure chest, and then used the golden order, which increased his intelligence by 1 point, bringing his intelligence to 15 points. Zhou had no time to feel the improvement brought by the increase in intelligence. He swam directly towards the gap from which he came. Because he was wearing black crystal armor, his swimming speed was very slow. It took him half an hour to swim to the gap. After passing through the gap, Zhou directly put on the diving suit and quickly left the bone channel. His speed was as fast as a mirror-skinned barracuda. After reaching the location of the pit, he changed into a floating suit and used a floating factor to leave the pit at an extremely fast speed. When he arrived outside the pit, the sea water was blood red, and there was no sign of the phantom Leviathan nearby. Zhou was extremely anxious. Nothing could happen to the transformed Leviathan. He used the levitation factor again and quickly rose in the sea. After using 3 levitation factors in a row, he finally jumped out of the sea and flew into the air. The sea surface was scarlet at this time, and the transformed Leviathan was being entangled by a snake-like creature covered with black spikes. Those spikes were like steel knives. As the snake-like creature twisted its long body, these black steel knives kept cutting the transformed Leviathan's body. The snake-like creature was over 100 meters long and 20 meters thick. It tightly wrapped around the entire body of the phantom Leviathan, leaving it without any resistance. If it weren't for the hard honeycomb bone pieces on its body, the phantom Leviathan's body might have been cut into pulp by the sharp spikes on the snake-like creature. But the honeycomb bone pieces couldn't withstand the repeated cutting of the black spikes. At this time, countless wounds had been cut on the phantom Leviathan's body, and blood was all over its body. "It hurts, villain, it hurts." The voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou mind, with weakness and powerlessness in it. "Fuck." Zhou anger rose instantly, and he roared, and directly sent the deep blue treasure box in his hand to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to send all the things inside to him again, and then flew towards the snake-like creature at a high speed. The sound of wind passed by Zhou's ears quickly, and he rushed towards the snake-like creature like a bullet. He didn't know if he could save the phantom Leviathan, but he had no choice. If he couldn't save the phantom Leviathan, he couldn't live. The snake-like creature did not notice Zhou in the air. After realizing that the resistance of the phantom Leviathan was getting weaker and weaker, it opened its big mouth full of fangs and bit the body of the phantom Leviathan. The honeycomb bone was directly penetrated by its fangs, and a large piece of flesh on the back of the phantom Leviathan was torn off alive by it. "Die for me!" Zhou's eyes were bloodshot. At the moment he was about to approach the head of the snake-like creature, he turned his body into a gyroscope, then put away his floating suit, put on black crystal armor, and increased the force of his body rotation. With a thought, a tungsten bone knife appeared in his hand, and the whole person was like a cutting wheel, hitting the head of the snake-like creature fiercely. Bang! Caw! The black thorn on the head of the snake-like creature was instantly cut off by the tungsten bone knife, and the blade cut into the body of the snake-like creature, leaving a wound of 5 or 6 meters. Chapter 210. After Zhou was hit by the knife, his whole body also hit the body of the snake-like creature. A terrifying recoil force directly bounced him away. Even with the shock absorption effect of the black crystal armor, he was still shocked. His throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he almost fainted. When he was about to fall into the sea, Zhou adjusted himself, put on the floating suit again, took out the floating factor from the private message sent by Jiang Haitao, and began to rise rapidly. The snake-like creature was suddenly hit by an inexplicable knife. In pain, it raised its huge head and looked around, and found Zhou flying in the sky. Its pair of scarlet eyes instantly glowed red, as if they were burning. Roar! A roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came from the mouth of the snake-like creature, and the sound waves generated directly enveloped Zhou's entire body while he was rising. This sound wave was even more terrifying than the sound wave of the transformed Leviathan. The moment Zhou was hit by the sound wave, his bones, flesh, and internal organs all shook violently, and his head went blank. The snake-like creature's attack was not over yet. After emitting the sound wave, a red light appeared in its mouth, and a lava fireball with a diameter of 5 meters shot out from its throat, like a cannonball, and flew towards Zhou quickly. Just as the lava fireball was about to hit Zhou's eyes flashed blue, and his brain, which had been shut down, immediately regained a trace of consciousness. He put on black crystal armor all over his body, and his ascent speed suddenly stopped. He began to descend rapidly, and the hot lava fireball flew over his head, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. Seeing that the first attack missed, the snake-like creature spit out several lava fireballs at Zhou Wen in succession. Zhou Wen's mental power hit it, and blue light flashed in his pupils. In an instant, the speed of the lava fireball slowed down in his eyes, and the flight trajectory appeared in his mind. Zhou Wen put on a floating suit, spread his arms and legs, and began to glide towards the snake-like creature. During this time, he kept changing his flying posture and accurately dodged several lava fireballs. Roar! The snake-like creature saw that Zhou Wen had dodged all the attacks, and roared again, sending out a sound wave attack. The range of the sound wave attack was very wide, and there was no room to dodge. Zhou Wen put on black crystal armor and immediately took out the shield fish fat to resist. In addition, he was in a state of mental concentration at this time, so the sound wave only made him daze for a moment, and he recovered immediately. Puff! But his mental state can withstand the sound waves, but it doesn't mean that his body can withstand it. The previous collision had already caused serious injuries to his body, and then he was hit by the sound waves. This time, the injury in his body continued to worsen, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Approaching the snake-like creature again, Zhou Wen, like before, had black crystal armor on his body and a tungsten bone sword in his hand, wanting to cut the snake-like creature again. But this time, the snake-like creature was on guard. The moment Zhou Wen approached him, it instantly opened its big mouth like the abyss, trying to swallow Zhou Wen into its stomach. Zhou Wen reacted quickly, put on a floating suit, changed the direction of flight, and avoided the abyss. However, when flying over the abyss, he threw all the remaining 400 Tongu worm digestive enzymes in his hand into the mouth of the snake-like creature. The moment the Tongu worm digestive enzymes, which were extremely corrosive, broke through the mouth of the snake-like creature, a large amount of digestive enzymes spread in the mouth and flowed deep into the throat, and a puff of white smoke rose from the throat. The next second, a painful roar came from the mouth of the snake-like creature, and the snake-like creature began to shake its head frantically, as if it wanted to throw out the digestive enzymes in its mouth. But this was of no use at all, and its mouth began to corrode. Under the severe pain, the snake-like creature stopped entanglement with the phantom leviathan, and dived into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Zhou Wen immediately flew to the phantom leviathan. At this time, many parts of the phantom leviathan's body were bloody and fleshy, and there was a large piece bitten off by the snake-like creature. However, because there was a layer of honeycomb bone on the surface of the body to protect it, the snake-like creature did not bite too deep, but only bit off a layer of skin and flesh. But even so, the injury was very serious. "I'm really awesome." The voice of the metamorphosis leviathan sounded, but it was already dying. Zhou Wen's heart sank when he heard this weak voice, and he quickly sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to buy a large number of gel planarians, and then make hemostatic gel, and mobilize all guild members to make it together. With the actions of thousands of people, a large amount of hemostatic gel was sent over in a short period of time. Zhou Wen quickly applied the hemostatic gel all over the metamorphosis leviathan to stop the bleeding, and then reapplied the honeycomb bone slices. Just when Zhou Wen had finished laying the honeycomb bone pieces, the sea surface next to the phantom leviathan suddenly exploded, and the snake-like creature rushed out of the sea water. The snake-like creature's jaw had been corroded and riddled with holes, but after being washed by the sea water, the digestive enzyme liquid of the bone-passing worm in its mouth had also been completely washed away. The snake-like creature's scarlet eyes quickly scanned, and after discovering Zhou Wen on the back of the phantom leviathan, it directly ran over. The phantom leviathan could not be hurt anymore, so Zhou Wen stretched out his hands forward, and a huge stone wall 30 meters high, 30 meters wide, and 20 meters thick was built directly on the back of the phantom leviathan. The snake-like creature crashed headfirst into a huge stone wall, which was shattered by the terrifying impact, and the body of the transformed leviathan was also pressed into the sea. When the snake-like creature paused after crashing into the stone wall, Zhou Wen immediately put away all his equipment, stepped on the broken stones, and jumped to the head of the snake-like creature at a very fast speed. He came to the wound he had just cut, and began to slash desperately with his two steel-long knife. Outside, Zhou Wen had no way to deal with this snake-like creature, so he tried to get into its head and destroy its brain. Zhou Wen's swing made the snake-like creature scream in pain, and swung its head wildly. Zhou Wen had already half of his body in the flesh of the snake-like creature, and he held onto the flesh tightly with both hands to prevent himself from being thrown out. The snake-like creature found that shaking its head was useless, so it twisted its body violently, and the sea water exploded. A black tail covered with spikes rose high, and then smashed towards Zhou. This black tail was like a collapsed high-rise building, and the huge shadow directly enveloped Zhou. This time, if it hit him, the sharp spikes on the tail, even if they couldn't turn him into a hornet's nest, the terrifying impact force generated would be able to shock him to death. Zhou also tried his best. He took out the tungsten bone sword and shield, as well as a large amount of shield fish fat. He inserted the tungsten bone sword into the flesh of the snake-like creature, and then placed the tungsten bone shield flat on the handle. He wanted to take advantage of the heavy blow from the snake-like creature and pierce the snake-like creature's skull with the tungsten bone sword. As for whether he could withstand this terrifying impact, it would depend on God's will. The transformed Leviathan was almost gone. Without the transformed Leviathan, he would not live long in this world. Chapter 211. Zhou had already prepared for the impact. Outside the large amount of shield fish fat, he also placed several wooden sculptures and used all the items that could mitigate the impact. A gust of wind pressure came, and the black tail was about to fall. Zhou was very nervous at this time. Facing the possible death, no one could face it calmly. But a few seconds later, the expected impact did not come, but the snake-like creature was dragged into the sea for some unknown reason. Zhou immediately reacted. The only thing that could drag the snake-like creature into the sea was the Phantom Leviathan. It should be that the Phantom Leviathan rushed out of the sea when the snake-like creature's tail was about to fall, bit the snake-like creature's tail, and dragged it into the sea. Knowing that the snake-like creature was restrained by the Phantom Leviathan, Zhou immediately put away the items for dealing with the impact, and continued to cut the flesh of the snake-like creature with the two-steel-long knife, constantly drilling into the snake-like creature's head. The snake-like creature kept twisting its body in pain, but its tail was bitten tightly by the Phantom Leviathan, and it quickly dived towards the bottom of the sea, and it could not break free in a short time. Bang! Zhou drilled deep into the snake-like creature's head and reached the skull. The two-steel-long knife chopped the snake-like creature's skull, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Burning property, open! Zhou muttered in his heart. The next second, red energy gathered in his heart and spread through his blood vessels through the pump. The red blood vessels were directly reflected on the black crystal armor. The overall image was exactly the same as the abyss dragon fish when it turned on the burning state. The seawater around it was steaming. At present, Zhou's own strength is 73.5 points. The moment the burning feature is turned on, it doubles directly and soars to 147 points. However, this burning state cannot be maintained for long. Zhou's physique is 132 points, which can only last for 13 seconds. After he turned on the burning feature, he did not dare to delay for a second. The tungsten bone broadsword was held in his hands with both hands. With 147 points of strength, the 500 gene tungsten bone broadsword was swung like a windmill. The tungsten bone broadsword can leave a 30-centimeter deep cut on the snake-like skull with one cut. Under Zhou's desperate and crazy slashing, in just 13 seconds, a hole with a diameter of 1 meter was opened on the 3-meter-thick skull of the snake-like creature, and he drilled into it. At this time, the Phantom Leviathan had already dragged the snake-like creature to the bottom of the sea, but its strength was almost exhausted, and it could no longer restrain the snake-like creature. The snake-like creature successfully broke its tail out of the Phantom Leviathan's mouth. The body could move normally, and the snake-like creature did not attack the dying Phantom Leviathan. It began to ram its head against the reef on the bottom of the sea with great force, trying to shock Zhou who had drilled into its head to death. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collision continued, and the reefs on the bottom of the sea and the white bone sea were smashed to pieces by the snake-like creature. Zhou entered the brain. As the snake-like creature continued to hit him, his tiny body rolled back and forth in its brain. The waves of impact from the outside shook his bones and ruptured his internal organs. In addition, his burning state had passed, and he was in a weak state. His current strength was not enough to move in the black crystal armor. The snake-like creature was hitting the reef frantically, so he did not dare to put away the black crystal armor with shock-absorbing effect. I should have kept some digestive enzymes of the bone-passing worm earlier. Zhou regretted using all 400 Tongu worm digestive enzymes in one go. If he could have left a little bit, he would have sprinkled it on the snake-like creature's brain, and the snake-like creature would be dead. Stop it! Zhou took out a whole bucket of anesthetics that he had made over 2 nights from a private message and sprinkled it directly on the snake-like creature's brain. Although the amount of this bucket of anesthetics was negligible for the huge size of the snake-like creature, it still had a certain effect when sprinkled directly on the brain. After that, the speed at which the snake-like creature hit the reef with its head slowed down. Zhou saw that it had some effect, so he immediately took out a large amount of hallucinogens. After a while, it was unknown whether it was the anesthetic or the hallucinogen that took effect, but the snake-like creature's body, which had been twisting wildly, gradually stopped moving. Zhou didn't know how long these two drugs could control the snake-like creature. Although his whole body was in great pain, he didn't dare to rest. He immediately put away his black crystal armor, took out his steel long knife, swallowed the boiling blood coral powder in one gulp, squeezed out the remaining energy in his weak body, and forced himself to move. Die quickly. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou eyes were bloodshot at this time, and blood even flowed from the corners of his eyes. He was coughing up blood. His body was already full of holes, and the use of the boiling blood coral powder that accelerated blood flow put his body on the verge of collapse. But he no longer cared about his body. He endured the piercing pain all over his body. During the 10 minutes that the effect of the boiling blood coral powder lasted, he kept waving the steel long knife in his hand to destroy the brain of the snake-like creature. Puff! After the effect of the boiling blood coral powder lasted for 5 minutes, Zhou suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a large mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. His nasal cavity was like a tap that had been turned on, and a large amount of blood could not be stopped from flowing out and spreading in the seawater. He had only destroyed 1/10 of the snake-like creature's brain. Just as Zhou was about to hold on, something strange happened. The snake-like creature's brain glowed red, and a hot energy spread out, causing the surrounding seawater to begin to boil, and the snake-like creature's body showed signs of activity again. Why? Can it still move? At this moment, Zhou was stunned, looking at the snake-like creature's brain glowing red in disbelief. He had used all his means, but still couldn't kill the snake-like creature. A feeling of despair enveloped him. The boiling sea water burned Zhou's skin red, but he seemed not to notice it. He just mechanically inserted the weapons placed in the equipment bar, and the system interface private message into the snake-like creature's brain one by one. A slender steel knife, a skeleton sword, a fishfin sword, 9 tusk steel swords, and a tungsten bone sword. After Zhou inserted these weapons, the amplification effect of the boiling blood coral powder ended. He had no strength to leave, and gave up the idea of leaving. He lay directly on the brain, and let the boiling sea water cook him. These weapons inserted into the brain will remain in the brain of the snake-like creature even if Zhou dies. With the activities of the snake-like creature, it will destroy its brain bit by bit, and one day it will kill the snake-like creature. It can be regarded as Zhou's revenge and despair. It's over. Zhou slowly closed his eyes, and the world fell into darkness. Suddenly, there was a suction force from above, and Zhou no longer had the strength to open his eyes, but his body could feel that he had entered a cool environment from a hot environment. After a while, he felt something beneath him lift him up, and then he heard the sound of the sea churning, and a cool breeze blew on his body. After a long while, Zhou opened his eyes that were glued together by blood, and the starry sky and the moon appeared in his vision above. Zhou touched the bone armor under his body with his hand. He knew that it was the Phantom Leviathan, who used up his last strength to save him from the burning brain of the snake-like creature. However, the Phantom Leviathan was too seriously injured, and would not live for long. What was the point of him surviving? He stared at the night sky above with lifeless eyes. He lost the motivation to live. Suddenly he thought of something and opened the biological illustration book, which had been updated. Meteoric Leviathan stage, birth period. Body length, 150 meters. Weight, 1,800 tons. Food type, Phantom Leviathan meat. Introduction, an Emperor-level Leviathan living in the endless sea. It has spike-like scales on its body that can shield the Phantom Leviathan biological radar. It mainly feeds on Phantom Leviathan. Meteoric scales belong to the ultimate formula of the Phantom Leviathan scale transformation period, one of the materials. Chapter 212. It is indeed the Meteorite Leviathan, a Leviathan that specializes in eating metamorphic Leviathans. No wonder Metamorphic Leviathan felt disgusted and fearful when he saw the meteorite. Zhou is really regretting it now. If he had known earlier, he should have let Metamorphic Leviathan move in the direction of the meteorite, and killed the Meteorite Leviathan before it hatched. But it is useless to regret now, everything is over. After reading the information of the Meteorite Leviathan, Zhou looked through the items in his private messages. He had just opened a pure gold treasure chest today, and he hadn't even looked at the contents when he encountered a catastrophe. He took advantage of the fact that the Meteorite Leviathan hadn't recovered yet, so he could take a look before he died. This is it. Zhou suddenly sat up from the back of the phantom leviathan. His. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou body was already broken, and he almost fainted from the pain of exerting so much force suddenly. Then he started to cough violently, and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. But now, he could no longer care about these things. He rolled and crawled from the back of the phantom leviathan into the sea, and swam to the mouth of the phantom leviathan. At this time, the phantom leviathan closed its eyes, and had little life left. Zhou slapped the closed mouth of the phantom leviathan hard, hoping that it would open its mouth and let him return to the stomach wall space. After beating it for several minutes without success, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao for a steel weapon, then collected the honeycomb bone pieces on the surface of the transformed leviathan and ruthlessly cut its mouth. Under the stimulation of pain, the transformed leviathan's eyelids moved slightly, and Zhou quickly made a move to return to the stomach wall space. The transformed leviathan sensed it, so it slowly opened its mouth a little bit. There was only a 50-centimeter gap between the upper and lower whisker plates, but this was enough. Zhou entered the mouth of the metamorphosis leviathan, and stuffed bone-bright seaweed into his mouth while running towards the stomach wall space. In the previous battle with the snake-like creature, his bones were severely damaged. Now he was in great pain, and could only use bone-bright seaweed to recover a little. Passing through the esophagus, entering the stomach wall space, and coming to the digestive tank, Zhou went through a metamorphosis leviathan instant growth energy crystal into the digestive tank, and then immediately notified Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to prepare a large amount of seaweed. Soon, a red energy spread out from the digestion tank and quickly enveloped the entire leviathan. Zhou connected the 3 seaweed crushers in series, and then connected them to the Bladefish power device. I'm so hungry. The extremely weak voice of the leviathan sounded in his mind. Zhou's eyes lit up, and he immediately started the Bladefish power device, and put a large amount of seaweed into the 3 seaweed crushers. The 3 seaweed crushers quickly crushed the seaweed, and put it into the digestion tank. The stomach wall space of the leviathan began to slowly grow and expand. 10 minutes later, the red energy disappeared. Zhou had fed a total of 4 million portions of seaweed and 10 crimson nodules, and the size of the phantom leviathan had grown to 95 meters, 10 meters longer than before. This phantom leviathan instant growth energy crystal was exactly from the pure gold treasure chest. Zhou had used it once before, and knew its effect. Since it could make the phantom leviathan grow 10 days in a short period of time, it could naturally restore the phantom leviathan's injuries. Even if it couldn't be restored, it could provide a lot of energy to the phantom leviathan's body, and pull the weak phantom leviathan back from the brink of life and death. However, these are Zhou's speculations. Whether the phantom leviathan can be saved depends on the specific results. After Zhou waited for a while, the esophageal diaphragm that was originally open slowly closed, and then the entire stomach wall space vibrated, and then a powerful cry filled the entire stomach wall space, and the phantom leviathan recovered. The phantom leviathan is saved, so good. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou suddenly began to cough violently. Every time he coughed, he felt that his spirit and strength were draining away. Finally, he fell to the ground powerlessly and fainted. After not knowing how long it had passed, Zhou slowly opened his eyes. The voice of the phantom leviathan calling him kept echoing in his mind, and he was very anxious. How long has it been? Has the star meteorite leviathan attacked the phantom leviathan again? These 2 questions came to Zhou's mind as soon as he woke up. So he asked Jiang Haitao, and learned that it was the 39th day. He had been in a coma for a night. According to the active voice of the phantom leviathan, he said that the star meteorite leviathan did not attack the phantom leviathan again, probably because of the serious head injury, and ran away. Haha, the villain is awake. The voice of the transformed leviathan sounded again, and the mood was very cheerful. Very happy, it seems that the injury should have recovered. Zhou wanted to stand up, but his whole body was in great pain, and he had no strength. He hadn't eaten for a day, and he urgently needed food to replenish his energy. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to cut some small pieces of biological meat for him, and then he opened his mouth and let the meat fall into his mouth through the system interface. He ate it bit by bit. After eating, he drank a bottle of mineral water and rested for a while. He felt that he had recovered some strength. He was now covered in wounds, and was not going to move for the time being. He just lay there. The phantom leviathan seemed to know that he was injured, so he did not move as usual. However, he still had to eat. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to send 400,000 portions of seaweed. This time, he did not crush them, and directly fed them to the Phantom Leviathan. Anyway, the Phantom Leviathan would not move, so there was no need to crush them. After feeding the Phantom Leviathan with seaweed, Zhou continued to check the other items in the pure gold treasure box. Ding! Obtained characteristic steel seal X1. Ding! Obtained pelvic tungsten snail gene potion X1. Pelvic tungsten snail gene potion. After use, the body can absorb tungsten elements and store them in the bones. Can only be used when the physical fitness reaches 300 points. Listening to the introduction of the pelvic tungsten snail gene potion in his mind, Zhou Wen's originally raised mouth corners deflated after listening to the entire introduction. It can only be used when the physical fitness reaches 300 points, and I only have 132 points now. Zhou Wen knew that it would be impossible to use the pelvic tungsten snail gene potion in a short period of time. Next, he looked through the other items in the private message, but they were all what he had obtained from the deep blue treasure box before, and he didn't find anything new. In this pure gold box, he got a total of 4 items, namely Golden Order, Transmutation Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal, 10 days, Characteristic Steel Seal, and Pelvic Tungsten Snail Gene Potion. This crisis is finally over. Zhou Wen sighed. Although the Falling Star Leviathan was not dead, it should not attack the Transmutation Leviathan in the short term. After all, there are still 14 weapons inserted in its brain. Chapter 213. Zhou Wen lay on the ground until the afternoon, and then he could barely stand up. However, his whole body, whether it was muscles, bones, or internal organs, was in great pain, and it was the kind of heart-piercing pain. Just moving a short distance in front of the locker made him almost faint from the pain. He took out a wooden chair from the locker and sat down, then took out a can of canned meat, and ate while watching the stomach wall space expand again. Using Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal, the Leviathan grew another 10 meters, and the current body length reached 96 meters. Although it was not as much as the last 15 meters, Zhou Wen felt that the missing 5 meters of energy might be used to repair the injuries of the Leviathan. The side length of the stomach wall space increased to 8 meters, and the overall space was 8 by 8 by 6, with an area of 64 square meters. The stomach wall space, which was originally a bit narrow because Zhou Wen placed more and more things, became a little more spacious as the stomach wall space expanded. After eating the canned meat, Zhou Wen looked at the stone house that was used to tie up the triangular firefly mother. At this time, the stone house had been drilled with a hole by the mother, and continued to fly around the electric light ball. But strangely, the 2 electric hair balls were lying on the cap of the negative oxygen ion mushroom peacefully, as if they were no longer afraid of the insect mother. Zhou Wen thought about it, and thought that the insect mother might have come out when he was fighting with the meteorite Leviathan. Then, the electric hair balls had no shelter, and had more contact with the insect mother. They found that the insect mother had no intention of attacking them, so they were no longer afraid. Zhou Wen looked around at the other animals and plants in the entire stomach wall space, and after confirming that the insect mother did not cause any damage, he put away the stone house. He opened the system interface, and found that Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian had sent him several messages while he was lying down to rest. Brother One, are you okay? Boss Zhou, are you in danger? Brother One, if you need any help, just tell me. I'm always keeping an eye on the messages. Boss Zhou, please don't die. I won't eat your sweet potatoes anymore. What the hell is this? This is... Zhou Wen was speechless. He didn't reply to messages for a whole day, and he was almost dying in Shen Xian's eyes. Afterwards, Zhou Wen replied to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, and sent them screenshots of the Starfall Leviathan's illustrated information, and asked Shen Xian, nicknamed the Giant Hunter, to find time to send the news of the Starfall Leviathan to the World Communication Channel. Starfall Leviathan feeds on the transformed Leviathan, and is definitely the enemy of all survivors. There must be more than one, and according to the information in the introduction, Leviathan seems to have different levels. Starfall Leviathan belongs to the Emperor-level Leviathan. Although Zhou Wen doesn't know how high this level is, just looking at Emperor level, these 3 words, without thinking, know that the level must be high. Moreover, the growth rate of the meteoric Leviathan is much faster than that of the Transfiguration Leviathan. If these meteoric Leviathans grow up, it will definitely be a huge disaster for the survivors. Because Zhou Wen announced the method of leaving the stomach wall space before, now all the survivors can get outside and tell them the information of the meteoric Leviathan, so that they can help the Transfiguration Leviathan to guard against the meteoric Leviathan. Even if they can't beat it, they can escape in advance. In fact, according to Zhou Wen's speculation, his transformed Leviathan, facing the 150-meter meteoric Leviathan, could not have been without the ability to fight back. Although it was not as long as the meteoric Leviathan, it was much larger than the meteoric Leviathan. The reason why the transformed Leviathan was so seriously injured was probably because it was ambushed, because the transformed Leviathan relied on biological radar to detect the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, all large creatures were under its detection, and no creature could attack it. The meteoric Leviathan's scales could just shield the biological radar detection, and then take advantage of the transformed Leviathan's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. It's like an ordinary person who usually sees things with his eyes. Suddenly, an invisible person raises his hand and stabs you. You look at the bleeding wound and don't know who stabbed you. How can you win? By the way, today is the 39th day. The watermelons are ripe. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to harvest the watermelons planted by the guild members. This time, all the members of the guild planted watermelons. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian spent some time to harvest all the watermelons. Because Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's reputations have been growing during this period, all members of their two guilds are proud of their guilds, and no one has left the guild. The two guilds have a total of 2,500 people, of which 900 people plant 2 fields, and 1,600 people plant 1 field. All the watermelons added up, a total of 3,400 watermelons were harvested, each weighing 5 kilograms, which is 17 tons. Zhou took out 400 watermelons, and gave them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to reward them to the guild members, and kept 3,000 watermelons for himself, weighing a total of 15 tons, which can feed the transformed Leviathan for 3 meals. In addition to giving watermelons as rewards to guild members, Zhou also gave each guild member an extra piece of land. This land was their own, and the crops grown could be sold by themselves to increase their income. After distributing the rewards, Zhou once again increased the number of fields planted by guild members, from 1 or 2 fields to 5 fields. Everyone was the same, planting 5 fields each. Moreover, the fertilizer distributed this time was not low-level fertilizer, but bone meal cubes collected from the White Bone Sea. Zhou now has 150,000 bone meal cubes. 1 bone meal cube can shorten the growth time of crops by 20%. With 2,500 people and 5 plots of land per person, planting once requires a total of 7,500 bone meal cubes. At the current scale, the bone meal cubes on hand are enough for 20 plantings. The growth time of watermelons is about 5 or 6 days. When these 150,000 bone meal cubes are used up, it will be more than 100 days later. Maybe by then, fertilizers that can further shorten the growth time of crops have been found. Zhou directly gave Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian a total of 100,000 bone meal cubes. In addition to supplying the guild's fields, the guild members now have their own fields. The guild will not distribute fertilizers for this field for free, and they need to exchange them with their contributions. Fertilizers currently have 2 levels. One is low-level fertilizer, which can shorten the growth time of crops by 10%, and the other is bone meal cubes, which can shorten the growth time of crops by 20%. As for how to set the price, it is up to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, the 2 presidents, to decide. Next, there was nothing to do. Zhou put all the items that Jiang Haitao had sent to him in a private message back into the deep blue treasure chest. The digestive enzymes of the Tonggu worms were all used up, and he could no longer make new Tonggu tungsten ingots. He still had 165 Tonggu tungsten ingots left. Before, in the head of the meteoric Leviathan, Zhou thought he was dead, so he inserted all the weapons into the brain of the meteoric Leviathan. Now he had no weapons in his hands. Chapter 214. Considering that the Deep Sea Walker Mecha blueprint requires 120 pieces of tungsten ingots, only 45 pieces are currently available, and 20 pieces are needed for a tungsten bone broadsword. As a killer weapon, it is definitely not possible to save, so Zhou directly made a new one. There is no material to make the 2 steel long sword, so Zhou can only settle for the next best thing, and use the long snout bone of the skeleton swordfish to make a swordfish sword as a weapon for combat. Finally, 2 steel ingots were used to make a slender steel knife as a weapon for daily use. The loss this time is a bit big. Zhou felt very uncomfortable when he thought about the battle with the meteoric Leviathan, which resulted in the loss of all weapons and nothing gained. But there was no way. Although the meteoric Leviathan was injured, the transformed Leviathan could not track it because of the meteoric scale. It was impossible to catch up and kill it and get the meteoric scale. It was night time, and the transformed Leviathan began to rest. Zhou had another midnight snack to replenish the energy needed by his body, and went to bed directly. His body was too seriously injured and needed more rest. On the 40th day, because the phantom leviathan did not move, the stomach wall space did not vibrate. Zhou slept until he woke up naturally due to his injuries. When he woke up, it was already noon. He was dazed and listless as he slowly sat up from the wooden platform. After a night's rest, his injuries had recovered a little. Although he still felt severe pain all over his body, when he moved his body, the pain was within his tolerance. Asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian for 400,000 portions of seaweed to feed the phantom leviathan, plus crimson nodules, and 5 tons of watermelons. This time, there are 15 tons of watermelons, which can feed the transmogrifier leviathan for 3 consecutive days. If the transmogrifier leviathan grows 1 meter a day, the scarlet root nodule and 5 tons of watermelons should be able to grow an additional 30 centimeters, that is, 1.3 meters a day. After 3 days of feeding, it is 3.9 meters. Yesterday, the transmogrifier leviathan had grown to 96 meters. After these 3 days, if the 2 types of accelerated growth foods can be superimposed on each other, then it will reach 100 meters in 3 days. If it cannot reach that, it means that the 2 types of accelerated growth foods cannot be superimposed. Alas, the crimson nodules are almost used up. Zhou opened the locker and checked the number of crimson nodules. He obtained a total of 37 crimson nodules in the Crimson Sea. He used the Leviathan transformation twice to instantly grow energy crystals, and used up 20 of them. From the 28th day to today, excluding the 30-day underwater maze trial, he consumed another 12, and now there are only 5 left. However, before the crimson nodules were used up, he had already developed farmers, and the number of watermelons produced later was enough to continuously supply his daily consumption of 5 tons. After feeding the phantom leviathan, Zhou left the stomach wall space by slapping the esophageal diaphragm and came out. He wanted to check whether the phantom leviathan's injuries had recovered. Ha, villain, villain. As soon as Zhou came out, the phantom leviathan was particularly happy, constantly rolling around him, and even diving into the sea, and then suddenly jumped out of the water, flying over his head with its huge body, falling into the water and raising layers of waves. Zhou knew that the phantom leviathan was very happy to see him recover, but the waves that were more than 10 meters high raised by it all hit him. In his current physical condition, how could he withstand it? He could only wear black crystal armor to resist. After a while, the phantom leviathan found that the little man was thrown into the sea by the waves it raised. Only then did he realize that his behavior was not appropriate. He immediately dived underwater and carried the little man on his back. Zhou's body couldn't stand the torture. Even if the black crystal armor blocked most of the impact of the waves, the small impact under his body still made him feel pain all over. After resting on the back of the phantom leviathan for a while, he began to check the injuries of the phantom leviathan. Zhou put away the honeycomb bone pieces on the body of the phantom leviathan, and found that the bloody injuries were gone, and even the scars were gone. The effect of the instant growth of energy crystals in the phantom leviathan is really good. Zhou sighed. After checking the body of the phantom leviathan, Zhou covered the whole body of the phantom leviathan with honeycomb bone pieces again. Because the phantom leviathan grew another 10 meters, more honeycomb bone pieces were needed this time, and a total of 5,000 pieces were used. After doing all this, Zhou continued to return to the stomach wall space to rest. With his current physical condition, he could not continue to explore the White Bone Sea for the time being. In the system interface, in the World Communication Channel, Jiang Haitao sent a blueprint message, which was Stone Foundation Blueprint. The Jiang Brother Guild sells stone foundations. Each stone foundation is priced at 1,000 pieces of stone, and the daily limit is 10,000 pieces. Ah, I don't even have a wooden foundation yet, and King Jiang has already started selling stone foundations? I need 1,000 pieces of stone. This price is a bit too expensive, right? You can buy it or not. King Jiang didn't force you to buy it. By the way, besides the big boss, has anyone else opened the wooden foundation blueprint in such a long time? Even if you open a blueprint of this level, you dare not sell it publicly. Now everyone has a dual ticket in their hands. Selling it publicly is courting death. It's really hateful. The big boss clearly sold the wooden foundation well before, but someone broke the rules and resold it privately. What kind of big boss is this? It's fine if he doesn't sell his wooden foundation. It's best if you all come and buy our Tyrant Zhang's stone foundation. What's wrong with you? The boss selflessly disclosed the method of leaving the stomach wall space 2 days ago, allowing all of us to see the sun again. Today you start to criticize the boss. Are you still human? He didn't sell it himself, not me who stopped him from selling it. Can you blame me? Afterwards, a group of survivors called Zhou Wen in the World Communication Channel, wanting Zhou Wen to start selling wooden foundations again. Zhou Wen did not refuse, and took this opportunity to start selling wooden foundations, but it was more expensive than before. Each wooden foundation had 100 basic materials, and the daily limit was 10,000. Although ordinary survivors are still not doing well, they can sell seaweed to obtain basic materials, and most people have iron weapon blueprints. If they are lucky enough to get iron ingots in the supply box, they can also make some iron weapons for sale. So the price of 100 basic materials for Zhou Wending's wooden foundation is not much, and everyone is very satisfied. Later, Jiang Haitao released another message with a few photos attached, which showed the production steps of the charcoal kiln. This earthen kiln can be used to burn charcoal. Our Jiangga Guild is buying charcoal in large quantities. Each piece of charcoal is purchased at the price of 10 pieces of basic materials. Jiang Haitao's news directly caused a sensation among the survivors. The price of the stone foundation was relatively expensive before, and many people could not afford it, and did not pay much attention to it. But the Jiangga Guild bought charcoal in large quantities. This is a good opportunity to earn basic materials, so they are of course more concerned. Chapter 215. Wait, this is not right. If you want to use an earthen kiln to burn charcoal, you need a stone foundation as the base. A wooden foundation will definitely not be able to withstand the fire. Isn't this a disguised way of selling the stone foundation? Damn, indeed, this Jiang guy is too cunning. If you want to earn basic materials from him, you need to buy a stone foundation from him first. In this way, he has not provided any basic materials. Are you stupid? This earthen kiln is not made according to a blueprint. Can't you lay a layer of stone or mud on the surface of the wooden foundation to isolate the heat? I am really impressed. How dare you call others stupid? You are the fool. I am a fool? Is there something wrong with the method I mentioned? There is nothing wrong with the method you mentioned, but why did you tell them? Aren't you asking them to steal our business? Fuck, I am such a fool. Soon, Zhou Wen sold out all the 10,000 wooden foundations he had today. Survivors with a certain amount of financial resources would also buy Jiang Haitao's stone foundations, but most of them were bought by the presidents of various guilds. President Jiang, what are you buying charcoal for? Yeah, didn't you get some kind of iron smelting method or item? And how did you get the stone foundation blueprint? Many guild presidents, when buying stone foundations, would be very curious and ask questions about the stone foundation blueprint and the use of charcoal, but Jiang Haitao would just find a reason to evade them. The guild leaders certainly didn't believe Jiang Haitao's random excuses. In fact, most of them had a guess in their hearts, that is, the iron smelting method and the stone foundation blueprint were obtained from the material box obtained from the insect removal coupon. In order to confirm their own guess, they found the 10 core members of the guild who were with Jiang Haitao to remove insects at that time through private messages, and took out a large amount of basic materials to get accurate information from them. When Jiang Haitao checked the insect removal material box at that time, these 10 core members of the guild did see Jiang Haitao making a stone foundation in front of them. In their eyes, the stone foundation blueprint was indeed obtained during the insect removal. However, as the core members of the guild, they could not reveal the information of their own guild to other guild leaders, so they chose to ignore it. Ignoring is equal to silence, and silence is equal to acquiescence. No matter whether these core members of the guild answered or not, or how they answered, their answers were no longer important after these guild leaders had already determined that the stone foundation drawings were obtained by pest control. Soon, several other guild leaders organized people to use pest control coupons to try pest control again, but without exception, except for the guild leaders, all other guild members were wiped out. Helpless, many guild leaders began to contact Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian privately, asking them how they succeeded in eliminating insects. This time, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, according to Zhou Wen's plan, proposed that they lead the team to help each guild eliminate insects. The condition for helping was to get an item in the insect elimination material box first. Brother Jiang, you are asking for too much, right? If you are asked to pick an item first, then won't you take all the good things? President Zhao, this is my condition. If you don't accept it, forget it. Pest control is very dangerous. If it goes wrong, I will also lose my life. Without enough benefits, who is willing to take risks? Xiao Teng just thought that Jiang Haitao was talking nonsense, and he said he would lose his life, because when their guild was eliminating insects, Jiang Haitao must have gone in with them. If they encountered danger, wouldn't they just end their journey together? Where would there be danger? Brother Jiang, I can agree to your condition, But can you tell me why my people suddenly went crazy when they entered the stomach wall space during the deworming? What went wrong? Xiao Teng, do you think I'm a fool? How can I tell you such a secret? Okay, don't waste my time. If you accept it, I will help you. If you don't accept it, forget it. Jiang Haitao ended the conversation with Xiao Teng directly, and then proposed the same condition with other guild leaders. But this condition made many guild leaders difficult to accept for a while, because it was completely equivalent to working for nothing. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry. After the guild leaders tried to eliminate the insects a few more times, and killed more people, they would naturally come to Jiang Haitao again. After a while, when it was afternoon, many survivors burned charcoal, and began to sell it to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao accepted everyone and began to buy a large amount of it. While buying a large amount of charcoal, Jiang Haitao also gave the charcoal to 100 core members of the guild, and asked them to use the furnace to smelt iron. By the evening, they had smelted 2,000 iron ingots. Zhou Wen directly asked Jiang Haitao to put these 2,000 iron ingots on the World Trading Channel, and sell them at the price of 3,000 basic materials per iron ingot. To smelt an iron ingot, 100 pieces of charcoal are needed. Jiang Haitao needs 1,000 basic materials to purchase 100 pieces of charcoal. Selling an iron ingot makes a net profit of 2,000 basic materials. At present, because most ordinary survivors have iron weapon drawings in their hands, the demand for iron ingots is very large, and iron ingots can only be obtained from the supply box by luck. It is considered a relatively rare resource. The price of an iron ingot is usually around 4,000 basic materials. Jiang Haitao put 2,000 iron ingots on the shelves at a price of 3,000 basic materials, and they were sold out in an instant. Then, a large number of trading information for the sale of iron weapons and iron armor appeared on the World Trading Channel. After the underwater maze trial, the major guilds obtained steel weapon blueprints that were better than iron weapons. Now there is no demand for iron weapon blueprints. Ordinary survivors can start making iron weapons for sale without worrying about being robbed by guilds. Iron scale breastplate. It seems there are still iron armor blueprints. Zhou Wen looked through the information on the World Trading Channel. After Jiang Haitao put a large number of iron ingots on the shelves, there were a lot of trading information for selling iron armor. However, these iron armors are only slightly stronger than white scale armor. With Zhou Wen's current various sets of armor, there is no need to collect these iron armor blueprints. Found it. Zhou Wen looked through the World Trading Channel, actually to buy some white radish seeds. When he was making Tonggu tungsten ingots, he bought 10 glass pickle jars for pickling kimchi. To pickle kimchi, he naturally had to plant some crops suitable for making kimchi, and white radish was very suitable. Hey, there are also cabbage seeds. Cabbage is also suitable for making kimchi, so Zhou Wen bought some cabbage seeds. He bought a total of 5 white radish seeds and 5 cabbage seeds, and then gave them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to plant respectively. He didn't have extra space here to place 10 additional small planting boxes. Chapter 216. It was evening, and Zhou Wen inspected the stomach wall space. There was no problem with the various cultivated animals and plants. Before going to bed, he sent the boiling blood corals in the 2 small aquariums to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, and asked them to cultivate boiling blood coral polyps in the future. If he needed boiling blood coral powder, he could just ask them directly through private messages, so that his stomach wall space would save another 2 square meters. Tomorrow, the 3 cotton plants will almost mature, and I will plant more cotton in the future. Zhou Wen closed his eyes, and lay on the hard wooden foundation, thinking in his heart. Plant more cotton, and when the quantity is enough, you can make a quilt and spread it on the wooden bed. Now the human environment in the stomach wall space has been improved by the electric light hair balls ionizing water molecules. The quilt does not need to worry about getting damp. Being able to sleep on a comfortable quilt can also be regarded as improving the quality of life. When he woke up, it was the morning of the 41st day. Zhou Wen sat up from the wooden platform and felt the degree of recovery of his body. The injuries in his body were almost half recovered. Today, he wanted to search the entire White Bone Sea area completely. Although his injuries had not fully recovered, Zhou Wen had already been in the White Bone Sea for 3 days. If he delayed any longer, another leading survivor might surpass him. In order to prevent his leading position from being exposed, he needed to quickly collect supplies in the White Bone Sea and leave. This pioneer title is really troublesome. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to skip the eating and digestion stages in the future, and to increase their travel time as much as possible to surpass him. After sending the message, Zhou Wen asked for another 400,000 portions of seaweed, crushed them with a seaweed crusher, and fed them to the metamorphosis Leviathan. Crimson nodules and 5 tons of watermelons were also fed into the digestion tank. After feeding the metamorphosis Leviathan, Joe put on the black crystal armor, left the stomach wall space, and was taken by the metamorphosis Leviathan to dive to the White Bone Sea 500 meters below. Such a large area of White Bone Sea, if Joe relied on himself to search, it would definitely not be possible to search it all in one day. So Joe directly communicated with the metamorphosis Leviathan physically, and asked it to find the ivory coral in the White Bone Sea. Half a day later, with the help of the transformed Leviathan, Joe turned all the scattered ivory corals in the White Bone Sea into honeycomb bone pieces, except for some that were left for cultivation. He obtained a total of 5,000 honeycomb bone pieces, and 50,000 bone powder cubes. After collecting valuable items on the surface of the White Bone Sea, Joe once again passed through the pit of the bone worm, came to the bone channel, passed through the gap he had cut before, and entered the stomach wall space of this huge skeleton. Based on the pelvic tungsten snail gene agent obtained from the pure gold supply box before, Joe guessed that this huge biological skeleton should be left by the death of the pelvic tungsten snail. Diving down to 1,500 meters again, Joe felt uncomfortable under the water pressure when he was not injured before. This time, he was still injured. The pressure from the black crystal armor on his body made him feel very painful. His injury was even getting worse. This stomach wall space was 700 meters high. In order to avoid worsening his injury, Joe could only float to the top of the stomach wall space, about 800 meters deep, and then swim towards the center of the spiral stomach wall space little by little. 2 hours later, Joe came to the end of the stomach wall space. Enduring the pain of the seawater squeezing, he dived to a depth of 1,500 meters again, and found the huge creature corpse with a dark shell and a centipede-like appearance. Finding the place where he had cut a knife with the tungsten bone knife before, Joe took out the tungsten bone knife again and chopped the shell of the creature. This time, he did not intend to take the whole body away, but wanted to cut off a piece of the shell and take it away. Because the body of this huge creature is 30 meters wide in diameter, and the thickness of the shell may be 1 or 2 meters, it is impossible for him to take the whole body away in his current state. In the following time, Joe kept slashing at the carapace of the corpse. It took him an hour to cut a hole in the carapace, which was 2 meters thick. Is it empty inside? Joe shone the light of the strong headlight into the carapace, and found that the flesh and blood inside had already rotted away, and it seemed that only a hard shell was left. After another 4 hours of slashing, Joe finally cut off a piece of carapace fragment about 5 meters in size, and put it into the deep blue treasure chest. As the night approached, Joe, with his injured body, endured the increasing injuries under the water pressure of 1,500 meters, and chopped with a tungsten bone sword for 5 hours. Ahem, we have taken everything we can in this sea of bones, and we should leave tomorrow. Joe started to cough up blood again, but he didn't care much, because he only had to suffer a little today, and he could have a good rest after leaving the sea of bones. When he was about to float up and leave, Joe looked at the huge creature corpse that he had opened a hole in. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go in and take a look. Anyway, the flesh and blood inside had rotted away, and it wouldn't take much energy to explore. It would be a pity if he missed something good. Joe was at the head of the giant creature, where the hole was made. He only needed to look in the direction of the body. The internal space of the giant creature was more than 20 meters wide. The sea water was still turbid, and the flesh and blood had already rotted away. Joe carefully explored it in a Z-shaped walking route. When he explored the middle of the corpse, his strong headlight illuminated a round object. This is it. Joe showed surprise on his face, and his heartbeat quickened. He hurried forward and picked up the round object. Ding! Get 1 tungsten core. Tungsten core. After using, you can get the tungsten characteristic. When the tungsten characteristic is turned on, you can get a tungsten body, and your physical fitness will increase by 10 times. The duration depends on the tungsten content in your body. The threshold for using this tungsten characteristic is a bit high. According to the prompt in my mind, this tungsten characteristic is obviously compatible with the tungsten snail gene medicine, but the tungsten snail gene medicine requires 300 points of physical fitness to use. Before that, there is no tungsten in the body, and it may not be possible to use the tungsten characteristic at all. Ahem, fortunately, I explored it, otherwise the loss would be great. No matter how high the threshold of using this tungsten gold property is, as long as Showen does not die, he will always be able to meet the requirements later. But if he misses it this time, whether he can meet it next time will really depend on luck. Zhou put the tungsten gold core into the deep blue treasure chest and continued to explore the back, but he did not find anything afterwards. He was not disappointed. Finding a tungsten gold core was a great harvest. After leaving the giant creature's corpse, Zhou quickly floated up. Because of the worsening injuries in his body, he spent nearly 3 hours to leave the stomach wall space of the pelvic tungsten snail, and then swim out of the pit through the bone channel. After leaving the pit, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. He was not in good physical condition now. He had been vomiting blood on the way back. Whether it was the water pressure of 1,500 meters, or the heavy tungsten bone sword chopping the shell of the huge creature's corpse, it all put a great burden on his current body, and he needed to rest quickly. Chapter 217. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou sat on a wooden chair and rested for a while. After the damage in his body stabilized, he took out the specialty steel seal he had obtained from the pure gold treasure chest before, and added the tungsten gold core he had just obtained. Ding, you already have the specialty steel seal. Do you want to engrave the tungsten gold core? Engrave. Zhou had experienced this engraving steel seal once before, and the process was very clear, so he started engraving without any worries. As Zhou's voice fell, the transparent special steel seal and tungsten gold core flew out of his hand at the same time. The special steel seal quickly expanded in the air, and then began to absorb the energy in the tungsten gold core. Gradually, the transparent special steel seal turned black as a whole, and the surface was shining with metallic luster. After completely absorbing the energy of the tungsten core, a black shadow rose from the characteristic steel stamp. The shadow's body was connected in sections, and each section had a pair of sickle-like claws. The appearance of this black shadow was exactly the same as the huge creature's corpse in the stomach wall space of the pelvic tungsten snail. Ding! The tungsten steel stamp has been engraved. After use, you will gain the tungsten characteristics. Do you want to use it? Use. The next second, Zhou's character attribute panel automatically popped up and quickly enlarged. The tungsten steel stamp turned into a black, centipede-like creature phantom, which crashed into the enlarged character attribute panel. Behind the physical attribute, a black centipede-like creature pattern was printed. Now I have obtained the second characteristic. Zhou opened his character attribute panel and checked his character attributes. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 15. Strength, 73.5 burning characteristic constitution, 132 tungsten gold characteristic speed, 54. Evaluation, a Superman who doesn't train his legs. Tungsten gold characteristic activated. After reading his character attributes, Zhou silently said in his heart that he wanted to try to see if he could use the tungsten gold characteristic when there was no tungsten element in his body. 1 minute later, Zhou's body did not change at all, and the tungsten gold feature was not activated, indicating that it was indeed necessary to cooperate with the tungsten pelvis snail gene agent to absorb tungsten elements in the body before the tungsten gold feature could be used. Afterwards, Zhou looked at the tungsten pelvis snail and the illustrated information of the centipede creature in its stomach wall space. Leviathan of the tungsten pelvis snail stage, adulthood. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 80 million tons. Food type, meat, tungsten gold. Introduction, a large leviathan that lives in the deep blue sea. Its shell contains a large amount of tungsten gold, which is extremely hard and can be used to make weapons or protective gear. Tungsten sea centipede body length, 300 meters. Weight, 100,000 tons. Food type, tungsten. Introduction, an arthropod that coexists with the tungsten disc snail leviathan. Its shell is made entirely of tungsten, which can be used to make bone-penetrating tungsten ingots, weapons, or armor. Large leviathan? Is this considered a level? How big is the emperor-level leviathan? After reading the illustrated information of the two creatures, the tungsten disc snail leviathan and the tungsten sea centipede, Zhou had a question in his mind, and a hint of worry. If the runaway star leviathan had not been tortured to death by the dozen weapons he inserted into its brain, and recovered later, it might come to seek revenge on him and the metamorphosis leviathan. How big would it grow then? Ah, forget it. It's useless to think about these things. Sleep. Zhou no longer thought about these troubles. The star leviathan had already run away, and thinking more would only increase troubles, so he raised his head and lay on the wooden platform and went to sleep directly. On the 42nd day, the stomach wall space vibrated, and the metamorphosis leviathan began to move. Zhou woke up from the wooden platform, and the whole person still looked sick. Yesterday, he forcibly went to get the shell of the tungsten gold sea centipede, which made his injuries a lot more severe. In one night, he could not fully recover. After a while, the phantom leviathan gradually left the white bone sea. Zhou inspected the stomach wall space as usual. After finding no problems with the animals and plants, he took out the tongu worm eggs he had obtained before. The tongu worm eggs were as big as a basketball. The shell of the eggs was similar to bones, and the texture was very hard. Zhou looked at the tongu worm eggs for a long time and really had no idea about hatching them, because according to the tongu worm illustration, tongu worms live on the bones of giant creatures and need to live in seawater. The current stomach wall space is only 8 meters long. Even if Zhou has the skeleton of a giant creature, he can't put it in. In addition, there is not always seawater in the stomach wall space. So, if you want to meet the conditions for breeding bone-penetrating worms, it is impossible under the current situation. After thinking for a while, Zhou decided to temporarily put away the bone-penetrating worm eggs and hatch them when conditions are met. After putting away the bone-penetrating worm eggs again, Zhou took out the ivory coral that he had left yesterday. This ivory coral has been divided into small pieces the size of a fist. There are many living bone-penetrating coral polyps on each small piece. There are a total of 10 pieces. Zhou remade 2 small aquariums, and placed the 10 small pieces of ivory coral in 2 small aquariums for breeding. Considering that the bone-eating coral polyps absorb calcium, Zhou put a large amount of biological skeletons in the 2 small aquariums to provide them with nutrients for survival. Whether these ivory corals can be successfully cultivated will require time to verify. Zhou placed the 2 small aquariums in the place where the boiling blood coral was cultivated before. After doing all this, the transformed leviathan also entered the feeding stage. Zhou put on the black crystal armor and waited for the seaweed to enter the stomach wall space. This time, Zhou encountered vascular worms again. Facing vascular worms, he did not dare to be careless. He carefully checked the entire stomach wall space and started to crush the seaweed after making sure it was clear. During the entire feeding stage, Zhou encountered a total of 3 parasites, vascular worms, razor disc worms, and bone flukes. Among them, only the vascular worms were a little troublesome. He cleaned up the other 2 parasites casually. Today, Zhou once again fed the transformed leviathan with crimson nodules and 5 tons of watermelon. Today was also the last day of the experiment to see if the 2 types of accelerated growth foods could be superimposed on each other. However, it had just been fed, and the specific results would not be known until the evening. The eating phase was over, the digestion phase was skipped, and the transformed leviathan directly entered the supply box phase. Zhou then waited for the supply box. If there was nothing else to do, he began to pick the already mature cotton. The cotton was already mature last night, but because Zhou's injury worsened, he was busy all day with injuries, and was also in a state of fatigue. He did not have the energy to collect it yesterday, so he left it until today. Chapter 218. 3 cotton plants, a total of 30 cotton buds. Zhou reached out and grabbed a bud and gently pulled it, and picked off 4 white caterpillars. The process of picking cotton was very relaxing. Zhou quickly picked all the cotton and finally harvested a total of 120 cotton balls and 120 cotton seeds. Including the 40 cotton balls harvested before, Zhou currently has a total of 160 cotton balls, but if he wants to make a quilt, this number of cotton balls is obviously not enough. At least 1,000 cotton balls are needed. But if he wants to collect 1,000 cotton balls, he needs to plant 21 cotton trees. Zhou calculated the area he could currently plant. In addition to the small planting box used to plant 3 cotton plants, he could also use the 2 square meters of space that he used to sleep and avoid danger. Now he sleeps on a temporary wooden platform every night. The 2 square meters of safe area on the stone platform is no longer needed, and the algae oxygen tank that was used as a wall to resist parasite attacks has long been handed over to Jiang Haitao. The stomach wall space will be expanded again, so let's add another 2 square meters to the stone platform. Zhou thought, and placed 2 stone foundations directly behind the 8 square meter stone platform to expand the stone platform to 10 square meters. The stone platform has 2 more square meters, and the overall area is calculated vertically, which is equivalent to an additional 8 square meters. Because the stomach wall space is now 6 meters high, placing 3 wooden foundations on the stone platform is only 4 meters high, and the space in the middle of the wooden foundation can be used to place small planting boxes. A total of 4 can be placed. Thus, the 2 square meters of stone platform added means 8 more fields, plus the 5 fields before. Zhou now has 13 fields. In addition, 2 more wooden foundations are added to the area that only had 1 layer of wooden foundation before. Except for the 2 square meters of area where the lockers are placed, 3 layers of wooden foundations can be added to the 10 square meters of stone platform. Overall, a total of 20 square meters have been added this time, plus the original 5 square meters. The area that can be cultivated is 25 square meters. Zhou made 18 small planting boxes in one go, planted all 21 cotton plants, and put in a bone meal block. When using bone meal blocks in small planting boxes, the original small cube will quickly disperse into fine bone meal, and then evenly spread in the soil, which is slightly different from the situation when using low-level fertilizers. For the remaining 4 square meters, Zhou placed 3 rock crystal trees planted in wooden barrels in 1 square meter. There were more gel planarians cultured in wooden barrels, occupying the remaining 3 square meters. After sorting everything out, Zhou had nothing to do. He put down 2 wooden foundations and lay on them to check the World Communication Channel. Selling fish soup, fresh fish soup. Is there anyone who wants to buy it? 1 bowl only costs 10 basic ingredients. Grilled fish made with braised beef noodle seasoning, very delicious, 50 basic ingredients per string. Fried spiked krill meat strips, fried with pork canned lard, very fragrant, 100 basic ingredients per set. Zhou looked at the World Communication Channel and found that there were many survivors doing business today. They were all selling all kinds of food. It should be because Jiang Haitao announced the method of making charcoal yesterday, which made many people realize that after leaving the stomach wall space, they could start making fire and cooking. The guy selling grilled fish. Your grilled fish has no taste at all. How dare you say it is made with braised beef noodle seasoning? The fish meat is made of mirror skin barracuda meat, which is so unpalatable. Give me your money back. Brother, you should speak with conscience. At this price of 50 basic ingredients per string, how much better do you want to eat? If you want to eat good food, go to the World Trading Channel and use 500 basic ingredients to buy a pack of braised beef noodles for yourself. I will earn some money from you, and I will give you my life, okay? Fuck you. You are making false advertising, and you think you are right? Don't make me angry. Believe it or not, I will challenge you to a duel. Who is making false advertising? How did I make false advertising? Don't ruin my reputation here. You said your barbecue is made with the seasoning of braised beef noodles, but I didn't taste the seasoning of braised beef noodles at all after eating it. Your grilled fish doesn't use any seasoning at all. I didn't use any seasoning? See for yourself. After the survivor who sold grilled fish said this, he took a photo of his grilled fish ingredients and posted it in the communication channel. After seeing the photos he sent, all the survivors were stunned. Wow, a packet of braised beef noodle seasoning was mixed with a whole barrel of water, and then the barrel was filled with mirror skin barracuda meat. It would be strange if it had any taste. Nanzhou ramen is not as outrageous as you. Don't talk nonsense to me. Did I put the braised beef noodle seasoning packet? I didn't do any false advertising. Zhou was very happy to see it, and then he thought of the iron pot blueprint he had opened before. Before all the survivors could leave the stomach wall space, this blueprint was not valuable, but now it is different. Moreover, among the survivors, there should be someone who got the iron pot blueprint, otherwise fish soup and fried krill strips cannot be made without an iron pot. Zhou searched the World Trading Channel and actually found the trading information for selling iron pots. An iron pot requires 30,000 basic materials, which is more expensive than some iron weapons, but this is normal. After all, an iron pot requires 5 iron ingots to make, and the cost is 15,000. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao for 100 iron ingots, made 20 iron pots, and put them on the World Trading Channel at a price of 20,000, which made him popular among ordinary survivors. However, he only sold these 20 iron pots, and did not make more to impact the market, because iron pots are not consumables. Buying one can be used for a long time, and the price of 30,000 is actually quite reasonable. Humph, you can't run away. Just as Zhou was watching the news on the World Communication Channel to kill time, the voice of the transformed Leviathan suddenly sounded in his mind, as if it was chasing some creature. Who is it chasing? Zhou said lightly, while watching the World Communication Channel. Now that the transformed Leviathan has honeycomb bone pieces on its body, its defense has been greatly improved. As long as it does not encounter creatures like the meteoric Leviathan again, it will generally not be dangerous, so he does not care much. As time went by, Zhou found that something was wrong with the Transfiguration Leviathan today. He was always angry. The most important thing was that after 2 or 3 hours, the Transfiguration Leviathan did not swallow the supply box, but was in a high-speed pursuit state. What is the Transfiguration Leviathan chasing? Zhou actually had a vague guess in his mind. Chapter 219. Is it chasing the meteoric Leviathan? According to the character of the metamorphic Leviathan, it will only chase after large creatures that it has fought with. The only creature that has fought with the metamorphic Leviathan recently is the meteoric Leviathan. The fight between the meteoric Leviathan and the metamorphic Leviathan is not as simple as a fight. The metamorphic Leviathan was almost killed. The hatred is too great. No wonder the metamorphic Leviathan didn't even look for the supply box, but accelerated to chase the meteoric Leviathan. Didn't they say that the meteoric Leviathan can shield the biological radar of the metamorphic Leviathan? How did they discover this? Zhou thought about it, pondered for a while, and guessed a possibility. Could it be because the meteoric scales on the surface of the meteoric Leviathan were incomplete, so it was detected by the metamorphic Leviathan? When Zhou attacked the meteoric Leviathan before, he threw 400 Tongu worm digestive enzymes into the meteoric Leviathan's mouth, and the meteoric Leviathan's jaws were corroded into a colander, and Zhou also drilled a hole in the meteoric Leviathan's head. These wounds cannot be healed in a short time, and the meteorite scales cannot grow in a short time. The biological radar of the transformed Leviathan should have discovered the meteorite Leviathan because of these wounds. Although the wounds of the meteorite Leviathan reflected back only a small creature under the detection of the biological radar. But Zhou transformed Leviathan is very vengeful. Obviously, it has already remembered the size of the meteorite Leviathan that can be displayed in the biological radar because of the lack of scales. It's good news to find the meteoric Leviathan, but Zhou was naturally happy that the metamorphic Leviathan could find the meteoric Leviathan that had escaped. He had so many weapons in the meteoric Leviathan's brain, so he must find a way to get them back. But the problem was that he didn't know the current condition of the meteoric Leviathan's injuries. If the metamorphic Leviathan couldn't win this time, wouldn't it be seeking death? Should we stop the metamorphic Leviathan? Zhou current physical condition was not good, and his injuries were still in the recovery stage. If the metamorphic Leviathan couldn't win against the meteoric Leviathan again, he was afraid that he would not be able to help this time. After thinking for a while, Zhou still did not stop the Phantom Leviathan, because according to his speculation, the current situation of the Star Leviathan should not be good. 3 days have passed since the Phantom Leviathan and the Star Leviathan fought. During these 3 days, Zhou and the Phantom Leviathan stayed in the White Bone Sea without moving. However, for such a long time, the Star Leviathan could not escape the detection range of the Phantom Leviathan's biological radar, which was obviously abnormal. Either the Star Leviathan was still lingering nearby and wanted to attack the Phantom Leviathan again, or the injury was too serious and had affected the body's activities. At that time, the Star Meteorite Leviathan's brain was emitting high temperatures, and its attempt to kill Zhou in its brain was obviously a helpless move. Otherwise, Zhou should have used it immediately when he first entered its brain. Now it seems that letting the brain emit high temperatures should also cause serious damage to itself. After all, the chances of the transformed Leviathan winning this time are still very high. After all, the transformed Leviathan has grown 10 meters longer than before, and it is taking the initiative to attack. If it is not attacked by surprise, the transformed Leviathan should have no problem facing the seriously injured Star Meteorite Leviathan. However, these are all speculations. Zhou still has to be prepared for unexpected events, so he continued to distill anesthetics. Just as Zhou was distilling anesthetics, he received a private message. When he opened it, he saw that it was from He Yue, the president of the Order Guild. "Boss, do you have time?" "What's the matter?" "It's like this. Members of our guild contacted a survivor who got the Wooden Foundation blueprint. He didn't dare to sell the Wooden Foundation publicly, so he traded all the Wooden Foundations he made to us. But our guild members traded it privately to other survivors too slowly, and it was difficult to digest it for a while, so we wanted to ask you to help sell it." "Oh, so no problem, I sell it." "Thank you so much, boss. Of course, we won't let you work for nothing. The Wooden Foundation we traded from the survivor is 50 basic materials each. The boss sells it for 100, but he can keep 30 for himself, and we can make 20. How can this be possible? I am just selling it. How can I take the lion's share?" No. "Boss, please don't refuse. After all, you are taking a risk. I don't know how many guilds are secretly coveting your blueprints. This is what you deserve." "This? Oh, okay." Zhou actually didn't care much about this amount of basic materials. There were too many basic materials, and he thought it took up space. However, since He Yue wanted to give it to him, he accepted it. "By the way, boss, I have another thing I need your help with. If you have something, Just tell me. I will do my best to help you. Yue did not immediately tell Zhou Wen what he needed help with, but sent him an item, which Zhou Wen received directly. Ding. Obtain Coal Fish Nest Coal Mining Certificate X1. Ding. Coal Fish Nest Coal Mining Certificate. After use, you will be immediately teleported to the coal fish nest. The maximum number of participants is 10. After clearing all the coal fish in the nest, each person will obtain the right to mine coal. You can enter the coal fish nest at any time and dig coal. This is a new thing. This Coal Fish Nest Coal Mine Mining Certificate, this is the first time Zhou Wen has seen it. Boss, Jiang Haitao of the Jianggu Guild is now buying a lot of charcoal and selling a lot of iron ingots. He should have obtained the method of iron smelting, but charcoal burning takes time, and not much can be burned at one time. We only need to use this Coal Fish Nest Coal Mine Mining Certificate to obtain a coal mine, and then we can mine a lot of coal, and then sell it to the Jianggu Guild, so as to obtain a lot of basic materials. I occupy a coal mine myself, and then sell the mined coal to myself? Zhou Wen found that he was always doing things that were not done by the left hand. Zhou Wen sent the Coal Fish Nest Coal Mine Mining Certificate back to Yue. I don't know, how can I help? Hee. This. I want to invite the big brother to participate in the cleanup of the coal fish. Although the guild has developed nearly 1,000 people, most of them are ordinary survivors, and there are too few high-power members, so I want to ask you for help. Zhou Wen had no reason to refuse, but he was still seriously injured, and the transformed Leviathan was chasing the falling star Leviathan, so he couldn't leave for the time being. This action of cleaning up the coal fish needs to be postponed for a while. Of course, this is no problem, but I still have something to deal with here, so I may not be able to participate for the time being. It's okay, according to the big brother's time. If you have time, just let me know. Afterwards, Zhou Wen and Yue chatted casually about some issues related to the development of the guild and ended the conversation. Chapter 220. Woo! Just as Zhou Wen finished talking with Yue, the transformed Leviathan let out a loud cry, and then the transformed Leviathan's voice rang in his mind. You're dead, I won't let you go. After listening to the transformed Leviathan's voice, Zhou Wen smiled bitterly. After the previous battle with the falling star Leviathan, he became more and more powerful in the transformed Leviathan's mind, but he was not as powerful as the transformed Leviathan thought. He was just a bystander. However, according to the cry of the Metamorphosis Leviathan, it means that the Metamorphosis Leviathan is about to catch up with the Meteorite Leviathan. Zhou Wen quickly took the deep blue treasure box and left the stomach wall space. When he came outside, he changed into the floating suit directly, and then used the floating factor to fly to an altitude of 600 meters, gliding behind the Metamorphosis Leviathan. After flying in the air for about 10 minutes, the Metamorphosis Leviathan, which had been swimming at a high speed, suddenly paused, as if it had discovered something, and then plunged into the sea and disappeared for a while. Seeing the scene, Zhou Wen naturally knew that it was the Phantom Leviathan who found the Meteoric Leviathan under the water, but at this time, he could not help but start to worry, fearing that the Phantom Leviathan could not deal with the Meteoric Leviathan. About half a minute passed, and there was still no shadow of the Phantom Leviathan on the sea surface. Zhou Wen, who was flying in the air, could not wait any longer. If the Phantom Leviathan could not beat the Meteoric Leviathan in the sea, he had to dive into the sea to help. Just as Zhou Wen was hesitating whether to fall into the sea, two shadows suddenly appeared under the calm sea surface. The shadows expanded rapidly, and then the sea surface exploded, and two huge creatures appeared in the splashing waves. They were the Phantom Leviathan and the Meteoric Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan bit the neck of the Meteorite Leviathan. The long body of the Meteorite Leviathan was wrapped around the body of the Phantom Leviathan. The black spikes like blades cut through the honeycomb bone and cut wounds on the body of the Phantom Leviathan. But this time, the Phantom Leviathan obviously had the upper hand. It bit the neck of the Meteorite Leviathan, then quickly rotated its body, jumped high from the sea, and then smashed heavily on the sea with the Meteorite Leviathan wrapped around it. Boom! The two giant beasts smashed into the sea, raising huge waves of 50 to 60 meters. For a moment, the originally calm sea surface was surging with waves. Roar! The Meteoric Leviathan roared in pain. This heavy blow did not cause much damage to its body, but such a strong vibration caused a dozen weapons in its head to cut randomly in its brain, causing some damage to its brain. Feeling the danger, the black spikes on the neck of the Meteoric Leviathan instantly stood up. The sharp spike-like blade pierced the mouth of the transformed Leviathan with blood. The transformed Leviathan felt pain and subconsciously loosened his mouth a little. The Meteoric Leviathan took the opportunity to break free from the restraints, gave up the entanglement with the transformed Leviathan, and dived into the water to run away. But how could the phantom Leviathan let the star Leviathan escape? It immediately dived into the water to chase after it. After a while, it caught the star Leviathan out of the sea. The star Leviathan's body was indeed strong. It was bitten by the phantom Leviathan and smashed on the water several times, but it did not cause much damage. On the contrary, the phantom Leviathan had more and more wounds on his body during the repeated capture. No, I have to help. Joe found that the phantom Leviathan was in a bad situation, and he glided down immediately. The phantom Leviathan discovered Joe when gliding down through the biological radar, and immediately bit the head of the meteoric Leviathan. No matter how the spikes on the meteoric Leviathan pierced it, it would not let go. Joe knew what the phantom Leviathan meant. After landing on the phantom Leviathan, he immediately put on the black crystal armor and jumped onto the head of the meteoric Leviathan. On the head of the meteoric Leviathan, the hole that Joe had drilled out before had recovered some flesh and blood. Joe couldn't help but sigh at the powerful recovery ability of the meteoric Leviathan. Joe endured the pain in his body and swung the tungsten bone sword. He cut open the flesh and blood outside the skull of the meteorite Leviathan with 2 cuts. The skull had recovered a little, but it was still large enough for Joe to pass through. Jumping into the brain of the meteorite Leviathan, Joe was surprised to find that the brain, which had been destroyed by him before, had recovered at this time. This recovery ability is a bit too scary. Joe couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, the metamorphosis Leviathan took advantage of the weakness of the meteorite Leviathan to catch up. Otherwise, the meteorite Leviathan would be able to fully recover in a short time. When it fully grows up, it will seek revenge on him and the metamorphosis Leviathan, which would be a disaster. Although Joe was injured when he entered the brain of the meteoric Leviathan, he was much stronger than the weak state after using the burning property. In addition, the head of the meteoric Leviathan was controlled by the illusionary Leviathan, and would not swing back and forth, so he could destroy the brain of the meteoric Leviathan without any scruples. Joe began to swing the tungsten bone broadsword continuously. In order to speed up the destruction of the brain of the meteoric Leviathan, he would immediately put the tungsten bone broadsword into the equipment column after swinging it once, and then raised it to the top of his head with his bare hands. With a thought, the tungsten bone broadsword appeared in his hand again, and he chopped the brain from top to bottom. After slashing more than a dozen times, Joe began to spit blood again. Continuously swinging the tungsten bone sword was too much of a burden for his already injured body. Fortunately, these dozen slashes had destroyed 1/10 of the Starfall Leviathan's brain, and Joe found a toothed steel long sword. Joe instantly put away the heavy tungsten bone sword and pulled out the toothed steel long sword that was deeply inserted into the brain. With the light toothed steel long sword, his slashing speed immediately increased by more than 10 times, and both hands could swing out after images. Soon, Joe destroyed 3/10 of the star meteor Leviathan's brain. He also retrieved several of the weapons he had inserted before, but the blade of one of the thin steel knives was deformed as if it had been melted by the high temperature. When the brain was destroyed to 4/10, the brain once again emitted red light. The next second, a wave of heat rushed over. For a moment, the brain of the star meteor Leviathan was like a burning furnace, so hot that it was difficult to approach. Joe had expected this, and immediately extracted hundreds of barrels of seawater sent by Jiang Haitao, and then filled the entire brain. The seawater quickly boiled under the baking of the hot brain, and the temperature of the brain also dropped a little. In order to prevent himself from being cooked by the boiling seawater, Joe began to swing the long steel knife in his hand to destroy his brain, while extracting the seawater sent by Jiang Haitao to lower the temperature of the seawater around him. This continued for more than 10 minutes. When Joe destroyed only 1/3 of the brain, the red light in the brain began to fade, and then the scorching heat also dissipated, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You have killed a Leviathan creature and obtained the title Leviathan Hunter. Chapter 221. Ding! You have killed a Leviathan creature and obtained the title Leviathan Hunter. Ding! Leviathan Hunter. Strength, Constitution, and Speed are increased by 10 points each. After that, every time a Leviathan creature other than the transformed Leviathan is killed, the attribute point is increased by +1. This title, Joe couldn't comment on it. It sounded very powerful, but the attribute increased was only 10 points, which was a bit neither good nor bad. After that, every time a Leviathan creature was killed, only 1 attribute point was increased. It felt stingy. However, Joe did not care too much. After all, it was an extra gain. Since the star meteor Leviathan was dead, He quickly left the star meteor Leviathan's brain. His skin was almost scalded by the brain cavity full of boiling water, and he could not stay there for a moment. Finally killed it. The villain is still powerful, haha. Zhou just got out of the star meteor Leviathan's brain and heard the voice of the transformed Leviathan. He also smiled helplessly. He felt that he was lucky to kill the star meteor Leviathan. If it weren't for the transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, he might have been removed from the survival world now. Zhou tried to collect the corpse of the meteoric Leviathan through private messages on the system interface, but failed. The same happened to the 300-meter-long tungsten sea centipede corpse before. He guessed that creatures over 100 meters long could not be collected through private messages. The corpse of the meteoric Leviathan was temporarily held in the mouth of the metamorphic Leviathan. Zhou first stopped the bleeding of the wound on the metamorphic Leviathan, and then replaced the damaged honeycomb bone pieces. A total of 2,000 honeycomb bone pieces were replaced. After treating the wounds on the surface of the metamorphic Leviathan, Zhou also treated the wound in the metamorphic Leviathan's mouth. When the metamorphic Leviathan bit the meteorite Leviathan just now, the meteorite Leviathan stood up its spiked scales in order to resist, and pierced blood holes in the metamorphic Leviathan's mouth. These blood holes were more troublesome to deal with. After applying the hemostatic gel, 2 hours had passed. The next step was to deal with the meteorite Leviathan's body. Zhou asked the metamorphic Leviathan to carry the meteorite Leviathan's body on its back, and then he took out the tungsten bone broadsword and cut the middle of the meteorite Leviathan's body. He was going to split the body into 2 halves, and then put it into the system interface first. After all, the star meteor Leviathan weighs 1,800 tons, and it is a great burden for the metamorphic Leviathan to carry it all the time. Crack! Zhou cut the shell of the star meteor Leviathan with a knife. In addition to the black spikes all over the body, the star meteor Leviathan also has a layer of black shell on its body. The moment the shell was cut, Zhou felt a heat emanating from the flesh and blood of the star meteor Leviathan. The flesh of the star meteor Leviathan is fiery red, and the blood flowing out is like magma. In order to prevent the hot blood from burning the metamorphic Leviathan below, Zhou laid a layer of stone foundation on the back of the metamorphic Leviathan, and used seawater to cool the blood at all times. 5 hours later, Zhou finally split the body of the meteorite Leviathan in half. Although the scales of the meteorite Leviathan were not as hard as the carapace of the tungsten sea centipede, it was a flesh and blood corpse, and its body was 20 meters thick, so it took a lot of time to cut the flesh. Zhou was injured, and if he hadn't had the title of Leviathan Hunter, which increased his strength by 10 points to 83.5 points, it would have been a little easier to use the tungsten bone cleaver. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer to cut the body of the meteorite Leviathan. The most difficult part of the entire body of the meteoric Leviathan is naturally the huge spine that runs through the whole body. With Zhou's current physical condition, it is difficult to cut it in a short time. However, Zhou has another way to cut the spine, which is to make honeycomb bone pieces directly from the spine. After 10 honeycomb bone pieces are made, the huge spine is also taken away by the world system, successfully splitting the body of the meteoric Leviathan into 2 halves. The original 150-meter-long body of the meteoric Leviathan was split into 2 75-meter-long pieces. Zhou tried again to collect the body through the system interface. This time it was collected into the system interface very smoothly and sent to Jiang Haidao through a private message. It seems that the system interface can only collect the corpses of creatures within 100 meters. Zhou's previous guess was also verified at this time. After collecting the corpse of the fallen Leviathan, Zhou placed 2 wooden foundations on the back of the transformed Leviathan and lay on them to rest. He had just experienced a battle and then started to cut up the corpse. He was really exhausted. These days, his injuries have been recurring and have never healed. Anyway, the transformed Leviathan was also injured and needed to rest. He was not in a hurry to catch up with the schedule in the remaining time today. Now I have collected 2 types of materials for the ultimate formula of the scale transformation period. Zhou did not plan to peel the scales of the meteorite Leviathan himself. The scales were too large, and it would take him forever to peel them himself. He just left them alone until the materials for the ultimate formula of the scale transformation period were collected. When making the ultimate scales, he would let the world system peel them. Meteorite Leviathan is also a Leviathan. I wonder if there is a treasure chest or a characteristic core in its body. Zhou lay flat on the wooden platform, looking up at the gradually darkening sky, thinking silently in his heart. Although the size of the star meteorite Leviathan did not reach the size of a normal Leviathan, it was an emperor-level Leviathan after all, and there might be something in its body. However, Zhou did not have the strength to look for it now. He planned to rest for a few days, and when his injuries were almost healed, he would enter the body of the star meteorite Leviathan to look for it. Anyway, the body was in his hands, and could not escape. Zhou rested until the evening, and bought a portion of sea bream meat with shellfish sauce on the World Exchange Channel as dinner. This sea bream meat with shellfish sauce was made by boiling the white jade shellfish juice, and then poured on the roasted red-tailed sea bream meat with golden brown on both sides. It had a crispy texture and delicious taste. It tastes much better than some of the fish he made before, but the price is a bit expensive, one portion of basic materials for 10,000. After dinner, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and the transformed Leviathan also found a safe area to rest. Before going to bed, Zhou opened the transformed Leviathan's illustration information. Today is the third day of feeding the scarlet nodules, and 5 tons of watermelon at the same time. According to the transformed Leviathan's growth information, he can know whether the effects of these 2 accelerated growth foods can be superimposed. Transformed Leviathan age, 42 days. Stage, birth period. Body length, 99 meters. Weight, 2,100 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 2,100-ton baby. 99 meters, well, it seems that it can't be superimposed. Chapter 222. On the 38th day, Zhou fed the Leviathan instant growth energy crystal to the metamorphosis Leviathan, and its size increased by 10 meters, reaching a length of 95 meters. On the 39th day, he fed it a scarlet root nodule, and its length increased by 1.2 meters that day, and its total length was 96.2 meters. If the 2 types of accelerated growth foods can be added together, it should increase by 3.9 meters, and if added to the total length, it should be able to reach 100 meters today. The illustrated information of the transmogrified Leviathan shows that the body length is 99 meters, which directly proves that the 2 types of food that accelerate growth cannot be superimposed. After reading the illustrated information of the transmogrified Leviathan, Zhou looked at his character attribute panel again. After all, he got a new title today, and increased his attributes by 30 points. Zhou, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter. Normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence, 15. Strength, 83.5 Burning Property Constitution, 142 Tungsten Gold Property Speed, 64. Evaluation, a Superman who doesn't train his legs. I really need to find a way to increase this speed. Zhou was quite satisfied with his strength and physique, but the gap between speed and strength was a bit large, which needed to be made up. So, Zhou looked for biological meat that could increase speed in the World Trading Channel. After searching for a long time, he found 6 kinds of biological meat that he had never eaten before. He traded them all back at once, and waited for time to cook them all in one pot tomorrow. Forget about today. He had just finished dinner. The 6 kinds of biological meat with acceleration attributes were not small in weight. He couldn't eat them now. He put the biological meat he traded back into the locker, and went to bed directly. Nothing happened overnight. I closed my eyes, and opened them again. It was the 43rd day. The space of the stomach wall began to vibrate, and the transformed Leviathan began to move. Zhou sat up from the wooden platform with a grin. These days, his body was almost worn out. He always encountered situations that required his body to run at high intensity, and his body suffered serious damage inside and out. The meteorite Leviathan is dead, and I can finally recuperate. After Zhou got up, he inspected the space of the stomach wall as usual, fed all the creatures that needed to be fed, and waited for the transformed Leviathan to eat. In the World Communication Channel, more and more survivors made their own food for sale. The food they sold was all kinds of strange. Zhou bought a random portion of food and had a simple breakfast. After breakfast, the transformed Leviathan also entered the eating phase. Today's eating phase did not encounter any parasites and passed safely. Zhou was also happy to be free. After crushing the seaweed and feeding it to the transformed Leviathan, he started to use the blade leaf fish power device to crush the seaweed for the core members of the guild. Because the method of burning charcoal has been announced, the 100 core members of the guild no longer need to burn charcoal themselves. They are now responsible for smelting iron, but the workload has increased a lot. The amount of charcoal is enough. The 20 core members on duty every day, each with 20 furnaces, need to smelt iron ingots uninterruptedly. It can be said that they are busy from morning to night, and the output of almost 1,000 iron ingots a day. While helping the core members of the guild crush the seaweed, Zhou also connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. The triangular firefly mother, which has been flying around the electric light ball in the past few days, sensed a large amount of hydrogen and immediately flew above the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer and began to absorb a large amount of hydrogen. The electric light ball is still lying on the cap of the negative oxygen ion mushroom. It needed to absorb hydrogen before because it had no power reserve and could not ionize water molecules to obtain hydrogen. Now the negative oxygen ion mushroom can charge them. From time to time, the two electric light balls will emit electric light all over their bodies, floating back and forth in the stomach wall space, ionizing water molecules in the air to obtain hydrogen, and have achieved self-sufficiency. Although the triangular firefly mother has been following the electric light ball to absorb hydrogen in the past few days, it has only built a simple basketball-sized frame for its nest, and has not even built the prototype of the nest. Obviously, the hydrogen obtained in the past few days is too little, and it has no materials to build. The little diamond sea snake grew a little, from more than 1 meter to 2 meters. Joe had nothing to do today, so he took it out of the crimson oxygen tank and hung it around his neck. Joe still had to get closer to these farmed creatures. After all, there was no means of control, so he could only cultivate feelings. More than an hour later, Joe crushed the seaweed for the 80 core members of the guild. The next step was to wait for the transformed Leviathan to swallow the supply box. During the waiting period, he opened the world communication channel to pass the time. Haha, these few days are like the days of a human. By selling the food and charcoal I made, the income from basic materials has greatly increased. Yeah, it feels like this survival world is just like this. Parasites are no longer a threat to us. Life will get better, and better in the future. Are you thinking too simply? Have you never been chased by giant creatures? I have been chased, but the Leviathan seems to be able to detect them in advance, and I can escape successfully every time. When I encounter giant creatures, I just leave them to the Leviathan. Indeed, as long as we don't commit suicide, there should be nothing that can threaten us, especially when the Leviathan opens the esophageal diaphragm by itself and asks you to go out to explore treasures. Don't go. Basically, there are those large creatures. It's true. I have a friend who encountered the Leviathan opening the esophageal diaphragm by itself. He thought there was a treasure cave outside, and then he entered a dark cave and died inexplicably. Alas, why should ordinary people like us work so hard? Why not just let those guilds go? Anyway, even if they get good stuff, these guilds will snatch it away. Why take the risk? You are quite loose now. Joe looked at the chat messages of these ordinary survivors, and found that they seemed to have no sense of crisis. How could this be possible? He directly sent a message to Chen Xian. Soon, Chen Xian sent an explosive message on the World Communication Channel, and also attached a screenshot, which was the biological illustration information of the meteorite Leviathan. Attention, survivors. I recently encountered a strange Leviathan creature. It can shield the biological radar of the Phantom Leviathan, and launch a sneak attack without the Phantom Leviathan noticing. My Phantom Leviathan was almost killed after being attacked. After a fierce battle, I barely repelled it, but the meteorite Leviathan is still hovering nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Everyone must pay attention to whether there are huge black shadows lurking under the sea around you. Once you find a black shadow, take the Phantom Leviathan and run away. Don't think about resisting. The meteorite Leviathan is extremely dangerous, remember. After Chen Xian sent these 3 messages, the World Communication Channel, which was originally full of relaxed and happy emotions, suddenly fell into a dull and panic atmosphere. Fuck. The main food of this meteorite Leviathan is actually the transformed Leviathan. This biological illustration information is fake? Fake? I also hope it is fake, but you don't even look at who sent the message. That is the giant hunter Chen Xian. Does she have to lie to us? Just when I thought life was getting better, this meteorite Leviathan, that specializes in eating transformed Leviathan, appeared again. Is the world system doing it on purpose? When a large number of survivors were discussing the meteorite Leviathan, Chen Xian sent another key message. According to my speculation, this meteorite Leviathan seems to have fallen from the sky. Survivors who have seen meteorites recently, you should be extra careful. The meteorite Leviathan may have lurked near you. Be sure to pay attention to the surrounding sea surface. Chapter 223. It's over. I actually saw a meteorite once. It was the day when the boss announced the method to leave the stomach wall space. I was lying on the back of the transformed Leviathan to bask in the sun, and a meteorite flew past from high in the sky. However, it flew very far, the kind that disappeared into the horizon. It shouldn't come to find me, right? Brother, I don't know what to say. Remember to take a photo of the meteorite Leviathan, before you die and send it to the World Communication Channel. If we develop in the future, we will avenge you. Yes, take as many photos as possible. It would be best if you can find some weaknesses. When we become stronger, we will definitely avenge you. Friend, thank you for your contribution to mankind. We will remember you. Fuck, I haven't encountered it yet. How come I'm dying in your mouth? Can't I just run away if I can't beat you? Zhou watched the conversations of the survivors, and found that quite a few people had encountered meteorites. There were more than a dozen people who saw it with their own eyes, and that didn't even include those who heard the movement in the stomach wall space. This information cast a shadow on Zhou heart. He had just fought with a meteorite leviathan, and knew how terrifying it was. Not only did it grow fast, and have a strong recovery ability, but it could also spit out lava balls from its mouth. The most deadly point was that it could shield the biological radar of the transformed leviathan. Zhou was the strongest among all the survivors in terms of equipment, and the size of the transformed leviathan. The transformed leviathan was covered with hard honeycomb bone pieces. Even so, the transformed leviathan almost died when it first faced the meteoric leviathan. If a survivor encounters the meteoric leviathan with such a dangerous level, he would be a dead end. You know, the meteoric leviathan Zhou encountered had only grown for less than 20 days, and had never eaten the transformed leviathan. However, the food of the meteoric leviathan was mainly the transformed leviathan. Who knows if the meteoric leviathan will become stronger after eating the transformed leviathan? Zhou and these survivors are in the same world. If the survivors are not allowed to be more cautious about the starfall leviathan, they will die one by one without knowing why, and sooner or later they will feed a giant monster. This is also the main reason why he must publish the information about the starfall leviathan. Another point is to put some pressure on each guild, so that they have a sense of crisis and speed up the development of the guild. At present, the way to speed up the development is naturally to use insect removal coupons to obtain the items in the insect removal material box. Soon after Chen Xian sent the news about the falling star leviathan, Zhao Teng found Jiang Haitao and agreed to Jiang Haitao's previous request. Jiang Haitao could pick one of the items in the pest control material box first. Brother Wen, Zhao Teng asked me how many times I had done pest control before, and what the name of the leviathan I used for pest control was. He wanted to buy the same pest control coupon, saying that it would be safer. Should I tell him? No need to tell him, just let him buy the giant bone leviathan pest control coupon, that's it. It's simpler, and there are no symbiotic organisms in the stomach wall space. Zhou has currently used 3 types of pest control coupons, namely Steel Armor Leviathan Pest Control Coupon, Giant Bone Leviathan Pest Control Coupon, and Food Cloud Sky Leviathan Pest Control Coupon. Except for the Giant Bone Leviathan Insect Removal Coupon, the stomach wall space of the other 2 Leviathans is relatively dangerous. The Steel Armor Leviathan has a 20-meter-long symbiotic fine steel worm in its body. Without the unique shock absorption effect of fish bone armor, Jiang Haitao still has to take some risks if he wants to kill the fine steel worm. Moreover, the main purpose of his insect removal this time is to replace the insect removal material box. There is no need to fight with the fine steel worm. If he gets injured, Zhao Teng and his group may turn against each other, which is completely not worth the loss. Xianchen Leviathan Deworming Coupon is even more dangerous. The creatures in the stomach wall space are very aggressive, and Jiang Haitao can't get through it alone. And Xianchen Leviathan Deworming Coupon is very rare. Zhou wanted to get more floating factors to reduce the weight of the armor he would make in the future, so he asked Chen Xian to buy it specially before, but after so many days of buying it, he didn't find the second one. Got it, Brother Wen. After talking with Jiang Haitao, Zhou took out 4 positioning cards from the locker. The 2 most important ones were naturally Shanghai Clam Positioning Card and Gold Positioning Card. He tried to use these 2 positioning cards first, but none of them worked. So he used the remaining 2 acquired positioning cards. The next second, a series of prompts sounded in his mind. He was delighted, thinking that the positioning card was used successfully, but after hearing the content of the prompt, he found that it had nothing to do with the positioning card. Ding! Congratulations, your transformed Leviathan has reached 100 meters in length and entered the scale transformation stage. Ding! Scale transformation stage. The second stage of transformed Leviathan. After entering the scale transformation stage, feed transformed Leviathan with materials that are suitable for growing scales, and scales of the corresponding material will grow on the surface of transformed Leviathan. Once the scales grow, they cannot be changed. Please choose the scale material carefully. Transformed Leviathan is 100 meters long? After hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhou immediately opened the biological illustration of the transformed Leviathan. Transformed Leviathan age, 43 days. Phase, scale transformation. Body length, 100 meters. Weight, 2,300 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 2,300-ton baby about to grow scales. It's already 2,300 tons, and it's entered the second stage of scale transformation. How can it still be rated as a baby? Zhou complained speechlessly. Alas, it's a pity that the golden positioning card was not used successfully, otherwise I could have collected the third ingredient for the ultimate formula of the scale transformation period. Zhou enclosed the biological atlas, put the 4 positioning cards in his hand back into the locker, and then counted the items he had obtained before that could make the transformed Leviathan grow scales. 2 steel armor Leviathan blood crystals, and 2 giant bone Leviathan blood crystals, one of which was giant bone Leviathan blood crystal which Jiang Haidao had obtained before and gave to him after getting rid of the insects. These are all items that can make the transformed Leviathan grow scales immediately. In addition to these blood crystals, Zhou also has white jade shells and triangular firefly corpses, which are the materials that can make the transformed Leviathan grow scales. According to the prompt in his mind, the transformed Leviathan can only obtain scales of one material. Zhou has the ultimate formula for the scale transformation period, so he naturally won't use these ordinary materials. But these items and materials that can grow scales are also very valuable. When other survivors transformed Leviathans also enter the scale transformation period, they can be sold and exchanged for some valuable things. Chapter 224. Just as Zhou was about to put away the items with scales, the little diamond sea snake wrapped around his neck suddenly woke up, and then stretched its snake head in front of a giant bone Leviathan blood crystal, spitting out its tongue and looking left and right. What are you looking at? Are you going to swallow it? Although the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal is not as big as the steel armor Leviathan blood crystal, it is also the size of a palm, and it is only 3 fingers wide. It would be a bit difficult for the little diamond sea snake to swallow it. Moreover, what puzzled Zhou was why the little diamond sea snake was suddenly interested in the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal. So Zhou moved the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal away, and put the steel armor Leviathan blood crystal in front of the little diamond sea snake to see whether the little diamond sea snake was interested in the blood crystal, or only in the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal. But the little diamond sea snake didn't even look at the steel armor Leviathan blood crystal, and stretched its body in front of the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal. They are both blood crystals. Why are they treated differently? Zhou would immediately recall the information of the steel Leviathan and the giant Leviathan, and found the difference. Is it because the giant Leviathan evolved from the Titan variant of the head turtle? Based on the various biological illustrations Zhou collected for such a long time, he knew that the maximum size of organisms is basically fixed, so in the biological illustrations, except for Leviathan-level organisms, all other organisms, regardless of size, are displayed with final data. The maximum size of the diamond sea snake is only 100 meters. Although it is a special race, it is definitely not at the level of Leviathan. Now the little diamond sea snake is interested in the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal. Maybe it contains a substance that allows it to break through the race limit. Take it. Zhou directly put the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal in front of the little diamond sea snake. Anyway, it is not useful now, so it is not bad to use it to cultivate the little diamond sea snake. The little diamond sea snake seemed to understand Zhou's meaning, and climbed down from Zhou's neck in an instant, then used its body to wrap around the palm-sized giant bone Leviathan blood crystal, opened its mouth wide and bit it, and it looked like it really wanted to swallow it in one bite. Don't choke yourself to death. Zhou knew that snakes could swallow things much bigger than themselves, so he was a little worried but didn't stop them. More than an hour passed before the little diamond sea snake swallowed the giant Leviathan blood crystal. A round ball bulged in the middle of its slender body, which looked particularly funny. Zhou saw that the little diamond sea snake didn't move after swallowing the giant Leviathan blood crystal, as if it was asleep, so he picked it up from the ground and put it in the crimson oxygen tank. After all, it was a sea snake, so it was best to put it in the seawater. As for whether the little diamond sea snake can absorb giant bone Leviathan blood crystal, and what changes will occur after absorption, Zhou didn't know these, and could only wait for the results. Splash, splash. At this time, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus, and Zhou suddenly felt a long-lost feeling. Since he entered the White Bone Sea, he has not obtained a supply box for 5 consecutive days. Soon, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a large amount of seawater poured in. This time, the height of the seawater in the stomach wall space rose a little, and it was once again flush with the stone platform with a stone floor. Zhou looked up and saw cotton planted on the third wooden foundation. If he wanted to raise the height of the stone platform, he had to wait until the cotton was mature and harvested. Ignoring all this, Zhou used a strong headlamp to illuminate the seawater. He found no creatures underwater, so he picked up the supply box in the seawater. Ding! Obtained chili seeds X1. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Zhou was slightly stunned, and then a surprised smile appeared on his face. He had been looking for the seasoning seeds on the World Trading Channel, and now he had opened it, and it was the most critical chili. Zhou immediately cleared a space in the area where the gel planarians were cultivated, then made a small planting box, placed it on the space, planted the pepper seeds directly into the soil, and watered and applied bone meal in one go. These pepper seeds came just in time. When the cabbage and white radish at Jian Haitao and Chen Xian's place are ripe, add some peppers when pickling kimchi to make the kimchi taste richer. With peppers, he won't have to eat so light food when cooking. Although some fish meat tastes delicious even if it's only salty, it's unbearable to eat it every day. Finally, he can change his taste. After planting peppers, the sea water had receded. Zhou placed 2 wooden foundations, and lay on them to continue reading the news in the World Communication Channel. Then, he saw a photo. The angle of this photo is to look at the distant sea from a high place. The height is very high, and half of the tail of the transformed Leviathan can be seen below. To be at such a high place, there must be a lot of wooden foundations under the feet, and there is a huge black shadow under the sea in the distance. Zhou looked at the avatar of the person who posted this photo. It was the survivor who went out to bask in the sun and encountered the meteorite. I'm really convinced. I can't get any good things, but the bad things are always coming. Brother, how are you now? Are you okay? I'm letting the transformed Leviathan swim at full speed. I go out and take a look later. In the World Communication Channel, since the survivor found the black shadow underwater, everyone's heart has become uneasy. Although Chen Xian sent the illustration information of the meteoric Leviathan and described its danger, after all, they only saw the information of the meteoric Leviathan and did not see the real thing. Most people have a fluke mentality, thinking that they will not meet it, or it will take a long time to meet it, and they don't take it seriously. But when this survivor sent this picture, this fluke mentality was shattered. Many people are paying close attention to the situation of this survivor, and Zhou is no exception. After he saw the huge black shadow in the picture, he was sure that it was the meteoric Leviathan. He wanted to see if the transformed Leviathan could successfully escape if he found the meteoric Leviathan in advance. 2 hours later, Zhou got the second supply box of the day, opened some basic materials, put them directly into the locker, and then continued to watch the World Communication Channel. Brother, are you still alive? Alright, I just went out to check again, and I didn't find the huge black shadow under the sea. It seems that it has been shaken off. Fuck, awesome brother. Alas, what's so awesome about it? Who knows if it will catch up again? I'm very nervous now. It's good news that it can be shaken off. It seems that we have to go out every day in the future to find the falling star Leviathan in advance, so that the transformed Leviathan can escape. Chapter 225. A golden light flashed, and a survivor suddenly appeared in the mouth of the giant bone Leviathan. He looked around the dark environment in panic, his face full of fear and anxiety. This survivor was just an ordinary member of the Tingfei Guild. The President Zhao Tun gave him the giant bone Leviathan insect removal voucher and asked him to start the insect removal task. But he knew that if the insect removal task was not completed, the person who started the task would die, but there was no way. He was just an ordinary survivor. Even if he didn't agree, the president would not let him go with his cruel means. I hope that President Jiang can lead President Zhao to complete this pest control, otherwise I will be dead. The survivor used his headlamp to illuminate the dark surroundings with a panicked look, as if he was afraid that some terrifying monster would jump out of the darkness to attack him, while opening the traveling ticket in his hand. Ding! Traveling ticket used. Please select the survivor you want to travel with. Traveling ticket. The moment it was used successfully, a prompt sounded in the survivor's mind, and then the system interface popped up. If you want to travel with someone, just click on the avatar, or you can choose with your mind. This survivor did not open the World Communication Channel, but directly opened his private message. In the private message, 10 survivors had sent him messages not long ago. He clicked his finger on the avatars of these 10 survivors one by one. Ding! The survivors to travel with have been selected. Do you want to send a travel request? Send. Soon, in the dark space, blue lights lit up, and 9 members of the Tingfei Guild wearing iron scale armor and holding steel weapons appeared from the blue light. They were Zhao Teng and his 8 vice presidents of the guild. Where's that Jiang Haidao? Did you miss him when you used the peer voucher? Fuck. A muscular man about 1.9 meters tall looked around and didn't see Jiang Haidao. He immediately kicked the ordinary member, who used the giant bone leviathan insect removal voucher, and kicked him 2 or 3 meters away. He fell to the ground and spit out blood. Useless thing, can't even do a small thing. The muscular man seemed to feel that the kick was not enough, and walked towards the ordinary member with a fierce look on his face, holding the steel knife in his hand. Okay, Dongbo, he is a member of our guild after all. Just give him a little punishment. Killing him is too much. Zhao Teng's words sounded faintly in the darkness. Alas, Boss Zhao, I am just angry. A pest control coupon and a peer coupon are not cheap now. I feel sorry for the guild for wasting them on this idiot. Dongbo's fierce look immediately changed into a smile, and he spoke with a tone of pity. As soon as Dongbo finished speaking, a blue light lit up next to him, and a figure appeared from the blue light. The 9 people of the Zhao Teng Guild simultaneously shone their headlights on the person who came. They only saw that the other party was wearing armor with colorful glare, which was very eye-catching, but the fish head on his head looked a little stupid. Is that Brother Jiang? Zhao Teng felt the glare of the armor was a bit dazzling, so he shifted the light of his headlight and asked. Yeah. Jiang Haitao simply responded, acting very cool. Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to act cool. After all, he was talking to Zhao Teng face to face, and Jiang Haitao's personality was not as tough as he showed in the World Communication Channel. It would be better to say that Zhou Wen is the king of Jiang in the eyes of many survivors. Haha, although I am very familiar with Brother Jiang, this is the first time that Brother Jiang has met me. The vice presidents and I, as their boss, will briefly introduce Brother Jiang. Zhao Teng said, pointing to a skinny man beside him. His name is Chen Fei. Okay, I'm not interested in knowing your guild vice president. Don't waste time, just start. Jiang Haitao interrupted Zhao Teng's introduction, and then walked directly towards the esophagus of the giant bone leviathan without even looking at Zhao Teng. Zhao Teng, who was originally smiling, froze, his smile weakened a bit, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes, but he immediately stretched out and smiled even more. Haha, Brother Jiang is right. Brother Jiang is also the leader of a guild. Time is precious. It is more important to quickly complete the pest control task. Zhao Teng still had a smile on his face. He quickly followed Jiang Haitao's pace, then waved his hand, and asked the rest of the people to follow. As for the ordinary guild member, who started the pest control task, and was kicked by Dongbo and vomited blood, no one cared about him. In the esophagus of the giant bone leviathan, Jiang Haitao and Zhao Teng walked in front with big strides, while the 8 vice presidents following behind were much more cautious. After all, this was their first time to participate in the pest control task. The unfamiliar environment and the darkness around them always felt that something would sneak attack them in the dark. Brother Jiang, did you get this armor from the box of insecticide supplies? Zhao Teng asked as they walked side by side with Jiang Haitao. Yes. Jiang Haitao answered casually. How did you get that yellow fish scale armor? Zhao Teng asked again. Why are you talking so much? Can I tell you all about my family background? Jiang Haitao glanced at Zhao Teng impatiently and said coldly. Brother Jiang, I misunderstood. I'm not trying to find out about your family background. I'm just curious. Zhao Teng explained immediately, but after he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and his expression became much gloomier. Although Zhao Teng was very tolerant, he was still the president of a 50,000-member guild. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a local tyrant. But today, Jiang Haitao did not give him any face in front of his vice presidents. Even if he was tolerant, he could not control the expression on his face. Okay, wait here. When he was 5 or 6 meters away from the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan, Jiang Haitao stopped and began to take out the stone foundation from the deep blue treasure chest and build a stone wall. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Although Zhao Teng had experienced several pest control missions and knew that there were many parasites in the stomach wall space, every time it was the guild members who rushed to the front. When they saw danger, they immediately ended their group and ran away, so they had no idea of the scene of hundreds of parasites attacking together. Jiang Haitao didn't say anything. He was too lazy to explain. He was just here to help, not to teach pest control experience. There was no need to talk nonsense with Zhao Teng. A total of 3 stone walls were built. Zhao Teng and his companions were blocked behind these 3 stone walls. Just when they were a little confused, Jiang Haitao spoke. These 3 stone foundation walls are used to resist the impact of parasites. I will lead the parasites over here. You guys get ready for battle. After Jiang Haitao finished speaking, he blocked all the gaps between the 3 walls, blocking the sight of Zhao Teng and his group. Then he put on a fat hat and shrimp head heavy armor, turned around and rushed into the stomach wall space full of parasites. Chapter 226. After entering the stomach wall space, Jiang Haitao soon felt a trance. This was the mental attack of the Dream Sea Anemone worm, but because of the fat hat, the effect of the mental attack was greatly reduced. Jiang Haitao ran quickly in the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan, using the razor disc worm corpses he brought with him to kill the Dream Sea Anemone worms one by one. This time, the number of Dream Sea Anemone worms was smaller, only 2. After Jiang Haitao killed them, he immediately collected their corpses and sent them to Zhouwen. At this time, many parasites have discovered Jiang Haitao, and they have all climbed down from the stomach wall and rushed towards him. Jiang Haitao speeded up and came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space, sent the silver rim material box exclusively for insect removal to Zhouwen, and then extracted an ordinary material box from the private message sent by Zhouwen and put it in the original position. Boss Zhao, that Jiang guy deliberately used this stone wall to block us here? He won't take the things in the material box privately inside? Dong Bo knocked on the stone wall in front of him with the steel machete in his hand, and said with doubt on his face, "There is no other way. The stomach wall space of these leviathans that need to be dewormed is very strange. People will go crazy once they enter. We can only rely on him now." Zhao Teng certainly knew that Jiang Haitao might take the things in the supply box, but he had been stuck at the entrance of the stomach wall space before, and could not move forward at all. It was not a solution to continue like this. He could only let Jiang Haitao take advantage of it, and successfully deworm once, and then figure out the overall situation, and then slowly study it later. At this moment, a gap suddenly appeared in the stone wall in front of him. Jiang Haitao, wearing a colorful armor, quickly passed through the gap, and behind the gap, a large number of parasites crawled out of the gap densely. The vice presidents, who were originally relaxed, suddenly felt their scalps tingling. They had killed quite a few parasites in the transformed Leviathan, but they had never seen such an overwhelming scene. The 8 vice presidents were a little panicked. They all replaced their iron scale armor with another set of white armor, a complete set of one-piece armor, and the material of the armor looked like shells. The white armor wrapped their bodies tightly, and the weapons in their hands also changed from steel weapons to red spike-shaped long swords. Zhao Teng was wearing red and white fish scale armor, holding a bone sword that was almost as tall as a person, with a metallic luster. The 8 vice presidents began to kill the massive parasites rushing over in a hurry. The red spike-shaped swords in their hands were extremely sharp. Even if they encountered a white beetle with a thick shell, they could easily cut it with one sword. Jiang Haitao did not go forward to kill these parasites, but just watched from behind without any action. But in fact, he had secretly used the system interface to take pictures of their equipment and sent them to Zhouwen. They are all very good at hiding, Zhouwen said with a smile after reading the photos sent by Jiang Haitao. Zhao Teng did not kill the parasites, but just stood beside Jiang Haitao with the bone sword. As time passed, the 8 vice presidents' previous haste disappeared and became more comfortable. Although there were many parasites, they could not hurt them at all. The 8 people were also strong. Standing in a row, they were like an insurmountable wall. All the parasites that rushed forward were killed. 2 hours later, all the parasites that rushed into the esophagus were killed, and their bodies almost filled the entrance to the stomach wall space. Seeing that the aggressive parasites had all died, Jiang Haitao put away the 3 stone walls and entered the stomach wall space. But Zhao Teng and the 8 vice presidents hesitated and did not follow. They were worried that they would go crazy after entering the stomach wall space. If Jiang Haitao suddenly attacked, they would all die. Dong Bo. Zhao Teng looked at Dong Bo and gave him a look. Dong Bo understood and immediately ran towards the mouth of the giant bone leviathan. Soon, he returned with the ordinary guild member. "Go in." Dong Bo brought the injured ordinary guild member to the entrance of the stomach wall space, kicked him in, and then began to observe his condition. After finding that there was nothing unusual, he took a deep breath and stepped heavily into the stomach wall space. "Boss Zhao, it's okay." Dong Bo turned around and said to Zhao Teng with a sense of relief. Then, the other 7 vice presidents also entered the stomach wall space, and finally Zhao Teng followed. "Don't be suspicious there," Jiang Haitao urged, and took the 9 of them to the location of the supply box. During the period, there were some aggressive parasites that reacted a little slower, but they were easily dealt with. Clean up the remaining non-aggressive parasites by yourselves, and the pest control mission is over. As Jiang Haidao spoke, he reached out to open the supply box, but at this moment a voice stopped him. Hey Mr. Jiang, this is our guild supply box, how can you open it first? Our boss Xiao is the one who should open it. You are just here to help. You need to understand the priorities. The person who stopped him was Dong Bo. Jiang Haidao frowned slightly, turned around slowly, looked at Dong Bo, and then looked at Zhao Teng, but found that Zhao Teng was picking up the parasite corpses and checking the information in a relatively far place, as if he had no idea what was happening here. You want to die? Jiang Haidao said coldly. Mr. Jiang, don't go too far. This pest control mission was initiated by our guild. How could we give you the supply box that we worked so hard to obtain? Dong Bo's words still showed no sign of retreat, but there was a slight tremor in his tone. Jiang Haidao didn't say anything more, and rushed towards Dong Bo quickly, and then punched him. This punch was so powerful that you could even hear the sound of breaking through the air. Dong Bo was shocked because Jiang Haidao was too fast. Just when Jiang Haidao's fist was about to hit him, a shell-shaped shield appeared in his hand. Bang! The fist hit the shield, making a dull sound. Dong Bo took several steps back under the impact of the force. President Jiang, why did you suddenly attack our people? The other 7 vice presidents all rushed towards Jiang Haidao and locked Jiang Haidao's body with their bodies, trying to stop Jiang Haidao from moving. But Jiang Haidao suddenly shook his body violently, throwing them all out, and then kicked Dong Bo. Even though Dong Bo was protected by a solid shield, he was kicked out by this powerful kick. Ahem. Dong Bo was hit in the chest by the force of the shield, and he started to cough due to difficulty breathing. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind pressure on his head. He quickly looked up, and saw a huge axe blade falling straight towards him. His pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes showed the fear of death. Clang! The next second, Dong Bo was kicked away by a huge force, and a bone sword suddenly appeared and collided with the huge axe blade. Suddenly, a wave of air spread, making a fierce metal collision sound. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Why are you so angry suddenly? It was Zhao Teng who blocked Jiang Haidao's axe. Boss Zhao, Chairman Jiang suddenly wants to grab the supply box, and we are trying to stop him. Shin Fei said hurriedly. Chapter 227. Bullshit. How could Brother Jiang rob the supply box? That was what Brother Jiang and I had agreed on before. He could take an item from the supply box first. You guys, I left for a while, and you caused me so much trouble. Zhao Teng angrily scolded his men. Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry. I forgot to tell them about this before. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Teng said with an apologetic face. Let's do as we agreed before, Brother Jiang. You can go and get the reward you deserve. Zhao Teng made a gesture to Jiang Haidao to invite him. However, Jiang Haidao did not take the items from the supply box, but stood still, looking at Zhao Teng with his eyes without emotion. For a moment, the atmosphere became solemn, and the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan also fell into a dead silence. Zhao Teng and Jiang Haidao looked at each other, as if a fierce battle would break out at any time, but the heads of their armors were fish heads, with eyes wide open and mouths tilted upwards, looking a little dull, which did not fit the current serious scene. Suddenly, Jiang Haidao took the lead and swung the big axe with his claws towards Zhao Teng. Zhao Teng also responded quickly, and swung the bone sword in his hand to collide with the axe. A series of fine iron interweaving sounds spread in the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan. The weapons in the hands of the two collided several times in a short period of time, and their hardness was comparable. Although the weapons were comparable, after several rounds of fighting, Zhao Teng gradually fell into a disadvantage. The axe swung by Jiang Haidao in turn made his arms numb, and his body retreated several steps backward. Bang! Jiang Haidao suddenly increased his strength, holding the axe handle with both hands, and fiercely chopped down Zhao Teng's head with an axe. Zhao Teng did not dare to be careless. He held the handle with one hand and supported the blade with the other hand, blocking it horizontally above, taking this powerful blow, but his body was bent by the heavy force. Zhao Teng, don't play these tricks on me, you are not worthy. Jiang Haidao suppressed Zhao Teng fiercely, then put his head in front of Zhao Teng and said disdainfully. Afterwards, he exerted force with both arms, directly shook Zhao Teng away, turned around and took an item from the supply box. Then he took out the corpse of the razor disc worm from his deep blue treasure chest, and shot it at the large solar spherical worm in the center of the top of the stomach wall space. The large solar spherical worm was hurt, and immediately fell from the top of the stomach wall space in anger, trying to attack Jiang Haitao. But the large solar spherical worm just rushed to Jiang Haitao with its 4 small tentacles, and was cut open by Jiang Haitao with an axe, and died instantly. Jiang Haitao took out a palm-sized red ball from the corpse of the large solar spherical worm, and put it directly into the deep blue treasure chest, then turned his head, and scanned the people of the Tingfei Guild, and finally looked at Zhao Teng. Zhao Teng, I take this blood crystal as compensation for you deliberately provoking me. If you dare to do this again next time, I won't be so easy to talk to. Leaving this warning, Jiang Haitao ended his journey, and disappeared in a blue light. Boss Zhao, are you okay? Seeing Jiang Haitao leave, Chen Fei hurried to Zhao Teng and asked with concern. It's okay, go see how Dong Bo is doing. Zhao Teng waved his hand and said. Dong Bo is not only the vice president of the Tingfei Guild, but also Zhao Teng's confidant. This time, Dong Bo contributed the most to the pre-planned test of Jiang Haitao's strength, and suffered the greatest risk. As his boss, Zhao Teng naturally cared about him. I'm fine. Thanks to Boss Zhao for saving my life. Otherwise, cough cough. Dong Bo coughed and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. It was a lie to say that he was fine. He was kicked twice in a row, and the kick that hurt him more seriously was from Zhao Teng. After all, Jiang Haitao's kick was weakened by his shield. But Zhao Teng's kick really hit him, but it was to save his life after all. If it hadn't been for that kick, he might have been split in half. Boss Zhao cough cough, that Jiang guy is quite powerful. Dong Bo endured the pain, and came to Zhao Teng and said. It's okay, his strength should be above 55 points, a little higher than mine, but this is just a test after all. If it's a life and death duel, he is not my opponent. Zhao Teng said, and a 1.5 meter long scimitar appeared in his hand. The material seemed to be made of fish fins. Zhao Teng collided this scimitar with his other bone sword, and the blade of the bone sword was directly cut by the scimitar. Obviously, this fish fin scimitar is better than the bone sword in terms of hardness and sharpness. Show your weakness to the enemy at ordinary times, so that you can kill them with one strike when they really fight in the future. Zhao Teng put away his scimitar with an idea, and said lightly. Haha, that Jiang guy might be feeling smug because he is slightly stronger than Boss Zhao, but he doesn't know that everything is within Boss Zhao's calculations. Boss Zhao is awesome. Fei Chen on the side praised hurriedly. Yes, yes. Dong Bo and several other vice presidents also nodded. Okay, let's go see what else is in the supply box. Zhao Teng was very satisfied with the flattery of these subordinates, but in his heart, he didn't take it seriously, because he knew Jiang Haitao was not a fool. He had hidden means, and Jiang Haitao must have some. But as the president of the Tingfei Guild, he must maintain a certain dignity in front of these vice presidents. He had lost the power competition with Jiang Haitao before, and he had to make up for it, otherwise it would be difficult to lead the team. Afterwards, Zhao Teng opened the supply box and got some things from it, namely, 2 equipment bars, 100 honeycomb bone pieces, a giant bone shield, and 3 oxygen crystals. This honeycomb bone piece can actually be placed on the body of the metamorphosis Leviathan to resist attacks. This was the first time Zhao Teng obtained a honeycomb bone piece. The introduction of the honeycomb bone piece rang in his mind. After listening to the introduction, he felt a little surprised. After all, Chen Xian had just released the news about the falling star Leviathan. Zhao Teng still recognized Chen Xian's strength. He must pay attention to a creature that Chen Xian evaluated as extremely dangerous. However, the number of honeycomb bone pieces was too small to protect the entire body of the metamorphosis Leviathan. What is this, Boss Zhao? Dong Bo asked curiously when he saw the president staring at the bone plate in his hand. Good stuff, test its hardness. Zhao Teng handed a piece of honeycomb bone to Dong Bo and said. After Dong Bo took the honeycomb bone, he also knew the use of the honeycomb bone through the prompt sound in his mind, so he used the best weapon in his hand, the spiked long sword, to cut the honeycomb bone, leaving only a shallow scratch on the surface. Chapter 228. I didn't expect it to be so light, but the defense is so high, Dong Bo said in surprise. Zhao Teng was also a little surprised. The defense of the honeycomb bone piece was indeed beyond his expectations. Because from the weight, it didn't feel particularly hard, but he didn't expect the defense to be so strong. Zhao Teng took out the bone knife and cut the honeycomb bone piece, leaving a 5 or 6 centimeter deep knife mark on the honeycomb bone piece. However, for a 30 centimeter thick honeycomb bone piece, this damage was nothing at all. He was very satisfied with this hardness. These 100 honeycomb bone pieces were naturally put in by Zhou Wen, but they were not made of ivory coral, but of 20 to 30 meters long biological bones found around the Tongu worm pit. Although the strength is good, it is far inferior to that made of ivory coral. Afterwards, they looked at several other things, all of which were very good. Except for the equipment bar, the others were items they had never seen before. This insect repellent material box is really full of good things, but I don't know what the Jiang took away. Dongbo said indignantly. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. Who told him to master a method that is not affected by the stomach wall space? We can only study it slowly in the future. You can go and clean up the remaining parasites. Zhao Teng did not care too much about what Jiang Haidao took away. Many times, if you want to move forward, you must pay the corresponding price. Excessive weighing of gains and losses will affect development. On Jiang Haidao's side, after finishing the journey, he handed the giant bone leviathan blood crystal in his hand to Zhou Wen. As for what he took from the supply box, in fact, he didn't take anything. There were only those things in the supply box. He just pretended. Taking away giant bone leviathan blood crystal was also Zhou Wen's order. Since Zhao Tun wanted to test Jiang Haidao, let's just test each other. At that time, when Jiang Haidao and Zhao Tun confronted each other, there was a long period of silence. In fact, Jiang Haidao was not glaring at Zhao Tun, but reading the message Zhou Wen sent him. Everything after that was done according to Zhou Wen's orders. How much strength do those vice presidents have? Zhou Wen asked. About 40 points. Jiang Haidao answered. What about Zhao Tun? About 50 points, lower than mine, and not very strong. Well, after that, train the core members of your guild to 40 points, and then find 2 confidants to be vice presidents and train them to 50 points. In the future, let the confidants do things that need to be done in person. After that, Zhou Wen sent Jiang Haidao 3 more pieces of equipment, namely the swordfish bone armor, the swordfish great sword, and the 2 steel long knife. These 3 pieces of equipment can greatly enhance Jiang Haidao's strength. Although Zhao Teng's strength cannot threaten Jiang Haidao, there is obviously someone behind Zhao Teng. Improving Jiang Haidao's strength is also for safety reasons, so as to avoid being ambushed by those hidden people. Don't use the 2 steel long knife casually when there are people around, just use it as a killer. Got it, thank you, brother one. After Jiang Haidao got the 2 steel long knife, he was very happy. He had seen Zhou Wen use it in the underwater maze trial before. The blade was extremely sharp, and could easily cut the scales of a 20-meter creature. Now he finally got it. Afterwards, Zhou Wen also sent the same 3 pieces of equipment to Chen Xian, and gave him the same instructions. Haha, I finally got this black long knife. Thank you, boss Zhou. Next time I encounter a cave with large creatures, I will use this knife to chop it. Don't be too arrogant, do what you can. After talking with the 2, Zhou Wen sent each of them 5,000 honeycomb bone pieces, all made of ivory coral. After all, they may also face the attack of the meteoric leviathan. Although they have not found any signs of the meteoric leviathan appearing around them, it is right to make preparations early. Now, out of the 15,000 honeycomb bone pieces he had, only 5,000 pieces were left. However, the meteoric leviathan he encountered had already been killed by him, so the remaining 5,000 honeycomb bone pieces were enough. After dealing with these things, Zhou Wen continued to lie on the wooden foundation to check the news in the World Communication Channel. As for the items in the silver-rimmed material box that Jiang Haidao replaced from the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan, there was actually nothing good. The only valuable ones were 10 pieces of giant bone leviathan bone armor and 20 steel ingots. Zhou Wen put the remaining equipment bar and giant bone shield directly into the ordinary material box and handed them to Zhao Teng. He didn't care about these things at all. After a while, the 4-supply box of the day arrived. Zhou Wen opened an apple and ate it directly. It tasted good. It was evening. Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space and cooked all the accelerated biological meat he bought yesterday. After eating it, his speed increased by 6 points, and the character speed attribute reached 70 points. After a good rest today, Zhou Wen's injuries recovered a lot. If he didn't move, he would not feel the stinging. After eating, Zhou Wen blew the sea breeze on the back of the transformed leviathan, and then returned to the stomach wall space. Considering that the vice president of the Zhao Teng Guild usually wears iron scale armor, the strongest equipment on the market is no longer white scale armor. Zhou Wen's surface equipment naturally had to keep up with the times, so he spent 200,000 basic materials, and bought a set of iron scale armor from the World Trading Channel. Iron scale armor is much heavier than white scale armor. Wearing white scale armor only requires 15 points of strength, but this iron scale armor requires 25 points to move the body normally, which is still a threshold for ordinary survivors to wear. However, Zhou Wen's current strength is 83.5 points, and he can't feel any weight when wearing it. It's like wearing nothing. Soon, it was night, and the transformed Leviathan found a safe area to rest. Zhou Wen put down 2 wooden foundations, and prepared to sleep. Before going to bed, he took a look at the little diamond sea snake in the crimson oxygen tank. The round body that had been swollen by swallowing the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal had now flattened, and the body length had increased from 2 meters to 3 meters. It also has the effect of accelerating growth. It has been more than 10 days since the little diamond sea snake hatched until today, and its body length has only increased by 1 meter. After eating the giant bone Leviathan blood crystal, it increased by 1 meter in half a day. Today I got another giant bone Leviathan blood crystal. If the little diamond sea snake wants to eat it later, I will give it all to it, and see how big it can grow. Zhou Wen thought, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 229. On the 44th day, the space of the stomach wall began to vibrate. Zhou Wen woke up in a daze. Just as he was about to sit up, he suddenly found that his body was a little heavy. He thought that his injuries had not recovered yet. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a fist-sized black snake head, spitting out its tongue and looking at him from above. This scene scared Zhou Wen, who had just woken up from his sleep, but he soon realized that the snake head was a small diamond sea snake. After one night, it has grown up again. Zhou Wen looked at the body length of the small diamond sea snake. It had grown by 1 meter since last night, reaching 4 meters. Its body was as thick as a fist, and weighed about 200 kilograms. Why are you climbing on me? Get off. Zhou Wen gently fanned the snake's head with his hand, and the small diamond sea snake also climbed down from Zhou Wen's body, and then supported its small half of its body next to the wooden platform, raised its head high, and still looked at Zhou Wen. Now, Zhou Wen didn't understand what the small diamond sea snake meant, so he took out some charcoal and biological meat from the locker, and put it directly in front of the small diamond sea snake, and the small diamond sea snake immediately began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Zhou Wen got off the wooden platform, and moved his whole body. The pain in his body was much less. As long as he didn't use too much force, there would be basically no stinging. As usual, Zhou Wen first inspected the stomach wall space. There was no problem with other animals and plants, but there was a change in the ivory coral tank that was cultivated not long ago. There was a thin layer of white powder on the sand at the bottom of the tank. Bone meal? Zhou Wen reached out and touched the white powder at the bottom. The white powder quickly gathered in his hand and formed a bone meal cube. It's really bone meal. Zhou Bin thought that this ivory coral was useless because it grew too slowly, and the new coral was not hard enough to be broken by hand, so it was totally worthless to keep it. But now it seems that he paid too much attention to the hardness of the ivory coral and ignored the fact that it can produce bone meal. If it can produce bone meal continuously, its value is not low. When the number of cultivated corals increases in the future, it can be used as a welfare for the guild. In the future, Zhou Wen will definitely let guild members use contribution points to freely trade small planting boxes. Those who love farming can plant more fields, but the corresponding bone meal blocks required will also increase. In this way, contributions can be exchanged for an ivory coral, which can be cultivated with biological bones to obtain bone meal blocks. After inspecting the stomach wall space, the transformed Leviathan also entered the eating stage. Zhou Wen bought a breakfast from the World Communication Channel. Shortly after eating, the esophageal diaphragm opened and seawater poured into the stomach wall space. In the incoming seawater, Zhou Wen saw a flesh-colored strip of creature at a glance, which was his old friend, the anchorworm. Zhou Wen was about to step forward and crush it to death, when a black shadow in the seawater quickly approached the anchorworm. With a plop, the anchorworm was dragged into the water. After a splash, the water surface turned scarlet. Then, a snake head emerged from the water, holding the body of the anchorworm in its mouth, and then swam towards Zhou Wen and placed the body in Zhou Wen's hand. Smart. Zhou Wen touched the head of the little diamond sea snake and praised happily. Then, Zhou Wen handed over the matter of dealing with parasites to the little diamond sea snake, and he was only responsible for crushing seaweed. After a while, the feeding stage ended, and the parasites only encountered anchorworms, which were all dealt with by the little diamond sea snake. The seaweed was also crushed, and a crimson nodule was fed. Zhou Wen only had 1 crimson nodule left. Afterwards, the transformation of Leviathan entered the supply box stage, and Zhou Wen connected 3 seaweed crushers in series, connected them to the knife-leaf fish power device, and began to crush seaweed for 80 core members of the guild. By the way, Connect the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to ionize some hydrogen for the triangular firefly mother to absorb and use to build a nest. To be honest, Zhou felt that the triangular firefly mother was quite pitiful. She circled around the electric light ball every day, absorbing so little hydrogen, and now her nest didn't even have a prototype, let alone breeding triangular fireflies. There was nothing else to do next, so Zhou would open the World Communication Channel to check if there was any news about the appearance of the meteorite Leviathan. After checking, the situation was not bad. At present, only the survivor who took the photo before found a meteorite Leviathan. Moreover, the survivors in the World Communication Channel also provided some help, such as providing some seaweed to help the survivor, who was chased by the Starfall Leviathan, skip the feeding stage and speed up the escape. In addition to caring about the Starfall Leviathan, the survivors also cared about whether the Tingfei Guild successfully exterminated Jiang Haitao yesterday. Didn't the Tingfei Guild carry out another extermination yesterday? Was it successful? Of course, it was successful. Don't you see who led them? That was our guild's boss Jiang. How could it not be successful? I heard that he got a lot of good things. If that's the case, can ordinary people like us also ask President Jiang for help? Anyway, the reward is to take away an item from the extermination supply box. For us, it's a big profit no matter what. Haha, naive, taking an item is probably just a rule between their guilds. You are an ordinary survivor, and they can maximize their benefits by directly killing you and taking away the supply box. This brother is right. Ordinary survivors who don't have the strength should not think about cooperating with these guild members. It is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. I think the guild is not as bad as you say. It's hard to say about Jiang Haitao. Although he has done some good things, this person is moody and hard to judge. But President Chen of the Survivor Guild can still be trusted. President Chen is indeed okay. Sometimes he will protect the interests of ordinary survivors like us, but can President Chen not be affected by the strange phenomena in the stomach wall space of the insect removal Leviathan? Didn't President Chen also carry out insect removal twice? It should be unaffected. Is there a possibility that President Chen also asked Jiang Haitao for help? After all, the relationship between the two guilds seems to be pretty good. That's it. The gap between us and those people in the guild will only get bigger and bigger in the future, and we will never be able to turn things around. How about asking the big boss for help? The big boss's strength is not bad. Those who challenged him to a duel before were all killed by him. I think the big boss might be an old scoundrel who has been developing secretly. Chapter 230. Fuck. Zhou, who was reading all kinds of news, was shocked when he saw this one. He looked at the name of the survivor, Shi Kongyun. Shi Kongyun is starting to make up stories again, isn't he? He doesn't write erotic novels, but writes those mythological novels and science fiction novels. Do you think anyone is reading them? Vulgar. If I hadn't been starving to death before, I wouldn't have written erotic novels. I want to pursue my dream. Good guy, you come to the survival world to pursue your dream. I think you are crazy. If you don't use the duel ticket, you must die. I really want to slap you in the face to wake you up. Wait, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go to the supply box. Fortunately, Shi Kongyun is a bit crazy. No one believes what he says. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the seeds of doubt were planted. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, more than 4 hours had passed since the transformation of Leviathan entered the supply box stage. Zhou had already obtained a supply box, but it was all some basic materials. In the World Communication Channel, this happened to be the time when they got the first supply box. Many people got some ordinary basic materials. The better ones got some fruits, which could be sold for some basic materials. Currently, people who have small planting boxes are basically guild members, and the crops grown by the guild are not sold. They are all digested internally. After all, they are too scarce and there is no extra for sale, so the price of fruits on the market is still good. Haha, brothers and sisters, I just got a good thing. Shi Kongyun, go write your novel, stop daydreaming. What good things can you get from these ordinary supply boxes? What insect removal coupons, companion coupons, location cards? I haven't gotten any in the past 44 days. It's really a good thing. I post it and you see. Then, Shi Kongyun sent an item information to the World Communication Channel. After reading it, all the survivors took a deep breath. Group chat block. Group chat block. After using it, you can add a group chat channel in the system interface, send a group chat invitation, and after the other party agrees, you can join the group chat, with a maximum of 100 people. This guy is looking for death. After reading the introduction information of group chat block, Zhou Wen was also shocked. This thing may not be useful for ordinary survivors, but for the guild leaders of major guilds, it is a powerful tool for managing guilds. Now each guild manages its members, either through private messages or directly sending messages in the world communication channel, and then setting a time, so that guild members can pay attention to the news in the world channel at this fixed time, and click on the guild leader's avatar to view the messages sent by the guild leader separately. But every guild has its own little secrets in its development, so how can they be published publicly on the world channel? So they can only send private messages one by one. It's okay for a small guild with few members, but for a large guild with thousands of members, even if the vice president sends messages in a dispersed manner, it will take a long time. With this group chat block, you can directly add a private group chat for yourself, and then pull the core members of the guild into the group chat. Simply send a message in the group and let them do it. I don't know how much the operating efficiency of the guild will be improved. Fuck, how dare you send this thing out? Don't you want to live? Why shouldn't I dare? This thing is useless to me. It's better to sell it to the guild, and let each guild bid for it. The highest bidder wins. Great, you are still thinking of bidding for each guild? I think you can't write the word death. Soon, the guesses of most ordinary survivors were confirmed. Dongbo, the vice president of the Tingfei Guild, sent a message on the World Communication Channel. Give the group chat block to our Tingfei Guild, or die. Dongbo's speech was very tough and unquestionable, and there was no possibility of bargaining at all. Just when most survivors thought that Shi Kongyun was going to hand over the extremely valuable group chat block for nothing this time, Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild, and Jiang Haitao, the president of the Jiangge Guild, sent messages one after another. Shi Kongyun drew a picture for me before, and it was very good. I was very satisfied. If anyone dares to touch him, don't blame me, Chen Xian, for being rude. Dongbo, you'd better be honest. I like Shi Kongyun's novels very much, and he also drew a picture for me. The painting is very good. If he dies, you have to be buried with him. All of a sudden, the presidents of the two major guilds came out to support Shi Kongyun, and they are currently the two strongest guild presidents. Shi Kongyun was immediately flattered when he saw that the two guild leaders spoke for him. Haha, you are just bragging? This is called a strong background. What's wrong with the Tingfei Guild? You can't afford to offend the Tingfei Guild. This is called strength. Do you understand? Steady. For a while, the three guilds were on the verge of a fight. Although Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao seemed to be speaking for Shi Kongyun, they were actually looking for a reason to get the group chat block. Oh, Miss Chen and Brother Jiang, why are you so angry? Everyone just wants to get this group chat block. Zhao Teng saw that the situation was not good and began to act as a peacemaker. Let's stop fighting over it. Let's just hand it over to President Chen. Then we can share this group chat area. All the guild presidents who meet the requirements can join. It will be easier for the guilds to talk business in the future. Besides, we've been fighting over it, but in the end, a clown still got the advantage. What's the point? Brother Jiang, what do you think of this method I mentioned? What Zhao Teng said is not a problem. Whether or not to protect Shi Kongyun, this group chat area will be fought over. It's better to just treat it as a group for the presidents of each guild. After a while of thinking, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao agreed. The presidents of other guilds also agreed with Zhao Teng's point of view. Everyone was very happy, except Shi Kongyun, who was confused. This is not right. I haven't. Yet? What? Are you trying to offend our entire guild? Zhao Teng's words completely shattered Shi Kongyun's fantasy, who had originally wanted to fight for it, and finally handed over the group chat block to Chen Xian honestly. However, Chen Xian did not take it completely for nothing. He still gave Shi Kongyun 1 million basic materials. Although the group chat block was definitely more than this price, it was better to have it than not. 1 million basic materials was not a small amount for Shi Kongyun, and everyone was happy. And Chen Xian gave Shi Kongyun these basic materials to maintain the reputation of her own guild. After all, the paintings that Shi Kongyun had drawn for her before also played a good publicity role among the survivors. Now it was a bit unreasonable to abandon it directly among the survivors. Chapter 231. After Chen Xian used the group chat block, a blue light flashed on the system interface, and a box soon appeared. This box was the group chat channel. You only need to drag the inviter's avatar into the group chat channel to automatically send the invitation message. You can enter the group chat channel after agreeing to the invitation. Ding! The group chat channel has been successfully built, and you can set the name yourself. Chen Xian heard the prompt sound in his mind, and clicked on the top of the channel to Group Chat Channel. The name was changed to Guild President Chat Group. Not long after the group chat channel was opened, Chen Xian received many private messages from guild presidents, all hoping to join the Guild President group chat group, but she did not directly pull them into the group, but sent a message in the World Communication channel. Guild presidents who want to join the group chat need to pay 100,000 basic materials, and after 10 days, they need to pay again, otherwise they will be kicked out of the group chat. This fee message made many small guild presidents unacceptable, and they complained in the World Communication channel. President Chen, this group chat block is not yours. We just let you act as an agent. Isn't it too much to charge you directly? Yes, you didn't spend any money to get the group chat block. You also had to pay for the 1 million basic materials. Now you are putting it on us. Is it reasonable? President Zhao, President Jiang, you are all big guilds, please judge. How can this be possible? Haha, as a guild leader, you can't even take out 100,000 basic materials, and you still want to join the guild leader chat group? I think there is nothing wrong with President Chen's price. I, Jiang Haidao, will pay first. Jiang Haidao directly stood up to express his support. Brother Jiang said nothing wrong. The original purpose of establishing the president group is to make it easier for various guilds to do business. If you don't have any capital, it's a waste of quota to join. I support the threshold set by Ms. Chen. Zhao Teng also expressed his opinion. Some other medium-sized guild presidents did not have much objection. After all, the price of joining the group chat is indeed not expensive. 100,000 basic materials and 10 days of entry into the group are equivalent to 10,000 basic materials per day. This is nothing for some guilds that are developing well. Ding, Jiang Haitao, the president of Brother Jiang, has joined the group chat. Ding, Zhao Teng, the president of Soaring, has joined the group chat. Ding, Zhua Junyang, the president of Leviathan, has joined the group chat. Ding, Tai Xiu, the president of Day After Day, has joined the group chat. Ding, He Yue, the president of Current City, has joined the group chat. Ding, Cheng Yongming, the president of Land, has joined the group chat. After a series of joining messages, there are already more than 30 people in the guild president chat group. They are all the presidents of various guilds. The strongest among them are naturally the group owners, the president of Survivor, Chen Xian, the president of Brother Jiang, and the president of Soaring, Zhao Teng, the three major guilds. The Leviathan Guild, which was once one of the four major guilds, has lost its qualification to call itself a large guild because of its declining development. Group Owner Survivor Guild President Chen Xian. The purpose of this group is known to all the guild leaders. I am just managing it on behalf of the group, so I won't say much. If you want to trade, you can post it in the group chat. Tingfei Guild President Zhao Teng. Haha, Miss Chen, I am not busy with the trade in advance. I will delay the time of all the guild leaders for a while. In fact, I have an idea in my mind, and have wanted to communicate with all the guild leaders for a long time. Ludi Guild President Cheng Yongming. President Zhao, you don't have to be polite. Just say whatever you want to say. I think it will be beneficial to us. Tingfei Guild President Zhao Teng. That's right. My idea is to let the guild directly manage all the survivors. At present, all the guilds, big and small, add up to only a few 100,000 people, while there are more than 40 million ordinary survivors. We only need to let them hand in 10,000 basic materials every day, which is enough for all guild members to skip the feeding stage. The various guild leaders should have discovered that in this world, as the journey of the transformed Leviathan increases, the probability of getting good things in the supply box is also greater. According to my idea, in the future, guild members can skip the feeding stage, and the journey will be greatly increased. Isn't the good stuff the guild members get equivalent to what you get? In this way, the guild can develop and everyone's strength can be improved. Tai Xiu, the president of Day by Day, the idea that President Zhao said is indeed good, but after all, the number of ordinary survivors is there, and it is a bit difficult to implement this idea. Leviathan Guild President Zhu Junyang. I think instead of making so much trouble, it would be better for President Zhao to lower the price of the algae oxygen tank so that all guild members can buy 2 algae oxygen tanks and open 3 supply boxes every day. Isn't this more reliable than your idea? Jiang Haidao, the guild president of Brother Jiang. I agree with what President was said. There are still a large group of people in my guild who only have 1 algae oxygen tank. President Zhao, you have an idea and want us to follow you to do such a big thing. Before that, shouldn't you help me, your brother? Xiao Teng, the guild president of Soaring. Haha, I can lower the price of the algae oxygen tank, but Zhao has only 1 blueprint in his hand. It is difficult to supply you in a short time without sleep. How about this? Let's get that. Big brother. It has been dealt with. The algae oxygen tank blueprint and wooden foundation blueprint in his hand can be shared in the group. How about it? Jiang Haidao from the Brother Jiang Guild. You dare to touch that hot potato? I dare not touch it. If you want to do it yourself. Leviathan Guild Presidents with Jun Yang. I don't recommend taking action against the big guy. I have a lot of interactions with the big guy. I think the big guy is not as simple as he looks. He Yue from the current city guild. This big guy is indeed not simple. I heard a news that 11 small guild leaders used peer vouchers to challenge this big guy. In the end, half of the peers were killed. Taishio, the day after day guild president, all 5 peers were killed. How did you do this? Jiang Haidao, the president of Brother Jiang. I think we should stop doing those weird things. Since the purpose of this guild leader group is to trade, let's just trade directly. You were curious before. Did I have a way to smelt iron? Furnace blueprint. I won't waste words. A furnace has 100,000 basic materials, and other valuable items can also be converted. The moment Jiang Haidao took out the furnace blueprint, no one in the guild leader group cared about what Zhao Teng had said before. It was indeed a bit unbelievable to use a guild to rule over more than 40 million survivors. Chapter 232. In the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen opened the third supply of the day. Inside was a banana, which he peeled and ate directly. At this time, he was still wrapped with a black python. The black python was the small diamond sea snake. Originally, the small diamond sea snake wanted to hang on Zhou Wen's neck as before, but with its current weight and size, how could Zhou Wen let it continue to wrap around his neck? There was no other way. The small diamond sea snake could only wrap its body around Zhou Wen, and then put its snake head on Zhou Wen's head to sleep. The overall look was like Zhou Wen wearing a python-shaped clothes. Zhou Wen had just finished eating a banana when he received private messages from 3 people, Shen Xian, Jiang Haitao, and He Yue. They all reported to him what happened in the guild leaders chat group. It is indeed a good idea to use the guild to control more than 40 million survivors, but the water is too deep, and I am afraid I can't control it. Zhou Wen is one of the more than 40 million survivors. There must be many people like him who like to hide. If this is implemented, some guilds that are not strong enough may be wiped out if they are not careful. I killed 5 of the 10 guild leaders in the same group in an instant. I didn't even have time to react to cancel the group. He Yue is exaggerating. Zhou Wen knew the purpose of He Yue's words. He didn't want the other guild leaders to take advantage of him, so he exaggerated a little. After all, from He Yue's perspective, they successfully blocked 10 guild leaders. Zhou Wen was only fighting with 1 guild leader. However, it didn't matter. It was just said in the guild leader chat group. It didn't affect him. Anyway, they knew the specific strength. As long as it wasn't said in the world communication channel, it would be fine. After a while, Zhou Wen got the last supply box of the day, which was some metal ore, and gave it directly to Jiang Haitao, asking him to smelt iron. At night, Zhou Wen lay on the wooden platform and prepared to sleep, but found that the little diamond sea snake was always looking at him. Are you not full? Zhou Wen took out some charcoal and meat from the locker, but the little diamond sea snake did not eat. Will it not eat giant bone leviathan blood crystal again? Zhou Wen was not reluctant, but felt that the interval between feeding the little diamond sea snake with blood crystals was too short, and worried that it would grow too fast, which would be bad for the little diamond sea snake. However, since the little diamond sea snake wanted it, Zhou Wen did not think about it anymore and directly took out a giant bone leviathan blood crystal and handed it to the little diamond sea snake. The little diamond sea snake swallowed the blood crystal in one gulp. This time, the swallowing process was much easier. After all, the size was much larger than yesterday. After swallowing the blood crystal, the little diamond sea snake crawled back to the scarlet oxygen tank to digest it, and Zhou Wen laid down and closed his eyes to sleep. On the 45th day, the stomach wall space began to vibrate, and Zhou Wen sat up from the wooden platform in high spirits. After another day of recuperation, his body was almost recovered. The body of the meteoric Leviathan has cooled down. It's time to see what good things are in the stomach wall space of the meteoric Leviathan. Zhou Wen thought so, and gradually became excited. However, it was still morning, and in order not to delay the trip, Zhou Wen planned to explore again at night. After inspecting the stomach wall space and finding everything was fine, Zhou Wen took a look at the small diamond sea snake in the scarlet oxygen tank. After a night, the small diamond sea snake grew another meter and reached 5 meters. And the scales on its body, which were dull like charcoal, now glowed with oil, as if a layer of oil film was applied on its body. The little diamond sea snake did not wake up, and seemed to be still absorbing the energy of giant Leviathan blood crystal. Zhou did not disturb it, but bought a breakfast and started to crush the seaweed after eating. The feeding phase of the metamorphosis Leviathan ended, and Zhou also threw the last scarlet nodule in his hand into the consumption pool. Although the scarlet nodule that could increase the growth rate of the metamorphosis Leviathan by 20% was gone, today was also the day to harvest watermelons. According to Zhou speculation, 2,500 guild members, each with 5 plots of land, can harvest a total of 12,500 watermelons, or 62.5 tons. Afterwards, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to harvest the watermelons planted by the guild members, but because some guild members died inexplicably in these days, the total amount of watermelons harvested was 62 tons. Zhou kept 30 tons for himself, and fed 5 tons to the transformed Leviathan every day for 6 days, and new watermelons would grow after 6 days. Zhou gave Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian 16 tons of the remaining 32 tons each, 15 tons to feed their own transformed Leviathans in 3 days, and 1 ton to reward the guild members. The output of watermelons for the entire guild must be enough to supply Zhou, Jiang Haitao, and Shen Xian for 6 days, so Zhou increased the number of fields planted by the guild members for the last time, and each guild member needed to plant 10 fields. In the end, 124 tons of watermelons can be harvested, 30 tons for each of the 3 people, and only 90 tons are needed. The rest can be sold, and it can definitely be sold at a good price when the fruit is still relatively scarce. Of course, with the increase in the number of farmlands, the guild members naturally have to receive some benefits, such as a wooden house, a corresponding wooden foundation, a wooden bed, and a piece of land for free planting. After doing all this, the next time is to get the supply box. After Zhou helped the 80 core members of the guild crush the seaweed, there was nothing else to do. Soon, time came to the evening. Today's 4 supplies were all basic materials, nothing special. After Zhou put them into the locker, he left the stomach wall space. On the back of the metamorphosis Leviathan, Zhou directly extracted the back half of the body of the meteorite Leviathan from the private message on the system interface. The body fell on the back of the meteorite Leviathan, pressing the meteorite Leviathan down. At this time, the body of the meteorite Leviathan was no longer as hot as before. Zhou turned on the strong headlight and shone it into the body. He found that the back half of the body seemed to be at the entrance of the stomach wall space. The image of the meteorite Leviathan was similar to that of a snake. It was not big, only 20 meters wide. Excluding the thickness of flesh and blood, the stomach wall space was less than 10 meters wide. Zhou entered the dark stomach wall space. It was very quiet inside. He used the headlight to observe left and right, but he did not see any parasites on the stomach wall. However, this is also normal. The star meteorite Leviathan was born not long ago, and the temperature in the body is still very high. Ordinary parasites can't survive at all. Although this stomach wall space is not wide, it is quite long. Zhou walked forward for 30 or 40 meters in the stomach wall space of the star meteorite Leviathan, and then came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space, and saw a strange-looking supply box. Meteorite supply box? Chapter 233. Zhou did not rush to open the meteorite treasure chest, but first used the headlamp to carefully check the surroundings. Is there no symbiotic organism in this meteorite Leviathan? According to the 5 Leviathan illustrations Zhou has obtained so far, the steel armor Leviathan, the cloud-eating sky Leviathan, and the disc-bone tungsten snail Leviathan all have symbiotic organisms in their bodies. The only ones without symbiotic organisms are the giant bone Leviathan and this meteorite Leviathan. But the giant bone Leviathan is a little different. It is not a natural Leviathan creature, but a mutation and evolution of the head turtle titan. It is reasonable that there are no symbiotic organisms in its body. The meteorite Leviathan is not only a natural Leviathan, but also an emperor-level Leviathan. It is a bit strange that there is no symbiotic organism in its body. Could it be that an emperor-level Leviathan does not need symbiotic organisms? Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since there was no danger around, he did not waste any more time and came to the meteorite treasure chest and stretched out his hand to open the treasure chest. Ding! Get the formula of the meteorite explosion injection. Ding! Get the Emperor certification. Ding! Obtain Falling Star Meteorite Crystal X3. Ding! Obtain Blade Blueprint. Ding! Obtain Mecha Storage Bar X1. The series of information obtained confused Zhou because they were all new things. Except for the Mecha Storage Bar and the Blast Blade Blueprint, he had no idea what the other 3 things were for just by looking at their names. Zhou was a little excited, and reached out to take out the mecha storage bar first. It was similar to the equipment bar, also a blue box, but much larger than the equipment bar. One was equivalent to the size of 9 equipment bars added together. Zhou moved his mind, and used the mecha storage bar. Then his character attribute panel popped up automatically. A blue light flashed. Behind the panel where the equipment bar was placed, a new panel reappeared. The mecha storage bar had been placed in the panel. However, one mecha storage bar had already occupied all the newly appeared panels. Zhou guessed that there could only be one mecha storage bar, not 10 like the equipment bar. After using the mecha containment bar, Zhou took out the only blueprint in the box, the splitting flame blade blueprint, and used it directly to check the materials required for production. Splitting flame blade blueprint requires 10 falling star meteorite crystals, 1 explosive flame core, 10 inburning yarns, and 1 golden wood. Okay. Zhou looked at the materials needed to make the splitting flame blade. Except for the falling star meteorite crystal, which he had just seen in the meteorite treasure chest, he knew some information about the other 3 materials, only the golden wood. The golden wood is the last type of accelerated food in the Illusionary Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide, the trunk of the Golden King algae, but the current golden positioning card has not been used successfully, so he has no way to obtain this golden wood. Since the splitting flame blade drawing mentioned the falling star meteorite crystal in the production materials, Zhou took one out of the meteorite treasure chest, but the moment he took it out, a high temperature spread in the stomach wall space of the meteorite Leviathan. Then, Zhou's arm sank down suddenly, and he only felt that the falling star meteorite crystal in his hand was unusually heavy, and he almost fell forward. Fortunately, he reacted in time and immediately retracted his palm, letting the falling star meteorite crystal fall to the ground, and the ground was also smashed into a dent of about 1 meter. So heavy. You should know that the body of the meteorite Leviathan is still very hard, at least harder than the transformed Leviathan. This falling star meteorite crystal can create such a deep pit just by falling on the stomach wall, which shows how exaggerated its weight is. The falling star meteorite crystal is not only heavy, but also emits extremely high heat. It is oval in shape, the size of a fist, black and red in color, with many tiny holes on the surface, and the holes emit a flame-like red light. Zhou then endured the high temperature and tried to pick up the falling star meteorite crystal with both hands, but he tried several times and failed to shake the falling star meteorite crystal at all. The weight is at least over 1 ton. Afterwards, Zhou stopped trying because the temperature was too high. Even though he was wearing black crystal armor to block some of the heat, it was too much for him to bear after a long time. He directly sent a private message through the system interface to put the falling star meteorite crystal back into the meteorite treasure box. Meteorite explosion injection recipe. Zhou took out the recipe and looked at the ingredients on it. Meteorite explosion injection recipe. Meteorite Leviathan spinal fluid X1, explosion juice X1, boiling blood coral powder X1, steel syringe X1. Zhou couldn't make this recipe for the time being. Meteorite Leviathan spinal fluid was easy to obtain, and it could be extracted from the spine of the meteorite Leviathan, but he had never heard of explosion juice, and he didn't have a steel syringe either. Currently, there is only the formula. Before the finished product is made, the effect of the meteorite blast injection is unknown, so Zhou can only put the formula away. Finally, there is the Emperor certification. The Emperor certification is a dark gold metal plate, 30 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. It feels heavy in the hand, and there is a line of words engraved on it. Kill the Emperor Leviathan, Meteorite Leviathan. Zhou read the words on the dark gold metal plate, and the next second, a prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding, Emperor certification. Kill 10 types of Emperor-level Leviathans by yourself to obtain the Emperor-level attribute panel, currently 1 out of 10. 10 types? After hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhou was speechless. If he was talking about killing 10 Emperor-level Leviathans, with his experience in killing the Meteoric Leviathan, he might be able to kill 10 Meteoric Leviathans slowly when he became stronger. But the requirement for this Emperor certification is 10 types. Isn't this bullshit? Zhou doesn't even know what the Emperor level is now. Where can he find the other 9 types of Emperor-level Leviathans? And even if he finds them, he will definitely die. The Meteorite Leviathan was still in its birth stage, and had grown for less than 20 days. Zhou almost died. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying other Emperor-level Leviathans were. What does this Emperor-level attribute panel mean? Zhou no longer thought about killing 10 Emperor-level Leviathans, but looked at the reward for achieving the conditions. Will it be the same growth attribute as the Emperor-level Leviathan? As soon as Zhou Wen had this idea, he felt that it was a bit too exaggerated. If a person had the growth attribute of the Emperor-level Leviathan, then he would become a human-shaped Leviathan. Well, forget it. The conditions for killing 10 Emperor-level Leviathans may not be met. It's still too far to think about the Emperor-level attribute panel now. Zhou Wen whispered and put the dark gold metal plate of Emperor certification back into the meteorite treasure box. Chapter 234. The items he got from the meteorite treasure chest this time seemed to be a big harvest, but it also seemed to be nothing. They were all useful things in the future, but none of them could be used at present. The only thing that could be used was the mecha storage bar. But the problem was that the materials for his deep-sea walker mecha had not been gathered yet, and the mecha storage bar was also useless. However, there was still one harvest. That was the meteorite treasure chest. The space inside the meteorite treasure chest was very large and could store 1 million items. It was the only thing Zhou Wen could use at present. Afterwards, Zhou Wen took the meteorite treasure chest and walked out of the stomach wall space of the meteorite Leviathan, and then looked at the flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan. In the biological illustrations, it was not mentioned that the meat of the meteorite Leviathan could be eaten, so he was not going to try it. It was a pity. Such a large corpse, and it was an Emperor-level Leviathan. If it could be eaten, the attribute points should be increased a lot. Zhou Wen thought about it, and put the latter half of the corpse into the system interface. There may be something like a core in the body of the meteorite Leviathan. After all, there is a burning core in the heart of the abyss dragonfish, and the meteorite Leviathan is even more exaggerated. It can spit out lava balls from its mouth. Maybe there is also some kind of core in its heart. Just want to find the core of the meteorite Leviathan, but it is not as simple as entering the stomach wall space to find a treasure chest. It is necessary to cut the flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan bit by bit, and the meteorite Leviathan is very large, so it takes a lot of time to find it. It is already late today, and although Zhou Wen's injuries have recovered a lot, they are not completely healed after all. It is not too late to look for it, after it is fully recovered. As soon as Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, a 6-meter long, nearly 10-centimeter thick black python rushed towards him and wrapped around him. Zhou Wen felt his whole body sink. The little diamond sea snake had gained a lot of weight, almost 400 kilograms. He was still wearing black crystal armor. The weight of 1,400 kilograms was still a bit strenuous for him, with his current strength of 83.5 points. Go and eat. Zhou Wen took out the charcoal and biological meat from the locker, and put them in a wooden barrel. The little diamond sea snake immediately climbed down from Zhou Wen, came to the wooden barrel, put its head into the barrel, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Wait, although I can't eat the meat of the meteorite Leviathan, can the little diamond sea snake eat it? In Zhou Wen's mind, an idea suddenly emerged to feed the little diamond sea snake with the flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. The little diamond sea snake is still small now. If it accidentally eats something wrong, wouldn't the 2 giant bone Leviathan blood crystals he fed it be wasted? Let's wait until the little diamond sea snake grows up. Before going to bed, Zhou Wen picked 3 mangoes from the mango tree and ate them. The mangoes were actually ripe a long time ago, but he didn't pick them because he wanted to see if the mangoes would go bad if he didn't pick them. As a result, they didn't go bad. Zhou Wen sent 6 mangoes to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. After the little diamond sea snake finished eating, it stared at Zhou Wen blankly. So Zhou Wen took out another giant Leviathan blood crystal and gave it to it. This is the last one. It will be gone after you eat it, Zhou Wen said, as he watched the little diamond sea snake swallow the blood crystal neatly. Although Zhou Wen could still get rid of the worms, he didn't want the little diamond sea snake to grow too fast. It was about 8 meters long, and if it grew any bigger, the stomach wall space would be crowded. The little diamond sea snake heard Zhou Wen talking, but couldn't understand it at all, so it tilted its head, spitting out its tongue, looking dazed. Considering that the little diamond sea snake is now bigger, Zhou Wen used the first crimson oxygen tank as a seascape box for viewing. If the little diamond sea snake lives in it and moves a little, the streamer fish will definitely run around, and the mud and sand will fly everywhere. So Zhou Wen made another crimson oxygen tank and stacked it on the first crimson oxygen tank, but it was a bit high. The 2 stacked together plus the stone foundation were 5 meters high in total, and the little diamond sea snake couldn't climb up. In the end, Zhou Wen helped and lifted the little diamond sea snake, and it climbed in. It should be 8 meters tomorrow. After that, we will temporarily lay 2 layers of wooden foundation, and it will be able to crawl back by itself. Zhou Wen watched the little diamond sea snake coiling its body in the new crimson oxygen tank to absorb the giant bone leviathan blood crystal, and he laid down to sleep. When he woke up, it was the morning of the 46th day. After 3 days of recuperation, Zhou Wen's body was completely restored. He rolled off the wooden platform and opened the World Communication Channel to buy breakfast. Then he found that many guilds were buying charcoal today, because Jiang Hainao sold a lot of furnaces in the guild president chat group yesterday. However, the current charcoal production is completely in excess of demand. Even if the guild purchases a large amount, the price of charcoal will not fluctuate. This is also the purpose of Zhou when asking Jiang Haitao to sell the furnace, because Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's 2 guilds alone cannot consume the charcoal that is continuously produced. After all, there are too many ordinary survivors. Even if only a small number of people burn charcoal, the amount is huge. Once coal mining begins, the charcoal industry will be hit hard. Zhou Wen's injuries have recovered. When the little diamond sea snake wakes up, he can use the coal fish nest coal mine mining certificate. Coal fish is a fish that absorbs carbon, and it is a perfect match for the little diamond sea snake. Take it together. If the coal fish is small, let the little diamond sea snake catch it. If it is large, Zhou Wen will kill it and let it eat it. After breakfast, the transformed Leviathan also entered the eating stage. There was no scarlet nodule to feed today, so Zhou Wen started to feed 5 tons of watermelon. After a while, the feeding phase ended. During this period, Zhou Wen encountered 2 parasites, the heliospheroids and the bone flukes, both of which were non-aggressive. Zhou Wen has only 10 heliospheroids left in the stomach wall space. These 10 heliospheroids have been absorbing the blood of the transformed Leviathan for such a long time, and their body size has exceeded the limit of their original body, reaching 20 centimeters, and the sunlight emitted from their bodies has also become stronger. The current stomach wall space has increased a lot compared to before. Zhou Wen left the 5 heliospheroids he encountered today and raised them in the stomach wall space. After feeding the transmogrified Leviathan, Zhou Wen began to help the core members of the guild crush the seaweed. With the power provided by the Bladefish power device, he took out 4 positioning cards and used them one after another to see if they could be used successfully. He did this almost every day. Ding! The Shanghai Clam positioning card was used successfully, and the transmogrified Leviathan has been positioned. According to the current speed, it will catch up with the Shanghai Clam Leviathan in 5 days. It was used successfully. Zhou Wen was a little excited. Although it was not the most critical golden positioning card, the Shanghai Clam positioning card was not bad. Mountain Clam positioning card. This was Zhou Wen's first kill, and he got it from Wang Daobing, and it was also his second positioning card. However, unlike other sea positioning cards, this Mountain Clam positioning card is used to locate the Mountain Clam Leviathan. Just by looking at the name, you know that the Mountain Clam Leviathan is not small in size. I just don't know if it will attack the Phantom Leviathan after it approaches. I don't think so. Based on Zhou Wen's experience in the Crimson Sea and the White Bone Sea, positioning cards are generally used to collect resources, and there is basically no threat to the Phantom Leviathan. At this moment, the stomach wall space suddenly vibrated violently. According to the voice in his heart, the Phantom Leviathan seemed to be fighting with some large creature. Chapter 235. The Phantom Leviathan seemed to be fighting with several large creatures. The 2 sides of the stomach wall space would vibrate from time to time. There should be creatures hitting it, but the Phantom Leviathan's voice was always relaxed, and he seemed to be at ease. Soon, the battle was over, and the esophageal diaphragm opened. Zhou Wen knew that this was the Phantom Leviathan's intention to let him out. As soon as he walked out of the esophagus, Zhou Wen saw that the Phantom Leviathan's mouth was wide open, and there were 2 large fish in its mouth. The initial judgment was that it should be 30 meters. Zhou Wen touched the body of the big fish, and then collected the 2 fish corpses through the system interface. After that, he came to the back of the Metamorphosis Leviathan, and saw another fish corpse floating on the water. The Metamorphosis Leviathan had something free in its mouth, so it swam over and took the fish corpse in its mouth. These were all its spoils of war. Zhou Wen first checked whether the Metamorphosis Leviathan was injured. After confirming that it was not injured, he opened the biological illustration book to check the information of the fish corpse. Red-spotted sea wolf, body length, 35 meters. Weight, 90 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A schooling fish with red stripes on its body, sharp teeth, strong aggressiveness, usually more than a dozen of them act at the same time, dare to attack creatures larger than itself. Edible, teeth can be made into weapons, and fish scales can be made into armor. Isn't this courting death? After reading the information about the red-spotted sea wolf, Zhou Wen felt puzzled, because a 35-meter creature attacking a 100-meter-long Leviathan was completely desperate. Before, the surface of the transformed Leviathan was not protected by honeycomb bone pieces, so this group of red-spotted sea wolves might still pose a little threat to the transformed Leviathan. But now, with the teeth of this group of red-spotted sea wolves, they can't bite through the hard honeycomb bone pieces at all, and at most leave a row of tooth marks on them. Then, Joe took out the 2 steel-long knife and began to quickly decompose the bodies of the 3 red-spotted sea wolves. No matter what, they were 35-meter-long creatures. The bones could be used to make honeycomb bone pieces, and the meat could also increase attribute points, so they naturally couldn't be wasted. Joe didn't stay outside for too long. After decomposing the body of the red-spotted sea wolf, he returned to the stomach wall space. He didn't have time to cook the meat of the red-spotted sea wolf, so he ate it raw to increase some attribute points for himself. He would go to clean up the coalfish nest later, and the more attributes he could increase, the better. Ding, eat the meat of the red-spotted sea wolf, strength +2, constitution +2, speed +2. Not bad, the meat is not bad, and it can increase 6 attributes. What happened to the little diamond sea snake? Joe had just finished eating the red-spotted sea wolf meat. When he looked up at the scarlet oxygen tank where the small diamond sea snake was, he found that the small diamond sea snake was twisting its body constantly, and it seemed to be in some pain. As the small diamond sea snake continued to twist its body, a layer of snake skin on its body gradually cracked, revealing the dark scales inside that looked like crystals, and its body size also increased a lot, almost 15 centimeters thick. As time passed, the skin on the surface of the small diamond sea snake cracked more and more, and finally the skin on its entire body cracked, leaving only the position of the snake head. Another half an hour later, when the skin on the head of the small diamond sea snake also cracked, the appearance of the small diamond sea snake changed directly. The snake head, which was originally an oval shape, now looked angular because of the crystal-like scales, and the teeth in the mouth became longer and sharper. Clang! Clang! When the small diamond sea snake crawled out of the scarlet oxygen tank, the crystal-like scales rubbed against the metal cover, making a loud metallic sound. At this time, the body length of the small diamond sea snake was not 8 meters, as Joe had previously estimated, but 10 meters. After shedding its skin, its body further expanded and reached 20 centimeters thick. Joe immediately put on the black crystal armor. The little diamond sea snake had obviously evolved. Not only had its appearance changed, but even its previously dull round eyes were now sharp. He didn't know if the little diamond sea snake would attack him at this moment. Suddenly, the little diamond sea snake moved and rushed towards Joe fiercely. Its dark crystal scales reflected a dim light under the light of the surrounding heliospheroids. After approaching Joe, the little diamond sea snake began to coil its body quickly, wrapping its entire 10-meter-long body around Joe, and then placed its head on Joe's head. It's so heavy, get off. Joe was completely wrapped by the body of the small diamond sea snake, so he held the head of the small diamond sea snake with his hands and bit it aside. Although the small diamond sea snake has evolved, its temperament has not changed much. It still likes to wrap its body around Joe, but Joe can't stand it because the weight of the small diamond sea snake has doubled. It was only 400 kilograms yesterday, and it has reached 800 kilograms today. Adding the 1,000 kilograms of black crystal armor, a total of 1,800 kilograms weight on his body, Joe couldn't bear it, and the scales on the surface of the small diamond sea snake's body were like black diamonds turned upside down, with the tip facing up, and it felt uncomfortable to touch. If Joe hadn't put on the black crystal armor in advance, the hard scales would have entangled him, and he would have been covered in wounds. The little diamond sea snake, whose head was moved by Joe, climbed down from Joe reluctantly, then coiled up and looked at Joe with its head erect. Joe saw that it was going to be eaten, but he would have to clean the coalfish soon, so he didn't feed it for the time being. The little diamond sea snake waited for a while, and when it saw that there was no food, it didn't react too much, but just put its head on its coiled body, and kept looking at Joe with its eyes. Joe ignored the little diamond sea snake and opened the biological illustration book, because the biological illustration book has been updated again, and it is still related to the little diamond sea snake. Diamond crystal sea snake body length, 150 meters. Weight, 5,000 tons. Food type, meat, carbon. Introduction. Titan variant of diamond sea snake, with extremely strong offensiveness, diamond crystal scales have extremely high defense and are edible. Diamond crystal scales can be used to make armor and weapons. It really became a Titan variant, and it is edible. Zhou suddenly had the idea of cutting a piece of meat from the small diamond sea snake to taste. After all, the species had changed, and maybe the meat could also increase its properties. However, Zhou just thought about it. There was no control between him and the small diamond sea snake. The small diamond sea snake was so obedient because of its feelings. If you suddenly cut it, the feelings cultivated for so long might be broken. Since the small diamond sea snake had woken up, Zhou did not delay any longer and sent a message to Yue. Soon an invitation message popped up in his system interface. The coal mining certificate of the coal fish nest has been opened. Do you agree to join? Chapter 236. Zhou quickly changed into a suit of iron scale armor, holding a slender steel knife in his hand, and then hugged a deep blue treasure chest, and finally let the small diamond crystal sea snake wrap around himself. Agree. Zhou nodded his agreement, and the next second, a large piece of blue light enveloped his whole body, including the deep blue treasure chest in his hand, and the small diamond crystal sea snake on his body. Soon the blue light dissipated, and Zhou also disappeared from the stomach wall space. The phantom Leviathan, who was looking for the supply box, looked inside his body. Little man, you disappeared again? The current Leviathan did not react much, because it was used to Zhou's sudden disappearance and reappearance. Will the boss really come? In a large bubble in a certain sea area, a young man wearing iron scale armor asked Yue excitedly. Yes, it was the coal mining certificate that the boss asked me to open just now, and I also invited the boss to join. Yue replied. Great, after so many days, I can finally meet the real boss. The young man was very excited, because before joining the Order Guild, he was a follower of the boss on the World Channel. Today, he was able to meet the real boss, just like a fan meeting an idol. The 9 members of the Order Guild have all arrived. Each of them is wearing iron scale armor. Yue is holding a weapon made of large biological teeth, 3 people are holding steel weapons, and 5 people are holding iron weapons. Currently, there are very few ways to obtain steel ingots. You can either get them by killing insects, or by entering various large biological caves. However, both methods are extremely dangerous, so the core members of the Order Guild are not yet worthy of steel weapons. At this time, a blue light lit up, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The young man took 2 steps at a time and rushed directly to the blue light. Big snake. Before the young man could say the word old man, he saw a large black snake coiled in front of him, and the expression on his face changed from excitement to horror. The sudden appearance of the big snake in the blue light also scared the other people. After all, the big bubble they were in was only about 5 meters in diameter. The black snake was equivalent to appearing in front of them. If the black snake attacked them, they would not even have time to dodge. The black snake was also scared by the sudden appearance of 9 strangers, but then it became ferocious and opened its mouth, which was twice as big as a human head, to bite the head of the young man closest to it. Shut up. A voice rang out from the coiled body of the black snake, and the black snake immediately stopped moving, then still looked at the 9 strangers with a vigilant expression, and slowly retracted its head. Go away. The voice came out again, and the black snake also twisted its body obediently, unwrapping its coiled body, and gradually a person wearing iron scale armor and a bone armor mask appeared in front of the 9 people. The black snake was naturally the small diamond crystal sea snake, and the person entangled by it was naturally Zhou. Are you the boss? Because Zhou was wearing a mask and his face could not be seen, Yue asked uncertainly. Yes, I am, but you don't have to call me the boss, just call me Zhou. Zhou asked the little diamond sea snake to stay behind him, so that it wouldn't suddenly attack and hurt people, and then walked in front of Yue and said with a smile. No, this won't work. Calling you the boss is a sign of respect. Calling you by your name directly is a bit inappropriate. Yue said hurriedly. Seeing Yue like this, Zhou no longer insisted. He didn't care what they called him anyway. My name is Jiang Xiaoming, do you remember me? At this time, the young man who was almost attacked by the small diamond sea snake came to Zhou in one step, shook Zhou's hand, and excitedly introduced himself. When Zhou saw Jiang Xiaoming just now, he felt familiar. After the other party came up, he suddenly remembered. Good guy, it's you. Zhou thought to himself. This Jiang Xiaoming was the one who spoke for Zhou on the World Communication Channel before, and then was scolded by a group of people. Zhou was moved and gave Jiang Xiaoming 2 wooden foundations privately. Later, an ordinary survivor found an iron long sword blueprint in the treasure cave. Xiao Tung threatened the other party to hand over the blueprint. At this time, Jiang Xiaoming asked the ordinary survivor to hand over the blueprint to Zhou Wen in the World Channel, which made Zhou Wen, who was watching the show at the time, confront Zhao Teng. I remember that you spoke for me in the World Communication Channel. Zhou Wen nodded and said, Haha, the boss actually remembered me. Jiang Xiaoming was so excited when he saw that Zhou Wen remembered him. Boss, did you raise this black snake? Jiang Xiaoming continued to ask. Yes, I raised it since it was young. I have never seen a stranger, so I was a little irritable just now. Zhou Wen explained. After that, Zhou Wen communicated with other people from the Order Guild and began to observe their current location. They were in a big bubble at this time, which was similar to the bubble in the underwater maze trial. There was oxygen in the bubble, and it was isolated from the seawater outside. However, their location was not deep, because the seawater above could still transmit light. According to Zhou Wen's experience of many deep dives, they should be about 50 meters underwater. Not far from the big bubble, there was a cave about 10 meters high. The cave was pitch black. On the ground outside the cave, some black stones could be seen. Needless to say, the coalfish nest must be this cave. Then, a group of 10 people left the big bubble. Just like the underwater maze, when leaving the big bubble, each person's head would be wrapped with a small bubble, which could be used for underwater breathing. The little diamond sea snake swam very fast in the water, and seemed to sense something, and rushed into the cave. Soon, a group of people followed into the cave. Because Zhou Wen's headlamp could illuminate farther underwater, Zhou Wen swam in front. Not long after entering the cave, the ground changed from rock to a large piece of black ore. Zhou Wen picked up a piece of black ore from the ground. Ding! Get coal X1. Not far ahead, the little diamond sea snake was eating coal one by one, enjoying it. The hard coal could be easily crushed under its sharp fangs, and then swallowed directly into its stomach. After all, the little diamond sea snake had not eaten yet when it woke up today. After going deeper into the cave for a distance, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a stream of water rushing in front of him. Then, a large creature with a black body, a body length of 10 meters, and an overall appearance like a carp swam out from the depths of the cave, followed by more than a dozen 7 or 8 meters long creatures. Chapter 237. Seeing that they were all creatures about 10 meters long, Zhou Wen felt a lot more relaxed, because he was hiding his strength and couldn't wear a full set of one-piece armor. If the creatures were too big, it would be hard to deal with them underwater with just the flesh. But Zhou Wen was not panicking, but the people in the Order Guild were a little panicking. Among them, only He Yue was calmer. After all, as the president, he also had a tooth-like broadsword that surpassed steel weapons in his hand. He was still able to fight against these 10-meter-long coalfish. President, should we exit the cave first? It's pitch black inside, and we can only rely on headlights for lighting, which is not good for us. A guild member said to He Yue. What the guild member said made sense. There was light outside the cave, and the terrain was open. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could still find a way to deal with these coalfish. The cave was narrow, and the coalfish were large, so there was no room for them to fight. But the problem was that they had already met this group of coalfish. It was impossible to choose to exit the cave first, because people couldn't swim as fast as fish. Just as He Yue was thinking about how to deal with it, the small diamond sea snake that was eating coal on the ground suddenly jumped up and turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the 10-meter-long coalfish. Then it twisted its body at an extremely fast speed, wrapped up the 10-meter-long coalfish, and opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, biting the belly of the coalfish. The black and hard scales of the coalfish were directly bitten to pieces, and the razor-like teeth easily cut into the fish's belly, and tore off a large piece of flesh with a strong pull. The sudden attack of the small diamond sea snake caused the 10-meter-long coalfish to swing its body wildly in pain, and it kept hitting the walls on both sides of the cave, trying to get rid of the small diamond sea snake. For a while, the cave was in chaos. An 8-meter coalfish saw its companion being attacked, so it opened its mouth with serrated fangs and bit the body of the small diamond sea snake. But the scales of the small diamond sea snake were extremely hard, and the coalfish's teeth could not bite it at all. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't watch his small diamond sea snake being besieged by the fish school, so he also swam up and swung the slender steel knife in his hand vigorously, slashing the scales of a 7-meter-long coalfish. The thin steel knife was slightly blocked, and it cut a short distance on the fish scales before making a gully. Then, under Zhou Wen's huge force, the blade sank into the body of the coalfish, and finally cut a wound 2 or 3 meters long. The belly of the 7-meter-long coalfish was almost cut in half, and a lot of blood flowed out. It swung its tail in pain and turned around, swimming towards the depths of the cave. Yue saw that the big guys had already rushed up, so they had no choice but to retreat. Each of them took out the iron shield and rushed towards the school of fish. Jiang Xiaoming held a shield in one hand and a steel rapier in the other, and stabbed a 6-meter-long coal fish. The sharp steel rapier bent when it stabbed the scales of the coal fish, but the tip of the sword did not penetrate the fish at all. The coal fish swung its tail violently and lashed at Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang Xiaoming reacted quickly and blocked it with the iron shield in his other hand. With a bang, a huge force hit the iron shield, and the wooden structure inside the iron shield instantly shattered, and the iron sheet also twisted. The rectangular shield was turned into a C shape by this heavy blow. Jiang Xiaoming was also pulled out 1 or 2 meters. His body was hit hard by this heavy blow. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and internal organs. It was so painful that he could hardly breathe. The coal fish immediately opened its mouth and bit Jiang Xiaoming. At this time, Jiang Xiaoming's head was hit by the blow just now. He had no time to react, and was about to die in the mouth of the fish. Suddenly, a fist wearing iron scale gloves appeared on the side. The fist was very powerful, and hit the coal fish's head directly. The millstone-sized fish head was hit off the direction, and staggered away from Jiang Xiaoming's body. Then, a cold light flashed, and a thin steel knife instantly slashed into the belly of the coal fish, cutting open the entire belly of the 6-meter coal fish. "Thank you for saving my life." Cough cough. Jiang Xiaoming saw the person clearly. It was Zhou Wen, and hurriedly thanked him, but his chest was still a little stuffy, and he couldn't catch his breath, so he started coughing violently. "Your rapier is not suitable for attacking such a strong defensive creature. This steel knife is for you." Zhou Wen saw that Jiang Xiaoming was just coughing, not coughing up blood, which meant that the injury was not serious, so he took out a steel knife from the equipment column and threw it to him. "Thank you, big brother." Jiang Xiaoming took the steel knife and was very happy. He thanked excitedly. "Well, be careful." Zhou Wen nodded, said be careful, and went to kill other coal fish again. More than an hour later, more than a dozen coal fish were killed. Among them, Zhou Wen and the small diamond sea snake killed the most, accounting for almost half, and they were all large coal fish, followed by Yue. The tooth knife in Yue's hand was much sharper than the steel knife, and could easily cut the scales of the coal fish. Although they won the battle, many people were injured. 3 of them were hit head-on by the coal fish, their internal organs were injured, and they vomited blood. 2 people were knocked unconscious by the fish's tail, and almost died. Yue could only take the 5 injured people out of the cave temporarily, and rest in the big bubble to replenish oxygen. Although they killed more than a dozen coal fish, there was no prompt sound in their minds that the cleaning was completed, which meant that there were still coal fish deep in the cave that had not been cleaned up. "Boss, I give you this steel knife back." Jiang Xiaoming came to Zhou Wen and handed the steel knife to him with both hands. "No, I give it to you, take it." Zhou Wen smiled and waved his hand. "But the thin steel knife in your hand is broken. There will be a battle later. How can you do without a weapon?" Jiang Xiaoming looked at the thin steel knife that was only half of Zhou Wen's hand and said, "Before, when Zhou Wen stabbed the thin steel knife into the body of a 9-meter-long coal fish, the coal fish twisted its body violently. Zhou Wen didn't pay attention, and the thin steel knife was directly broken by the coal fish. Later, he borrowed Yue's tooth knife to kill the 9-meter coal fish. Haha, you guys always call me boss. Am I so poor that I only have a steel weapon?" Zhou Wen said jokingly. Just now, Yue wanted to give him the tooth sword, but he refused. "Don't worry, I have other weapons. Just take this steel sword." Zhou Wen put the broken slender steel sword in his hand into the deep blue treasure chest, and then turned to check the situation of the small diamond sea snake. The small diamond sea snake is really fierce. It scurries around in the coal fish school, as if it is in a fishless place. It has encountered so many sieges, but there is no wound on its body. This is the strength of the diamond sea snake, which is not comparable to ordinary creatures. Chapter 238. At this time, the little diamond sea snake was lying on the ground with its body coiled up. Its belly was bulging high. It was obviously full. Just now, it was like eating a buffet among the fish. It took a bite from this fish, and a bite from that fish. After a round of fighting, the whole snake was full. It's quite powerful. Zhou Wen touched the head of the little diamond sea snake. The iron scale gloves touched the raised scales, making a clang-clang metal friction sound. I wonder if it can be cultivated into a Leviathan-level creature in the future. Zhou Wen thought in his heart, and when the little diamond sea snake saw Zhou Wen touching it, it began to twist its body again, preparing to wrap Zhou Wen up, but was slapped down by Zhou. After resting for a while, Zhou and He Yue, with the three people who could still move, re-entered the cave. Zhou also left the little diamond sea snake behind this time, because it was not suitable for fighting after eating too much, so he simply let it stay where it was to digest it well. This time, when they went deep into the cave, they did not encounter a large number of coal fish, but the space in the cave became larger and larger, and the corresponding coal mines became more and more. Finally, they came to the end of the cave, where there was a space with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters. The entire space is made entirely of coal, and it seems that a large creature dug out this space in the coal mine. Silver-rimmed supply box? They came to the interior of this space. Zhou headlamp could see far, and he could see at a glance that there was a silver-rimmed supply box at the innermost part of the space. After Zhou said this, everyone looked at the silver-rimmed supply box. He Yue's eyes widened, and his hands trembled with excitement. The tooth-shaped broadsword in He Yue's hand was purchased privately from some powerful survivors, and he also learned from them how to obtain some powerful equipment. It seems that this silver-rimmed supply box can be opened with powerful equipment that matches the cave creatures. He Yue stared at the silver-rimmed supply box and muttered. But Zhou looked elsewhere. Under the light of the strong headlight, a large coal fish with a body length of 20 meters and covered with black scales swam under the light. Let's kill this big fish first, and then talk about the silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou looked at the large coal fish, and with a thought, a big stick with interlaced fangs appeared in his hand. This big stick was the big stick with fangs of the big-mouthed octopus that Zhou had always disliked. There was no other way. Zhou had no other weapons to use. Jiang Haitao used the claw axe, and Chen Xian used the knife-finned yellowtail fishfin knife. The swordfish sword and the two steel long knife were also used as their trump cards. They might use them in the future, so they couldn't show them to others. The only thing they could use was the fang club. As for the tungsten bone knife, it was too powerful. If he was not careful, he would cut the large coal fish in half with one knife. Wouldn't that expose his strength? Except He Yue, the other three should find a place to hide. This 20-meter creature is not something you can deal with. After the battle with a group of coal fish, when he first entered the cave, Zhou roughly understood He Yue's strength. His strength was about 45 points. Under normal circumstances, his physique was often more than his strength, and his physique should be around 55 to 60 points. With a physique in this range, even if he was accidentally hit by the tail of a 20-meter coal fish, he would not die. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, the large coal fish twisted its tail violently and rushed towards the five of them quickly. The five men immediately dispersed. Three of them followed Zhou's instructions and found a coal pit against the wall to hide. Zhou dodged the attack and turned around to hit the large coal fish with a stick. With a huge force, the sharp fangs on the stick pierced through the scales of the large coal fish with a click sound and pierced into its flesh and blood. He Yue, who was standing by, also took the opportunity to swing the toothed knife in his hand and chop the large coal fish. However, the toothed knife, which had been invincible before, could only leave a long scratch on the large coal fish at this time, and did not break the defense of the scales. So hard. He Yue was shocked. In fact, with He Yue's 45 points of strength, he could break the scales of a large coal fish if he swung the knife with all his strength. However, it was his first time fighting a 20-meter creature, and he had no idea of the defense of a 20-meter creature. He thought that swinging the knife with normal strength would be enough. Just when He Yue was shocked, he suddenly felt a strong current rushing towards him. He turned his head and saw a huge black fish tail, like a wall, hitting him at a very fast speed. It's over. This was He Yue's subconscious thought. Although he had raised his shield to defend himself, the iron shield couldn't even protect against a 6-meter coal fish, let alone a 20-meter coal fish. At this moment, his body was suddenly pulled back, and then the figure of the boss appeared in front of him. Boom! A terrifying sound of metal and stone hitting spread in the surging waves, shocking the three people hiding in the back to cover their ears, and their bodies were almost washed away by the rushing water. But Zhou, who took the blow head-on, was fine, because a 2-meter-high black metal shield appeared in his hand, which was the tungsten bone shield. The shock-absorbing effect of the tungsten bone shield directly removed most of the impact, and the remaining impact did not cause any damage to Zhou's 144-point physique. After blocking the attack, Zhou immediately put away the heavy tungsten bone shield, swung the fang stick in his hand again, and smashed it on the tail of the large coal fish, immediately piercing several bloody holes. He Yue also reacted immediately, and swung the toothed knife with all his strength. The blade scratched the hard scales. If it wasn't underwater, it would definitely spark a series of sparks. Finally, the blade cut through the scales and pierced into the body of the large coal fish. Afterwards, the two fought with the large coal fish for a whole hour before the large coal fish was drained of blood and died. The seawater in the entire space was dyed red. Ding! The coal fish nest has been cleaned up. All participants will receive mining certificates and can enter this coal mine at will. The system prompt sounded in everyone's mind. Hiyue breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that the cleaning task had been completed. Huh? Hiyue was exhausted. The battle just now was too thrilling. He was almost attacked by a large coal fish several times, but Zhou blocked them all. Fortunately, we invited the big boss. Otherwise, if we were to do this coal mine mission by ourselves, we would definitely be wiped out. Thank you for saving our lives many times. Hiyue came to Zhou and said with gratitude in his tone. Oh, don't say it. If it weren't for... If I hadn't been lucky recently and got that black shield, I'm afraid I would have confessed today. I didn't expect this coal mine mission to be so dangerous. Zhou pretended to be out of breath and said, Wow, big brother, you are so awesome. Jiang Xiaoming, who had been hiding before, swam over quickly and said loudly, It's also good luck. Let's go and see the silver rim supply box. Zhou didn't want everyone to discuss his strength, so he changed the subject. The 5 people came to the silver rim supply box. Hiyue and others didn't move, but asked Zhou to open it. After all, without Zhou this time, they would not survive at all. Zhou didn't refuse. He also wanted to see what was inside, so he stretched out his hand and opened it directly. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of carbon scale armor. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of carbon bone knife. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of human mining machine. Chapter 239. There were only these 3 blueprints in the silver rim material box. Zhou took out the carbon scale armor blueprint and carbon bone knife blueprint and looked at them. They were armor and weapons made from scales and bones of coal fish. Zhou had no interest in these 2 blueprints, because he had just taken a rough look at the biological illustrations of coal fish, and the largest size was 20 meters. He no longer cared about armor and weapons made from materials of 20-meter creatures. So he directly gave the carbon scale armor blueprint and carbon bone knife blueprint to Hiyue, asking him to use them to improve the strength of the guild. The vice presidents of the Zhaotun Guild all wore one-piece armor, and the weapons in their hands were also made of large biological materials. Compared with this, the development of the Order Guild was a bit slow. Ah, give us both drawings? When Hiyue saw Zhou handing him the 2 drawings, he seemed a little overwhelmed. Who wouldn't want such powerful equipment drawings, especially when there were a lot of production materials? But this time they were able to successfully obtain the 2 drawings, which was entirely Zhou's credit. Without Zhou, they might not even be able to take this coal mine. No, you should keep it, boss. Hiyue directly pushed back the hand that Zhou handed over the drawings, and then continued. Our original goal was to occupy this coal mine. This silver rim supply box is a pleasant surprise. Moreover, if it weren't for your help, we might have died under the attack of the 20-meter coal fish. How could we still want the things in this silver rim supply box now? Don't refuse. There are 3 drawings in it. These 2 belong to you, and the last one belongs to me. Zhou forced the 2 drawings into Hiyue's hands, and then used the manpower mining machine drawing directly. Human mining machine blueprint requires 30 steel ingots, 10 diamonds, and 100 iron ingots. Iron and steel ingots are fine, but I only have 1 diamond. The only diamond in Zhou's hand was obtained when he hatched a small diamond sea snake egg. This. Hiyue's hands froze as he held the 2 blueprints. As the president of the inner city, he had some private interactions with a large number of survivors, including some very powerful survivors. He naturally knew the value of these 2 blueprints. Stop talking about this and that. Use the materials from the 20-meter coal fish to make a set of armor and a weapon for me. Zhou smiled and patted Hiyue's stiff shoulders. Hiyue saw that Zhou really didn't care about the 2 drawings. After some hesitation, he finally accepted the 2 drawings. Then he immediately followed Zhou's instructions, and used the scales and bones from the 20-meter coal fish to make 2 pieces of equipment. The carbon scale armor and the carbon bone knife are both pure black. Wearing them gives you a mysterious and dangerous feeling. The head of the armor is in the shape of a fish head, which looks a bit weird overall, but it is much better than the colorful giant Arapaima scale armor, because the teeth of the coal fish are serrated and look a little more ferocious. The carbon bone knife is a one-handed knife, about 1.2 meters long. Zhou swung the carbon bone knife a few times, and the blade of the whole knife was well balanced, without the feeling of being top-heavy. The weight is about 150 pounds, and the strength reaches about 50 points, which is more convenient to use. It may be a bit heavy if it is less than 45 points. In the future, this carbon scale armor and carbon bone knife will be the killer that can be displayed on the surface. Zhou thought to himself and put the two pieces of equipment into the deep blue treasure box. He Yue, who got the exclusive equipment drawings of large creatures for the first time, became addicted to making equipment. He quickly made the scales and bones of the 20-meter coal fish into equipment one by one, and finally made 10 sets of carbon scale armor and 30 carbon bone knives. Zhou looked at the coal fish that had been scaled and boned, leaving only the fish meat, and took away all the 20-meter coal fish meat. Anyway, the attribute points added to the meat of a creature were the same regardless of size, so the other small volume coal fish meat was left to He Yue. Afterwards, He Yue and the other 4 had a clear division of labor. He Yue used 2 drawings to peel off the scales and bones of the coal fish, and Jiang Xiaoming and the other 2 were responsible for dividing the coal fish meat and putting it into their own deep blue treasure chests. After a while, He Yue had not finished making all the coal fish scales and bones, and the oxygen bubble on his head was almost attached to his head, so the 5 people returned to the big bubble to restore oxygen. As soon as he arrived outside the bubble, Zhou discovered that the situation inside the bubble was a little strange. The 5 injured people who stayed in the bubble to rest were curled up helplessly at the edge of the bubble, and 5 pairs of eyes were watching the small diamond crystal sea snake in the middle of the bubble vigilantly. The small diamond crystal black snake raised its head and looked at the 5 people with a bad look, as if it wanted to deliberately drive the 5 people out of the bubble. From time to time, it would move its body forward a little to press the little space left in the bubble. "What are you doing?" After Zhou entered the big bubble, he slapped the little diamond crystal sea snake's head down with a slap. He found that the little diamond crystal sea snake seemed to behave well only in front of him, and had no good face to other people. The 5 people who were threatened by the little diamond crystal sea snake were relieved when they saw Zhou coming back. If Zhou didn't come back, they would be driven out of the big bubble. When He Yue saw this scene, he just smiled awkwardly. Not to mention that the little diamond crystal sea snake was Zhou's pet. Just the strength that the little diamond crystal sea snake showed in the coal fish school before was not something he could afford to provoke. Zhou smiled at He Yue apologetically, drove the small diamond crystal sea snake to the edge of the big bubble, leaned his body directly on the small diamond crystal sea snake, and then opened the system interface. Those who participated in the task of cleaning the coal fish nest this time have obtained a coal mining certificate. Those who have this certificate can invite 10 people to enter the coal mine to help them dig coal. Zhou is not very interested in coal mining. He is not short of basic materials now. He came to help this time just to learn about new things. After all, this is the first time he has seen coal fish nest coal mining certificate, so he wants to participate in it in person to understand the difficulty. He Yue now has more than 40 sets of carbon scale armor in his hands. He was not stingy, and directly gave 1 set to everyone on the scene, and also gave each person a carbon bone knife. In an instant, the equipment of these core members of the Order Guild was directly upgraded by several levels. After a rest, several people entered the cave again. This time, they each held an iron pickaxe, and came to the coal mining area at the innermost part of the cave, and began to swing the pickaxe to dig coal. Zhou looked down on these coals, but in He Yue's eyes, these coals were all basic materials. Because Jiang Haitao sold furnaces in the guild president chat group, there is a great demand for charcoal in the market now. Chapter 240. An ordinary survivor uses a clay kiln to make charcoal. One kiln can only produce 20 pieces of charcoal. And it takes time to make charcoal. It takes 2 or 3 hours to make one kiln. That is to say, an ordinary survivor can only produce about 100 pieces of charcoal in one day. But now they have a coal mine. They can get a lot of coal with just a swing of the pickaxe. Zhou also took the pickaxe to dig in the coal mine. Because he was strong, he dug a large piece of the rock wall made of coal in front of him. Zhou reached out and touched the big piece of coal. A burst of blue light lit up, and the big piece of coal automatically decomposed into a cube with a side length of 3 centimeters. The small diamond sea snake next to it saw so many coal pieces on the ground, and immediately opened its mouth and swallowed all the coal pieces on the ground into its stomach like a shovel. Zhou was silent. He originally brought the small diamond sea snake in to see if it could help dig coal, but the result was that it could only eat, not dig. Zhou then simply dug a few more pickaxes, brought back some coal pieces to feed the small diamond sea snake, and then said something to He Yue, left the coal mining area, and returned to the stomach wall space. Afterwards, Yue sent Zhou a message, asking him to tell him directly if he needed coal in the future, and he didn't need to dig it himself. Zhou thought about it, and had no reason to refuse, so he agreed directly. When he returned to the stomach wall space, it was already night. Zhou came to the back of the phantom leviathan, took out the furnace and iron pot, simply cooked the coal fish meat, and then ate it. Ding, eat coal fish meat, strength +1, constitution +3, speed +1. Zhou directly gave the remaining coal fish meat to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, but told him not to sell it, just give it directly to his own guild members. Back in the stomach wall space, the transformed leviathan took action and found a safe area to rest. Zhou suddenly remembered that today was the 46th day. The white radish and cabbage planted by Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian on the 40th day should be almost ripe today. However, considering that the peppers are not ripe yet, Zhou did not ask Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to send the two vegetables over for the time being. When the peppers are ripe, they will be made into kimchi together. There was nothing to do next. Zhou inspected the stomach wall space and made sure everything was normal. He looked at the small diamond crystal sea snake that had reached a body length of 10 meters. With such a large size, it was a bit too big to continue living in the scarlet oxygen tank. So he let the little diamond crystal sea snake sleep on the ground. Anyway, the little diamond crystal sea snake didn't have to stay in the seawater. Every day during the Leviathan's feeding stage and the material box stage, seawater would flow into the stomach wall space. Soaking in seawater would be enough. Nothing happened overnight, and it was the 47th day in a blink of an eye. Just after waking up, Zhou received a piece of bad news. The survivor who was chased by the meteoric Leviathan was attacked by the meteoric Leviathan late last night. The Leviathan and he were both dead, leaving only a photo of the meteoric Leviathan rushing towards him. But because the survivors died, the World Communication Channel would delete all the information of the dead, so Zhou saw the photos that other survivors had taken screenshots of. The photo was pitch black, and only the 2 or 3 meters of the headlight could be seen, and the seawater illuminated by the light was already blood red. The survivor's perspective was upward, and through the blurred environment, the survivor was obviously in the stomach wall space, but the stomach wall space in the photo was full of seawater. And in the direction of the photo, there was a huge black shadow, with eyes glowing red like flames, and it opened its big mouth and bit him directly. After Zhou saw the photo, he immediately understood what happened. It should be that the star meteor Leviathan bit through the body of the metamorphic Leviathan directly, and then found the survivor hiding in the stomach wall space. How could this happen? Wasn't it fine yesterday? It was gone when I woke up? Didn't you say you could get rid of it? How did it catch up so quickly? Who knows? Everyone is dead, and only this photo remains. I know a little. Yesterday afternoon, his metamorphic Leviathan seemed to have fought with other large creatures. He thought it was the star meteor Leviathan that caught up with him, so he didn't dare to go out. Later, the metamorphic Leviathan opened the esophageal diaphragm and let him go out, but he didn't go out either. I don't know what happened afterwards. So that's the case. So, it should be that the metamorphic Leviathan was delayed in the fight, so it was caught up. If it had accelerated normally, it should still be able to get rid of it. But the problem is that we can't stop the metamorphic Leviathan from fighting, and when it fights, we dare not go out to command. The creatures that can fight with the metamorphic Leviathan are all large in size, and they will be crushed to pieces if you hit them casually. Then we can only rely on luck. After reading these messages, Zhou felt a little relieved. As long as the meteoric Leviathan didn't suddenly speed up and catch up with the metamorphic Leviathan, it would be fine. Just as Zhou was about to inspect the stomach wall space, Jiang Haitao sent him a message. After reading the message, Zhou frowned deeply. "One brother, I seem to have a meteorite Leviathan here." Jiang Haitao also read the message in the World Communication Channel and felt uneasy, so he left the stomach wall space and built a wooden foundation on the back of his own phantom Leviathan. He looked around and saw a black creature with a lot of spikes on its body swimming towards him on the water in the distance. Run quickly, run as fast as you can. Zhou currently has no better solution. With his current strength, even if he goes together, he cannot defeat the meteoric Leviathan without the help of his own transformed Leviathan. He can only let Jiang Haitao run first. I have already accelerated my transformed Leviathan and pointed it out to it. Ah, did your transformed Leviathan see the meteoric Leviathan? It should have seen it, because it would look back from time to time while speeding up its swimming. After reading Jiang Haitao's message, Zhou instantly felt that if he went together at this time, he might have a chance to defeat the meteoric Leviathan, because Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan was also protected by honeycomb bone pieces on its body surface, so it could still resist as long as it was not attacked by surprise. Well, you should pay more attention to the meteoric Leviathan in the future. If you really can't escape, take me with you. However, at present, it is not the most critical moment yet, and Zhou Wen is not ready to fight with the meteoric Leviathan for the time being. The longer Jiang Haitao delays, the better, so that he can improve his strength as much as possible, and his chances of winning will be greater when facing the meteoric Leviathan in the future. Chapter 241. Be careful. Zhou Wen gave a warning and ended the conversation with Jiang Haitao. He thought for a moment and took out a deep blue treasure chest containing 200,000 pieces of Tongusi, then opened the blueprint interface and turned to the Tongusi rope blueprint. Make. In a flash, a large amount of blue light flew out of the deep blue treasure chest and began to entangle with each other in the air. Zhou Wen directly used 100,000 pieces of Tongusi to make a 1,000-meter long Tongusi rope in one breath. The bone-through wire is only 1/10 the thickness of a hair. Even if 100 strands are stacked together, the diameter is only 5 millimeters. However, although the bone-through wire rope is thin, it is extremely tough. Zhou Wen tried it with several of his weapons, including the slender steel knife, carbon bone knife, fish fin broadsword, and swordfish broadsword. These weapons could not cut the bone-through wire rope. Only the two steel long knife and tungsten bone broadsword could cut it easily. The toughness of the bone-through wire rope has met Zhou Wen's expectations, so he left the stomach wall space with a 1,000-meter bone-through wire rope and came to the back of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou Wen extracted half of the body of the meteorite Leviathan from the system interface, and then wrapped the bone-through rope around the body of the meteorite Leviathan, and the other end of the rope was tightly wrapped around the handle of a tungsten bone broadsword. After doing this, Zhou Wen put the half of the meteorite Leviathan body, a 1,000-meter long bone-through rope, and a tungsten bone broadsword into the system interface at the same time. After making a preparation to deal with the meteorite Leviathan on Jiang Haitao's side, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space again and began to distill anesthetics. While distilling the anesthetic, Zhou Wen had been simulating the battle scene against Jiang Haitao's Star Meteor Leviathan in his mind based on his previous experience of fighting Star Meteor Leviathan. Then he found the difference between killing Star Meteor Leviathan by himself and helping Jiang Haitao kill Star Meteor Leviathan. Try to buy as many peer vouchers as possible. Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao. But then, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao not to buy peer vouchers, but to turn around and ask Chen Xian to help buy them. After Chen Xian bought peer vouchers, he gave them to Jiang Haitao. Purchasing a large number of peer tickets would definitely attract the attention of various guilds. Jiang Haitao was in an extremely dangerous moment. If he personally purchased peer tickets and someone guessed something and deliberately used dual tickets to trip him up, it would be troublesome. After a while, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage, and Zhou Wen continued to distill anesthetics. Although the influx of seawater was accompanied by parasites, he didn't need to do it himself. The small diamond sea snake had already rushed over and bit the parasite to death. Only after the entire feeding phase was over did Zhou Wen stop distilling the anesthetic, take out the seaweed crusher, connect it to the Blayfish power device, and start crushing the seaweed. All the parasites during the feeding phase were cleaned up by the small diamond sea snake. After crushing his own seaweed, Zhou Wen continued to crush the seaweed of 80 core members of the guild. Brother One, I'm going to get rid of the Starfall Leviathan for the time being. Well, you can directly build a house with a stone foundation on the back of the transformed Leviathan, and stay outside for the time being, so as to always pay attention to the movements of the Starfall Leviathan. The transformed Leviathan is definitely the fastest swimming underwater, but Jiang Haitao has oxygen crystals. If he holds one in his mouth, he can maintain 30 hours of oxygen supply. As long as the transformed Leviathan does not dive too deep, Jiang Haitao can completely withstand the water pressure by wearing the swordfish armor. When eating, you only need to let the Leviathan float to the surface for a short time, which will not affect the swimming speed of the Leviathan. Chen Xian's large purchase of peer vouchers really attracted the attention of many guild leaders. After all, Survivor is a large guild. Although the number of guild members has always been only 500, the quality of guild members is very high, and no one dares to underestimate it. Now, such a sudden large-scale purchase of peer vouchers inevitably makes other guild leaders nervous, and they feel that the Survivor Guild is looking for someone to start a war. President of Land Guild Chung Yongming, President Chen, why are you buying so many peer vouchers? If there is anything urgent, my Land Guild can sell you a few. Group Leader and President of Survivor Chen Xian, it's not an urgent matter. I am just going to take my guild members to remove bugs recently, so I want to buy more peer vouchers. President of Land Guild Chung Yongming. Oh, so, then I can sell you 3 peer vouchers. But the price? It must be a little more expensive than outside. President of Survivor Chen Xian. Haha, there is no need for that. It is not an urgent matter. I can slowly buy them from ordinary survivors. President of Land Guild Chung Yongming. Haha, just kidding, President Chen, don't mind. How about trading these 3 peer vouchers at a normal price? President of Survivor Chen Xian. Normal price is of course fine. Chung Yongming of the Land Guild. Haha, I hope that when our guild is exterminating, President Chen can help us. Group Leader Chen Xian of the Survivor Guild. As long as you accept the reward I mentioned before, I will help you. Chung Yongming of the Land Guild. Thank you, President Chen. Afterwards, several other guild presidents took the initiative to sell peer vouchers to Chen Xian in order to build relationships with him. After all, they were all presidents of medium-sized guilds. Under normal circumstances, they were not qualified to invite Chen Xian to help exterminating. After a while, Chen Xian bought 20 peer coupons, and then sent them all to Jiang Haitao through private messages. Zhou continued to distill anesthetics, and then a private message came from He Yue. Boss, I found the steel syringe blueprint you asked me to find. After He Yue sent this message, he immediately sent the blueprint over, and Zhou extracted the blueprint. Ding, obtained the steel syringe blueprint. I really found it. After Zhou obtained the exploding meteorite injection formula, he searched for the steel syringe blueprint on the World Trade Channel, but he didn't find it, so he asked He Yue to look for it in the inner city. Unexpectedly, he actually found it, so he used the blueprint directly and checked the production requirements. Steel syringe blueprint requires 1 steel ingot, 1 rubber, 1 glass. Rubber again. Zhou had previously obtained a blueprint for a blood-drawing needle, which also required rubber in the production materials, but he hadn't even seen the shadow of rubber until now. Thank you, you are very helpful. I will transfer the amount of basic materials you used to purchase this blueprint to you. Oh, big man, please don't transfer the basic materials to me. The 2 blueprints you gave me in the coal mine cave are much more valuable than this blueprint. Just accept them directly. Okay, then I won't refuse. Chapter 242. After finishing the conversation with He Yue, Zhou poured the distilled anesthetic into the wooden barrel beside him. At this moment, the phantom leviathan suddenly stopped swimming, as if it had applied an emergency brake. This sudden pause almost spilled the anesthetic that Zhou had been distilling for the whole morning. Fortunately, Zhou reacted quickly and lifted the wooden barrel and shook it upwards to catch the anesthetic that was about to spill. At this moment, the voice of the phantom leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind, with a little doubt in his voice. What's wrong? Did you encounter something? Zhou was also a little confused, so he prepared to go out and take a look. But just as he was about to walk towards the esophageal diaphragm, the entire stomach wall space suddenly rotated, but the angle of rotation was very strange. It was not rotating up and down, left and right, but rotating horizontally front and back. This rotation method was obviously not the active behavior of the phantom leviathan. Zhou felt that the phantom leviathan seemed to have suddenly fallen into a huge vortex, so it rotated back and forth uncontrollably. Thinking of this, he quickly grabbed the wooden foundation pillar beside him to stabilize his body. After that, the direction of the stomach wall space rotation became irregular, sometimes rotating up and down, left and right, sometimes rotating diagonally, and finally the head of the phantom leviathan looked down, and the entire stomach wall space rotated rapidly. After about an hour, the stomach wall space gradually stabilized, and Zhou's mind was full of the phantom leviathan's doubtful voice. Where is this? The little man. Oh, the little man is still there. It seems. I can't go back. Zhou heard these voices, and the doubts on his face became more and more, so he put on his equipment, patted the esophageal diaphragm, and prepared to leave the stomach wall space to go out and take a look. The esophageal diaphragm opened, and as soon as Zhou walked into the esophageal diaphragm immediately closed, and then a surging sea water rushed directly towards him. The impact of the seawater was so strong that Zhou was stuck to the esophageal diaphragm and couldn't get up. 10 seconds later, after the entire esophagus was filled with seawater, the impact force dissipated, and Zhou also swam into the mouth of the phantom leviathan with the seawater, and then came out. As soon as he got outside, the black crystal armor suddenly shrank inward. Zhou had experienced this feeling in the body of the pelvic tungsten snail leviathan before. Obviously, he was in the sea below 1,500 meters at this time. Zhou shone his headlamp around him, but there was nothing in sight, only the dark and silent seawater. Then, Zhou tried to swim upwards, and after swimming about 100 meters, he saw the rock wall above. Is this a cave? Zhou spent more than 2 hours exploring the surroundings with doubts in his heart. This is indeed a cave, and it is a very large cave, about 200 meters long from the top to the bottom of the cave, and about 100 meters on both sides. Moreover, the water pressure in this cave was extremely high. When Zhou swam to the bottom of the cave, the black crystal armor on his body made a squeezing sound. Zhou's body inside the armor also shrunk inwards, and his ribs pressed on his heart, which restricted the heartbeat. Based on the idea that the Leviathan he transformed into might be sucked into the vortex, Zhou speculated that this huge cave was probably an underwater river, and there was a high probability that he could not return the same way, because the biological lightning of the Phantom Leviathan was much more accurate than what he had roughly observed while swimming around, and the Phantom Leviathan mentioned in his heart that he could not go back, which meant that the way he came was blocked. At this time, the Phantom Leviathan's big round eyes came close to Zhou, as if waiting for Zhou's instructions. This move of the Phantom Leviathan made Zhou's heart sink, because this meant that the Phantom Leviathan did not know where the exit was, which was obviously not good news. Let's go forward. Zhou raised his hand and pointed forward. He had no good idea, so he could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, the food he and the Phantom Leviathan had could be transmitted through the system interface, so he didn't have to worry about starving to death in this underwater river. The Phantom Leviathan understood Zhou's gesture, opened its mouth and swallowed Zhou, then began to swim forward. Zhou followed the seawater in the Phantom Leviathan's mouth and returned to the stomach wall space. Without the squeezing of the seawater, his contracted body finally stretched out. It's really one wave after another. Zhou sighed, put away the black crystal armor, sat on the stone foundation, and continued to distill anesthetics. Jiang Haitao's Starfall Leviathan had not been dealt with yet, and he was inexplicably swept to a strange place. More than 2 hours later, Zhou looked at the tightly closed esophageal diaphragm. There seemed to be no supply box in this submarine dark river, which meant that he couldn't even get the basic materials. Boom! Suddenly, the transformed Leviathan seemed to hit a rock, and not long after, there was another violent collision outside. Zhou, who was somewhat worried, put on the black crystal armor and left the stomach wall space again. Under the huge water pressure, he swam outside with the Phantom Leviathan for a distance and found that the cave was getting narrower and narrower, and from time to time, a stone cone made of rock would protrude from the rock wall in the cave. The collision sound just now was made by the Phantom Leviathan hitting the stone cone in the cave, but fortunately, the surface of the Phantom Leviathan was protected by honeycomb bone pieces, so there was no injury on the body. Zhou clung to the Phantom Leviathan again. As the Phantom Leviathan swam for a distance, the protruding stone cones gradually increased, causing the space of the cave to become narrower and narrower. Finally, the Phantom Leviathan could not swim anymore, and his body was almost stuck in the cave. Seeing this situation, Zhou could only use a toothed steel knife to clean up the protruding stone cones. The stone cones were made of rocks after all, and Zhou could easily cut them off one by one with a toothed steel knife. But the water pressure around him made him very uncomfortable, and he couldn't stay outside for a long time. After cleaning up some stone cones, he had to go back to the stomach wall space to rest. Finally cleaned up. It took Zhou 5 or 6 hours to clean up these stone cones, and it was already night. I hope there's no dead end ahead. Zhou looked ahead at the dark road ahead. If there was a dead end ahead, he and the transformed Leviathan would be in big trouble. Just as Zhou was about to return to the stomach wall space, a wave of water suddenly surged ahead, and then, under the illumination of the headlight, a black shadow quickly rushed towards him. Zhou was underwater, and wearing black crystal armor, his movement speed was greatly limited. He could only take out the tungsten bone shield with the strongest defense from the equipment bar to resist the attack. Bang! A thick red spike hit the tungsten bone shield, and then Zhou was pushed back nearly 10 meters by the power of the spike. Chapter 243. Zhou held up the tungsten bone shield and just stabilized his body in the seawater. In the darkness ahead, several shadows shot towards him. Zhou saw that there were many shadows. In order to ensure that he was safe, he took out a giant bone shield from the equipment bar with his other hand and placed the two shields in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The two shields made loud collision sounds under the impact of the spikes. A fierce impact force came from the giant bone shield, and there was also a sound of damage. The giant bone shield had almost no effect in reducing the impact force, because it did not have the shield fish fat layer. However, Zhou was wearing black crystal armor at the moment, so he did not suffer much damage. Woo! Zhou had just resisted the second round of spike attacks when the third round of spike attacks came. However, this time, the transformed Leviathan behind him made a cry, and a strong sound wave impacted the sea water in front into waves. The sound wave rushed towards the darkness in front at a very fast speed. The third round of spikes also slowed down due to the sound wave, and the force hitting Zhou's shield was also negligible. After the Leviathan was transformed and sent out this sound wave, no more spikes shot out from the shadow in front of him. Zhou could finally check what the spikes that attacked him were, and what could actually destroy the hard giant bone shield. Zhou first checked the tungsten bone shield, and after confirming that there was no damage on the surface, he put it away and began to check the giant bone shield. At this time, there were 3 spikes on the surface of the giant bone shield. The spikes were 30 centimeters long, and the whole body was relatively slender, and the thickest part was only 5 centimeters thick. Bone spur? Zhou reached out and grabbed a spike, and then pulled it off the giant bone shield with force. Then he checked the material of the spike. It was bone, but the surface was smooth and clean, and the texture was particularly hard. Zhou put the 3 bone spurs into the deep blue treasure chest, and then quickly returned to the stomach wall space, put away the black crystal armor on his body, and took out another bone spur from the deep blue treasure chest. The biological illustration was also updated. High pressure porpoise body length, 3 meters. Weight, 10 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A porpoise living about 2,000 meters below the sea, it can eject the hard bone spurs growing on its body surface through its mouth, like a high-pressure air pump. It has strong penetrating power, tastes delicious, and can be eaten. It can be used to make biological air pump devices. I found the high-pressure porcupine here. Zhou, who had finished reading the biological illustrations, showed a look of surprise on his face, because the high-pressure porcupine was one of the biological forces needed in the deep-sea walker mech blueprint. In the deep-sea walker mech blueprint, in addition to the materials for making the mech body, 2 biological forces were also needed. The first one was the high-pressure porcupine, and the second one was called the vortex hairtail. Zhou had never had much hope of making the deep-sea walker mech, because he had no idea what materials were needed, and many of them were things he had never heard of. Now, by chance, he was able to find one of the biological forces, so he was naturally very happy. Wait, will the sound waves of the Leviathan's cry just now kill the high-pressure porcupine? Zhou panicked and quickly put on the black crystal armor and came outside. At this time, the Leviathan had passed through the narrow space that was previously blocked by a large number of stone cones, but the space in front was still small, and it was difficult for the Leviathan to move its body, so it could only swim slowly. Seeing Zhou come out again, the Leviathan looked at Zhou curiously. Zhou quickly took out the high-pressure porcupine's bone spur and showed it to the Leviathan, then pointed at the bone spur and expressed whether the Leviathan could find the biological action of firing the bone spur. Zhou naturally wouldn't go looking for it himself. Although this cave was very narrow for the phantom Leviathan, it was still very big for him. Moreover, he needed to withstand the strong water pressure coming from all directions at all times. His body was squeezed very uncomfortable. If he could stay outside for a long time, he would never stay outside for a long time. The phantom Leviathan took a look at the bone spurs and understood what Zhou meant. He immediately pushed Zhou with his head and swam forward a short distance. Then Zhou saw a high-pressure porcupine with sharp bone spurs all over its body, an oval shape, and a body length of 3 meters. This high-pressure porcupine fish was no longer moving. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its skin was also bloody. Although its mouth was still breathing in seawater, it was obviously not going to live long. Oh, forget it. Zhou had a steel knife in his hand. He cut the body of the high-pressure porcupine fish with one knife, killing it completely, and then put the body into the deep blue treasure chest. Zhou felt it was a pity, but he couldn't blame the transformed Leviathan. After all, the transformed Leviathan was also to protect him. Moreover, even if this high-pressure porcupine is still alive, Zhou does not have a container to keep it. His current largest container is still the Crimson Oxygen tank, which is only 2 meters in diameter and cannot hold a 3-meter high-pressure porcupine. This does not include the length of the high-pressure porcupine spikes. If the spikes are included, a container of at least 4 meters is required, and the container must have extremely high hardness. After all, the spikes sprayed by the high-pressure porcupine can even pierce a hole in the giant bone shield. Ordinary containers will definitely not be able to withstand the impact of its spurs. Since it tastes delicious, let's eat it directly. This high-pressure porcupine is also a relatively special creature. I wonder how many attributes it can increase. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Because Jiang Haitao has always had the star meteorite Leviathan eyeing him, Zhou Wen is currently very eager to improve his strength. Only when he is strong enough can he have a better chance of winning against the star meteorite Leviathan. Afterwards, the transformed Leviathan took Zhou Wen to find another high-pressure porcupine, which was also almost killed by the sound wave. Zhou Wen killed it without hesitation, and put it into the deep blue treasure chest. In the end, Zhou Wen only got these 2 high-pressure porcupine carcasses, but according to the frequency of his spike attacks at that time, there were definitely more than 2 high-pressure porcupine carcasses. It should be that the other high-pressure porcupine carcasses were less damaged by the sound wave impact, and they ran away directly after recovering. The cave space is very narrow, and the speed of the transformed Leviathan is very slow. He couldn't catch up even if he wanted to, so he had to give up in the end. Since Zhou Wen was in the dark river under the sea and couldn't cook outside, he directly handed the high-pressure porcupine carcasses to Chen Xian. After a while, Chen Xian sent the cooked high-pressure porcupine soup in a wooden barrel. In addition to the high-pressure porcupine meat, there was also white radish soaked in the soup. Zhou Wen asked her to add it. This kind of delicious fish meat is really delicious with white radish. Zhou Wen picked up a piece of high-pressure porcupine meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It tasted smooth and chewy, and it tasted really good. Ding, eat high-pressure porcupine meat, strength +4, constitution +4, speed +2. Wow, not only does it taste good, but it also increases a lot of attributes. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. He had only encountered 2 biological meats that could increase strength by 4 points. One was the abyss dragon fish, and the other was the diamond sea snake. Chapter 244. Boss Zhou, do you need my help when you deal with the meteoric Leviathan? Chen Xian sent a message to ask. No, it's too dangerous. If you are accidentally hit by the meteoric Leviathan, you may die. I have special equipment to barely fight the meteoric Leviathan. You just need to support me. Zhou Wen did not plan to let Chen Xian participate in the battle with the meteoric Leviathan because it was too dangerous. If Jiang Haitao encountered danger, at least he would have his own transformed Leviathan to protect him. But Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan would definitely not take the initiative to protect Chen Xian in an emergency. Okay. After talking with Chen Xian, Zhou Wen quickly finished the high-pressure porky radish soup and prepared to go to bed. The phantom Leviathan also stopped swimming and began to rest. The next day, when Zhou Wen woke up from the wooden foundation, it was already the 48th day. The first thing he did when he woke up was to ask about Jiang Haitao's situation. After learning that Jiang Haitao was fine, he began to inspect the stomach wall space. Because of the dark river under the sea, the phantom Leviathan could not find food, so there was no eating stage. Zhou Wen took a large amount of seaweed from Chen Xian, plus 5 tons of watermelon, and crushed them together with the seaweed crusher and fed them to the phantom Leviathan. After feeding the transformed Leviathan, Zhou Wen came to the seaweed planting box where the bone-bright seaweed had been planted before. These bone-bright seaweeds had successfully grown in the seaweed planting box, but like ivory corals, they also needed biological skeletons to provide the nutrients they needed. Zhou Wen searched the roots of each bone-bright seaweed and found 3 yellow nodules, which were grown by the rhizobium he had put in before. It really can grow. Zhou Wen's face lit up, and he picked the 3 yellow nodules from the seaweed planting box, took out the rhizobium in the middle of the yellow nodules, and threw them directly into his mouth. The taste of the yellow nodules is the same as that of the bone-bright seaweed. It feels like chewing rubber in your mouth, but the yellow nodules are round, larger and thicker, and more difficult to chew. It took a long time to finally swallow them. Ding! Consuming the bone-bright nodules, physical fitness +3. 3 points? Zhou Wen was a little dissatisfied. Eating the bone-bright seaweed can increase physical fitness by 5 points, while the nodules that absorbed a lot of nutrients from the bone-bright seaweed only increased physical fitness by 3 points. However, thinking about it, it is already very good to be able to increase physical fitness by 3 points, because the nodules, after all, grow by absorbing nutrients from seaweed. The bone-bright seaweed can increase physical fitness, which is different from ordinary seaweed and scarlet kelp. Ordinary seaweed and crimson kelp will not increase attributes after eating, so it is necessary to absorb their nutrients through rhizobia and grow nodules that can increase attribute points. Okay. Zhou Wen figured it out, and was relieved. With these 3 points of physical fitness, his overall attributes reached 152 points. After that, Zhou Wen sent the remaining 2 bone-bright nodules to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively, and then continued to distill anesthetics in the stomach wall space. The rock fruit seems to be ripe soon. Zhou observed the rock crystal leaf tree. Today was the 48th day, and the rock fruit of the rock crystal leaf tree was about to mature. However, the other two rock crystal leaf trees that grew from the rock fruit had just grown to half a meter high, and it would take another 10 days for them to produce rock fruit. Zhou did not plan to plant more rock crystal leaf trees. 3 trees would produce 9 rock fruits, increasing the attribute by 27 points. Planting too many would be useless, and would consume a lot of rockworm feces. The most important thing was that there was no place to put them. While Zhou was distilling anesthetics, He Yue began to promote coal in the chat group of the guild presidents. Xiao Teng, president of Tingfei. Coal, where did you find it? Jiang Haidao, president of Jianggu. How much is it? How much is it? Taishio, president of Day After Day. Yes, what is the price? If it is more expensive than the charcoal outside, forget it. He Yue, president of Xianshi. The price is of course the same as charcoal, and the quantity is as much as you want. As for where the coal was found, I can't tell you. Cheng Yongming of Ludi Guild. Same as charcoal, can it be cheaper? From your generous speech, you have a lot of coal in your hands, so you can make it a little cheaper. He Yue, president of Xianshi. It can't be cheaper. Our guild paid a heavy price to obtain these coals. Several guild members died. If there were not enough coal, we would have suffered heavy losses. Cheng Yongming of Ludi. But the problem is that your coal and charcoal are the same price. Why should I buy from you? He Yue, president of Xianshi. How about this? As long as everyone buys 10,000 pieces of coal at one time, I can sell it at a 10% discount. How about it? Cheng Yongming of Ludi. You have it made much cheaper. Charcoal is 10 basic materials per piece. 10,000 pieces are 100,000 basic materials. 10% off is 90,000 basic materials, which is 10,000 cheaper. He Yue, president of Xianshi. There is no other way. It can only be this price. If it is lower, I will lose money. Seeing that He Yue was no longer lowering the price, the presidents of the various guilds stopped talking and started buying large quantities of coal from He Yue. Now all guilds are developing their strength. The best way to improve their strength is to make iron scale armor for some core guild members. Therefore, a large number of iron ingots are needed, but it is too expensive to buy directly from the World Trading Channel. It is much cheaper to burn it yourself. He Yue, who sold a lot of coal, bought a large number of furnaces from Jiang Haitao. In addition to using these furnaces for his own guild members, he also sold them privately to ordinary survivors. There is still a lot of charcoal on the market. It cannot be consumed by the guild alone. If there is too much charcoal, his coal will not be easy to sell, so he wants to increase the market demand for charcoal by selling furnaces to ordinary survivors. The burning speed of charcoal cannot keep up with the consumption speed, so there will be a market for his coal. As for why he does not sell coal at a low price directly, it is because selling at a low price will impact the charcoal market, making ordinary survivors lose the means to earn additional basic materials, and ordinary survivors cannot accumulate enough basic materials, and cannot afford to buy furnaces. Ordinary survivors do not have enough furnaces, and cannot open up the market for coal, so his coal can only be supplied to the guild, but the guild's iron smelting is also limited. After all, the mainstream of the guild is to improve its strength, and it is impossible to smelt iron all day long. The broadest market is still tens of millions of ordinary survivors, so in order to sell more coal in the future, it cannot be sold at a low price for the time being. Chapter 245. Jiang Haitao quickly sent Zhou a screenshot of the contents of the guild president chat group. He Yue also sent a private message to Zhou, telling him that he was going to sell furnaces to ordinary survivors in private to expand the coal market. Zhou naturally had no objection. After all, Jiang Haitao had agreed to sell him a large number of furnaces, and those furnaces sold to him were made by Zhou himself using drawings. In addition to He Yue's large-scale sale of coal, the content in the guild president chat group was that Xiao Teng proposed another interesting idea. Xiao Teng proposed in the guild president chat group that the presidents of each guild could find a time to meet offline to deepen the connection between the major guilds, and he had already thought of a way to meet. The location selected for the meeting was inside the insect-eliminating Leviathan. It was only necessary to send someone to clean up the large number of parasites in the stomach wall space first, leaving a non-threatening heliococcidioidomycete, and the insect-eliminating task could continue. Then the person in charge of pest control will use the traveling ticket to invite the guild leaders who need to attend the party. Because they are traveling together, the safety of each guild leader is guaranteed, and there is no need to worry about people with bad intentions. However, Zhao Tang's idea was not approved by many guild leaders. The reason is very simple. The strength of the president of a large guild is too different from that of the president of a medium-sized guild. Even if they are traveling together, if the president of a large guild suddenly attacks, the president of a medium-sized guild may not be able to react. Moreover, there is no need for offline gatherings at present. It is good to communicate in the guild leader chat group. If you want to make a deal, you can just shout in the group. There is no need for offline face-to-face conversation. Zhao Ting's proposal is a bit redundant. In fact, it is mainly because Zhao Ting's reputation is not very good. After Zhao Ting proposed the offline gathering method, many people felt puzzled and subconsciously thought that he had bad intentions. If it was replaced by Chen Xian, who has a better reputation, maybe this offline gathering would be held. Boom! Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about the deeper purpose of Zhao Tang's offline gathering, a loud noise came from outside, as if the Phantom Leviathan had hit the rock again. Zhou Wen immediately put on his equipment and went outside, but as soon as he swam out of the Phantom Leviathan's mouth, he felt that the water pressure outside was even greater. The current underwater depth should have reached 2,000 meters. Even though his body was protected by the black crystal armor, Zhou Wen's body was in great pain. Before, all the muscles in his body were squeezed, but now not only the muscles, but also the bones were under pressure. Zhou Wen quickly looked at the situation of the Phantom Leviathan. Since it was pitch black around him, and his headlamp had a limited range, he could only endure the pressure and circle around the Phantom Leviathan. After figuring out the situation, Zhou Wen only felt a headache, because the Phantom Leviathan was stuck in the narrow cave again, and this time it was not caused by the stone cone, but the cave itself became narrower. In order to let the Phantom Leviathan pass, Zhou Wen could only expand the area of the cave, but this was undoubtedly a big project, especially in the high-pressure environment 2,000 meters under the sea. However, the good news is that once you pass this narrow spot, the space ahead will become very large. Zhou Wen could vaguely hear the sound of the rapid flow of seawater. He suspected that the narrow cave where he and the Phantom Leviathan were currently was just a small branch of the underground river. Once they passed this narrow spot, they would be able to enter the real mainstream of the underwater river a short distance ahead. The widest part of the Phantom Leviathan was about 45 meters, and the diameter of this narrow area was about 40 meters. Zhou Wen needed to cut off a large amount of rock around the rock wall, and expand the diameter to 50 meters, to allow the Phantom Leviathan to pass smoothly. After that, Zhou Wen kept going back and forth between the stomach wall space and the outside, constantly cutting the rock wall with a long steel knife. When he couldn't bear the water pressure anymore, he returned to the stomach wall space to rest. During this time, some glowing creatures appeared from time to time in the darkness in front of the cave. Those glowing creatures looked very strange. Some looked like shrimps, but their bodies were transparent, their heads were particularly large, and their two pairs of eyes grew inside the transparent shrimp shells, and their eyes emitted soft white light. Some looked like a ribbon, and their bodies flashed with colorful light. There is another kind that is more terrifying. It looks like an eyeball, and emits a dim yellow light. When Zhou Wen was cutting the stone wall, he accidentally took a look and was shocked. It felt like there was a huge creature staring at you in the dark. If it weren't for the Leviathan, Zhou Wen would never dare to observe the eyeball-like creature carefully. These luminous creatures are not small in size. The largest one is more than 10 meters long, and the smallest one is 4 or 5 meters long. They all seem to be eyeing Zhou Wen covetously, but they should have noticed the existence of the Leviathan, so no luminous creature dared to attack Zhou Wen, but just watched from a distance. These are all attribute points. Zhou Wen looked at the luminous creatures and thought happily. The luminous creatures coveted Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen also coveted the luminous creatures. If the Leviathan transformation had not been stuck, he would have rushed over by himself, and his safety would not have been guaranteed. Otherwise, he really wanted to kill all the luminous creatures, and put their bodies into the deep blue treasure chest. After 4 or 5 hours, the narrow rock wall area expanded to 44 meters. Zhou Wen's body had reached its limit in bearing the squeeze of the seawater. If he continued, his muscles and bones might be injured. You know, Jiang Haidao still has a time bomb. Before dealing with the meteoric Leviathan, he must not get hurt, so he returned to the stomach wall space to rest for a while. Coincidentally, the rock fruit of the rock crystal tree was ripe, and Zhou Wen picked all 3 rock fruits directly. He had already eaten 9 rock fruits before, and could no longer increase the attributes. Considering that Jiang Haitao would have to face the meteoric Leviathan next, Zhou Wen sent all 3 rock fruits to Jiang Haitao. How is the situation over there? Fortunately, I haven't seen the figure of the meteorite Leviathan yet. Well, be careful, your transformed Leviathan is smart, Let it pay attention. Got it, Brother Wen. Just after talking with Jiang Haitao, a series of abrupt prompts sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Ding! The battle for the coal mine in the coal fish nest has begun. Do you want to participate? The battle for the coal mine? The prompt sound appeared very suddenly. Zhou Wen was a little confused for a while, but he still put on a suit of iron scale armor and clicked to agree. Chapter 246. The next second, he turned into a blue light and teleported away, then appeared in a large bubble not far from the entrance of the coal fish nest. In addition to Zhou Wen, there were He Yue and his 8 core members in the bubble. They also had doubts on their faces, and only He Yue seemed to know something. What's going on? Zhou Wen looked at He Yue and asked. It seems that someone else has also opened the coal fish nest coal mine mining certificate, but there is only one coal mine, so both sides need to compete for it, and the winning party can obtain the mining rights. He Yue was the initiator of Coal Fish Nest Coal Mine Mining Certificate, so the content of the system prompt tone would be more detailed. He explained directly to Zhou Wen. However, this battle for the coal mine is not a life-and-death battle. You can automatically withdraw when you encounter danger. As long as you defeat all the opponents, even if there is still one person left on your side, you will be considered a winner. He Yue continued. Zhou Wen looked at his system interface. At this time, there was indeed a blue box asking whether to withdraw. As long as he chose to withdraw, he would be directly teleported back. At this time, there was no longer only one large bubble outside the coal fish nest, but another large bubble. The 2 large bubbles were opposite each other, and figures appeared one after another in the large bubble on the opposite side, adding up to 10 people. What's wrong with the equipment of these 10 people? Jiang Xiaoming saw the equipment of the 10 people in the large bubble on the opposite side, and said loudly in shock. It's not Jiang Xiaoming's fault for overreacting, because the 10 people on the other side all wore the same one-piece armor, and the head of the armor was not in the shape of a fish, but in the shape of a crocodile, and they were holding the same bone sword in their hands. Although the members of He Yue's side were all wearing carbon scale armor, the weapons in their hands were still steel and iron weapons. Because the carbon bone knife was too heavy, except for He Yue, the others were not strong enough and could not use it now. Boss, let's just give up this coal mine. He Yue said to Zhou Wen. Just by looking at the equipment, it was clear that the 2 sides were not opponents of the same level. He Yue was not a stubborn person. Seeing the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, it was wise to choose to give up. You guys should quit first. Zhou Wen said to He Yue and his group. If you think there is a chance of winning, we can stay and help. He Yue saw that Zhou Wen didn't seem to be ready to quit, so he said hurriedly. No, I just give it a try, you guys go first. If I find I can't win, I can quit directly, don't worry. Zhou Wen shook his head, and continued to talk to He Yue and his group. Seeing Zhou Wen's insistence, He Yue hesitated for a moment, but still followed Zhou Wen's arrangement. After the previous battle with the 20-meter coal fish, he knew that Zhou Wen's strength was not as simple as it seemed, so he didn't say anything more, and withdrew directly from the battle with the core members of the guild. At this time, the 2 large bubbles began to expand rapidly, just like the blue light film in the dual space. The 2 large bubbles gradually merged together to form a bubble space the size of half a football field. As soon as the bubble space was formed, the 10 people on the opposite side turned into 10 black shadows and attacked Zhou Wen. One of them was faster and rushed to Zhou Wen first. He chopped Zhou Wen's head with a nearly 2-meter-long bone knife in his hand without hesitation. Zhou Wen was slightly stunned. This was the first time he met someone who attacked directly without any nonsense. This surprised him a little. In a flash, Zhou Wen's iron scale armor was instantly changed to shrimp head heavy armor. He raised his left hand and grabbed the bone sword that was chopped down vertically. Then he pulled it hard, and the opponent's body was pulled forward. Then Zhou Wen clenched his right fist and swung it vigorously, punching the opponent's head. The sudden reversal of the situation between the 2 sides made the attacker exclaim. He didn't expect that Zhou Wen, who didn't look very strong, suddenly changed into a set of armor with extremely high defense, and caught his swift sword with one hand. Seeing Zhou Wen's fist coming, he quickly took out a shield from the equipment column. Bang! Zhou Wen punched the shield with a powerful punch. The shield was very hard and did not break, but the impact of the force directly sent the opponent flying 4 or 5 meters backwards. When Zhou Wen caught the opponent's skeletal sword that was chopped down, he roughly estimated the opponent's strength, which should be around 50. At this time, the second person wearing crocodile armor also rushed up and waved the skeletal sword at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen just grabbed a skeletal sword from the first person, so he waved the sword casually and collided with the second person. Bang! A sharp metal collision sounded, and the blades of the two bone swords were broken by the huge force. But Zhou Wen's bone sword was still in his hand, while the opponent's bone sword had been shaken out of his hand by Zhou Wen's power, and the bone sword flew out directly. It was not over yet. While the opponent was stunned, Zhou Wen kicked him nearly 10 meters away. The 8 people who rushed up from behind saw that Zhou Wen was so powerful, and their sprint speed slowed down immediately, becoming a little alert and panicked. They thought they could easily seize the coal mining rights of the coalfish nest. After all, with 50 points of strength for each of the 10 people, almost no one could be their opponent except for the presidents of several large guilds. They didn't expect to run into someone with such terrifying strength. Why did you attack me without saying a word? I still have some questions to ask you. Zhou Wen saw that the 10 people on the opposite side were shocked by him, so he spoke. Who are you? The Xianxue Guild can't possibly have someone as powerful as you. A person who looked like a leader said. Don't worry about who I am. I'm a little curious about where you got the bone sword in your hand. Zhou Wen recognized the bone sword from the beginning. It was the one Zhao Teng used when Jiang Haidao took him to kill insects. And the shield used by the first person for defense was also used by Dong Bo, the vice president of Zhao Teng Guild. These people obviously have some relationship with Zhao Teng, but I don't know if they are the group behind Zhao Teng. No comment, the leader said calmly. But as soon as the leader finished speaking, he saw Zhou Wen's figure in a trance, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the whole person flew directly to the back. No comment, just get out of here. Do you want to rob me of the coal mine by staying here? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to say, Zhou Wen had no intention of continuing to ask. After all, this battle was not a life and death battle, and threatening them was useless, but killing them was not a good idea either, because it might cause trouble for He Yue. Chapter 247. Finally, the 10 people wearing crocodile armor also knew that it was impossible to snatch the coal mine from Zhou Wen, so they voluntarily withdrew from the battle, and the mining rights of the coal mine still belonged to He Yue and others. Ding! The battle for the coalfish nest coal mine was won, and the mining rights of the coalfish nest coal mine were obtained. The system prompt sound in Zhou Wen's mind has announced his victory. He no longer stays in the coal mine area and returns directly to the stomach wall space. As soon as he returned, he received a private message from He Yue. Boss, are you okay? The battle for the coal mine was won, and He Yue naturally received the system notification sound. While he was shocked by Zhou Wen's strength, he also sent a concerned inquiry. Fortunately, I just suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. Zhou Wen replied. Thank you very much this time, boss. Without you, the coal mine would have been taken away. He Yue thanked him. This is what I should do. I also have a share in this coal mine, and I will definitely contribute. After saying this, Zhou Wen took this opportunity to entrust He Yue to help find drawings of large aquariums in private, preferably with a side length of about 5 meters. Since the high-pressure porpoise needed for the deep-sea walker mech blueprint was found in this submarine river, Zhou Wen naturally had to find a way to catch and breed it. However, no one on the market sold large aquariums and other items. With no other options, he could only ask He Yue for help. Got it, boss. I will immediately mobilize the guild members to help you find it. He Yue agreed. After finishing the conversation with He Yue, Zhou Wen asked about Jiang Haidao's situation. After learning that it was still safe, he put on the black crystal armor and left the stomach wall space to continue cutting the rock wall. The work of cutting the cliff wall lasted for a whole night, and it was not until the morning of the 49th day that Zhou Wen completely expanded the diameter of the rock wall to 50 meters. The transformed Leviathan slowly swung its tail, and slowly passed through this narrow area. Zhou Wen clung to the transformed Leviathan and followed it for a distance. He confirmed that the cave behind was indeed getting wider and wider as he thought, and that he would not get stuck after transforming Leviathan, so he returned to the stomach wall space to rest. As for the luminous creatures that had been coveting Zhou Wen before, they immediately turned into a flash of light and disappeared after seeing the transformed Leviathan move. This made Zhou Wen, who was originally ready to kill and get a wave of attribute points, feel a little depressed. However, based on the appearance of those luminous creatures, Zhou Wen was more certain that the main vein of this submarine dark river was not far ahead. Since there were luminous creatures entering the tributaries, it meant that there were many luminous creatures in the main vein. It would not be too late to let the phantom Leviathan catch some luminous creatures at that time. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen simply took a rest and began to inspect the various animals and plants cultivated in the stomach wall space. Although he did not sleep all night, with his current physical attributes, Not sleeping all night would not have any effect at all. The 21 cotton plants planted on the 42nd day are about to mature, and the peppers planted on the 43rd day have also bloomed. The flowers are white, each with 6 petals, and there are 10 in total. According to the current growth, the peppers should be mature tomorrow. The ivory coral has grown a little, and can be divided into several pieces again. Joe is no longer very interested in cultivating ivory corals. After all, he is not short of bone meal cubes. So he directly handed over the 2 tanks of ivory corals to Chen Xian, asking her to set the corresponding contribution value for the exchange of guild members, and send another tank to Jiang Haitao after the star meteor Leviathan on Jiang Haitao's side is resolved. After inspecting the stomach wall space, Zhou bought a breakfast from the World Communication Channel. After breakfast, he asked Chen Xian for seaweed to feed the phantom Leviathan. I found food. Just after breakfast, Zhou heard the voice of the phantom Leviathan in his mind, with a cheerful mood. Food? Seaweed? Zhou was a little surprised. The current location of him and the phantom Leviathan was about 2,000 meters under the sea, and it was an underwater river. He didn't think he could find food in such a place. After waiting for a while, the transformed Leviathan opened the esophageal diaphragm, and a large amount of seawater poured into the stomach wall space, accompanied by a kind of black algae in the seawater. Zhou was shocked when he saw these black algae plants, and immediately picked one up from the seawater and took a closer look. This black algae plant is composed of a main trunk and a large number of branches, and the branches also have filamentous leaves like hair. The reason why Zhou was a little surprised was that the main trunk of this algae plant was sectioned, just like bamboo. Bamboo-jointed sea mushroom? Zhou looked very happy. This bamboo-jointed sea mushroom is the 3rd type of food that accelerates growth in the Food Guide for Accelerated Growth of Metamorphosis Leviathan. Feeding 10 tons of it to Metamorphosis Leviathan every day can increase the growth rate by 30%. According to further information in the Food Guide for Accelerated Growth, bamboo-jointed sea mushrooms do grow in the deep sea, but there is no exact range. And it's a pity that bamboo-jointed sea mushrooms don't have crimson nodules that accumulate nutrients like crimson kelp, so they can only be stored in large quantities in deep blue treasure chests, which is not as convenient as crimson nodules. However, there is one thing about bamboo sea mushroom that is much better than scarlet kelp, that is, Zhou can also eat it, and it can also increase attribute points. According to the introduction in the Accelerated Growth Food illustration, eating bamboo sea mushroom can increase strength, constitution, and speed by 3 points. I didn't expect to find bamboo sea mushroom here. Zhou sighed, and stuffed the bamboo sea mushroom into his mouth and chewed it. There was no special taste, but the taste was very crisp, especially the silky leaves, which were chewed crunch crunch. Ding, eat bamboo sea mushrooms, strength +3, constitution +3, speed +3. After improving his character attributes, Zhou happily began to use the seaweed crusher to crush the bamboo sea mushrooms, but his happy mood did not last long, and the transformation of Leviathan ended. You are full so soon? Zhou asked in confusion. But after he calculated the number of bamboo sea mushrooms, he found that the transformation of Leviathan only ate 100,000 portions this time. According to the illusionary Leviathan accelerated growth plant illustrations, the transformation of Leviathan needs to eat 10 tons, which is about 200,000 portions of bamboo sea mushrooms every day. Zhou left the stomach wall space with doubts, and went out to check. At this time, the transformation of Leviathan was still in the cave, but the surrounding space was much wider. At the place where the transformation of Leviathan stopped, there was a small piece of bamboo sea mushrooms, but only the rhizomes were left. Chapter 248. There are not many bamboo sea mushrooms in this area, which is completely incomparable to the scarlet kelp forest in the Scarlet Sea area, and it is not even enough for a meal for the transformed Leviathan. Only this much? The joy in Zhou's heart disappeared. He thought it was a blessing in disguise, and found a 3rd kind of food that accelerates growth, but he didn't expect that the amount was only enough for the transformed Leviathan to try. There was no choice. Zhou could only return to the stomach wall space and ask Chen Xian for 300,000 portions of seaweed to feed the transformed Leviathan, and also added 5 tons of watermelon. There were too few bamboo sea mushrooms, so Zhou only fed 100,000 portions to the Metamorphosis Leviathan. He didn't know if it would accelerate growth, so he simply fed it watermelon, and fed the Metamorphosis Leviathan until it was full. Brother one, it's bad, the meteoric Leviathan is catching up. Jiang Haitao sent an urgent message. After reading the message, Zhou paused slightly, his eyes full of doubts, but he didn't have time to hesitate. He directly sent the deep blue treasure box that he had stored in advance to deal with the meteoric Leviathan to Chen Xian, and asked Chen Xian to send him the items in the deep blue treasure box through a private message. "Take me with you." Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao. Soon, an invitation box for traveling with you appeared on the system interface, and Zhou Wen clicked to agree without hesitation. The next second, Zhou Wen appeared beside Jiang Haitao. At this time, Jiang Haitao was standing on the back of the transformed Leviathan, looking nervously at the steam rising in the distance behind him. There was a dark figure in the mist, which was the meteoric Leviathan. But what made Zhou Wen frown was that the meteoric Leviathan was flashing with hot red light. When the seawater came into contact with the body of the meteoric Leviathan, it would immediately boil and evaporate into water vapor. "Why is the star meteor Leviathan glowing red?" Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao. This situation had never happened to the star meteor Leviathan he had encountered. "Ah? Brother Wen, you're here." Jiang Haitao was very nervous. After hearing Zhou Wen's question, he realized that Zhou Wen had come. "I don't know either. I just used the wooden foundation to observe from a distance like before, and then I saw the star meteor Leviathan glowing red and chasing after me." Jiang Haitao briefly explained the situation, but he didn't know what was going on. It seems that this red light is a means for the starfall Leviathan to increase its swimming speed. Seeing that Jiang Haitao didn't know the reason, Zhou Wen could only speculate. At present, Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan is also swimming faster and faster, but the distance between it and the starfall Leviathan behind is getting closer and closer, indicating that the speed of the starfall Leviathan has exceeded that of the transformed Leviathan. It is obviously impossible to escape by relying on speed as before. Jiang Haitao, prepare the metamorphosis Leviathan for battle, and keep communicating via private messages. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he immediately put on a floating suit, used a floating factor, and quickly ascended straight into the air. After rising to 600 meters, the floating factor effect disappeared. Zhou Wen opened his arms and legs, and began to glide in the air. At this time, the meteoric Leviathan was about to catch up with the metamorphosis Leviathan, and the two were only a few hundred meters apart. Suddenly, the metamorphosis Leviathan, which had been running away, suddenly dived into the sea, then turned under the sea surface and rushed towards the meteoric Leviathan. The body of the meteorite Leviathan paused for a moment, and it immediately dived into the sea. However, as soon as its head dipped under the water surface suddenly exploded, and the transformed Leviathan took the lead and slapped the head of the meteorite Leviathan with its tail. The huge force caused a bang on the sea surface, and the head of the meteorite Leviathan was directly slapped out of the water. Zhou Wen, who was gliding in the sky, immediately closed his arms and legs and rushed towards the meteorite Leviathan at an extremely fast speed, quickly approaching the meteorite Leviathan before the meteorite Leviathan could react from the slap. After Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan finished slapping, it immediately turned under the sea, then opened its mouth and rushed out of the sea, biting the head of the meteorite Leviathan. Jiang Haitao taught the phantom Leviathan this set of attack methods through body movements in the past 2 days, the purpose of which was to let the phantom Leviathan fix the head of the meteorite Leviathan. However, the meteorite Leviathan was not so easy to deal with. When the phantom Leviathan bit the head of the meteorite Leviathan's snake-like body directly wrapped around the phantom Leviathan. The black spikes on the star meteor Leviathan cut into the honeycomb bone pieces on the surface of the metamorphic Leviathan like blades. The honeycomb bone pieces slightly resisted the attack of the spikes, and then began to be damaged. Without the protection of the honeycomb bone pieces, the spikes cut into the skin of the metamorphic Leviathan, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the wound. On the back of the metamorphic Leviathan, Jiang Haitao, after avoiding the crushing of the huge body of the star meteor Leviathan, anxiously took out the 2 steel-long knife and chopped the body of the star meteor Leviathan, but the damage caused was not great. Just as the transformed Leviathan was trying to release the head of the meteorite Leviathan in pain, Zhou Wen finally approached. At the moment of approaching, Zhou Wen extracted a tungsten bone broadsword with a bone-through rope tightly tied to the handle from a private message, and also brought half of the body of the meteorite Leviathan. With a thought, his whole body equipment changed into black crystal armor, holding the tungsten bone broadsword with both hands, and then using the force of falling, he fiercely stabbed the tungsten bone broadsword into the head of the meteorite Leviathan. Bang! Boom! The crisp sound of the shell breaking sounded, and the sharp and heavy tungsten bone broadsword, with a 3-meter-long blade, directly sank into most of the head of the meteorite Leviathan. At the same time, Zhou Wen's half of the meteorite Leviathan body also fell into the sea, stirring up layers of huge waves. The moment Zhou inserted the tungsten bone broadsword into the head of the meteorite leviathan, he ended his journey directly. When his body was about to hit the meteorite leviathan, he turned into a blue light and disappeared, returning to his stomach wall space. Just as he returned to the stomach wall space, Jiang Haitao sent another invitation to go with him. Zhou agreed directly and turned into a blue light again, appearing beside Jiang Haitao. Zhou ended his journey in time just now, so his body did not hit the meteorite leviathan, so he did not suffer internal injuries, but his arms were hit by some recoil because the tungsten bone broadsword was nailed into the head of the meteorite leviathan, and he felt a little pain at this time, but it did not affect his movements. The star meteor leviathan's head was hit hard, and it struggled fiercely. A large number of erected spikes pierced the mouth of the transformed leviathan. Under the severe pain, the transformed leviathan released the head of the star meteor leviathan. The moment the star meteor leviathan's head was released, it immediately raised its head, and a flame appeared in the depths of its throat. It was obviously preparing to spit out a lava ball to attack the transformed leviathan. But before the star meteor leviathan raised its head, it suddenly fell into the sea, and its head smashed directly into the sea. The lava ball in its mouth was directly extinguished by the seawater. Chapter 249. The reason why the meteoric leviathan was like this was because the tungsten bone sword inserted into the head of the meteoric leviathan was connected to the half of the meteoric leviathan body. The half of the meteoric leviathan body was extremely heavy. Under the pull of the bone-piercing silk rope, the meteoric leviathan was naturally dragged into the water. Zhou seized the opportunity, put away the black crystal armor on his body, and went into battle lightly. He quickly climbed over the long body of the meteoric leviathan, which was more than 20 meters thick, and came to the head of the transformed leviathan, then jumped into the sea and swam towards the head of the meteoric leviathan. At this time, the head of the meteorite leviathan was being pulled by the bone-piercing silk rope, and its body was entangled with the body of the illusionary leviathan. Under the pulling of both sides, the small half of the head of the meteorite leviathan was difficult to move for a while, which was a good opportunity for Zhou to chisel open the brain. Because it was daytime, the underwater vision was wide, and Zhou saw the position of the head of the meteorite leviathan at a glance, avoided the field of vision of the meteorite leviathan, and used the blind spot of the vision to quietly swim to the head of the meteorite leviathan. Putting on the black crystal armor and taking out another tungsten bone broadsword, Zhou's strength has now reached 93.5 points, which is 20 points higher than the 73.5 points when he first encountered the meteoric leviathan. The heavy tungsten bone broadsword has also been relatively lighter. Zhou held the tungsten bone broadsword tightly with both hands, his muscles tensed, and his whole body strength burst out instantly. He swung the blade vigorously, and chopped fiercely, on the carapace of the meteoric leviathan's head. Caw! With a crisp sound, the sharp tungsten bone broadsword directly cut through the black carapace of the meteoric leviathan, and also cut through the flesh under the black carapace. The star meteorite felt pain, and shook its head violently, obviously trying to throw Zhou off its head by shaking its head, but the head of the star meteorite was being pulled by half of the star meteorite's body, and could not be swung far. Zhou knew that once he took action, he would attract the attention of the star meteorite, so after breaking the carapace of the star meteorite's head, he immediately put away the heavy tungsten bone broadsword and used a light steel long knife instead, quickly cutting the flesh and blood of the star meteorite's head, and drilling into the star meteorite's brain as quickly as possible. The star meteorite leviathan sensed the danger, and the small half of its head was shaking more and more violently. The tungsten bone broadsword inserted in its head showed signs of loosening under the struggle of the star meteorite leviathan. Obviously, the method of using half of the star meteorite leviathan's body to pull the head of the star meteorite leviathan would not last long, but Zhou did not need this method to last too long, as long as he could drill into the brain of the star meteorite leviathan. Bang! After a while, Zhou had cut through the thick flesh, and the toothed steel long knife hit the skull of the star meteorite leviathan, leaving only a shallow knife mark. Zhou immediately changed to a tungsten bone broadsword, with the broad and heavy blade facing upwards, and swung down with both hands. The broadsword created a semicircular water pattern in the water, and slashed heavily on the skull of the meteoric leviathan. Roar! The meteoric leviathan was completely panicked, and let out a panicked roar, quickly loosening the body that was wrapped around the metamorphic leviathan, and breaking free from being pulled from both sides. Then he swung his thick tail full of black spikes, and whipped it towards the position above his head, where Zhou was. But just as the tail of the meteorite leviathan twisted, it was bitten by Jiang Haitao's transformed leviathan, and then pulled towards the sea surface, causing the meteorite Leviathan to fall into a state of being pulled at both ends again. Seeing that the swing of the meteorite Leviathan's head slowed down, Joe immediately continued to chop. This time he was not going to turn on the burning feature, as the cost was too high, and the current situation was relatively smooth. After chopping with all his strength for more than a dozen times, the skull of the meteorite Leviathan was finally chiseled open. Just as Joe was about to get in, Jiang Haidao sent a very urgent message. "Brother One, something is wrong, end the trip." Joe frowned when he saw the message, looked at the skull that had been chiseled open, hesitated for a second, and finally cancelled the trip. A flash of blue light, Joe returned to the stomach wall space. Jiang Haitao sent another invitation to go with him. He clicked to agree, and appeared next to Jiang Haitao again. "What's going on?" Because they were underwater, Joe sent a private message to ask. Jiang Haitao did not answer, but pointed to the meteorite Leviathan in the distance. Joe looked over, and saw that the star meteor Leviathan was flashing red light all over its body, like it was accumulating energy, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. Buzz! The next second, a red energy vibrated out from the whole body of the star meteor Leviathan, and the seawater around it was vaporized in an instant, forming a vacuum zone without seawater in the sea. This was not the end. The red energy continued to spread with the star meteor Leviathan as the center, like a shockwave containing powerful energy, and the seawater instantly boiled wherever it passed. Boom! The sea surface exploded, and a large amount of hot steam was released from it, rising into the sky, forming a white steam mushroom cloud. The red energy spread for nearly 50 meters before gradually disappearing. Zhou, who saw the whole process, felt a little scared. If Jiang Haitao hadn't reminded him, he would probably be burned into charcoal by the red energy when it exploded. Zhou was silent for a long time, and his heart was full of doubts. The Starfall Leviathan that Jiang Haitao encountered used two abilities that he had never seen before. The first ability was to emit red light all over the body to increase speed, and the second was to burst out hot high-temperature energy all over the body. However, Zhou thought about it, and realized that he had never seen how the meteoric Leviathan attacked his transformed Leviathan. When he came out of the body of the tungsten snail, the transformed Leviathan was already dying. He did not see the process of the meteoric Leviathan and his transformed Leviathan attacking each other. But the second ability, the meteoric Leviathan that Zhou encountered, had not been used. What happened outside just now? Zhou asked Jiang Haitao through a private message. Just now, when the meteoric Leviathan began to flash red light all over its body, the transformed Leviathan suddenly turned around and ran away. I felt that something was wrong, so I asked you, Brother One, to end the journey. Jiang Haitao said. So, the transformed Leviathan sensed the danger in advance, so it ran away? That should be the case. Why didn't the meteoric Leviathan move? Zhou kept his eyes on the meteoric Leviathan after it released the energy shock wave, but found that the meteoric Leviathan was motionless, and its body slowly sank in the sea water with gravity, without any movement. Chapter 250. Let's go take a look. Jiang Haitao also found that the star meteor Leviathan was a little abnormal, so he asked, "Let the transformed Leviathan approach slowly, but keep a safe distance and wait for a while." Zhou thought for a while, and said. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao made the transformed Leviathan turn around through body movements and approached the location of the star meteor Leviathan. As they arrived at the area where the energy just exploded, they could clearly feel that the surrounding sea water temperature was very high. After waiting for a long time, the star meteorite Leviathan was motionless as if it was dead, and its huge body kept sinking, while the transformed Leviathan kept a certain safe distance and followed closely. "I go down and take a look," Zhou said, and then he put away the black crystal armor on his body, and swam quickly towards the star meteorite Leviathan. Soon, Zhou came near the star meteorite Leviathan, and found that the surface of the star meteorite Leviathan was still emitting a high temperature. Zhou put on the black crystal armor, and came to the head of the star meteorite Leviathan, and found that the flesh and blood he had cut before had been carbonized. Did he kill himself? Looking at the current state of the meteoric Leviathan, it was obviously dead, but in order to confirm further, Zhou took out the tungsten bone knife, and cut open the shell of the meteoric Leviathan in other places. The flesh under the shell was also charred. Did he really kill himself? After learning this result, Zhou's face was a little subtle. He didn't know whether he should feel happy or regretful. He was happy that Jiang Haitao's crisis was resolved, and he didn't suffer too serious injuries this time. It was a pity that he had lost the opportunity to kill the Leviathan creature. Leviathan Hunter title, Every time you kill a Leviathan creature other than the Transfiguration Leviathan, the three-dimensional attributes of the task panel can be increased by 1 point. He was almost about to get into the brain of the meteoric Leviathan, and these three attributes were almost certain, but he didn't expect this result. In the end, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao's Transfiguration Leviathan to bring the body of the meteoric Leviathan up, and he continued to dive, and put the half of the meteoric Leviathan body and the bone-through rope into the system interface. Under the energy shock wave just now, the bone-through wire rope was directly burned off, but the tungsten bone knife inserted into the head of the meteorite Leviathan did not suffer any damage. When Zhou surfaced, Jiang Haitao had mobilized the power of the guild to collect a large amount of hemostatic gel to stop the bleeding of his transformed Leviathan, and remove the damaged honeycomb bone pieces on the body and replace them with new ones. How is the injury? Zhou came to the back of the transformed Leviathan and asked about the injury of the transformed Leviathan. It's a bit serious, but not fatal. Jiang Haitao replied. It's good that it's not fatal. Don't move for a short time. Let your transformed Leviathan rest for a few days. Zhou said. Okay, I know. After that, Zhou spent another 5 hours to cut the body of the meteoric Leviathan into 2 halves, put it into the system interface, and returned to his stomach wall space. This time, the battle with the meteoric Leviathan was relatively smooth. The main reason was that Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan knew in advance that the meteoric Leviathan was chasing behind him, so he was prepared early and took the initiative to attack, allowing Zhou to successfully nail the tungsten bone broadsword on the head of the meteoric Leviathan. We still need to improve our strength quickly. Zhou felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. When he was cutting the body of the meteoric Leviathan that attacked Jiang Haitao, he roughly calculated the length. The body length was about 190 meters, 40 meters longer than the 150-meter meteoric Leviathan he encountered. However, the strength it showed was far greater than the 150-meter meteoric Leviathan. Zhou guessed that the larger the size of the meteoric Leviathan, the stronger its ability would be. If you encounter a larger meteoric Leviathan in the future, you must be more careful. Zhou thought to himself. Then, Zhou bought a portion of food from the World Communication Channel, ate it quickly to restore the physical strength consumed in the battle, and then began to collect cotton. While helping Jiang Haitao deal with the falling star Leviathan, the cotton had matured. There were 21 cotton trees in total, each with 10 cotton buds, and each cotton bud could collect 4 cotton balls. In the end, 840 cotton seeds and 840 cotton balls were collected, plus the 160 cotton balls collected before, which added up to exactly 1,000 cotton balls. Zhou placed a 3x3 wooden foundation in the stomach wall space, then spread the hemostatic bandages on the wooden foundation, and then spread the cotton on top, and then used wood and bone-through silk rope to make a slingshot and a cotton slinging hammer. Because there are no drawings for making quilts at present, Zhou can only make quilts by himself. Of course, he has never slung cotton, but he has seen it, and he can imitate it according to his memory. Soon, the sound of string plucks rang in the stomach wall space. Under the vibration of the string, the cotton balls gradually loosened, and the cotton strips. Caterpillar. It also turned into fluffy cotton wool. It took more than an hour for Zhou to finally fluff the cotton wool, and then wrap the hemostatic bandage on the cotton wool in an alternating manner, and a simple quilt was made. After so long, I can finally use the bed. Zhou picked up the quilt, placed a wooden bed on the wooden foundation, then put the quilt on the wooden bed, and finally took out a piece of silk from the locker and spread it on the quilt. Zhou raised his head and fell on the bed, feeling the smoothness of the silk and the softness of the quilt, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face unconsciously. After so many days, he finally didn't have to continue sleeping on the hard wooden board. Zhou rolled over on the soft bed for a few times before sitting up. The quilt was wrapped with a hemostatic bandage, so the overall texture was a little hard, but it was better than sleeping on a wooden board. ZZ. 2 electric balls floated over Zhou's head, releasing electric current on their bodies, ionizing the water molecules in the stomach wall space. The triangular firefly mother followed behind, absorbing the ionized hydrogen. The framework of the triangular firefly mother's nest has been completed. It is a white sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. Because there is a floating factor in the center, the entire nest floats steadily in the air. Zhou waved at the 2 electric balls, and they retracted the current on their bodies, slowly floated over, and landed on his hands. In the future, you two have to be more diligent and ionize the water molecules in the stomach wall space. Don't let my quilt get wet. Zhou touched the 2 electric balls and said with a smile. The 2 electric balls couldn't hear what Zhou said, but just stared at him with their big round eyes. Zhou knew that the electric balls didn't understand, and he was in a good mood at the moment, so he said it jokingly. The electric balls ionize the water molecules in the stomach wall space, mainly depending on how much electricity the negative oxygen ion mushrooms can generate. The faster the charging, the higher the frequency, and vice versa. Chapter 251. Zhou gently rubbed the hair of the electric hair ball with his hands, and then let it fly. Just as he was about to put down his palm, the triangular star firefly mother that had been flying in circles immediately landed on his palm. "Why did you land on my hand? The shell is so hard and feels bad to touch," Zhou said in a joking tone. The triangular star firefly mother also didn't understand what Zhou was saying, and it didn't listen at all. As soon as it landed in Zhou's hand, the 3 pairs of insect legs began to scratch everywhere on the palm, as if looking for something. Is it for the levitation factor again? Seeing the familiar searching action of the triangular firefly, Zhou immediately knew the purpose of it landing on his palm. Zhou currently has 225 levitation factors left in his hand, because he has to save them to reduce the weight of better equipment than he may encounter in the future, so he currently has few levitation factors at his disposal. However, considering that the triangular firefly mother does need the levitation factor to fly, in order to avoid the situation where the levitation factor in the mother body is insufficient, and thus attacks the electric light hair ball, Zhou still gave it one. The triangular firefly mother insect sensed the floating factor, and immediately stretched out its insect legs to hug the floating factor. Its body emitted red light, and quickly absorbed the floating factor. However, after absorbing it, it did not leave, as if it still wanted it, so it began to crawl around Zhou's hand to search for it. Zhou himself was not enough, so how could he continue to give it? He grabbed the triangular firefly mother insect, and threw it out like a paper airplane. The triangular firefly mother insect, following Zhou's power, flew straight in the air for a while, then turned around and flew around the 2 electric hair balls, and began to fly around them. Then, Zhou checked the growth of the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms. The negative oxygen ion mushrooms grew to 1 meter on the 37th day, and began to produce electricity. It has been almost 12 days now. According to the growth rate of 10 centimeters a day, the negative oxygen ion mushrooms should have grown to 2.2 meters now, but the negative oxygen ion mushrooms have stopped growing and only reached 2 meters. Zhou observed that there was no problem on the surface of the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms. According to the frequency of the electric light hair ball ionizing the water molecules in the stomach wall space during this period, the amount of electricity produced by the negative oxygen ion mushrooms has also increased a lot, indicating that there is no problem inside. Is it because of insufficient supply of oxygen crystals? Zhou looked at the bottom of the small aquarium. The 100 oxygen crystals that were previously laid on the bottom had indeed decreased a lot. The pure oxygen crystal worms cultured at the bottom produced oxygen crystals very slowly, because the oxygen content in the stomach wall space was not sufficient. Zhou now had more than 580 oxygen crystals in his hand. Because he had oxygen-rich bacteria in his body, he could move underwater for a long time, and did not need oxygen crystals at all. As for Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, he had given each of them 100 crystals before. 1 crystal could continuously supply breathing for 30 hours, and 100 crystals were enough for them. So Zhou placed 100 oxygen crystals at the bottom of the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms, and the total number of oxygen crystals was more than 380. Zhou always remembered the introduction of negative oxygen ion mushrooms in the system prompt in his mind, when he first obtained the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. In addition to producing electricity, negative oxygen ion mushrooms can also release negative oxygen ions. When the negative oxygen ions reach a certain concentration, they can continuously increase physical fitness after absorption. These days, Zhou would check his character panel from time to time, but his physical attributes did not increase at all, indicating that the negative oxygen ions released by the negative oxygen ion mushrooms were not enough. And because the transformed Leviathan would eat or swallow the supplied box every day, the air in the stomach wall space would be replaced during the period, so it was impossible for the concentration of negative oxygen ions to accumulate little by little in the stomach wall space. However, Zhou was not in a hurry to increase the concentration of negative oxygen ions at present, and planned to cultivate the negative oxygen ion mushrooms first, so that it could release more negative oxygen ions. When I get the blueprint of that large glass box in the future, I will transplant the negative oxygen ion mushrooms into it, and then cover it with a glass cover. Then I can quickly accumulate negative oxygen ions in the large glass box, so I don't have to worry about diluting the negative oxygen ions, when the stomach wall space replaces the air. After providing oxygen crystals for the negative oxygen ion mushrooms, the two electric light balls that ionized water molecules in the stomach wall space also floated back and slowly landed on the umbrella cap of the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. Because the two negative oxygen ion mushrooms were relatively close, the two umbrella caps were almost connected as they grew, and the two electric light balls rolled happily on the two umbrella caps. Sometimes he rolled to this umbrella cap, sometimes he rolled to that umbrella cap, and from time to time, there was a flash of electricity on his body surface. He was playing and charging at the same time, and he had a lot of fun. After seeing the situation of the negative oxygen ion mushrooms, Joe returned to the bed, put away the quilt he made, and put the wooden bed and wooden foundation into the locker. Joe put on the black crystal armor, left the stomach wall space, went out to check, and found that the flow rate of the seawater in the cave had increased, and he could even hear the sound of the seawater flowing. Swish. The sound? I think it is not far from the main vein of the submarine dark river. When it was almost night, Joe in the stomach wall space clearly felt that the vibration became stronger, indicating that the speed of the Phantom Leviathan increased. Joe went out to check again, and found that the Phantom Leviathan had swam out of the narrow cave branch and entered the wider main vein. The seawater in the main vein flows very fast. If Joe stands still, he will be washed away by the rapid water flow. There are also many creatures in the main vein, most of which are luminous creatures. They are extremely eye-catching in the dark environment. At a glance, there are at least a dozen species. Joe's eyes almost lit up when he saw these glowing creatures. These were all attribute points. Schwa. Just as Joe was about to let the transformed Leviathan catch those glowing creatures, something suddenly flashed in front of him, so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Schwa, schwa. Two more shadows flashed by. This time, Joe concentrated his mind, flashing blue light in his pupils, slowing down everything in front of him, and barely saw the specific appearance of these extremely fast black shadows. It is a slender and flat fish with smooth scales on its body. It is about 7 meters long. It is considered a very small fish in this world, and poses no threat to Joe who is wearing black crystal armor. And this kind of fish seems to live in groups. After 3 of them swam past Joe, a large number of them followed and passed by in groups. Joe moved his mind, and a toothed steel-long knife appeared in his hand. He concentrated his mind, and slowed down the time in front of him. The moment he saw a fish swimming past him, he swung the knife swiftly, but the speed was too slow. The fish had already swung away just as the toothed steel-long knife was swung. Although he can slow down the speed of everything in front of him, his own speed is not enough. Facing creatures that are too fast, it is still not very effective. Chapter 252. Quick, catch a few. Joe turned around and made physical gestures to the Phantom Leviathan. He couldn't catch fish himself, but he could ask the Phantom Leviathan for help. The Phantom Leviathan was huge and had biological radar. When it detected a fish about to swim past, it would open its big mouth and suck it up, and it could easily catch a lot of fish. The Phantom Leviathan naturally detected the school of fish swimming quickly, but it generally didn't care much about such small fish because they were not a threat to itself. However, since Joe asked to catch fish, the transformed Leviathan was naturally happy to do so. He opened his mouth wide and sucked in a lot of seawater, swallowing Joe as well. He then expelled the seawater, leaving 3 dehydrated fish in his mouth, jumping around. Joe went forward and killed one with a knife, then put away his black crystal armor and reached out to check the biological illustrations. Ocean current silver carp length, 10 meters. Weight 3 tons. Food type, seaweed. Introduction. A very fast-swimming schooling fish that can cause small ocean currents when swimming in groups. It is edible, and its scales can be used to make ocean current diving suits. It's obviously an acceleration attribute. Joe said, as he disassembled the 3 current mullets and put them into the deep blue treasure chest. Joe went outside again and was about to let the transformed Leviathan catch those glowing creatures. Suddenly, a blue light lit up in a dark area in the distance. Below the blue light, there were a lot of slender tentacles, which emitted blue and white light. This blue light was obviously a creature. It turned its body violently, and a lot of slender tentacles intertwined and swayed, like a spread fishing net. A lot of current mullets collided with this blue and white fishing net. On the fishing net, the fishermen were pulled in to capture more than a dozen tarpon. Jellyfish? The blue light creature was obviously a jellyfish, and it was very large. A dozen 10-meter tarpon were caught at once. Although it was far away, it was still possible to roughly guess that the diameter of this jellyfish was about 60 meters, not counting the length of the tentacles, and only counting the umbrella-shaped body. The captured tarpon struggled a few times in the fishing net with intertwined tentacles, and then stopped moving. It was obvious that the tentacles carried some kind of toxin. After catching enough ocean current silver carp, the blue jellyfish gradually dimmed its surface light, no longer emitting light, and soon disappeared in the dark seawater. Seeing this scene, Joe suddenly thought of the anglerfish, which used light to attract creatures to approach, hid its body in the dark, and suddenly attacked when the prey approached. So, Joe looked at those luminous creatures again, and the excitement in his heart disappeared instantly, followed by a strong sense of vigilance. Who knows if those luminous creatures are baits for some large creatures or giant creatures? The phantom leviathan can be detected by biological radar, but Joe himself has no detection ability. In the mind of the phantom leviathan, Joe is particularly powerful. If Joe lets it attack, even a giant creature may rush forward. If this happens, it will be the end. In this dark sea, it is better to let the phantom leviathan with biological radar act on its own to avoid many unnecessary dangers. Oh, forget it, go back to sleep. It was not early today. When I returned from Jianghaitao, it was already afternoon, and now it was evening. Joe returned to the stomach wall space, put away the black crystal armor on his body, and then took out buckets of fresh water and took a good bath. Then he placed a 2x2 wooden platform, placed the wooden bed on the wooden foundation, covered it with quilts and silk, and jumped up and threw himself on the bed. Crack! Joe's body fell heavily on the wooden bed, and the bedboard broke, directly smashing the wooden bed. Damn, this wooden bed is not good. Joe quickly made another wooden bed, stopped jumping around, and laid down on the bed normally, with his body in a big character, feeling the softness of the quilt under him. Ah, cool. This quilt he made himself can only be used as a cushion, not a cover, because there is no needle and thread, and the hemostatic bandage is not wrapped firmly. If it is used as a cover, it may fall apart after turning over a few times. However, in the constant temperature space of the stomach wall, there is no need to cover yourself with a quilt at night. Joe took out a piece of silk from the locker and covered himself with it symbolically, which was considered a quilt. On the 50th day, the stomach wall space vibrated, and the phantom leviathan began to move. Joe sat up from the bed, with a bit of a bad spirit. I give up. I've been sleeping on wooden boards for a long time. I'm still a little uncomfortable sleeping on a soft bed. Joe didn't sleep all night last night. He kept tossing and turning in bed until the next morning. Joe got up from the bed, put the quilt and wooden bed into the locker, and then began to patrol the stomach wall space. The starfall leviathan on Jianghaitao's side was solved, and the tense atmosphere disappeared. Joe patrolled the stomach wall space. After everything was fine, he bought a breakfast from the World Communication Channel and ate while watching the news in the World Communication Channel. Another survivor was attacked by the falling star leviathan. He abandoned his own transfiguration leviathan and fled, but there was nothing he could do. How could ordinary survivors have the ability to fight against the falling star leviathan? Now the survivor is floating on the sea with the help of the wood sculpture in the shape of the transfiguration leviathan, and asking for help in the World Communication Channel. Is there anyone who can help me think of a solution? What should I do next? What should I do? Wait to die. Without the transfiguration leviathan, not to mention the large creatures in the sea, you can't even get the supply box. However, if each of us gives him a little food every day, it can be considered as a help. Nonsense, he has no basis for survival in this world. Even if he is provided with food all the time, how many days can he live? Any creature that is more than 10 meters long can eat him in one bite, so don't waste food. I think it's best to help him. Who knows if we will be like him in the future? It would be good to let him explore the way to survive without the transmogrified leviathan. The information of this survivor was recognized by many survivors, so a survivor with strong hands-on ability sent a small raft made of wood and straw rope to the survivor who lost the transmogrified leviathan, and other survivors sent some food and water. Now that they can leave the stomach wall space, food and fresh water are no longer scarce. With so many survivors, just giving them a little is enough. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Just live as long as you can. In fact, most survivors know that this survivor who has lost the transfiguration leviathan will not live long. In this ocean world, large and giant creatures may not necessarily be encountered, but creatures of more than 10 or 20 meters are definitely not rare. With the transfiguration leviathan, these creatures of more than 10 or 20 meters are small fish and shrimps, and the survivors can even disdain them, But without the Transfiguration Leviathan, they are all deadly and terrifying creatures. Chapter 253. Zhou was also curious about how long the survivor, who had lost the Leviathan, could survive in the vast sea where giant beasts were rampant. So he also sent a private message to get him some food and 2 wooden foundations to see if he could put them on the raft. The survivor tried it, but it turned out that he couldn't, and Zhou didn't ask for it back. He directly asked the other party to sell the wooden foundation in exchange for some survival supplies. Afterwards, Zhou clicked on Shirkonyan's avatar and checked his recent messages. He found that since this guy got 1 million basic materials, he no longer wrote erotic novels, and started writing some fantasy and science fiction novels. Even if no one reads them, he is still happy to do so. Alas, all my talents are wasted. Zhou sighed, and seeing that there were no new events in the World Communication Channel, he closed the system interface. The body of the meteorite Leviathan obtained yesterday could not be taken out for the time being because the current transformed Leviathan was in the dark river under the sea, and could not enter the stomach wall space of the meteorite Leviathan. I don't know if the energy shock wave at that time would affect the meteorite treasure chest in the stomach wall space. Under the energy shock wave, the body of the meteorite Leviathan was carbonized by high temperature, and the stomach wall space must have been affected. Zhou could only hope that the meteorite treasure chest was hard enough and would not be destroyed by the energy shock wave. After breakfast, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian for a total of 400,000 portions of seaweed, plus 5 tons of watermelon, which were crushed together by the seaweed crusher and put into the digestion tank. After feeding the transformed Leviathan, Zhou connected 3 algae crushers in series, connected to the Bladefish power device, and began to crush seaweed for the 80 core members of the guild. By the way, he connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to provide some hydrogen for the triangular firefly mother. Today is the 50th day. The second golden seaweed planted was planted on the 29th day. Now 21 days have passed, and the golden seaweed has grown to its maximum length and produced 3 golden fruits. Jiang Haitao had not eaten the golden silk fruit yet, so Zhou sent one directly to Jiang Haitao, and planted the remaining 2 golden silk fruits in the seaweed planting box again. Then Zhou sent the trendy sea bream meat obtained yesterday to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to cook it in an iron pot, and then sent one to him and Chen Xian. After all, Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan was recovering, and would not move for the time being, so he had time to cook. By the way, the peppers are ripe too. Zhou looked at the pepper plants planted in the small planting box, which were about 80 centimeters tall. They had bloomed yesterday, and after a night, they had already produced green peppers. Now, after a period of time, they have completely matured, and the green long peppers have also turned into bright red. There were 10 peppers on the pepper plant. Zhou picked them one by one, and then cut the pepper in half vertically with an iron dagger to check whether there were pepper seeds inside. Peppers are still very rare at present. At least no one sells pepper seeds on the market. Zhou doesn't want these 10 peppers to be gone after they are used up. Cutting open the pepper, there are a lot of light yellow pepper seeds inside. They are oblong and flat in shape, and the size is 2 to 3 millimeters. Zhou roughly counted and found that there are at least hundreds of them. Among the hundreds of seeds, there is a pepper seed that is a little different from the other pepper seeds. It is slightly larger than the other light yellow seeds, 4 to 5 millimeters long, and its color is no longer light yellow, but fiery red. There is only one fiery red seed in the whole pepper. It seems that there is only one pepper seed in each pepper. This pepper plant was originally grown from pepper seeds. As a sower, Zhou naturally knew what pepper seeds looked like, which was fiery red. The other light yellow seeds should not be used as seeds to grow peppers. Then, Zhou cut open the other 9 peppers one by one, and found a fiery red seed inside each one. He carefully collected the seeds, and then replanted them in 10 small planting boxes, sprinkled bone meal, and poured in fresh water. Peppers are a key seasoning, and the more the better. The food he made at present is basically only salty and fresh, and it is easy to get tired of it after eating it for a long time. With peppers, the food he made can taste richer. However, Zhou did not kill the light yellow pepper seeds with one stick. In order to verify whether the light yellow pepper seeds can grow peppers, he planted 5 light yellow pepper seeds for experiments. Anyway, in this world, plants grow very fast. In one day, the seeds can germinate, and the results can be known soon. After planting the peppers, Zhou sent a pepper to Jiang Haitao and asked him to add it to the fish soup, and put the remaining 9 in the locker. After a while, Jiang Haitao sent a wooden barrel of ocean current silver carp soup. Zhou took a look and showed a speechless expression on his face. The whole barrel of fish soup was clear and watery, and the fish meat and fish soup were clearly separated. It was just boiled fish meat. Fortunately, there were some red peppers in the soup as a garnish, so it didn't look too bad. Zhou picked up the wooden barrel and tasted the fish soup. In an instant, an extreme salty taste filled his mouth. Puff! Zhou spurted out the fish soup, and then immediately sent a message to Jiang Haitao. How much sea salt jellyfish did you put in? I put 5 tentacles. 5 tentacles? What about the marinated fish meat? Zhou didn't know what to say. The saltiness of sea salt jellyfish is very high. Generally, to make a big pot of fish soup, you only need to put 1 tentacle. 5 tentacles are equivalent to 5 times the amount. This is not too salty, but choking. You have time now. Learn how to cook for me. I don't say how delicious it is, but at least it must be edible. Hee, I know, brother one. The 3 of them definitely can't finish this pot of fish soup, but they can't waste it, so they simply gave the fish soup to the core members of the guild. If they can eat it, they will increase their attribute points. If they can't eat it, they will miss a chance to increase their attribute food. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao made another pot of fish soup. This time, according to Zhou instructions, he fried the fish meat first, and the soup was much whiter. He added half of the sea salt jellyfish tentacles first, and then tasted the soup. If it tasted light, he would add a little more. The fish soup made this time was quite satisfactory, and it was spicy. Zhou hadn't eaten chili for such a long time, and his body was a little hot due to the spiciness. Ding, eat the ocean current silver carp meat, physical fitness +2, speed +5. At 5 points of speed, good, just make up for the shortcomings of speed. Zhou originally had 78 points of speed, and after adding 5 points, it reached 83 points. Chapter 254. After eating the fish soup, Zhou took out 200 cotton seeds and divided them equally between Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, 100 seeds each. They can plant them themselves or ask members of their own guild to help plant them. After all, each of the 2,500 guild members now has at least 2 plots of their own land. As the presidents of their respective guilds, it is not difficult for Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to ask guild members to help plant some land. They only need to reward the members who planted some guild contribution points. However, there were no dehumidifying electric balls in the stomach wall space of Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. The quilts were also easily damp and needed to be taken out to dry from time to time, but this problem was not something Zhou should worry about. Next, Zhou had nothing to do in the stomach wall space, so he put on the black crystal armor and left the stomach wall space to go outside. In addition to seeing the situation outside, he actually expected to encounter creatures like the ocean current mullet that came to his door. As a result, he thought too beautifully. After seeing the huge body of the transformed Leviathan, ordinary creatures immediately fled and would not get close at all. The main vein of the underwater dark river is very wide. Zhou has been letting the phantom Leviathan swim as close to the rock wall as possible. The water pressure here is about the same as the water pressure at a depth of 1,500 meters. Zhou can be a little more relaxed when he comes out. Is that a starfish? Zhou's body is on the back of the phantom Leviathan. As the phantom Leviathan swims for a distance, the light from his headlight sweeps, and he accidentally sees a starfish-like creature on the rock wall above. This creature is about 2 meters long, with a flat body and an overall shape of a regular pentagon. It is white in color, but has a lot of black star spots. In the middle of the pentagon, there is a fist-sized milky white irregular sphere, which is still trembling slightly as the starfish moves. Zhou took out a 2 steel knife and swung it, cutting the starfish creature in half from the middle. However, the starfish creature was not dead. Its body, which was split into 2, was still attached to the rock wall, but the milky white sphere in the middle of it had separated from the body and fell off. Zhou was worried that there was something wrong with the milky white sphere. After all, it was a strange thing, so he was cautious. So he took out a piece of honeycomb bone to catch it. After waiting for a while, he made sure that there was no sign of corrosion on the honeycomb bone. Then he put a piece of fish meat on it, and further confirmed that there was no corrosion effect. Then he reached out, and took the milky white sphere in his hand. Ding! Get rubber X1. A reminder sounded in his mind, and Zhou was shocked after hearing it. This white thing is actually rubber. Surprised, Zhou quickly grabbed the starfish creature attached to the rock wall above, and then returned to the stomach wall space, raising it in the crimson oxygen tank where the small diamond sea snake lived before. By the way, he also touched it to check the biological illustration information. Rubber starfish body length, 2 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A starfish that lives on the rock wall, edible, and can produce rubber. Rubber starfish, or a creature that specializes in producing rubber. Joe was very happy, and immediately put on his equipment again, left the stomach wall space, and went outside, hoping to catch a few more. After a while, because of the limited space in the stomach wall space, Joe only caught 5 rubber starfish, kept 3 for himself, and gave the remaining 2 to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to breed in their crimson oxygen tanks. The rubber harvest was relatively large, a total of 81 pieces. After returning to the stomach wall space again, Joe immediately turned the drawing interface to steel syringe drawing, and then directly clicked to make it. The next second, a steel ingot, a piece of rubber, and a piece of glass all turned into blue light. After mixing into a large light ball in the air, they were divided into 30 small light balls. Soon the blue light dissipated, and 30 steel syringes appeared in Joe's hands. The steel syringe is relatively slender as a whole. Including the 4 cm needle, the overall length is 10 cm, and the diameter is 5 mm. There is a steel shell on the surface. Under the shell is a glass injection barrel. Inside the barrel is a rubber piston, a steel piston rod, and a piston handle. How can so many be made with one material? Joe was slightly surprised, but the world system would definitely not make mistakes, so he stopped worrying and put the steel syringes into the locker. Now that the steel syringes were ready, the only material needed for the meteorite explosion injection formula was the explosion fruit juice. Afterwards, Joe swam outside with the transformed Leviathan for a distance, and did not find any new rubber starfish or new creatures, so he returned to the stomach wall space. According to the illustration, rubber starfish are edible. Joe sent the rubber starfish that he had split in half to Jiang Haitao, asking him to add it to the dinner. At this time, Chen Xian sent a private message with a blueprint. Joe's eyes lit up after checking the information of the blueprint, and he directly extracted it. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the hexagonal scale shield of the shield fish. The blueprint of the hexagonal scale shield of the shield fish, 10 shield fish scales, 5 shield fish fats, and 3 steel ingots are required. After Joe read the production requirements of the hexagonal scale shield of the shield fish, he knew that this shield must have a shock-absorbing effect, which is equivalent to a weakened version of the tungsten bone shield. Have you found the lair of the shield fish? Joe sent a private message to Chen Xian to ask. My transmogrified Leviathan found it. Not long ago, my transmogrified Leviathan had a fight with the shield fish. The shield fish ran away because it couldn't win. The transmogrified Leviathan kept chasing it, and found the lair of the shield fish. It killed the shield fish, and I got this blueprint from the silver rim material box. Very good. You can take this blueprint first. You can use it to peel off the materials on the shield fish. Joe said, and sent the shield fish hexagonal scale shield blueprint back to Chen Xian. After the shield is made, send one to me and Jiang Haitao respectively. You keep 100 pieces of shield fish fat, and send the rest to me. Got it, Boss Joe. After a while, Chen Xian sent a hexagonal fish scale shield over. Joe took it out and checked it. The whole shield is 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. It is composed of 3 layers. The surface is a shield made of hexagonal scales of shield fish, the middle layer is made of shield fish fat, and the third layer is a steel plate frame. The surface shield and the middle fat layer are equivalent to being embedded in this steel shield frame. Joe felt the weight of the shield, which was about 200 G. It was very easy to use, and could be considered a lower-level substitute for the tungsten bone shield. Then, Joe tested the hardness of the shield. The surface armor was very hard, but slightly inferior to the giant bone shield. However, it had a shock-absorbing effect that the giant bone shield did not have. Overall, it was still very good. With this shield, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian had the ability to fight creatures 20 to 30 meters away head-on. Chapter 255. Due to Jiang Haitao's encounter with the falling star Leviathan, the business of helping various guilds to eliminate insects has been temporarily stopped. Now with the shieldfish hexagonal scale shield, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian can further expand their business, and include the steel armor Leviathan insect elimination coupon in the scope of helping to eliminate insects. But the more troublesome thing is that there are symbiotic creatures in the steel armor Leviathan, the fine steel worm. If Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian want to replace the silver rim supply box, they must face the fine steel worm, because the silver rim supply box is in a fine steel worm's nest. Jiang Haitao's current strength has reached 80 points, and Chen Xion's strength has also reached 73 points. They have a 2-steel long knife in their hands, plus the hexagonal fish scale shield they just obtained from the shield fish. It is definitely not difficult to kill the 20-meter long fine steel worm. The difficulty is not to make people suspect that the silver rim supply box has been replaced. Zhou Wen thought about it, and didn't have any good ideas. He simply asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to find a medium-sized guild to use the Steel Armor Leviathan Insect Elimination Coupon. The president of a medium-sized guild is not strong, and will definitely not be able to deal with a fine steel worm. In this way, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian can raise the price and take one more item from the silver rim supply box in the name of helping to kill the fine steel worm, so there is no need to replace the supply box. If you do this for a long time, you will inevitably be exposed, because as the strength of the guild leaders increases, there will always be guild leaders who are luckier and increase their intelligence to 12 points. Although the guild leaders of these guilds cannot do anything to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, their reputations will definitely be ruined, which will also affect their prestige in their own guilds. The items in the silver rim supply box in the giant bone leviathan can still be replaced, but the quality of the box containing the items can no longer be ordinary supply boxes, and the silver rim supply box should be used directly. As for how to explain to Zhao Teng, why should he explain? He was unlucky and encountered an ordinary supply box. Who can he blame? Afterwards, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian began to accept pest control tasks according to Zhou Wen's idea. Zhou Wen took out 10 glass kimchi jars and began to pickle kimchi. When Jiang Haitao was cooking before, he had asked Jiang Haitao to boil hot water, which has now cooled down. The 5 cabbages planted before were also sent over, as well as the 4 white radishes planted by Chen Xian. These grown vegetables were clean in themselves. Zhou Wen only washed them roughly with fresh water, drained the water, and began to process the white radish and cabbage. Using an iron dagger, cut the white radish with the skin into rectangular strips of about 7 to 8 centimeters. The cabbage did not need to be cut too finely. A round cabbage was cut in 2 cross directions with 2 knives to divide it into 4 pieces. The pepper was also cut a little. Then put the cabbage into the kimchi jar. Put 2 pieces of cabbage into a kimchi jar, and the space was almost occupied by 2/3. The remaining 1/3 was used to put the white radish cut into long strips. When the kimchi jar was almost full, pour in cold boiled water, add a little sea salt, jellyfish and pepper, and then seal it for storage. After a while, all 10 kimchi jars were filled and capped. No cabbage or white radish was left. They were all stuffed into the kimchi jars. The next step was to wait for fermentation. According to the temperature of the stomach wall space, it would be almost fermented in more than 10 days. I will have kimchi to eat in the future, slurp. Zhou Wen especially likes to eat sour kimchi. When he thinks of the sour taste, his saliva can't help but secrete. In order to preserve these 10 jars of kimchi, Zhou Wen specially made a small aquarium, and then stacked these 10 jars of kimchi in 2 layers in the small aquarium, and then filled the gaps with hay to prevent them from colliding with each other and causing the kimchi jars to break. At this time, Jiang Haitao had already accepted a task to help other guilds get rid of insects. It was a giant bone leviathan, and he directly sent Zhou Wen a silver rim material box. Zhou Wen quickly looked at the items in the silver rim material box, left the honeycomb bone fragment blueprint and 20 steel ingots, and then put in 100 honeycomb bone fragments made of biological bones and a giant bone shield blueprint, and sent it back to Jiang Haitao. Honeycomb bone fragment blueprint cannot be circulated for the time being, because large biological bones are already scarce at present. If multiple guilds purchase them together, Zhou Wen will have no materials to make honeycomb bone fragments. Zhou Wen currently has very few honeycomb bone pieces made of ivory coral, only 3,000 pieces. He originally had 5,000 pieces, but because Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan fought with the meteorite Leviathan, many of the honeycomb bone pieces on his body were damaged, and the remaining honeycomb bone pieces in Jiang Haitao's hand were not enough to fill the gap, so Zhou Wen gave Jiang Haitao 1,000 pieces. Zhou Wen's own transformed Leviathan has also been growing, and now it takes 5,000 honeycomb bone pieces to cover the whole body. To fill the gap on the transformed Leviathan, another 1,000 honeycomb bone pieces were used. If Zhou Wen cannot find a new bone sea area in the future, he can only make honeycomb bone pieces by purchasing large biological bones. An hour later, Chen Xian also sent 2 items through private messages. Zhou Wen took a look and extracted one of them. Ding! Obtained scale steel leg armor X1. The guild that asked Chen Xian for help in killing insects was a medium-sized guild, so Chen Xian asked the other party to purchase and use the steel armor Leviathan bug killing coupon. As Zhou Wen speculated, The president of the medium-sized guild did not have the ability to kill the fine steel worm, so he could only choose to ask Chen Xian for help, and Chen Xian naturally proposed to increase the reward. At first, the president of the medium-sized guild did not agree. After trying to fight the steel worm for several rounds, and losing 3 guild members to it, he had no choice but to agree to Chen Xian's proposal, otherwise a steel armor leviathan insect removal coupon and a traveling coupon would be wasted. Chen Xian used the fish fin sword and the 6-sided fish scale shield to fight the steel worm for more than 10 rounds before killing it. Chen Xian could certainly kill the steel worm faster and more easily, but after all, someone was watching, so he had to hide his true strength a little, so he fought with the steel worm for a while longer. Another item in the private message was a tooth of the steel armor leviathan. This was a good thing. It had a layer of steel shell on it, which could be used to make a steel long knife. The remaining teeth, if there were more in the future, could also be used to make honeycomb bone pieces. Honeycomb bone pieces made with the teeth of the steel armor leviathan were definitely stronger than those made with ivory coral, and their specific strength should be comparable to that of a giant bone shield. Chen Xian completed the task of helping to remove insects, and it was already evening. Jiang Haitao made another pot of fish soup, using red-tailed sea bream meat, which had a better taste, and then added the 2 halves of the rubber starfish Zhou Wen gave him. Ding, eat rubber starfish, plus 2 physique. Rubber starfish basically have calcium shells, just like gillnet sea urchins. Throw them into the water and boil the edible part, and you can get attribute points by drinking the soup directly. After drinking the fish soup, Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space, checked outside, and returned after finding nothing abnormal. Zhou Wen put down the wooden foundation, arranged the wooden bed, spread the quilt and silk, and then fell on the bed with his head tilted back, a set of movements in one go. Last night, because he was not used to sleeping on a soft bed, he didn't fall asleep all night, and today, he wanted to sleep until dawn. Chapter 256. On the 51st day, the stomach wall space vibrated, and the phantom leviathan began to move. Zhou Wen sat up from the bed and stretched lazily. He had a very comfortable sleep. After lingering on the bed for a while, Zhou Wen got off the bed, put the wooden foundation, wooden bed, and quilt into the locker, and then bought a breakfast on the World Communication Channel. While eating, he checked the information in the World Communication Channel, especially the survivor who had lost the Phantom Leviathan. The name of this survivor was Yang Xian. Because he lost the Phantom Leviathan and had nothing to do on the raft, he often looked for people to chat in the World Communication Channel, and therefore posted his name in the World Communication Channel. At this time, many survivors in the Communication Channel were asking Yang Xian if he encountered any danger last night. I didn't encounter any danger, but the sea was dark. I always felt that a huge creature would suddenly jump out of the sea, so I was scared and couldn't sleep all night. In addition, the sea breeze was very strong and cold at night. It's good that you didn't encounter any danger. If you have time, expand your raft. A larger raft will be a little safer. At least you will feel safe. Then build a small house to block the wind. I want to, but all my belongings are lost. I can't transform into Leviathan, and I can't get a supply box. I don't have the basic materials to expand the raft. Seeing Yang Xian say this, many survivors in the World Communication Channel spontaneously sent wood and hay to Yang Xian. Each person didn't give much, just 1 or 2, but there were a lot of people. Overall, there were more than 1,000 pieces of wood and hay, which was definitely enough to expand the small raft. Thank you all for your help. I feel like I'm almost on a raft to survive. Alas, the Starfall Leviathan is so powerful. Even if we ordinary people don't die when we encounter it, we will end up like you. We also hope that you can explore a way to survive without transforming into a Leviathan. Well, I will definitely try my best to survive. After reading the news related to Yang Xian, Zhou Wen also sent him a few pieces of bread, then closed the system interface and began to patrol the stomach wall space. After confirming that there were no problems with the cultivated animals and plants, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian for 400,000 portions of seaweed. He took out the seaweed crusher and was about to crush the seaweed when the stomach wall space vibrated violently. Then the voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded in his mind. Go away, don't steal my food. Found food again? Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. The only food that could be found in the dark river under the sea was the bamboo sea mushroom that he had encountered before. In order to confirm his guess, Zhou Wen put on the black crystal armor, left the stomach space, and came out, and used a strong headlight to sweep. The dense black strips of silk leaves were indeed bamboo sea mushrooms, but at first glance, they looked like hair floating in the water, which was a little scary. The range of the strong headlight was limited, and Zhou couldn't see how big the bamboo sea mushroom was, but it was definitely much larger than the small piece he encountered before. Because there was a kind of luminous creature living in the bamboo sea mushroom forest, the Leviathan that had just transformed should have been driving away these luminous creatures. Although the light emitted by these luminous creatures was not very bright, through these lights scattered like star points in the dark, it can be roughly inferred that the area of this bamboo sea mushroom is not small. Eat it all. Zhou swam to the front of the phantom Leviathan, and made a gesture to eat all the bamboo sea mushrooms. The phantom Leviathan nodded to Zhou, and then spun his body in a particularly happy circle. This turn scared Zhou so much that he quickly returned to the stomach wall space. He couldn't ruin the kimchi he had just pickled yesterday. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou quickly checked the small aquarium where the kimchi jars were placed, and found that the kimchi jars were intact, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Zhou placed a wooden foundation, took out a wooden chair, and sat on the chair waiting for the phantom Leviathan to swallow the bamboo sea mushrooms into the stomach wall space. Swish swish. The esophagus was filled with the sound of surging seawater, and then the esophageal diaphragm opened, and the seawater, carrying a large amount of bamboo sea mushrooms, rushed into the stomach wall space. Zhou immediately jumped off the wooden foundation, collected the bamboo sea mushrooms in the seawater by sending private messages, and then put them all into the meteorite treasure chest. The meteorite treasure chest has 1 million grids of space, which can store 1 million pieces of bamboo sea mushrooms. In addition to bamboo sea mushrooms, there are also luminous creatures seen outside before. The length of the luminous creature is about 1 meter, the width of 2 fingers, and the whole body is translucent. The body is composed of segments, and the joints of the segments emit white dim light. Each segment has a pair of cattail leaf-shaped insect legs. The luminous creature swims slowly in the sea water by swinging these insect legs. Zhou tested it a little and confirmed that the luminous creature was not dangerous. He touched it with his hand and began to check the biological illustration information. Glowworm body length, 1 meter. Weight, 3 kilograms. Food type, bamboo sea mushroom. Introduction. A segmented creature that lives in the bamboo sea mushroom forest. The joints of the segments emit dim light. It is not aggressive. Its feces can accelerate the growth of seaweed. Speed up the growth of seaweed? Zhou was stunned, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the 2 golden seaweeds that had just sprouted. It takes 20 days for golden seaweed to mature and bear fruit. The growth time is too long. Now there is finally a way to shorten the growth time. Because of the glow, Zhou can see the glowworms in the sea water at a glance. There are 5 in total. He caught them all in a few seconds, and then made a crimson oxygen tank to breathe them in it. Next, every time the transformed Leviathan eats, the seawater will bring in a few glowworms. Zhou accepts them all, and puts them into the crimson oxygen tank. Since he couldn't put it in his own place, he made 2 crimson oxygen tanks for Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, and then gave them all the captured ghost light bugs to raise, until the number reached 100, and there was really no place to put them. Zhou gave up. After that, Zhou repeatedly put the bamboo sea mushroom swallowed by the transformed Leviathan into the meteorite treasure box. After 4 or 5 hours, the meteorite treasure box was full, and Zhou continued to put it into the deep blue treasure box. The deep blue treasure box can be obtained by survivors as long as they enter the deep blue sea, but because the space is relatively large, ordinary survivors can't use it, so it will be sold on the World Trading Channel. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian bought a lot of them. Zhou asked them for 20 deep blue treasure chests, and continued to put bamboo sea mushrooms in them, until all 20 deep blue treasure chests were full, with 4 million bamboo sea mushrooms. This bamboo sea mushroom forest is so large, Zhou said in surprise. 1 meteorite treasure chest and 20 deep blue treasure chests can hold a total of 5 million bamboo sea mushrooms, which is equivalent to 25 days of feeding. Chapter 257. I'm so hungry. Zhou was collecting bamboo sea mushrooms, and just as he was collecting them, the voice of the transformed Leviathan suddenly rang in his mind. It's over. I was busy collecting bamboo sea mushrooms, and I haven't fed the transformed Leviathan yet. It had been 6 or 7 hours since the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage. All the bamboo sea mushrooms swallowed into the stomach wall space were collected by Zhou into the box, and none of them entered the digestive tank. Realizing this, Zhou quickly placed the seaweed crusher, picked up a deep blue treasure box filled with bamboo sea mushrooms, and poured the bamboo sea mushrooms into the feed port one by one. Soon, All 200,000 pieces of bamboo sea mushrooms were crushed and put into the digestion pool. Then, Joe crushed another 200,000 pieces of seaweed and put them into the digestion pool. According to the Introduction and Food Guide for Accelerated Growth of Metamorphosis Leviathan, only 10 tons of bamboo sea mushrooms are needed every day. Feeding more is a waste, so the remaining food gap can be filled with seaweed. After feeding Metamorphosis Leviathan, Joe continued to collect bamboo sea mushrooms. After a while, he collected the amount of 5 deep blue treasure chests, but Metamorphosis Leviathan was still swallowing bamboo sea mushrooms. How much is left? This is already 30 days' supply. Joe was curious and decided to go out to see how much bamboo sea mushrooms were left. Putting on the black crystal armor and going outside, Joe took the Leviathan as the center, and took 2 hours to simply check the surroundings with a radius of 200 meters. The Leviathan had almost eaten the entire bamboo sea mushroom forest, but only in the shallower areas. It had not started eating in the area below 2,000 meters deep. Joe thought about it, and planned to dive down to see how deep the bamboo sea mushroom grows. But looking at the quiet and dark sea water below, a sense of fear rose in his heart for no reason. Darkness represents the unknown, and the unknown produces fear. Coupled with the constant water pressure around him, Joe felt very depressed. Being alone in this dark environment made him feel very insecure. So Joe chose to return to the side of the Phantom Leviathan. With the protection of the Phantom Leviathan, the depressed emotion in his heart also disappeared. With the Phantom Leviathan nearby, Joe dived boldly, pushing aside the hair-like bamboo sea mushroom filaments below, and dived from the 1,500-meter water depth to 2,200 meters. This depth was the limit of the water pressure that Joe's body could withstand. Using the strong headlight to shine downward, the range of light was very limited because of the large number of bamboo sea mushroom filaments blocking the light, and the area below was still dark like an abyss. Suddenly, within the range of light, a large group of filaments moved strangely by themselves, breaking through the surrounding bamboo sea mushrooms and rushing towards Joe at a very fast speed. The volume of this filamentous leaf was nearly 10 meters. As he didn't know what it was, Joe immediately took out the tungsten bone shield and placed it in front of him. After the filamentous leaf accelerated and swam, its overall appearance changed from a furry state to a water drop with smooth hair. Before it approached Joe, the water drop cracked at the head, revealing 2 rows of white fangs, and then crashed into the tungsten bone shield. This filamentous leaf showed that it was some kind of creature living in the bamboo sea mushroom forest. After Joe received the collision, he immediately swung the 2 steel long knife in his hand and chopped the black-haired creature's body. But the blade did not feel like it was cutting through flesh and blood, but it passed through the dense black hair lightly, only cutting off some black hair, without hurting the black-haired creature's body. It seems that the body is very small. Since the body of this black-haired creature is not even 10 meters long, Joe does not need to be too defensive. He put away the tungsten bone shield and directly chose to confront the black-haired creature head-on. When the black-haired creature opened its mouth again and rushed over, Joe did not dodge or avoid, but swung the 2 steel long knife to collide with the black-haired creature. Swish! With a sound, the black-haired creature was split in half by the long steel knife. Scarlet blood gushed out, quickly dyeing the surrounding sea water red. The body that was cut in half swung violently for a few times, and then stopped moving. Joe went forward to check and found that the black-haired creature was only about 4 meters long and had a flat body. The overall appearance was like a sunfish, but when it swam, its body swam horizontally, similar to a flounder, and its body was covered with dense black hair. After collecting the 2 halves of the black-haired creature's corpse into the deep blue treasure chest, Joe swam around again. After confirming that there were no other new creatures, he swam back to the side of the Phantom Leviathan and returned to the stomach wall space. Black-haired fish body length, 5 meters. Weight, 1 ton. Food type, meat. Introduction. A fish that lives in the bamboo sea mushroom forest. It has black hair on its body that is similar to the filamentous leaves of the bamboo sea mushroom. It can be disguised as a bamboo sea mushroom to catch the ghost light bug. It is edible. The black hair is soft and can be made into clothes or quilts. Quilt cover. It's a pity that there is no blueprint. If you can make a quilt cover, you can put the quilt into the quilt cover, so that it is not easy to leak cotton, and even if it leaks, it will be in the quilt cover. If it doesn't work, you can collect the cotton wool and make it into a quilt again. After reading the biological illustration information of the black-haired fish, Joe peeled off the fish skin of the black-haired fish and put it into the locker together with the skin and hair. The fish meat was directly sent to Jiang Haitao, asking him to add the fish meat when cooking. Next, Zhou Wen continued to let the phantom leviathan swallow the bamboo sea mushroom. Zhou Wen endured the water pressure below 2,200 meters, but it had no effect on the phantom leviathan. Soon the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a large amount of bamboo sea mushrooms flowed into the stomach wall space along with seawater. After that, Zhou Wen kept collecting the bamboo sea mushrooms that entered the stomach wall space, and filled a total of 50 deep blue treasure chests. Because there were too many boxes, and they took up a lot of space, Zhou Wen sent 15 boxes to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, asking them to increase the growth rate of the transformed leviathan. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's transformed leviathans, because they had only eaten 3 days of scarlet kelp and 3 days of watermelon, were only about 81 meters long. Zhou Wen's transformed leviathan had eaten 2 instant growth energy crystals, plus various accelerated foods, and its body length had reached 108 meters. Soon it was night. In one day, the phantom leviathan finally ate the entire bamboo sea mushroom forest. Zhou Wen obtained 20 boxes of deep blue treasure chests of bamboo sea mushrooms. A total of 70 boxes were harvested from the entire bamboo sea mushroom forest. He gave 30 boxes to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, and he had 40 boxes left, plus 1 million copies of a meteorite treasure chest. During this period, the phantom leviathan swallowed a lot of seabed mud and sand when swallowing the roots of the bamboo sea mushrooms, and there were a lot of phantom lightworm feces in the mud and sand. Ding! Get 1 phantom worm feces. Ding! Phantom worm feces. After using it on algae, it can shorten the growth time of algae by 30%. 30%, oh it's okay. The growth cycle of golden seaweed is 20 days. After using this phantom worm feces, the growth cycle can be shortened to 14 days, but 14 days is still very long for Zhou Wen, so the reaction is not very strong. Chapter 258. Because Zhou Wen currently needs to cultivate only golden seaweed in large quantities, other common seaweeds, scarlet kelp, and bone seaweed are all planted to obtain the corresponding root nodules, so there is no need to shorten the growth time. Zhou Wen harvested a total of 1,000 pieces of luminous insect feces. After being collected through the world system, they will condense into round feces balls with a diameter of 3 centimeters. The surface of the round feces balls also emits a faint white light. Zhou Wen put the luminous insect feces into the seaweed planting box of golden seaweed. After the feces balls fell into the water, they gradually dispersed, and then turned into starlight and melted into the sea water. Is 1 portion enough? Zhou Wen considered that there were 2 golden seaweeds planted in the seaweed planting box, and after thinking for a while, he put another portion into the water. Anyway, he had caught 100 glowworms. Even if the 1,000 glowworm feces he had just obtained were used up, there were still these 100 glowworms to continue to produce. Zhou Wen would also keep some bamboo sea mushrooms to feed them, ensuring that there was enough glowworm feces to expand the cultivation of golden seaweed. After a while, Jiang Haitao's dinner was ready, and he was given a bucket of fish soup, the main fish of which was black-hair fish meat. Zhou Wen took out his chopsticks and ate quickly. After eating a certain amount, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Eat black-haired fish meat, strength +2, constitution +3. Haha, strength has reached 100 points. Zhou Wen's original strength was 93.5 points, plus 5 free attribute points, it is 98.5 points. After eating this black-haired fish meat, it is 100.5 points of strength. Zhou Wen, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 15. Strength, 100.5 burning attribute constitution, 175 tungsten gold attribute speed, 88. Evaluation, a Superman who never trains his legs. What do you mean by never training your legs? After reading the comments, Zhou Wen was a little unhappy. Did he deliberately not want to increase the speed attribute? It's because there are too few creatures that increase the speed attribute. After dinner, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian sent the harvest of helping other guilds to eliminate insects today. It was similar to yesterday. Shen Xian accepted the task of helping a medium-sized guild to eliminate insects. The target of the insect elimination was the steel armor Leviathan. Jiang Haitao also accepted the task of a medium-sized guild, but the one who helped to eliminate insects was the giant bone Leviathan. Because it was He Yue who asked Jiang Haitao to help with the insect removal, Zhou Wen did not replace He Yue's silver-rimmed material box. He only took away a honeycomb bone piece blueprint inside, and then replaced it with a honeycomb bone piece made of 1,000 biological bones. The rest of the things in it were left to He Yue. Shin Xian took 2 items from the silver-rimmed material box of the steel armor Leviathan, a blueprint, and a piece of steel armor Leviathan scale. Ding! Obtain the steel skin soft armor blueprint. Steel skin soft armor blueprint. Requires fine steel worm steel skin X5, cloth X100. Zhou had killed a fine steel worm before, and had a whole steel skin. He took out the materials from the locker, and directly made a piece of steel skin soft armor. The steel skin soft armor is very soft and thin overall, but it is still slightly thicker than the bone-thin soft armor, and cannot be worn together with the black crystal armor. Then Zhou tested the defense again, and found that it could only resist the attack of steel weapons. Once a weapon made of 20-meter biological materials was used, it could easily cut through the steel skin soft armor, which was far worse than the bone-thin soft armor. However, even so, the defense is still comparable to the iron scale armor on the market, and because it is thin and light, it can be worn inside the iron scale armor, which is equivalent to wearing an extra set of iron scale armor. Zhou thought about it, and made all the remaining steel skins into steel skin soft armor. A total of 20 pieces were made, and sent equally to Jiang Haitao and Shin Xian, asking them to distribute them to the core members of the guild who performed better. Then he used 2,000 pieces of bone silk, and 200 pieces of silk to make 2 pieces of bone silk soft armor, and gave them to Jiang Haitao and Shin Xian to add an extra layer of protection for them. In the future, if you receive the task of helping the steel armor Leviathan to eliminate insects, if there is nothing important in the silver-rimmed material box, you can bring back the steel skin of the fine steel worm. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shin Xian at the same time. Okay, Boss Zhou. Got it, Brother Wen. By the way, the watermelons planted by the guild members are ripe today. You can deal with them after you harvest them. This round of watermelons was planted on the 45th day. It has been 6 days since today. Not counting the inexplicable losses of some guild members, a total of 120 tons of watermelons can be harvested this time. Zhou would obtain bamboo sea mushrooms today that can feed the transformed Leviathan for about 40 days. He definitely doesn't need to feed it with watermelons in the next 40 days. Boss Zhou, can the effects of 2 kinds of accelerating food be superimposed? Shin Xian asked. No, if 2 kinds of accelerating food are fed together, only the accelerating food with better effect can accelerate the growth of the metamorphosis Leviathan. In this case, we don't need watermelons for the time being, so give them as rewards to the core members of the guild, Shin Xian said. She and Jiang Haitao both have 15 boxes of bamboo sea mushrooms. For their own safety, they must directly feed bamboo sea mushrooms to accelerate the growth of the metamorphosis Leviathan at the fastest speed. The larger the size of the metamorphosis Leviathan, the safer they are. During these 15 days, watermelons are also not needed. You can give it to the core members of the guild, but you must tell them not to spread it, especially to the members of your own guild. Zhou warned. The current watermelon production is temporarily unable to provide accelerated growth for the Leviathans of all guild members. Even if small planting boxes are popularized among ordinary survivors in the future, only a very small number of people can use 5 tons of fruit to accelerate the growth of their own Leviathans. If the guild members knew that watermelons could accelerate the growth of Leviathans, there might be a group of people who were unwilling to farm for the guild. After all, they grew the watermelons, but they did not get the corresponding benefits. Of course, for their own interests, relying on the guild can survive better. There must be only a few guild members who are unwilling to farm, but it is better to do less than more, and keeping secrets can save a lot of trouble. When the small planting boxes are distributed in the future, guild members can purchase fruits from ordinary survivors to accelerate the growth of their own transformed Leviathan. 120 tons of watermelon, Jiang Haitao and Shin Xian divided it equally, 60 tons each, and then 5 tons were distributed to 12 core members of the guild as a special reward. After dealing with the distribution of watermelons, it was already very late. After finishing the communication with Jiang Haitao and Shin Xian, Zhou roughly inspected the stomach wall space. After confirming that everything was fine, he took out the wooden foundation, spread the quilt, and went to sleep directly. Chapter 259. The stomach wall space vibrated, and the transformed Leviathan began to move. Zhou woke up from his sleep. It was already the 52nd day. Zhou lay on the soft bed for a while before getting up. After putting away the quilt and wooden bed, he began to patrol the stomach wall space as usual. Yesterday, in order to breed the ghost-like insects, Zhou made 2 more crimson oxygen tanks, which occupied another 4 square meters of the stomach wall space. At present, all his stone foundations occupied a total of 27 square meters of the stomach wall space. In addition, There was a 10-meter-long small diamond crystal sea snake, and the entire stomach wall space seemed a bit crowded. The two newly made crimson oxygen tanks can actually be stacked vertically on other crimson oxygen tanks, which can save 4 square meters of space. But the current height of the stomach wall space is only 6.9 meters, and Zhou currently has 6 crimson oxygen tanks, each 2 meters high, divided into 2 rows, and 3 tanks in each row stacked up to 6 meters, and the crimson oxygen tanks must be placed on the foundation, which is 1 meter high. So if you want to stack 3 crimson oxygen tanks in a row, you need to wait until the height of the stomach wall space reaches 7 meters. Fortunately, the body length of the transformed Leviathan reached 109 meters last night. With the accelerated growth of bamboo sea mushrooms, it will reach 110 meters tonight, and the height of the stomach wall space can also officially increase to 7 meters. While inspecting the stomach wall space, Zhou discovered that the water sac sea cucumber had split again, this time into 8 pieces, and the small aquarium for breeding could no longer hold them. Zhou did not divide the tanks, but sent these water sac sea cucumbers to Jiang Haitao for processing, because now the survivors can leave the stomach wall space. As long as they encounter stormy weather, they can go out to collect rainwater, and now there is basically no shortage of fresh water. Therefore, the water sac sea cucumber has no value, either to be raised for fun or to be eaten. Zhou kept one for himself, and put it in the crimson oxygen tank for breeding streamer fish to enrich the species in the sea view box. The 2 small fine steel worms have grown a little bigger, and the small steel ingots they produce have also grown. Currently, 8 small steel ingots can be used to synthesize a normal-sized steel ingot. These days, the 2 small fine steel worms have produced a total of 3 steel ingots. How can I describe this production speed? It feels like a waste of time. Now Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian are helping other guilds to eliminate insects. As long as there are no important items in the insect elimination material box, they basically take steel ingots. Because there are too few ways to obtain steel ingots at present, and they are all accompanied by great risks. In addition to obtaining them in the insect removal material box, you can only try your luck in various large biological caves. But the survivors who can kill large creatures are basically the presidents of various guilds. They use the steel ingots they obtain for themselves and generally do not sell them. Therefore, although the 2 small fine steel worms grow steel ingots very slowly, they are still valuable. As their size grows, the number of steel ingots produced will continue to increase, which can be regarded as a potential stock. After killing the fine steel worms, the 2 medium-sized guilds that Shen Xian had helped to eliminate the worms, the presidents of the 2 medium-sized guilds captured all the small fine steel worms in the fine steel worm nests. This was a stable source of steel ingots without risk, which was equivalent to picking it up for free. After Zhou saw the 2 small fine steel worms, he added some iron ore to the breeding tank. While adding iron ore, the small fine steel worms inside suddenly jumped out of the nest and tried to bite his hand, but were blocked by the iron scale gloves on his hands. The attacking behavior of the small fine steel worm gave Zhou a headache. He had raised it for so many days, but it had no feelings for him at all. When it grew bigger, the small aquarium would not be able to hold it. He could not raise it like the small diamond sea snake. He had to find a way to get a glass box with a larger space. There was nothing much to say about the sea salt jellyfish. If you changed the water every day, they would grow well. When cooking, as long as you didn't kill them and cut off all the tentacles, they would grow out quickly. Zhou had already given all the gillnet sea urchins to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to raise. When the spines of the gillnet sea urchins grow out, they will be given to him to distill anesthetics. The 12-knife leaf fish will be fed with the blood of the transformed Leviathan when used as a power device, and the blood of some ordinary creatures when not used as a power device. Because they are raised in the crimson oxygen tank, there is no need to worry about the lack of oxygen in the water. The gel planarians are still raised in the wooden barrel. There are not many, only more than 100. These gel planarians are mainly for Zhou's own use. If he has a heavy bleeding, he can make hemostatic gel in time to stop the bleeding quickly. If the transmogrified Leviathan is injured and bleeding, just ask the guild members for it. There is strength in numbers, and the speed of making hemostatic gel is faster. After all, the space of a person's stomach wall is limited. No matter how many plants are cultivated, it is not enough for the transmogrified Leviathan to be used when it is seriously injured. Just keep some for emergency use. There is nothing to see about the plants. The rock crystal tree and golden seaweed grow very slowly. The 10 red pepper seeds have sprouted, but there is no movement in the planting of the light yellow ordinary pepper. Zhou determined that the light yellow pepper seeds could not be planted, so he dug out 5 light yellow pepper seeds and threw them away. The only mango tree was bearing fruit again. Zhou was not so greedy for mangoes after eating so many. He just ate one from time to time to improve the taste. There were 11 small planting boxes available. Zhou searched for seasoning seeds such as onion, ginger, garlic, star anise, and pepper in the World Trading Channel. After finding nothing, he checked various vegetable seeds. Tomato seeds. Zhou saw a transaction information showing tomato seeds at a glance. He loved tomatoes so much that he could eat a tomato scrambled egg dish for his whole life without getting tired of it. After spending 100 basic materials and trading back the tomato seeds, Zhou started looking again to see if there were any more tomato seeds. He wanted to plant more at a time, but after searching for a while, he didn't find the second one, so he chose other vegetable seeds. 3 seeds each of white radish, lettuce, and cabbage, plus 1 tomato seed, a total of 10 seeds, were soon planted in a small planting box. There was still 1 small planting box left. Zhou thought about it, and traded back a sweet potato seed and planted it, then sprinkled bone meal and watered it. A set of actions done in one go. After planting the vegetables, Zhou continued to check the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. Because enough oxygen crystals were added to the negative oxygen ion mushrooms before, the negative oxygen ion mushrooms that had stopped growing started to grow again and reached 2.2 meters at this time. The electric light ball was already floating around in the stomach wall space to ionize water molecules, and the triangular star firefly mother followed behind the electric light ball to absorb the ionized hydrogen. Zhou only took a rough look at the rubber starfish and ghost lightworms caught in the past 2 days. After confirming that there was no problem, he ended the inspection and took out the seaweed crusher to crush 200,000 pieces of bamboo sea mushrooms and 200,000 pieces of seaweed to feed the phantom leviathan. Chapter 260. Next, Zhou had nothing to do, so he opened the World Communication Channel to check the messages between the survivors. He also bought a breakfast and ate while watching. Yang Xian spent another night safely, and with the help of a large number of survivors, he expanded the area of the raft, but the shelter from the wind was not built. Because the hut cannot be made with wood and straw ropes, it also requires tools and a certain degree of hands-on ability, both of which Yang Xian obviously did not have. At this time, many survivors in the World Communication Channel were giving him advice. So, don't you have a 3-meter-long leviathan wood sculpture? You can hollow it out with tools and use it as a house. But I don't have any tools. For a moment, the survivors who gave Yang Xian advice were silent. It was obvious that Yang Xian needed an iron weapon now, but they couldn't afford it. The lowest price of an iron weapon was 10,000 basic materials. Even if they had extra, they would definitely sell them. It was impossible for them to give them to Yang Xian for free. I give you an iron double-sided axe, Zhou said in the World Communication Channel. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Yang Xian saw Zhou's message and thanked him excitedly. Yang Xian was originally an ordinary survivor, so he naturally knew the price of iron weapons. Food and basic materials were okay, and everyone was a little rich now, but iron weapons could be sold for money, so how could they be given to him for free? Yang Xian thought there was no hope of getting the tool, but he didn't expect the big brother to give him one directly, which made him overjoyed. Alas, if the raft can be placed on a wooden foundation, it would be great. I will give you 4 wooden foundations and a cabin, so you don't have to go through so much trouble. Zhou continued to send messages. The boss is really generous. He gave me iron weapons, wooden foundations, and cabins directly. Who said it wasn't? Look at those guilds. They have so many supplies, but they didn't even give Yang Xian any food. They are so stingy. Boss, can you sell more wooden foundations? There are only 20,000 per day, and there is no purchase limit. Basically, as soon as they are put on the shelves, they are bought by those guilds. We can't get them at all. Don't bother the boss anymore. It takes no time to make wooden foundations. The boss also has his own things to do. How can he do nothing all day and just make wooden foundations? Before Zhou said anything, many of his fans in the World Communication Channel had already explained it for him, so he didn't say anything more. After brushing up on the World Communication Channel, Zhou saw that it was almost time to enter the feeding stage, so he closed the system interface, connected 3 algae oxygen tanks in series, connected the Blayfish power device and the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer, and began to crush seaweed for the 80 core members of the guild. More than an hour later, the seaweed of the core members of the guild was all crushed. Zhou put away the algae crusher, and then he had nothing to do. Before, when he had nothing to do, he could look forward to the daily supply box, but there was no supply box in the dark river under the sea. How about going into the stomach wall space of the second meteorite Leviathan to have a look? Zhou was really bored, so he decided to go into the stomach wall space of the meteorite Leviathan that Jiang Haitao encountered to see if the meteorite treasure chest was still there. In addition, Zhou was also going to look for the core and other things in the body of the meteorite Leviathan. After all, it can spit out lava balls and release energy shock waves, which is much more powerful than the abyss dragonfish. The abyss dragonfish has a burning core, and the meteorite Leviathan is likely to have one too. Of course, Zhou was not going to explore the body of the meteorite Leviathan in this dark seabed river, but let Jiang Haitao use the companion voucher to go with him and explore the body of the meteorite Leviathan on Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan. Then, Zhou body turned into a blue light and appeared beside Jiang Haitao. At this time, Jiang Haitao had come to the back of his transformed Leviathan and waited for Zhou. "How is your transformed Leviathan recovering?" Zhou looked at Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan and asked. "It has recovered very well. It should be able to move tomorrow." Jiang Haitao replied with a smile. "That's good." Zhou nodded. Knowing that Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan had recovered well, Zhou took out the 190-meter meteorite Leviathan corpse, placed it on the transformed Leviathan, and then took Jiang Haitao into the stomach space of the meteorite Leviathan. Because the body of the meteorite Leviathan was burned into charcoal by the energy shock wave it released, the two smelled a strong smell of burnt meat as soon as they entered the stomach wall space. The entire stomach wall space was also charred black. Seeing the serious situation, Zhou couldn't help but worry, and his pace unconsciously quickened a bit. Fortunately, the meteorite treasure chest was not destroyed. When Zhou and Jiang Haitao came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space, they saw a square box at a glance. Zhou went forward to check it out. The meteorite treasure box was intact, but the surface was a little black. Obviously it was burned by high temperature. "I wonder if the items inside are affected," Zhou thought to himself, and stretched out his hand to open the meteorite treasure box directly. Ding! Get the Falling Star Meteorite Crystal X3. Ding! Get the Meteorite Armor Blueprint. Ding! Get the Mecha Storage Bar X1. New blueprint? Zhou took out the Meteorite Armor Blueprint and used it directly to check the production requirements. Meteoric Leviathan Armor Blueprint requires Meteoric Leviathan Skull X1, Falling Star Crystal X10, Unburned Yarn X100. There are still many materials behind. Zhou simply did not look at them. They are all unheard of materials, and they are simply not available for collection at present. No Emperor certification? Zhou thought for a while, maybe because this Meteoric Leviathan committed suicide, so there is no Emperor certification. The remaining Falling Star Crystal and Mecha Containment Fence were all collected by Zhou. Jiang Haitao currently has no mecha, so it is useless to give him the Mecha Containment Fence. After obtaining the meteorite treasure chest, the two left the stomach wall space of the meteorite Leviathan. After coming out, Zhou put the 190-meter half of the meteorite Leviathan's body into the system interface, and then sent the two halves of the 150-meter meteorite Leviathan's body to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to ask his own transformed Leviathan the location of the meteorite Leviathan's heart. The burning core was found in the heart of the abyss dragonfish. The meteorite Leviathan's body was so huge that it would be a waste of time to search aimlessly. It would be better to see if there was a core in the heart of the meteorite Leviathan first. Chapter 261. Jiang Haitao came to the head of his own Leviathan and jumped into the water. The Leviathan immediately looked over. Jiang Haitao extracted the two 150-meter long bodies of the meteorite Leviathan from the system interface, pointed at the body of the meteorite Leviathan first, and then pointed at the position of his heart. The meteorite Leviathan understood what Jiang Haitao meant, and used his biological radar to detect the location of the heart of the meteorite Leviathan. Although the surface of the meteorite Leviathan has meteorite scales that can shield the biological radar, the body has been cut in half, so it can be directly detected through the incision. Soon, the transformed Leviathan found the heart of the meteorite Leviathan, and then pointed at the place where the heart was, which was a little forward of the stomach wall space of the meteorite Leviathan, 50 meters from the front half of the body. After knowing the exact location, Zhou moved his mind, and the tungsten bone knife appeared in his hand. He slashed from top to bottom, splitting a big hole in the hard shell of the meteorite Leviathan. Then, Zhou and Jiang Haitao each took a 2 steel long knife and began to cut the flesh of the meteorite Leviathan inwards. After a while, they cut through the skin and flesh layer about 4 meters thick and entered the interior of the meteorite Leviathan's body. After entering the corpse, Zhou and Jiang Haitao didn't care about any obstacles in front of them. They used the two steel long knife to cut through them, and move forward in a straight line, according to the position pointed by the phantom Leviathan. Bang! Suddenly, Zhou Wen's blade hit a hard object with a crisp sound. He used the headlight to carefully check and found that a wall similar to the material of meteorite appeared in front of him. The two steel long knife chopped on it without leaving any marks. What is this? Why is it so hard? Jiang Hainao also tried to chop it with the two steel long knife, but the meteorite wall was not damaged at all. Get behind me, I chop you down with my tungsten knife. Zhou Wen still couldn't control the tungsten knife freely. If Jiang Haitao stood too close, he would easily hurt him. Okay. Jiang Haitao quickly stepped back a distance to make room for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took out the tungsten knife again, holding the handle with both hands, and the muscle strength of his whole body burst out instantly. Then he swung the blade fiercely. The 3-meter-long huge blade cut through everything in its path, without any obstruction, and chopped heavily on the meteorite wall. Bang! A sharp metal collision sound was heard instantly, and the blade of the tungsten bone broadsword drew a spark on the meteorite wall, but in the end it only left a shallow scratch on the meteorite wall, so shallow that it was barely noticeable. So hard. Zhou Wen was a little unbelievable. The tungsten bone broadsword was his strongest weapon. He thought that at least it could cut into it a few centimeters, but it didn't expect that it could only leave a hair-like scratch. This meteorite wall, can't it be used to protect the heart? Zhou Wen had this bad guess in his mind. Afterwards, Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao, one on the left and one on the right, used a long steel knife to clear the way and circled around the meteorite wall. Finally, his guess was verified. The entire meteorite wall was an ellipse with a minimum diameter of about 6 meters and a maximum diameter of 13 meters. It should not be called a meteorite wall, but a meteorite shell that protects the heart. The entire shell wraps the heart tightly, and the most bizarre thing is that there is no main blood vessel connected to the heart. All blood vessels are connected to the meteorite shell, and large and small blood vessels are densely wrapped on the meteorite shell. Originally, Zhou Wen was going to drill into the heart through the main blood vessels connecting the ventricles, but now it seems that this is obviously impossible. The heart structure of the meteorite Leviathan is completely beyond his biological knowledge. Alas, it's all in vain. Zhou Wen sighed, and he and Jiang Haitao withdrew from the body of the meteorite Leviathan. After a short rest, Zhou Wen wanted to try again, so he asked Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan to find the heart position of the 190-meter meteorite Leviathan. Entering the meteorite Leviathan in the same way, he also encountered an elliptical meteorite shell, but this meteorite shell was larger than the one in the 150-meter meteorite Leviathan, with a minimum diameter of 7 meters and a maximum diameter of 15 meters. Zhou Wen was already somewhat desperate when he saw the meteorite shell. He just chopped it casually with his tungsten bone broadsword, thinking that he would return empty-handed. However, he never expected that the meteorite shell of the 190-meter meteorite Leviathan heart was directly shattered by this knife. Ah, what's going on? Zhou Wen looked at the meteorite shell that was broken like glass in front of him, and the whole person was in a state of confusion. After recovering from the confusion, Zhou Wen picked up a piece of meteorite shell fragments and found that the meteorite shell was 2 meters thick, and the inside of the meteorite shell tightly protected did not have organs such as the heart, but only a round sphere with a diameter of about 3 meters. This should be the core of the meteorite Leviathan. It was like the moon was shining after the clouds were cleared. Zhou Wen walked forward excitedly and placed his hand on the round sphere. However, the expected system prompt sound did not sound. Zhou Wen was puzzled, and then he touched several different positions, but there was still no response. Isn't this sphere also a protective shell? Zhou Wen thought to himself, raised the tungsten bone sword again, and chopped the round sphere vigorously. Crack! The spherical object was chopped by the tungsten bone broadsword, and like the outer shell of the meteorite, it broke into pieces. There was nothing in the pieces, not even the shadow of the core. At this moment, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that the spherical object just now might indeed be the core of the meteorite Leviathan, but because the energy was completely released by the meteorite Leviathan, only an empty shell without energy remained. If this is really the case, then there should be a core inside the meteorite protective shell of the 150-meter meteorite Leviathan. However, although Zhou Wen thought of this, he did not have the ability to open the meteorite's protective shell at present, so he could only keep it until he got stronger weapons in the future before trying again. After Zhou Wen collected the body of the meteorite Leviathan, he did not rush to leave, but stayed with Jiang Haitao for a while, basking in the sun for a few hours. Anyway, the travel voucher had been used, and there was nothing to do when he went back. When the sun was about to set, Zhou Wen ended his journey, and returned to the stomach wall space. Shortly after returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou received a private message. He took a look at the avatar and found that it was a stranger. With Zhou current memory, as long as the survivors, who often appear in the World Communication Channel, he will basically have a certain impression, but he has no impression of this person's avatar, which means that the other party rarely speaks in the World Communication Channel. Chapter 262. Hello, boss. Hello, what's up? Zhou asked directly. Since he was a stranger, it was impossible for him to send a message for no reason. He must have something to ask him. I want to invite you to clean up the creatures in a crystal mine together. After the other party finished speaking, he sent Zhou another item information, Crystal Shrimp Nest Crystal Mine Certificate. Another mining certificate. Zhou murmured and clicked to check. The content of the introduction is similar to Hiyoui's Coal Fish Nest Coal Mine Mining Certificate. The maximum number of participants is 10. After clearing the crystal shrimp in the crystal mine, you may get a mining certificate. Are you from the guild? Zhou asked. Daring to use the mining certificate means that the other party has a certain degree of confidence. It is likely that they are from the guild. If it is an unknown small guild, it doesn't matter if they help. Anyway, he can get the mining rights if he participates. If it is a guild related to Zhao Teng, forget it. No, I'm just an ordinary survivor. Oh, you have a small group, right? Zhou was slightly stunned, and then thought that the other party might have found some survivors, who had a good relationship with him to complete the cleaning task together. No, it's just me. What the hell? Just one person, and then invited me, so I have to clean up the crystal shrimps alone. Ordinary survivors have limited strength and basically can't help much, so Zhou will have to do it alone. Of course, Zhou was not unwilling, but it was mainly because there were outsiders watching him, so he couldn't show his true strength. You know, pretending to be weak is also very tiring. You have to pay attention to controlling your strength at all times, and you have to symbolically dodge attacks to pretend. If you fight a group of crystal shrimps alone, you will be exhausted. Just the two of us? This mining certificate seems to allow 10 people to participate together, right? Zhou found that this survivor might be a rookie, so he sent a message to remind him. I know, but I don't trust others. Zhou was slightly moved by the other party's words, but he changed his mind and couldn't be moved. No matter how much trust he had, he couldn't use him as a laborer. But there are only 2 of us. This cleaning task might fail. Why don't we wait and find a few more people we can trust? Zhou continued to persuade. I don't have anyone else I trust. If I can't complete the cleaning task, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I can withdraw on my own and my life won't be in danger. Okay then. Since the other party didn't care about failure, Zhou couldn't say anything else and agreed to the other party's invitation. Ding! The Crystal Shrimp Nest Crystal Mine Mining Certificate has been opened. Do you agree to join? Agree. Zhou put on a suit of iron scale armor, picked up a carbon bone knife, and agreed to the other party's invitation. After a flash of blue light in front of his eyes, Zhou appeared in a large bubble, the same large bubble as the last coal mine cleaning mission, except that the large bubble in the coal mine was in a relatively shallow sea area where sunlight could shine, but the large bubble here was pitch black outside, and not even a trace of light could be seen. Boss, you are here, but I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wu Bing. Hello Wu Bing, my name is Zhou. Zhou introduced himself and took a quick look at Wu Bing. He was about 1.7 meters tall and looked rather thin. He was wearing spiked armor, and it wasn't just one set. He didn't even have spiked gloves or spiked boots. It was pitch black around us, and it seemed like we were at a relatively deep place. When you opened the mining certificate, did you have any idea of the depth of this crystal mine? Zhou asked Wu Bing. Zhou was currently wearing only a suit of iron scale armor, and it was not one piece, which meant that he had to rely entirely on his body to resist the water pressure. However, the water pressure that his body could withstand was only about 1,300 meters. For his own safety, he had to ask Wu Bing if there was any hint of the depth of the crystal mine. Yes, it is 560 meters underwater. Wu Bing nodded and replied. That's not bad. Zhou responded and threw a piece of biological meat from the deep blue treasure chest into a large bubble. The biological meat only shrank slightly, indicating that the water pressure outside was indeed not high. Let's go! Seeing that the water pressure was fine, Wu Bing prepared to leave the bubble, but before he could walk out, Zhou grabbed him. After all, it was 560 meters underwater. The pressure might not be a big deal for Zhou, but it could be fatal to an ordinary survivor. When he was in the Crimson Sea, he could only dive 200 meters with his body alone. Wu Bing couldn't even put on his spiked armor. He didn't think Wu Bing could withstand the water pressure of 560 meters with his body alone. What's your physical fitness? Zhou Wen asked. If Wu Bing's physical fitness was too low, he would not let Wu Bing go. It would be more convenient for him to clean up the crystal shrimps by himself. Physique 80 points, strength 60 points, boss, you don't have to worry about my safety. Wu Bing smiled, and turned to Zhou Wen and said with a smile. Are you testing me? After hearing Wu Bing's two attributes, Zhou Wen frowned and immediately reacted. Wu Bing deliberately took the lead to walk out just now, just to see if Zhou Wen would consider his safety and hold him back. Oh, the human heart is hard to predict. Please forgive me, big boss. Wu Bing said apologetically, and the spiked armor on his body was replaced with a set of light blue one-piece armor in an instant. Judging from the appearance of the armor, it should be made of the scales of some large creatures. Forget it, since you are so strong, let's start cleaning. Zhou Wen was too lazy to care. After all, Wu Bing did not show any malice. He was just cautiously testing his character. As for deliberately wearing tattered clothes to hide his strength, what was that? He also likes to do this. Zhou Wen no longer wears the iron scale armor. He takes it off and puts it into the deep blue treasure chest, and then puts on the carbon scale armor. Afterwards, the two of them left the big bubble together. Because it was pitch black outside, they could only rely on headlights to explore the nest of crystal shrimps bit by bit. However, the headlights have a limited range, and the efficiency of searching together is too low. The two decided to search separately, and meet in the big bubble after an hour. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen relied on a strong headlight to slowly swim into an area full of crystals. Under the light, the translucent crystal pillars reflected the crystal light. Zhou Wen touched a crystal column about 1 meter long and 10 centimeters thick with his hand. The crystal column was immediately decomposed into 10 pieces by the world system, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, crystal ore X10. I don't know what this crystal ore is used for. Zhou Wen looked at the 20 centimeter long and 5 centimeter wide translucent crystal in his hand. He couldn't think of any use for it. At most, he would throw it into the sea view box as a decoration. Huh? Suddenly, there was a sound of surging sea water in front of him, and Zhou Wen immediately looked over. Under the light of the strong headlight, a large creature with a crystal clear body suddenly jumped out from the sand and gravel on the seabed, and a pair of flat claws, like scimitars, came directly towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 263. This large creature has a flat body, and a layer of crystal-like shell on its body. It looks similar to a mantis shrimp, but has a pair of inward-bent scimitar-shaped claws that move like two sickles. There are two triangular spikes at the front of the head, one on the left and one on the right. The triangular spikes are made of crystal. The tips of the spikes sparkle under the light and appear extremely sharp. The only creature that can appear in this area full of crystals is a crystal shrimp. Due to the darkness of the surrounding environment, Zhou Wen cannot know the specific size of this crystal shrimp, but based on the current visible body size, the length should not exceed 20 meters. Zhou Wen didn't take the creature, which was only 20 meters long, seriously. Wu Bing was not nearby, so he didn't need to hide his strength. He moved his mind and held the 6-sided fish scale shield in one hand and the toothed steel long knife in the other. The two scimitar-shaped claws of the crystal shrimp swung at Zhou Wen from left to right, but they didn't touch Zhou Wen's body at all. One was blocked by the 6-sided fish scale shield, and the other was directly cut off by the toothed steel long knife. Schwa! Zhou Wen quickly turned his wrist, and the toothed steel long knife turned out a knife flower, changed direction and slashed again. The blade seemed to cut through the sea water like a curtain, and cut off the other claw of the crystal shrimp. Even after losing 2 claws, the crystal shrimp still had no intention of retreating. The 3 pairs of fan-shaped claws under its abdomen flapped at the same time, and its huge body suddenly thrust forward. 2 triangular crystal spikes instantly pierced Zhou Wen's chest. Zhou Wen did not dodge or evade. The black crystal armor appeared on his body. The triangular crystal spikes shattered the moment they hit the surface of the black crystal armor, and could not damage the black crystal armor at all. However, Zhou Wen was small in size after all, and the impact of the crystal shrimp still pushed him back several meters. After stabilizing his body, Zhou Wen swung his sword again, cutting off the triangular crystal spikes, then put away the black crystal armor on his body, reduced his body weight, swung his arms backwards, and kicked his legs backwards fiercely. The overall movement was like a frog swimming, rushing forward quickly. With a thought, a 3-meter-long tungsten bone sword appeared in his hand. There was no need to swing it at all. The moment the blade touched the crystal shell of the crystal shrimp, the seemingly hard crystal shell was easily cut open like crystal jelly, and the sharp blade directly cut the crystal shrimp in half from the middle. After being cut in half, the crystal shrimp seemed to realize that it wanted to escape, and desperately swung its flat shrimp tail, but in the end, it just let its body, which was split in half, die in two different places. Seeing that the crystal shrimp was dead, Joe put away his equipment, touched the crystal shrimp's body, and then opened the system interface to check the biological illustration information. Crystal shrimp body length, 30 meters. Weight, 50 tons. Food type, meat, crystal ore. Introduction. A shrimp that lives in the crystal mining area. Its body surface is protected by a hard crystal shell, and has a pair of huge scimitar-shaped claws. It is extremely aggressive, delicious and edible. The crystal shell can be made into armor, and the scimitar-shaped claws can be used as weapons. It tastes delicious. It seems there is another delicious biological meat, Joe said, and checked the length of the crystal shrimp he killed. It was about 17 meters long, and it was obviously not yet grown to its maximum length. He put the two halves of the body into the deep blue treasure chest, and continued to move towards the interior of the crystal mining area. Half an hour later, in the central area of the crystal mining area, in front of a nest made of a large number of crystal columns, a 30-meter-long crystal shrimp was chopped all over by Joe, and finally died completely after being smashed in the head by a spiked club. There were also a large number of crystal shrimp corpses scattered around the nest, with a total of more than 30 large and small ones. Ding! The crystal shrimp nest has been cleared. All participants will receive mining certificates and can enter the crystal mine at will. Ah, is this the end? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Joe felt bad. He showed too much strength. Joe quickly sent 20 of the more than 30 crystal shrimp corpses around to Jiang Haitao, leaving more than a dozen behind. Then he placed the dozen crystal shrimp corpses farther away from each other, making them look like they were killed one by one. Joe did not move the 30-meter crystal shrimp corpse. After all, the biological illustrations showed the maximum size of crystal shrimp. This was the nest of crystal shrimp. It would be strange if there was number 30-meter crystal shrimp. In the nest of crystal columns, there was also a silver-rimmed supply box. Joe did not move, but returned to the big bubble to meet Wu Bing. Boss, you are awesome. I haven't even found the location of the crystal shrimp yet, and you have already killed them. Wu Bing saw Joe return and praised him immediately. After hearing the system prompt in his mind, he returned to the big bubble to wait for Joe. Fortunately, there are not many, only a dozen or so. Except for a 30-meter crystal shrimp that is a bit difficult to deal with, the others are not a big threat. Joe waved his hand and said, "By the way, there is another silver-rimmed supply box. I haven't moved it. I'm waiting to open it with you. I absolutely believe in your character." Wu Bing's eyes lit up when he heard that there was a silver-rimmed supply box, and he expressed his trust. Then, Joe took Wu Bing to the center of the crystal mining area. Wu Bing also saw more than a dozen crystal shrimp corpses on the way, but they were all 13 or 14 meters long, not big in size. Of course, this was also intentional by Joe. The crystal shrimp corpses left behind were all small in size. Wow! Such a big crystal shrimp! Wu Bing couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the 30-meter crystal shrimp corpse. Before, Wu Bing didn't show too much surprise when he saw the 13-14-meter crystal shrimp corpses. After all, with his 60 points of strength, it was not difficult to kill them one by one. With the armor on his body, he could even easily deal with two at the same time. But the 30-meter crystal shrimp was different. The impact force generated by the huge body attack alone would be enough to make him suffer if he didn't deal with it well. It was a bit difficult for the boss to fight this 30-meter crystal shrimp. As compensation, you can take the items in the silver-rimmed material box first, and take more of the crystal shrimp corpses. Wu Bing looked at the large number of wounds on the 30-meter crystal shrimp, and subconsciously thought that Joe had a hard time fighting at the time. In fact, these wounds were deliberately inflicted by Joe. Of course Joe himself would definitely not say it. It was indeed a bit difficult, but fortunately it was killed. Joe said while holding his chest with his hand, and a trace of pain appeared on his face, as if he had suffered internal injuries. Afterwards, the 30-meter-long crystal shrimp corpse was divided into two halves. Wu Bing saw that Joe was injured and took out his weapon to split the corpse, directly in half from the middle. However, Wu Bing's weapon was not very good, and it took him almost half an hour to split the corpse. He also asked Joe to choose which half of the corpse he wanted first. Joe did not really compare carefully, and randomly chose half to put into the deep blue treasure chest. Wu Bing also put the other half into his deep blue treasure chest. The next step was to open the silver-rimmed material box. The two of them exchanged a little politeness, and finally Zhou Wen stepped forward to open it. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the crystal shrimp shell armor. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the crystal shrimp claw scimitar. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the crystal sea view box. Chapter 264. The two crystal shrimp equipment blueprints were within Zhou Wen's expectations, and his emotions did not change. However, after hearing the prompt sound of crystal sea view box blueprint, his emotions suddenly became excited. However, Zhou Wen did not show it. After reading the three blueprints, he stepped back with a smile on his face, and then asked Wu Bing to take a look. There are actually 3 blueprints, and 2 of them are equipment blueprints. After Wu Bing read the 3 blueprints in the silver rim material box, his face also showed a look of surprise, especially the crystal shrimp shell armor blueprint and crystal shrimp pincer scimitar blueprint. Boss, this time the task of cleaning up the crystal shrimp's nest was completed entirely by you. I didn't contribute much except starting the task, so you can choose 2 of the 3 blueprints first, Wu Bing said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not refuse. After all, he was the one who cleaned up the crystal shrimp, and he also needed the crystal sea view box blueprint, so he directly took the crystal sea view box blueprint and crystal shrimp shell armor blueprint from the silver rim material box. Zhou Wen left the weapon blueprint to Wu Bing. When Wu Bing cut the 30-meter crystal shrimp corpse just now, he could see that his weapon was not very good. With the crystal shrimp pincer scimitar blueprint, his strength should be improved. Weapon blueprint? It was Wu Bing's turn to take the last blueprint. When he saw it was a weapon blueprint, he was stunned. Thank you, big boss. Wu Bing thanked Zhou Wen. Wu Bing asked Zhou Wen to pick 2 blueprints first. In fact, he was a little reluctant, because the 2 equipment blueprints would greatly improve his strength. He was still wearing equipment made of 20-meter biological materials. But Zhou Wen worked so hard and completed the task of cleaning the crystal shrimp by himself. He was also injured in the battle with the 30-meter crystal shrimp. It was really unreasonable not to compensate him. Wu Bing thought that Zhou Wen would take the 2 equipment blueprints away and leave him the crystal sea view box blueprint, which could only be used as a decoration. But he didn't expect that he would leave the most precious weapon blueprint. No need to be so polite. Zhou Wen waved his hand and continued. Actually, I have an idea. I think there is no need to divide these 2 equipment blueprints so clearly, because we all have the materials to make them. If there is a need, we can provide the materials ourselves and ask the other party to help make them. After all, it won't take much time to make a piece of equipment, and this crystal mine will be mined by the 2 of us in the future. We are in a cooperative relationship, and it is reasonable to help each other. I wonder if Brother Wu Bing agrees with my idea. Big brother, no problem. Of course Wu Bing agreed 100%. Just now, he was thinking about exchanging the crystal shrimp claw scimitar with Zhou Wen for a crystal shrimp shell armor to comprehensively improve his own strength. He never thought that Zhou Wen would directly propose the idea of helping each other make the equipment, which was exactly what he wanted. After that, the 2 used 30 meters of crystal shrimp materials to make a piece of equipment for each other, and then divided the dozen smaller crystal shrimp corpses equally. Wu Bing originally wanted Zhou Wen to take more, but Zhou Wen refused. In this way, this trip to the crystal mine ended. Zhou Wen and Wu Bing said goodbye and returned directly to their stomach wall space. Finally found it. Zhou Wen took out the crystal sea view box drawing with a smile on his face. The biggest gain this time was this sea view box drawing, and the other things were just incidental. Use. Zhou Wen used the blueprint directly, and then checked the production requirements. Crystal sea view box blueprint requires 500 crystal ore, 50 steel ingots, 50 stones, 50 soil, and 100 sand. There are plenty of crystal ore and other materials, but the steel ingots are a bit too much. Zhou Wen only has more than 100 steel ingots in his hand now, and making a crystal sea view box takes almost half of all the steel ingots. However, Zhou Wen is not in a hurry to make the crystal sea view box, because the crystal sea view box is a cube of 5 by 5 by 5 meters in size, which is too space-consuming for the stomach wall space of only 9 by 9 by 7 meters. For the time being, he will not make it for the time being, and it will not be too late to make it after finding the high-pressure porpoise. It was almost evening, and Jiang Haidao said Zhou Wen a bucket of dinner made with crystal shrimp. Ding, eat crystal shrimp meat, strength +3, constitution +3, speed +3. Not bad, not only tastes good, but also adds a lot of attributes. Zhou Wen praised the crystal shrimp meat. After finishing dinner quickly, there was still some time before evening, so Zhou Wen opened the World Communication Channel to check Yang Xian's situation, but found that something went wrong with Yang Xian. Through the information provided by the World Communication Channel, Zhou Wen knew the general situation. Around this afternoon, Yang Xian found a huge shadow under the water not far from his raft. Although the shadow disappeared quickly, Yang Xian, who had experienced the attack of the meteoric Leviathan, was very scared. He was afraid that the shadow would appear again because he had no way to avoid it. Even if he paddled the raft desperately, he could not swim as fast as the huge shadow. Meteoric Leviathan again? A survivor asked. I don't know. The shadow was underwater and didn't show its head at all. But judging from the shape of the shadow, it should not be the meteoric Leviathan. Yang Xian replied. How big is the shadow? It's not clear exactly, but if you look at it, the shadow is at least 100 meters long. Without showing his head underwater, the shadow on the sea's surface is 100 meters long. It might be some kind of Leviathan creature. After coming to this conclusion, the survivors who had been paying attention to Yang Xian didn't know what to say. Even if there were survivors who had transformed into Leviathan, they would have no choice but to run away when encountering a Leviathan-level creature, let alone Yang Xian, who hadn't transformed into Leviathan. The situation shouldn't be that bad. Humans are too small. Leviathans may not be interested. Didn't Yang Xian say that the shadow disappeared quickly? It's possible that it just left. That makes sense. Many survivors sent messages to comfort Yang Xian, but they all knew that even if they escaped this time, what about the next time? Even if Leviathans were not interested in small humans, Leviathans were huge. They only needed to swing their bodies casually to create enough waves to overturn Yang Xian's raft. Zhou Wen read the message and said nothing. In fact, it was very simple to save Yang Xian. When he was attacked by a large creature, he could use the traveling ticket to take him with him. However, one traveling ticket was almost 1 million basic materials. No one would be willing to waste so many basic materials to save an irrelevant person. After a while, it was night, the transformed Leviathan stopped moving, and Zhou Wen went to sleep. Chapter 265. On the 53rd day, the stomach wall space vibrated, and the phantom Leviathan began to move. Zhou Wen woke up from the bed, put away the bed, and began to inspect the stomach wall space. After a round of inspection, the cultivated animals and plants were all fine. Zhou Wen opened the biological illustrations to check the information of the phantom Leviathan. Phantom Leviathan age, 53 days. Stage, scale transformation stage. Body length, 110 meters. Weight, 2,800 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 2,800-ton baby that is about to grow scales. The transformed Leviathan has grown to 110 meters, and the height of the stomach wall space has reached 7 meters. Zhou Wen stacked the 2 crimson oxygen tanks used to breed the ghost light insects in the 3rd row on top of the other 2 rows, saving 4 square meters of space. Although the current side length of the stomach wall space has reached 9 meters, with a total space of 81 square meters, considering that a crystal sea view box covering an area of 25 square meters will be placed in the future, some space can be saved and the activity space in the stomach wall space can be made more spacious. After doing this, Zhou Wen looked at the world communication channel. Except for several survivors being attacked and killed by the falling star Leviathan, nothing else happened. He asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian for 200,000 portions of seaweed, took out the algae crusher to crush the seaweed and bamboo sea antlers, and put them into the digestion tank together. This crystal shrimp shell armor has good defense, much stronger than the shrimp head heavy armor. Because the feeding phase of the 80 core members of the guild's transformation into Leviathan has not yet ended, Zhou Wen has some free time, so he tested the 2 pieces of equipment he got yesterday, the crystal shrimp shell armor and the crystal shrimp claw scimitar. The crystal shrimp shell armor is made of 30-meter crystal shrimp shells, so its defense is much higher than the shrimp head heavy armor made of 20-meter axeman hammer shrimp shells. In addition, because the crystal shrimp is a special species, it is a creature that eats crystals, and the hardness of its shell is also higher. Among Zhou Wen's various one-piece armors, the defense of this crystal shrimp shell armor ranks 3rd, only below the black crystal armor and the swordfish bone armor. Zhou Wen has a total of 7 one-piece armors, which are ranged from weak to strong in defense. Colorful arapaima armor, carbon scale armor, blade fin yellow banded fish scale armor, shrimp head heavy armor, crystal shrimp shell armor, swordfish bone armor, black crystal armor. However, although the defense of the blade fin yellow banded fish scale armor is weaker, it is light and flexible. If you don't consider standing and shooting, it is still more practical than the crystal shrimp shell armor. Because the weight of the crystal shrimp shell armor is heavier than the shrimp head heavy armor, reaching 1,000 Jin, Zhou Wen gave it a simple name, the Shrimp Head Crystal Heavy Armor, which is considered an upgraded version of the Shrimp Head Heavy Armor. After testing the Shrimp Head Crystal Heavy Armor, Joe tested the Crystal Shrimp Claw Scimitar. The whole scimitar is 2 meters long and weighs about 200 G. The blade is well balanced, but the blade is bent inside the scimitar, which is awkward to swing, which is a huge flaw. Afterwards, Joe made 2 pieces of Shrimp Head Crystal Heavy Armor and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. The crystal scimitar was not very practical, and he didn't have the blueprint. Next, Joe began to crush seaweed for the 80 core members of the guild. However, during the crushing of the seaweed, something happened in the World Communication Channel. Yang Xian was swallowed by a giant creature. Before being swallowed, he took a photo using the system interface and sent it to the World Communication Channel. In the photo, a spiral horn with a metallic luster rose from the sea surface, and the surrounding seawater splashed and the waves rolled. Under the horn, there was a huge mouth like an abyss, like a dark cloud covering the sky, directly covering Yang Xian. All the survivors in the World Channel thought that Yang Xian was dead after seeing the photo he sent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the World Communication Channel became a little depressing, and most survivors felt a sense of grief. Because in their eyes, Yang Xian now might be their future selves. After all, so many people are encountering the meteoric Leviathan. Except for Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild, who repelled the meteoric Leviathan, other survivors who encounter the meteoric Leviathan are basically dead. Even if you are lucky enough to escape, you will end up like Yang Xian. Without the transformed Leviathan, there is no way to survive in this world. Fuck, I am scared to death. 10 minutes after Yang Xian posted the photo, another message was miraculously sent in the World Communication Channel. You are still alive? How did you survive? Didn't you get washed into the stomach of the giant creature by the seawater? Is that giant creature a Leviathan creature? You were not affected when you entered its stomach wall space? In the World Communication Channel, many survivors were very surprised and began to ask Yang Xian how he survived, because the huge size of the creature in the photo was obviously at the Leviathan level, and there must be a lot of parasites in its body. According to various guilds, ordinary people who enter the stomach wall space of Leviathan creatures will inexplicably fall into a state of madness. In this state, they will be besieged by a large number of parasites and have no chance of survival. Yang Xian is just an ordinary survivor. He has no equipment on him, only a weapon. Once the seawater rushes into the stomach wall space, he will definitely die. I was not rushed into the stomach wall space by the seawater. I was just stuck in the teeth of Doju Leviathan. Ah, Leviathan? Is that the name of this Leviathan creature? Is the gap between the teeth of this Leviathan so small, no one can get through? No, it's not me who is stuck in the teeth, it's the wood sculpture that transformed into Leviathan that is stuck. I hid in the hole I dug in the wood sculpture yesterday, so I didn't get washed into the stomach wall space. However, now Leviathan's mouth is closed, and the wood sculpture is crushed by its closed teeth. I am now in Leviathan's mouth. The next time it opens its mouth, it should be my death. Yang Xian's mentality at this time is hard to describe. It seems that he has survived a disaster, but in fact, his death is approaching. I don't know whether to say you are lucky or not. By the way, can Yang Xian live directly in the body of this Leviathan, just like in the body of the transformed Leviathan? It's not impossible, but the problem is that he has to get rid of the parasites in the body of this Leviathan first. Let those guilds help. This is also an opportunity to get rid of the parasites, and it also saves a pest control coupon. In the end, it's a big profit. Yes, what you said makes sense. While these survivors were discussing asking the guild for help, Zhou Wen had already asked Chen Xian to talk to Yang Xian, and gave Yang Xian a travel coupon. Yang Xian was overjoyed and directly used the travel coupon to take Chen Xian with him. Afterwards, Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao received the travel invitation initiated by Chen Xian at the same time. The two clicked to agree, and turned into a blue light, and appeared in a dark environment. Chapter 266. Chen Xian was wearing iron scale armor, and a bone armor mask on her face. In front of her stood a man who was soaked. The man was Yang Xian, who was thanking Chen Xian repeatedly in an emotional state. Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao were also wearing iron scale armor and bone armor masks on their faces. They did not speak, but stood behind Chen Xian, pretending to be her subordinates. Wait here for a while. My men and I will clean up the parasites, and then let you in. Chen Xian said to Yang Xian. Okay, thank you President Chen, thank you President Chen, and the two big brothers thank you. Yang Xian kept thanking him, and he was so excited that he almost cried. He thought he was really dead this time, but he didn't expect that he would have the possibility of survival again. Yeah. Chen Xian simply nodded, then turned around and looked at Zhou Wen, raising his voice and commanding. You, go explore the way. Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and bowed quickly, looking like a lackey, and then searched in the mouth of Dojiu Leviathan. After finding the esophagus, he very respectfully let Chen Xian walk in front, and followed behind to enter the esophagus. Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 300 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Food type, meat, iron ore. Introduction. A Titan variant of the unicorn fighting fish, abnormally grown to the Leviathan level, with a huge iron horn on its head, which has extremely strong penetrating power when attacking, and the iron horn can be made into an attack weapon. Zhou Wen followed Chen Xian and walked towards the stomach wall space of the Leviathan, while checking the biological illustration information of the Leviathan. Another Titan mutant. Zhou Wen murmured. Seeing that they were already quite far into the esophagus, Zhou Wen immediately stood up from his nodding and bending state. Chen Xian, who had been holding his head high and walking straight, immediately bent down and entered a nodding and bending state. Go seal the esophagus with stone foundations. Zhou Wen ordered. Okay, Boss Zhou. Chen Xian nodded repeatedly, and then, as instructed, took out a large amount of stone foundations and began to pile up stone walls. Jiang Hainao almost laughed out loud when he saw this, but he suppressed his laughter and went to help Chen Xian build the stone wall. Zhou Wen continued forward and came to the entrance of the stomach wall space. The stomach wall space of Dojiu Leviathan was not much different from the Leviathan stomach wall space, where Zhou Wen had previously eliminated insects. The only difference was that there were many large pieces of biological corpses in the stomach wall space, which he had never encountered in all the times he had eliminated insects. Those biological corpses were still relatively fresh, and many were still oozing blood out, but what was very disgusting was that at this time, a large number of parasites were already lying on these biological corpses, sucking the blood from them. Zhou Wen suppressed his nausea, put on his black crystal armor, and walked directly into the stomach wall space, and then he immediately felt a mental attack. Zhou Wen directly found the dream anemone worms that sent out this mental attack. There were 3 in total. He threw out 3 razor disc worm corpses and killed them all neatly. The corpses were directly put into the deep blue treasure box. At this time, a large number of parasites were already sweeping towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't want to waste time killing them one by one, so he quickly retreated to the inside of the esophagus. After a large number of parasites followed into the esophagus, he stretched his arm forward and began to use rockfall technique. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a large number of stone pillars fell from the sky and hit the parasites. Most of the parasites were smashed directly. Even if a few could withstand one stone pillar, they could not withstand the continuous impact of many stone pillars. After Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian finished building the stone wall, they came to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen stopped using the falling stone technique and distributed the stones in the private message to them so that they could get familiar with the use of the falling stone technique. About an hour later, all the offensive parasites were smashed into meat paste, and Zhou Wen led the 2 into the stomach wall space. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian went to clean up the remaining parasites, while Zhou Wen went to the innermost part of the stomach wall space and found a silver-rimmed supply box. There are no symbiotic organisms? Zhou Wen was a little confused, because Dojiu Leviathan's food also contains iron ore, which is the same as steel armor Leviathan, so he thought that Dojiu Leviathan's stomach wall space should also have iron-eating symbiotic organisms similar to steel armor Leviathan. Is it because Dojiu Leviathan is a mutated evolution of Titan? It's not a pure Leviathan, so it doesn't know how to find symbiotic creatures? Zhou Wen felt that his guess was pretty close, because, among all the special Leviathans he had encountered so far, except for the meteorite Leviathan, the other Leviathans basically had symbiotic creatures in their bodies. The steel worms of the steel armor Leviathan, the electric hair balls of the cloud-eating sky Leviathan, and the tungsten sea centipedes of the cockleshell Leviathan, these Leviathans and their symbiotic creatures all have very close connections. Although the fighting horn Leviathan devours iron ore, if there is no fine steel worm to convert the iron ore into steel, it will always be a fighting horn Leviathan and cannot become a steel horn Leviathan or a steel bone Leviathan. Zhou Wen did not think about it anymore and went straight to open the silver-rimmed supply box. Ding, obtained equipment bar X2. Ding, obtained steel ingot X20. Ding, obtained fighting horn Leviathan's iron bone fighting horn X1. Ding, obtained the blueprint of the transformed Leviathan ram. The blueprint of the transformed Leviathan ram? Isn't this another equipment blueprint for the transmogrified Leviathan? Zhou quickly took out the blueprint and used it directly to check the production requirements. Transmogrified Leviathan Horn Blueprint requires 1 iron bone horn of the fighting horn Leviathan and 50,000 iron ingots. It takes so many iron ingots, but fortunately I can smelt iron myself. For 50,000 iron ingots, Zhou can directly mobilize the 2,500 members of the entire guild, 10 furnaces per person, and each person can smelt about 10 iron ingots per day, which is 25,000 ingots, and it will be done in 2 days. After Zhou put away the items in the silver-rimmed supply box, he also joined the ranks of cleaning up the parasites. After another hour, all the parasites in the entire stomach wall space were cleared. Even the 10-meter solar ball worm hanging upside down on the top of the stomach wall space was killed. Zhou originally wanted to keep it for Yang Xian to use as a large light bulb for lighting, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. What if Yang Xian accidentally provoked the 10-meter solar ball worm and was hit to death by the 10-meter solar ball worm? Then the 2 companion tickets this time wouldn't be used in vain. After killing the 10-meter solar ball worm, the entire Doju Leviathan stomach wall space fell into darkness, and Zhou also obtained a Doju Leviathan blood crystal. Chapter 267. After clearing all the parasites in the stomach wall space, Zhou asked Chen Xian to bring Yang Xian back, and he calculated the size of the entire stomach wall space, which was about 30 by 30 by 20 meters. Since Yang Xian was going to try to survive in the stomach wall space of this Doju Leviathan, Zhou naturally had to do everything in place. When the side length of the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan was only 5 meters, the water depth for each feeding was about 1 meter high. The side length of the stomach wall space of the Doju Leviathan was 30 meters, and the water depth for each feeding was likely to be more than 6 meters. Of course, this is an inference, and Zhou couldn't be sure of the details, so he simply used a stone foundation to build a 10 by 10 by 10 meter stone platform against one side of the stomach wall space. And he also used a wooden fence to surround the outer periphery of the stone platform to prevent Yang Xian from accidentally falling off the 10-meter high stone platform. Finally, he placed a wooden house in the middle of the stone platform, close to the stomach wall, and installed a wooden door. Brother One, such a spacious stone platform, I want to live here a little bit. Jiang Haitao looked at the 100 square meter stone platform, the wooden house, and the wooden fence surrounding it, which gave him the feeling of a pastoral cottage. As long as a large number of small planting boxes were placed on the stone platform, and some crops were planted, it would be a real pastoral life. Don't be envious. Raise the metamorphosis Leviathan well. The stomach wall space in the future will definitely be larger than here. Zhou could certainly understand Jiang Haitao's idea. The stomach wall space of the metamorphosis Leviathan was indeed a little smaller, but the growth potential of the metamorphosis Leviathan was high. Zhou's transformed Leviathan has now entered the scale transformation stage, with a body length of 110 meters, but it is still a baby in the evaluation, which means that the transformed Leviathan is still in its infancy. Although Doju Leviathan is 300 meters long, it is already an adult, and its volume can basically not continue to grow. According to Zhou's speculation, at the current growth rate of the transformed Leviathan, it will be at least 1,000 meters when it grows up, and the side length of the stomach wall space will definitely reach 50 or 60 meters. At this time, Yang Xian had followed Shen Xian into the stomach wall space, but the stomach wall space was pitch black, and he didn't know whether the parasites were really cleared, so after entering the stomach wall space, his eyes were full of panic, and he looked around, and he walked carefully. Don't worry, all the parasites have been cleaned up, and there is no danger in the stomach wall space now. Chen Xian saw Yang Xian's tense expression and said lightly, I understand, thank you, President Chen. Although Yang Xian nodded in response, he still remained cautious. After all, he had never been to the stomach wall space of other Leviathan creatures before. He just heard some guild members say in the World Communication Channel that there were a large number of parasites, which was very disgusting and terrifying. In addition, it was pitch black here, so he couldn't relax even if he wanted to. His body would tense up involuntarily. An unfamiliar environment would make people feel uneasy, not to mention a dark and unfamiliar environment where a large number of parasites had existed before. However, after Yang Xian came to the 10-meter high stone platform and walked up the stairs built on the wooden foundation to the stone platform, he relaxed a lot. Although the 10-meter high stone platform could not prevent the parasites from climbing, Yang Xian felt at ease, perhaps because the platform was built high, or because the stone platform was solid. You will live on a stone platform from now on. Chen Xian took Yang Xian to the wooden house and said in a calm tone, "Thank you, thank you, thank you President Chen, thank you two brothers, thank you, thank you. I don't know how to repay you." Yang Xian saw that Chen Xian not only spent a lot of money to build a 10-meter-high stone platform for him, but also built a wooden house for him. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. The living conditions here were better than when he was in the transformed Leviathan. He could only bow and thank him. "You don't need to repay me, just live well. Although we have cleared all the parasites in the stomach wall space, there will definitely be more parasites in the future, and the number will definitely be large," Chen Xian said, taking out a set of iron scale armor and a steel weapon from the deep blue treasure chest and handed them to Yang Xian. "We can only help you this time, and you still have to rely on yourself in the future." "I know, I will definitely live well, thank you President Chen." Yang Xian took the equipment excitedly and put it on immediately. He had never even touched the iron scale armor and steel weapon before, but now he actually had them all. Afterwards, Chen Xian gave Yang Xian 5 small planting boxes. After all, it was unknown whether Doju Leviathan would obtain the supply boxes. If he did not obtain the supply boxes, Yang Xian would not have any income in the future. Therefore, he gave him 5 small planting boxes to grow food, so that he would not starve to death without income. Finally, he left Yang Xian with 10 wooden foundations for the upper and lower stone platforms. Chen Xian, Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao left their group and turned into blue light to return to their stomach wall space. After Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, he asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to let all 2,500 guild members smelt iron and make 50,000 iron ingots as soon as possible. He also wanted to make the Leviathan ram as soon as possible, and then install it on the Leviathan. The Leviathan's attack mode is basically 3 types: collision, smashing, and pulling. It's okay when facing creatures that are not as big as itself. Once it encounters a creature of similar size, the power of the attack will be greatly weakened, and it will be difficult to take down the opponent. Now with the ram, it's different. The collision power of the Leviathan will be greatly increased. If it hits a creature larger than itself, if its shell is not hard enough, it will be hit, and a blood hole will be made. Yang Xian, are you still alive? Why haven't you heard from him for so long? Nonsense, didn't you see his avatar still there? He must be alive, but I don't know if he was washed into the stomach wall space by the seawater and went crazy. Maybe it's true, there hasn't been any news for more than 2 hours. Those guilds are really beasts. They are not willing to help when there is something beneficial. Not all guilds have the ability to enter the stomach wall space of other Leviathans. At present, it seems that only President Jiang of the Brother Jiang Guild and President Chen of the Survivor Guild have the ability to enter the stomach wall space of those Leviathan creatures. So what, didn't these 2 guilds come forward to help? They just don't treat us ordinary survivors as human beings. That's right, that's right. There are still many people who call us King Jiang and Tyrant every day. Do you think they will listen to you? That's right, that President Chen is also a hypocritical guy. He seems to be nice to us ordinary survivors, but he is just pretending, and some people believe him like fools. In the World Communication Channel, the survivors saw that Yang Xian had not been heard from for a long time, and they all thought that Yang Xian was about to die. As ordinary survivors, they brought themselves into Yang Xian's fate, and they couldn't help but feel resentful and vented it towards the guild. Chapter 268. What are you talking about? Why are you cursing at President Chen? Yang Xian had just gotten familiar with the stone platform and planted the crop seeds that Chen Xian had given him into 5 small planting boxes. When he was ready to report his safety on the World Communication Channel, he found that many people were cursing Chen Xian. Yang Xian, are you okay? Why haven't you sent a message for more than 2 hours? I'm fine. I'm fine now. President Chen and his 2 brothers just helped me clean up the parasites in the stomach wall space of the Doju Leviathan, and built a 10-meter high stone platform for me to live on. Fuck. Fuck, stone platform? Is it made of stone foundation? Yes, not only that, President Chen also gave me a set of iron scale armor, and a steel weapon for self-protection, and 5 small planting boxes. I was just planting vegetables, so I was delayed for a while. Stone platform, iron scale armor, steel weapon, small planting box, hack you, why wasn't I attacked by the falling star Leviathan? I knew that President Chen was a good person, completely different from other guilds, and he was simply a big boss. You are scolded and praised, so which side are you on? I stand on the side of justice. Fuck you. Chen Xian's reputation was reversed again, and the World Communication Channel was full of praise. Zhou Wen saw that there was nothing else to do, so he directly closed the system interface. This blood crystal. Zhou took out the Leviathan blood crystal and looked at it. The whole thing was the size of a human head. The little diamond sea snake sleeping in the corner of the stomach wall seemed to have reacted to something, and suddenly raised its head. After seeing the blood crystal in Zhou hand, it immediately slithered its body, and crawled in front of Zhou, spitting out its snake tongue, and looking at the blood crystal. Go away, you are so big, the stomach wall space will not be able to accommodate you if you feed me more. Zhou directly put the blood crystal of Doju Leviathan into the locker, and fed it to the small diamond crystal sea snake when the stomach wall space was larger. The small diamond crystal sea snake saw Zhou put away the blood crystal, and drooped its head a little, turned around and crawled to the corner, and coiled its body into a ball. Next, there was nothing else to do. Zhou put on the black crystal armor, left the stomach wall space, and came outside, but found that the environment outside had changed a little. Many glowing plants gradually appeared in the dark river under the sea. Why did the environment outside change? Did the transformed Leviathan continue to move when I was no longer in the stomach wall space? Zhou's idea was correct. Because Zhou often disappeared inexplicably, the Phantom Leviathan gradually got used to it. Now even if Zhou disappeared, the Phantom Leviathan would move forward as usual. After a while, Zhou would appear in its stomach wall space again. Should we stop it? Zhou was a little entangled. The Phantom Leviathan could move on its own. The advantage was that it would not delay the journey, but the disadvantage was also fatal. If he encountered a dangerous creature and he was out, wouldn't the Phantom Leviathan be in great danger? After some hesitation, Zhou did not stop it for the time being, because under normal circumstances, his disappearance from the stomach wall space was under his own control. Whether it was insect removal coupon or peer coupon or mining certificate, these all needed his own use or consent before they could be teleported away. Only dual coupon was not under control, but with his current strength, he could end the battle quickly without delaying too much time. Zhou clung to the transformed Leviathan and swam for a distance. There were more and more glowing plants, and the entire submarine dark river gradually became colorful. Zhou took a rough look at some of the luminous plants growing upside down on the rock wall above. Those that were small and could be transplanted were taken directly back to the stomach wall space and temporarily planted in the seaweed planting box. For those that were large and could not be transplanted, he also looked for seeds. These luminous plants could be used to enrich the plant species in the Crystal Sea View box in the future. What kind of plant is that? While observing various luminous plants, Zhou saw a luminous plant growing upside down on the rock wall above. The plant was about 5 meters long, with many branches branching out from a main trunk. There was a wind chime-shaped flower emitting white light on the top of each branch. The flower is as big as a palm, and inside the flower is a crystal clear ball the size of a fist. When Zhou was about to go forward to take a closer look, a wind chime-shaped flower fell off from the top of the branch. The flower fell in the seawater, and under the impact of the rising water flow, the whole flower gradually opened and divided into 3 fan-shaped petals. Under the weight of the flower core ball, it rotated and slowly fell downward. Zhou thought this plant was very interesting, swam to the front, and caught the rotating and falling ball. When the ball fell into his hand, the whole ball collapsed and became an oval. Ding! Get water ball seaweed seeds. Ding! Water ball seaweed seeds. Consume +1 physique. It can actually increase physique? After hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zhou was slightly surprised, but because it could only increase physique a little, he felt it was a bit useless. Wait! Zhou suddenly looked at the remaining seeds on the water ball seaweed. Could it be like the rock crystal tree, which can be increased multiple times? As soon as this thought came up, Zhou unconsciously looked forward to it, and directly reached out to pull up the entire water ball seaweed by the roots, and then returned to the stomach wall space. After entering the stomach wall space, Zhou took a water ball seaweed seed in his hand and squeezed it. It was very soft, just like a balloon filled with water. In the center of the water ball, there was another bean-sized particle emitting white light. That should be the real seed. Zhou took the water ball seaweed seed to his mouth and bit it gently. The soft membrane outside was bitten open, and the liquid inside flowed into his mouth. The liquid had a light sweetness, but it was not obvious, just slightly sweet. Ding! Eat water ball seaweed seeds. Constitution +1. Zhou heard the system prompt sound. After eating the whole water ball seaweed seed, he quickly picked another seed from the water ball seaweed, put it in front of his mouth and bit it open. The sweet liquid flowed into his mouth again, but this time, there was no system prompt sound. Okay, it seems that I thought too much. Although it cannot continuously increase the physical attribute, The appearance of the water ball seaweed is beautiful, and it is also a luminous plant. Zhou picked the remaining 5 seeds and planted them directly in the seaweed planting box, leaving them for decoration of the crystal sea view box in the future. After that, Zhou did not leave the stomach wall space again. It was nighttime. During this time, Zhou kept an eye on Yang Xian's situation. 7 or 8 hours had passed, and Yang Xian's Doji Leviathan had not swallowed the supply box. It was initially determined that Yang Xian would not be able to obtain any supply boxes in the future, and could only make a living by farming. No, there is still income. Zhou suddenly remembered something. Because Doji Leviathan would swallow iron ore, Yang Xian could sell some iron ore. Now many guilds are smelting iron in large quantities, and the price of iron ore is still good, which can be exchanged for a large amount of basic materials. Chapter 269. I can go out. Just when Zhou made the bed, and was about to go to bed, he suddenly remembered the voice of the transformed Leviathan in his mind. His tone was full of joy, and the vibration of the stomach wall space suddenly intensified. It was obvious that the transformed Leviathan increased its swimming speed. Finally, I can go out. Zhou was also very happy. He was in the dark river under the sea every day. Without the supply box, his development was equivalent to stagnating. Although he might not get good things in the supply box, without the supply box, he would not even have the chance to get good things. No, I haven't found the high-pressure porcupine yet. The joy on Zhou's face suddenly froze. If he left the underwater river directly today, he didn't know if he would be able to meet the high-pressure porcupine again in the future. Zhou thought about it, and decided to go out, and let the phantom Leviathan not leave the underwater river for the time being. Anyway, he already knew the route out, so he looked for the high-pressure porcupine first. Hate it! Get out of the way! Just as Zhou was about to go out, the voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in his mind, with anger in his voice, as if some creature blocked its way. After a while, the vibration of the stomach wall space became more intense, and the sound of collision between giants was heard outside. Then, the stomach wall space began to flip up and down, and even rotated. The phantom Leviathan was obviously fighting fiercely with the creature blocking the road. Zhou tightly grasped the wooden stakes of the wooden foundation to prevent himself from rolling in the stomach wall space, like the clothes in the washing machine. Boom! Bang! From time to time, dull sounds came from outside, and the entire stomach wall space would also shake violently, as if a huge hammer hit the body of the phantom Leviathan. The battle lasted for a full hour, and Zhou's face in the stomach wall space was full of worry, because according to the phantom Leviathan's voice, the phantom Leviathan did not gain an advantage in this battle. It hurts. I let the villain beat you to death. The voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind again, and then the esophageal diaphragm in the stomach wall space opened. It seems that the phantom Leviathan really can't beat this creature blocking the road, and wants the more powerful Zhou to help it vent its anger. I think if we can't beat it, let's run first. Zhou didn't want to go out, because he couldn't really exert any strength underwater. If he was on the sea, he could still fly in the sky and fight guerrilla warfare, but he had no mobility in the sea. After hesitating for a while, Zhou put on the black crystal armor and decided to go out to see what kind of creature it was. If there was a way to defeat it, he would try to help. If there was no way, he would quickly let the phantom Leviathan run away. As soon as he entered the esophagus, the esophageal diaphragm closed immediately, and then a large amount of seawater rushed in. Soon the entire esophagus was filled with seawater. The impact of the water flow slowed down, and Zhou swam out along the esophagus. Hoo boom! As soon as Zhou came out of the mouth of the phantom Leviathan, a huge tentacle, wrapped around a rock with a diameter of 20 meters, split the seawater in the way and roared, and hit the head of the phantom Leviathan heavily. The mouth of the phantom Leviathan, which had just opened, was directly smashed shut by this blow. The situation was urgent. Zhou immediately followed the giant tentacle, and looked at the main body of the tentacle. Under the illumination of a large number of luminous creatures around, he saw a giant octopus creature with 8 tentacles. It was initially judged that the size was about the same as the phantom Leviathan, at least 100 meters. At this time, this giant octopus creature was using 2 of its 8 tentacles to wrap around 2 large stones, and by swinging its tentacles, it smashed the 2 large stones like a hammer on the phantom Leviathan. However, the impact of the phantom Leviathan had no effect on this octopus creature, because the octopus creature was very soft all over, and the impact had no effect at all. Because it was an underwater river, the strongest method of the phantom Leviathan, which was to rush out of the sea with the target and rely on the weight of its body to hit it, was no longer needed, which made the Phantom Leviathan very angry. Whoosh! There was another whistle, and Zhou suddenly felt a rapid surge of sea water rushing towards him, and then a huge stone quickly enlarged in front of him. Zhou immediately took out the tungsten bone shield and blocked it in front of him. However, when the huge stone was about to hit him, the Phantom Leviathan opened its mouth and sucked him into its mouth, using its own body to help him block the attack. After blocking the stone's attack, the Phantom Leviathan spit out Zhou again, and his voice was particularly arrogant. "The villain is out, you're done." However, Zhou had no ability to fight this giant octopus, so he quickly swam in front of the Phantom Leviathan and asked it to leave first, because there was no need to fight this giant octopus creature at the moment. The Phantom Leviathan was a little puzzled, but still followed Zhou's instructions, swallowed Zhou in one gulp, and quickly left the giant octopus creature. After a while, Zhou swam out of the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan, and confirmed that the giant octopus creature did not chase him. He first checked the injuries of the Phantom Leviathan. Because the Phantom Leviathan's body was protected by honeycomb bone pieces, the attack of the octopus creature did not cause any injuries to the Phantom Leviathan, but some honeycomb bone pieces were broken. Zhou removed all the broken honeycomb bone pieces and replaced them with intact ones. While Zhou was changing the honeycomb bone pieces, the Phantom Leviathan's voice was always angry, and it was obviously unhappy about losing, so it gently rubbed Zhou with its mountain-like big head, hoping that Zhou would help it defeat the giant octopus. "Don't worry, we can win tomorrow." Zhou touched the transformed Leviathan and comforted him. "There is really no need to fight the giant octopus today. Such a soft body has no defense at all. Let the guild members refine enough iron ingots tomorrow, make the ramming horns, and then install them on the head of the transformed Leviathan. With the lethal sharp ramming horns, the transformed Leviathan can rely on its own impact force to kill the giant octopus creature in 2 or 3 hits. Look for this first." Zhou took out the spikes of the high-pressure porcupine and showed them to the Phantom Leviathan. Before leaving the underwater dark river, the high-pressure porcupine must be found, otherwise it would be unknown when it would meet again in the future. The Phantom Leviathan glanced at the spikes of the high-pressure porcupine and nodded. After all, it had seen it once. It swallowed Zhou in one gulp and began to search. However, the Phantom Leviathan did not search for long. Because it was too late, it found a safe place to sleep. Zhou was not in a hurry. The giant octopus was obviously blocking the exit route of the underwater dark river, and it could not get out before the ramming horn was made. It was the 54th day when he woke up. The Phantom Leviathan began to continue looking for the high-pressure porcupine, and Zhou began to patrol the stomach wall space as usual. Chapter 270. After Zhou inspected the stomach wall space, he received a private message from Chen Xian, which contained a piece of biological meat. Zhou extracted the biological meat, then opened the system interface to view the newly added biological illustration information. Stone statue stargazer body length, 80 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A fish that lives in the sand and gravel on the seabed. It ambushes its prey by burying its body in the sand and gravel. It is edible, and its stone shell can be used to make the Leviathan defensive stone armor. Leviathan defensive stone armor? Could it be the same as the honeycomb bone piece, and is a Leviathan equipment? Zhou thought. Where did this stone statue stargazing fish meat come from? Zhou sent a message to Chen Xian, asking that Chen Xian's Leviathan should not be able to kill an 80-meter creature. Yang Xian sent it to me this morning. It seems to be cut from the big pieces of meat in the stomach wall space of the Dojiu Leviathan. Chen Xian replied. Is it the big pieces of meat covered with parasites? Zhou frowned slightly. Yes. Chen Xian felt a little sick when she thought of the situation at that time. Okay, cook this piece of meat tonight and send it to me, Zhou said, and sent the stone statue stargazing fish meat in his hand back to Chen Xian. After all, it was a new piece of biological meat, and the introduction of the biological illustration book also said that it was edible. Although it was crawling with a large number of parasites at that time, no matter how disgusting it was, as long as it could increase attribute points, it could not be missed. In fact, when Zhou just entered the stomach wall space of Dojiu Leviathan yesterday and saw those large pieces of meat, he realized in his heart that it might be some kind of biological meat he had never eaten, but the dense parasites on it at that time made him give up the idea of taking a piece of meat to see. Are there any stone shells of stone statue stargazers on those large pieces of meat? Yes, but there are not many, and Yang Xian's weapon is not good enough to peel off those stone shells. Do you want to give him a better weapon? Not for the time being. His current strength is not enough, and he will not use it even if you give it to him. At present, Doju Leviathan has not eaten yet. Let's wait until he can survive the next meal. We can't always help him. Got it, Boss Joe. By the way, don't let Yang Xian sell these biological meats to others. Zhou sent another message to Chen Xian. Well, I have already told him, and also told him that if he sells it, it will attract people from the Tingfei Guild, and he knows the pros and cons. Chen Xian replied. That's good. The Doju Leviathan is carnivorous. As long as Yang Xian can continue to survive in the stomach wall space of the Doju Leviathan, he can obtain a large amount of different kinds of large biological meat. Eating these biological meats will make his strength soar. In the case of not knowing what kind of character he is, Zhou still has to be on guard. After finishing the conversation with Chen Xian, Zhou took out the seaweed crusher and began to crush seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms. After feeding them all to the Phantom Leviathan, he left the stomach wall space and began to follow the Phantom Leviathan to search for high-pressure porcupines. 2 hours later, the Phantom Leviathan took Zhou into a tributary of an underwater dark river. Through the biological radar, there were high-pressure porcupines in this tributary, but because this tributary was too narrow, the Phantom Leviathan could not enter, so Zhou could only go deep into the tributary to search. Zhou advanced about 1,000 meters in the tributary, and suddenly a black shadow shot forward. Zhou immediately raised his tungsten bone shield to block it. Bang! A bone spur hit the tungsten bone shield, and the impact force it carried pushed Zhou backwards 5 or 6 meters. Zhou immediately smiled. In this underwater dark river, the only thing that could shoot such powerful bone spurs was a high-pressure porpoise. Bang bang. 2 more bone spurs shot, and Zhou used the tungsten bone shield to protect his whole body, allowing these powerful bone spurs to push him backwards. Zhou's current location is too far from the Phantom Leviathan, and if he wants to capture the high-pressure porcupine alive, he will definitely not be able to catch it with his swimming speed underwater, so he must rely on the help of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou just kept retreating, and little by little he retreated to less than 100 meters away from the Phantom Leviathan. Woo! The Phantom Leviathan made a cry, and a shock wave instantly rushed in the direction of the bone spur, and then, there was no movement in the direction of the bone spur. Zhou knew that the plan was successful, and he swam over to check the situation. He found a total of 3 high-pressure porcupines. Because the Phantom Leviathan was far away from the 3 high-pressure porcupines this time, the power of the sound wave was insufficient, and they were only stunned. The 3 high-pressure porpoises had shot out too many bone spurs along the way, and only half of the bone spurs were left on their bodies. In order to prevent the high-pressure porpoises from using their bone spurs to damage the crystal seascape box after they recovered from their coma, Zhou took advantage of their coma to remove all the remaining bone spurs on their bodies. After removing all the bone spurs, Zhou sent the 3 unconscious high-pressure porpoises to Jiang Haitao through the system interface, and then swam back quickly to the stomach wall space. Make. Zhou took out all the 500 crystal ores and other materials brought back from the crystal mine, and then turned the drawing interface to crystal seascape box drawing click make. The next second, all the materials were wrapped in blue light, and soon a 5 by 5 by 5 meter crystal sea view box was formed in the air. Zhou quickly placed 25 stone foundations on the ground. After the crystal sea view box was completely formed, he placed it directly on the 25 square meter stone foundation. The entire stomach wall space suddenly became crowded. After placing the crystal sea view box, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send a wooden barrel filled with sea water to fill the tank with sea water, and then planted some glowing seaweed in it. Finally, he extracted the 3 high-pressure porcupines sent by Jiang Haitao from the private message, but there was a problem. The 3 high-pressure porcupines were too big. The 5-meter-long crystal sea view box could only hold 2 of them, and the third one couldn't fit in at all. However, a crystal sea view box already occupied 25 square meters, and Zhou couldn't put another one. The height of the stomach wall space was only 7 meters, and it couldn't be double-stacked. How about putting it where Yang Xian is? Zhou thought about it, but still shook his head. High-pressure porcupines were very dangerous, and their bone spurs were extremely powerful. If they were placed with Yang Xian, if the high-pressure porcupine spikes grew again, one bone spur could easily kill Yang Xian. Forget it. The deep-sea walker mecha only needs 2 high-pressure porcupines as biological power anyway, so we won't keep the extra one. Zhou originally wanted to keep an extra one as a backup, but the high-pressure porcupines were too dangerous, and he was worried about leaving them with other people, so he decided to kill them directly. After killing the extra high-pressure porcupine, Zhou sent the body directly to Chen Xian. She was going to cook the stone statue stargazing fish meat at night, so she just happened to cook the high-pressure porcupine meat together. Chapter 271. The high-pressure porpoise has been caught. Zhou asked the phantom leviathan to return to the route of leaving the underground river, but did not let the phantom leviathan get close to the giant octopus creature. Once the ramming horn is made, the battle can be easily resolved. There is no need to waste energy now. The 2,500 guild members of Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion's 2 guilds started smelting iron ingots yesterday, and have produced 300 million iron ingots so far. Because Zhou is in a hurry now, he asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion to increase the number of furnaces for guild members again, from 10 per person to 20 per person. After the iron smelting is completed, each guild member can keep a furnace as a reward. It was still noon, and the remaining 20,000 iron ingots would be smelted before dusk. Zhou just had to wait. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion continued to help other guilds with pest control tasks today. Today, they both took on the Steel Armor Leviathan pest control task. About 2 hours later, they sent Zhou 4 items, namely, Scale Steel Wrist Guard, Scale Steel Boots, and 2 Steel Armor Leviathan Teeth. This Scale Steel Armor set is almost complete. Zhou tried on the 2 pieces of equipment. The total weight of the 2 pieces was about 400 Jin. Now he already had 6 pieces of the Scale Steel suit, and he only needed the Scale Steel belt and Scale Steel crotch guard to complete the set. However, even if the whole set was collected, Zhou couldn't wear it. He estimated that the total weight of the Scale Steel armor should reach 3,000 Jin. With his current strength of 103.5 points, he could only bear a weight of 2,000 Jin at most, and this was still a difficult situation for limb movement. If he wanted to move his body freely, the weight of the armor could not exceed 1,500 Jin. Although Zhou has a floating factor that can reduce the weight of armor, he will not use it on the Scale Steel armor, because the Scale Steel armor is not a one-piece armor. Wearing it on the body cannot withstand the water pressure in the deep sea. It can only be used to fight with people, or fight in shallow sea areas. Splash. Zhou just put the 2 pieces of equipment into the locker, and there was a violent splash of water behind him. Looking back, it was the 2 high-pressure porcupines in the crystal sea view box that woke up from their coma. The 2 high-pressure porcupines were obviously unwilling to stay in the narrow crystal sea view box. Their bodies swelled up quickly, trying to launch the bone spurs on their bodies to smash the crystal sea view box in front of them. But because Zhou had pulled out all the bone spurs on their bodies, they could only spray out a torrent of water from their bodies, which caused a splash in the crystal sea view box. However, the power of the sprayed water column was not small, and it almost lifted the crystal cover on the crystal sea view box. Go, hold down the cover. Zhou looked at the small diamond crystal sea snake huddled in the corner. The space in the stomach wall was very narrow now. Letting the small diamond crystal sea snake press on the cover of the crystal sea view box could save some space. The little diamond sea snake didn't understand what Zhou was saying, and thought that Zhou was going to give him the blood crystal of Doju Leviathan. It quickly crawled in front of Zhou, spitting out its tongue and looking around happily in Zhou's hand, and then Zhou slapped it to its rightful place. The 2 high-pressure porcupines struggled in the crystal sea view box for a while, and found that they could not escape, so they slowly calmed down. After that, Zhou had nothing to do, so he looked at the various information in the World Communication Channel. Several survivors were attacked by the falling star Leviathan. One of them was lucky enough to escape like Yang Xion, and was drifting on the sea. Some survivors in the World Communication Channel were also helping him. In the afternoon, Yang Xion's Doju Leviathan ate, and the height of the seawater pouring into the stomach wall space reached 7 meters. Fortunately, the stone platform was 10 meters high, and Yang Xion was not affected by the seawater. However, a large number of parasites poured into the stomach wall space. Yang Xion wore an iron scale suit, and held a steel weapon in his hand. He relied on the wooden house to fight a defensive battle with those parasites. After an hour, the battle ended. Yang Xion successfully survived and killed more than 30 parasites in total. After a short rest, Yang Xion bravely left the wooden house and inspected the entire stone platform. He was relieved after confirming that there were no other parasites. At the same time, his confidence increased greatly. Yang Xion's current strength is 18 points. It was 16 points before. Because he ate the stone statue star-seeking fish meat, he increased his strength by 2, reaching 18 points. This also made him realize that as long as he can survive the attack of parasites, the future must be bright. After a short rest, Yang Xion took 10 wooden foundations and slowly walked down from the stone platform. He wanted to see if there was any new biological meat this time. However, after searching for a while, no biological meat was found in the stomach wall space, but piles of iron ore appeared instead. President Chen said that biological meat cannot be sold, but iron ore can be sold. Doji Leviathan actually ate so much at one time. I'm rich. Yang Xian looked at the iron ore in front of him, which was at least hundreds of thousands. He was so excited that he suddenly turned from a poor man into a rich man. Afterwards, Yang Xian gave 30,000 copies of the iron ore to Chen Xian, and he put 30,000 copies on the shelves in batches. There were about 80,000 copies of iron ore left, and he put all of them into the digestion pool for Doji Leviathan. After experiencing so many ups and downs in the past few days, he knew that the opportunity to get rich quickly was hard to come by, so he couldn't exploit Doji Leviathan too much. He would have to rely on Doji Leviathan to become the top power in the world in the future. After feeding the iron ore, Yang Xian inspected the entire stomach wall space again, and cleaned up all the non-aggressive parasites, leaving only a dozen heliotropes for lighting. The crops he planted also needed light to grow. Now because of the large-scale iron smelting, the price of iron ore has doubled. Previously, one piece of iron ore was equal to 10 basic materials, and now it is 20 basic materials. Yang Xian's 30,000 iron ores were quickly exchanged for 600,000 basic materials, and then he used these 600,000 basic materials to exchange for various biological meats that he could not afford before, and suddenly increased his strength attribute points to 23 points, and the iron scale armor on his body instantly became much lighter. Ding! Eat stone statue star-seeking fish meat, strength +2, constitution +3. In the evening, Zhou ate a bucket of stone statue star-seeking fish meat and high-pressure porcupine meat said by Chen Xian, and looked at the situation of Yang Xian said by Chen Xian. It's okay. I know to get Chen Xian 30,000 iron ores, and I also know that it is mutually beneficial with Doji Leviathan. I just don't know if it will expand when it becomes stronger in the future. Zhou said lightly, and ate the remaining fish meat in the wooden barrel. Chapter 272. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian handed Zhou the 50,000 iron ingots smelted by the guild members. Zhou went outside directly after receiving them. Finally, I can leave the submarine river. Zhou sighed in his heart. He had been in the submarine river for 6 days, and the mountain and sea clam positioning card had delayed his trip. Zhou opened the transformed Leviathan ram drawing and clicked to make it. A 30-meter-long iron horn and 50,000 iron ingots turned into blue light at the same time, and then combined with each other to form a spiral metal ram with a length of 40 meters and a maximum diameter of 10 meters. Zhou placed the horn directly in the middle of the head of the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan was also very curious about the horn on its head, and shook its head, not knowing what it was for. Go kill that big octopus. Because the Phantom Leviathan had always wanted to fight with the big octopus, after seeing Zhou pointing his finger in the direction of the big octopus, it immediately took Zhou to the location of the big octopus happily. Why are you taking me with you? I'm not going to participate in the battle. Zhou hurriedly returned to the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan. He didn't need to participate in the next battle. Soon, a series of giant collisions were heard outside, but after a while, the battle ended, and the voice of the transformed Leviathan also sounded in Zhou's mind. Wow, I am still powerful. Ah, I am powerful again? What does it have to do with me? Zhou smiled bitterly, put on the black crystal armor, left the stomach wall space, and came outside. The big octopus had been stabbed with more than a dozen blood holes, and it was deader than dead. The transformed Leviathan was very excited and swam around Zhou, swinging the horns on its head from time to time, obviously very satisfied with the horns. Okay, go and fetch the body. After the Phantom Leviathan happily swam around Zhou, for a few circles, Zhou smiled and asked the Phantom Leviathan to fetch the giant octopus body that fell below 2,200 meters. Afterwards, Zhou roughly disassembled the giant octopus body, stored it in the system interface, and then clung to the body of the Phantom Leviathan, and was led by the Phantom Leviathan to swim forward quickly. About 10 minutes later, Zhou clearly felt that the water flow of the dark river under the sea slowed down, and the Phantom Leviathan kept swimming diagonally upwards, and the water pressure around him became smaller and smaller. Boom! Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the calm sea surface suddenly exploded, and the huge body of the Phantom Leviathan floated out of the water. Zhou, who was clinging to the back of the Phantom Leviathan, also slowly stood up, put away the black crystal armor on his body, and took a deep breath of the outside air. It's still better outside. Zhou felt the sea breeze, and couldn't help but sigh. The sea breeze blew until the sun set, and Zhou took out the 8 tentacles of the giant octopus and began to decompose it in small pieces step by step. White-lined octopus body length, 120 meters. Weight, 1,000 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction, an octopus with white lines on its body. The white lines can emit white light. It has a certain degree of intelligence and can attack its prey with stones. It is edible. Zhou read the biological illustrations of the white-lined octopus. Apart from its large size, it is nothing special. It is a relatively common large creature. This kind of large octopus meat would not taste very good after being cooked. Zhou would cut off a little bit from time to time and eat it while decomposing the corpse. Soon, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, eat white-lined octopus meat, strength +3, constitution +4, speed +1. The attributes are quite a lot, and the maximum body length of 120 meters is not for nothing, Zhou said with a little surprise. After disassembling the whole white-lined octopus, Zhou gave Jiang Haitao 10 tons to distribute to the guild members, and the rest was given to Chen Xian to sell or exchange for golden seaweed fiber. After staying outside for another hour, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and made his bed to sleep. I don't know, how many days will it take to catch up with the mountain sea clam Leviathan? Zhou lay on the bed, thinking to himself, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a night of silence, Zhou opened his eyes again. It was already the 55th day. The stomach wall space vibrated, and the phantom Leviathan began to move. Haha, I can find a box for the little man again. The phantom Leviathan's voice was extremely happy. It seemed that it had been in the dark river under the sea for 6 days, and it was also suffocated. The swimming speed was much faster than before. Zhou patrolled the stomach wall space as usual. After a while, the phantom Leviathan entered the eating stage. A large amount of seaweed was carried into the stomach wall by the seawater, accompanied by more than a dozen bone-shelled flukes. Zhou was just about to go forward to deal with these bone-shelled flukes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a red light flew past and instantly pierced the shell of the bone-shelled fluke, leaving a charred-through wound. Triangle Firefly. Zhou was startled and immediately put on the black crystal armor, then looked at the nest of the Triangle Firefly. In the past few days, the mother of the Triangle Firefly has basically completed the construction of the nest, and then has not come out. It seems that she is hatching new Triangle Fireflies. At this time, 2 more triangular fireflies crawled out of the 1-meter diameter insect nest, and then flew up, emitting red light from their bodies, and pierced through 2 bone-shelled flukes again. There were only 3 triangular fireflies in total. After killing a bone-shelled fluke, they would return to the nest, then fly out again, and continue to kill bone-shelled flukes. More than a dozen bone-shelled flukes were soon killed by these 3 triangular fireflies. It seems that triangular fireflies can fly back to the nest to replenish energy. These 3 triangular fireflies have obviously attacked more than 3 times, but they are still alive and well. The triangular fireflies that Zhou encountered in the cloud-eating Leviathan before probably attacked him without regard for death because it was difficult to kill him. Zhou focused on observing these 3 triangular fireflies for a while, and found that they seemed to know what to attack and what not to attack. After confirming that there was no danger, he put away the black crystal armor. After the 3 triangular fireflies killed the bone-armored flukes, 2 of them flew to the electric light ball and began to rotate around them. 1 flew in front of Zhou, and then also rotated around Zhou. Another floating factor? Zhou thought about it, and took out a floating factor and gave it to the triangular firefly. After all, these triangular fireflies are still useful, and it's good to keep them. In the future, you don't have to deal with parasites yourself. Ordinary triangular fireflies don't have insect legs. They just land on the floating factor, and then emit red light on their bodies. After quickly absorbing the floating factor, they immediately return to the insect nest. After a while, the whole eating stage is over. Zhou would also crush the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms, and put them into the digestion pool, transforming into Leviathan and entering the material box stage. Chapter 273. Just after Zhou finished feeding the metamorphosis Leviathan, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. Brother 1, Zhao Tung seems to know how to deal with the dream anemone worm. Just now in the guild leader chat group, he was also accepting the task of helping to eliminate the insects like us. Is it 1 task at a time, or multiple tasks at a time? Zhou thought for a while and asked. 1 task at a time. Jiang Haitao replied. It seems that there is also a person with an intelligence of 12 points among them, but he probably doesn't know the effect of shield fish fat yet, so don't worry about them for now. There are many guilds that want to eliminate insects now. Let's not talk about the good things that can be obtained in the insect elimination material box. Just the blood crystals in the large sun spherical worm that can make the metamorphosis Leviathan grow scales are already very precious to some medium-sized guilds. Zhao Tun only has one person with an intelligence of 12 points, and he only takes one task to help eliminate insects at a time, which will not affect Zhou Wen's interests for the time being, so there is no need to conflict with Zhao Tun. Got it, Brother Wen. After the communication with Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen opened the World Communication Channel to kill time, and found that many survivors in the communication channel were asking about Yang Xian's situation. Yang Xian, why haven't you heard from me in the past 2 days? How are you doing in that Leviathan? What's the difference between being in the transformed Leviathan? By the way, what does that Dojo Leviathan eat? Does it eat seaweed like the transmogrified Leviathan? Or does it eat meat? It eats iron ore, right? I saw Yang Xian put a lot of iron ore on the World Trade Channel yesterday. A Leviathan that eats iron ore? Wouldn't Yang Xian own an iron mine? Iron ore is much more expensive than seaweed. I also want to live in the body of a Leviathan that eats iron ore. I don't have to do anything, and there are plenty of basic materials. General Leviathan creatures can't only eat iron ore, they must mainly eat meat or seaweed. Indeed, if it eats meat, then can it obtain the meat of large creatures without risk in the stomach wall space of Leviathan? Wouldn't the attribute points be increased to a great extent? Oh my god, after hearing what you said, I also hope to be attacked by the meteoric Leviathan. If I can meet a carnivorous Leviathan creature, I will really take off. That's a nice thought. So far, there have been more than a dozen people attacked by the meteoric Leviathan, and only 2 people have successfully escaped. With such a small probability, how can you be sure that you can survive the attack of the meteoric Leviathan? I think everyone is overthinking it. In fact, there is no need to be attacked by the meteoric Leviathan. I have a safer method. Deworming coupon, as everyone knows, deworming coupon has a time limit. Once the time limit is 0, if you have it dewormed, you will be hunted down by the corresponding Leviathan. As long as the transformed Leviathan is killed by the Leviathan that needs to be dewormed, can't we directly enter the body of that Leviathan creature? Fuck, genius. This idea is indeed feasible, but there is also a fatal problem, that is, there are a large number of parasites in the stomach wall space of the Leviathan creatures that need to be dewormed. If you want to remove these parasites, you can only rely on the guild. I think the guild should be happy to help. It is a mutually beneficial thing. We can give priority to handing over some of the large biological meat we obtain from the carnivorous Leviathan to the guild that helps deworm. I think Yang Xian and President Qin should have this kind of cooperative relationship now. I was wondering why Yang Xian didn't send messages. So that's the case. He didn't know to share the good things. It's a pity that we helped him so much before. It's really not worth it. You can definitely not tell others about the fact that you can get all kinds of large biological meat for free. Think about such a big benefit. Once other guilds know about it, they will all come to share a piece of the pie. President Qin will never let him tell others. No, you are discussing the method of killing the transmogrified Leviathan, so openly, the Phantom Leviathan has been protecting us all along. For some benefits, you want to kill the Phantom Leviathan directly. Do you still have any conscience? Is life more important, or conscience more important? Didn't you read the introduction of the meteoric Leviathan? The main food is the Phantom Leviathan. Even if we don't find a way to kill the Phantom Leviathan, we will die if we encounter the meteoric Leviathan. We are just preparing in advance. Yes, there are more than a dozen meteoric Leviathans now. Most people who encounter them have died. And looking at the photos posted by those people before they died, the meteoric Leviathan seems to evolve. That is not something we can deal with at all. If we survive by changing a Leviathan, we can get rid of the pursuit of the meteoric Leviathan. Why not? If you don't want to change the Leviathan, then don't change it. No one is forcing you. That's right. Sure enough, it can't be kept secret for long. Poor Phantom Leviathans, they have been protecting the survivors, but they never thought that they would die in the hands of the survivors in the end. Alas. Zhou Wen sighed after reading the message. Replacing the Transfiguration Leviathan with the Carnivorous Leviathan is indeed a lot of benefits for ordinary survivors. Zhou Wen will not stop anything, and he has no control over other people's Transfiguration Leviathan. The core members of the guild are almost finished eating. Zhou Wen connected 3 seaweed crushers in series, and began to help them crush the seaweed. By the way, he connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to ionize some hydrogen. In the triangular firefly nest, 3 triangular fireflies flew out and hovered above the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer, absorbing the released hydrogen. When the absorbed hydrogen reaches the limit of the body's tolerance, they will return to the nest for a while, and then fly out to continue absorbing. Zhou also wanted to cultivate more triangular fireflies, so after helping the core members of the guild crush the seaweed, he continued to run the bladefish power device, and continued to ionize hydrogen, so that the triangular fireflies could absorb it. Splash, splash. The sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. Zhou naturally knew that the transformed Leviathan had swallowed the supply box. He hadn't obtained the supply box for such a long time, which made him feel a little bit of anticipation for the supply box, thinking that he could get something good today. Ding, obtain stone X10, wood X10, sand X10. Haha, what a waste of feelings. Zhou put these basic materials into the locker in disappointment, and then continued to wait for the remaining supply boxes. Zhou opened the 3 supply boxes at the back with great expectations every time, but all he got were basic materials, which made him very angry. It's been so long, and you really don't give me any good things. Just as Zhou put these basic materials into the locker in anger, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, has caught up with the mountain sea clam Leviathan, positioning is over. Chapter 274. So fast. Zhou was very surprised. He thought it would take some time to catch up with the mountain sea clam Leviathan, but he didn't expect to catch up with it just one day after leaving the underwater dark river. Zhou quickly slapped the esophageal diaphragm. After the phantom Leviathan surfaced, he opened the esophageal diaphragm. He directly left the stomach wall space, and came to the back of the phantom Leviathan to look into the distance. Is that an island? Zhou did not see the figure of the mountain sea clam Leviathan, but saw a huge island with dense jungle and undulating mountains. As the phantom Leviathan slowly approached, the entire island gradually enlarged in his eyes, until it completely blocked his vision. Compared with this island, the 110-meter-long phantom Leviathan is like a small boat in the river, small and weak. Zhou asked the phantom Leviathan to find a beach with a gentle slope to dock, and then sprinted, jumped forward from the head of the phantom Leviathan, and landed steadily on a beach on the island. It feels so good to stand on land. Zhou stepped on the land he had not seen for a long time, and he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It has been almost 2 months since he came to this world, and this is the first time he has seen an island. This island should be the mountain sea clam Leviathan. Zhou squatted down and touched the mudflat under his feet, but there was no update in the biological illustration, indicating that he did not touch the body of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. Villain, villain. Zhou was thinking about looking deep into the island, when the voice of the phantom Leviathan suddenly rang in his mind. Looking back, the phantom Leviathan first swam a distance away, and then began to accelerate towards the mudflat, as if it was going to rush onto the mudflat and land with him. Don't! Zhou hurriedly stopped him. This was no joke. If the phantom Leviathan ran aground, he would have no way to push it back into the sea with its huge body weighing 2,800 tons. But it was still a step too late. The phantom Leviathan rushed onto the beach. Its huge body slid on the beach, leaving a deep gully, and rushed directly in front of Zhou. It's over. Zhou's hands were frozen in midair, and he was anxious. Haha, a villain. However, Zhou's worry was unnecessary, because the phantom Leviathan could still move on the mudflat by twisting its body. Although it moved very slowly, it seemed to have the ability to return to the sea. The phantom Leviathan saw that it was still a short distance away from Zhou, so it continued to twist its body and approached little by little. After approaching Zhou, it rolled happily on the mudflat, covering its body with sand. I was scared to death. I thought the phantom Leviathan was like a whale, and went back after being stranded. Zhou saw the transformed Leviathan rolling back and forth flexibly on the mudflats, with no sign of being stranded at all, and his anxiety eased, and then he looked at the depths of the island again. There were a lot of plants growing on the island, lush and green, with luxuriant branches and leaves, layer upon layer, like a primeval forest. If I cut down these trees, will I get wood? Zhou thought to himself, and with a thought, a toothed steel-long knife appeared in his hand, and then he walked towards a tree. The tree Zhou selected looked very strange. It was less than 10 meters tall, but the trunk was extremely thick, with a diameter of at least 1 meter. Shwa! Zhou swung his long steel knife and easily cut the thick tree in half, then pushed the cut tree down with both hands. When Zhou touched the fallen tree, a burst of blue light instantly wrapped around the trunk, directly decomposing the thick trunk into 100 pieces of wood, and then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get 100 pieces of wood. That's great. If I cut down all the trees on the island, I might get tens of millions of pieces of wood. Zhou thought to himself, and put the 100 pieces of wood into the deep blue treasure chest. However, Zhou was just thinking about it. He didn't have so much time to waste on cutting trees. These tens of millions of basic materials were nothing to him. It's almost night. Let's explore the island tomorrow. Zhou looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set, leaving only a fiery red sunset on the horizon. As soon as Zhou turned around, he saw a huge eye looking at him curiously. This eye was naturally the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan was very curious about the leaves on these trees. After looking for a while, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, and bit off all the leaves of more than a dozen big trees in one bite. He felt them in his mouth. Then his mouth shrank, and he immediately spit them all out with disgust. It's not delicious at all. Who told you to eat it? Zhou felt very funny listening to the Phantom Leviathan's inner voice. Okay, let's go back to the sea. Zhou pushed the Phantom Leviathan, and then walked towards the beach near the coast. The Phantom Leviathan understood Zhou's meaning and rolled directly on the beach, like a steamroller, and soon rolled back into the sea. When it fell into the sea, its huge body also stirred up layers of waves. Bang! Just as Zhou walked to the beach and was about to jump onto the body of the Phantom Leviathan, an explosion sounded from the depths of the dark jungle. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the silent jungle. What's that sound? Forget it, we know when we go in tomorrow. Zhou looked at the jungle in confusion, thought about it for a while, and then stopped worrying. No matter what it was, he would know it naturally after exploring the island tomorrow. Zhou did not return to the stomach wall space, but placed a few stone foundations on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, and then placed a wooden house on it. He slept outside today. The island is the mountain sea clam Leviathan. With such a huge body, ordinary Leviathans in the ocean dare not approach it. The Phantom Leviathan rests next to the mountain sea clam Leviathan, and there is no need to worry about being attacked by other Leviathan creatures at night. After a while night fell. Zhou lit a bonfire on the stone platform outside the wooden house, took out the wood he had just obtained, cut a few wooden sticks, put some fish meat with a better taste on them, and roasted them on the bonfire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, for some reason, a large number of black shadows rushed out from the sea, then spread 2 pairs of wings in the air and flew towards the depths of the island. Flying fish? Zhou used the moonlight to see the general appearance of these black shadows. They were a kind of fish with a body length of about 3 meters and a slender body. They had 2 pairs of fins on the left and right sides of their bodies. When they jumped into the air from the water, the 2 pairs of fins would spread out like wings, and then use the momentum from the seawater to glide for a long distance, using the 2 pairs of wings. Chapter 275. These flying fish are only about 3 meters long and pose no threat to Zhou, but since they are new creatures, he naturally wants to catch one to check the biological illustration information. So Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, took out the silver arrowfish skeleton obtained in the previous underwater maze trial, and then wrapped the bone silk rope around the tail of the skeleton, and the other end of the bone silk rope was wrapped around his body. The silver arrowfish skeleton was held in Zhou's hand like a spear. There were many flying fish gliding in the sky. Zhou did not need to aim much. He picked a flying fish gliding over his head, and threw the silver arrowfish skeleton in his hand directly. Swoosh! The silver arrowfish skeleton shot out under Zhou's huge force, and the sharp arrowhead instantly pierced the body of the flying fish. The thin bone spurs on both sides of the silver arrowfish spine were stuck in the flesh of the flying fish like the barbs on a fishhook. Seeing that he had hit the target, Zhou immediately began to pull the bone silk rope, and pulled the flying fish gliding in the air down. Thin flying fish body length, 3 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A fish that lives in the sea area around the mountain sea clam Leviathan, with 2 pairs of fins. When it rushes out of the water, it can open its fins and glide in the air. It is edible, and the fins can be used to make flying devices. After Zhou finished reading the information on the fin flying fish, he quickly dissected the body. He happened to be grilling fish over a bonfire, so he cut the fish meat into slices half a centimeter thick and grilled it into fish fillets on the fire. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, bursts of explosions were heard again from the depths of the dense forest on the island, and the fin flying fish gliding over the dense forest seemed to be hit by something, and their bodies suddenly stagnated and fell from the air. Why is this? A bit like a cannon sound? The more Zhou listened, the more familiar it felt. It was very similar to the sound of a cannon firing a shell in a TV movie, but he stood up and looked into the dark dense forest for a while, and did not see any fire. In the dense forest of the island, there were not only explosions, but also long black shadows like whips. These black shadows suddenly shot out from the woods and easily penetrated the body of the Finfin flying fish. Then the black shadows quickly recovered and instantly pulled the Finfin flying fish gliding in the air into the forest. There are many strange creatures on the island. Zhou thought to himself, picked up the roasted Finfin flying fish steak in his hand, put it in his mouth and started eating. Ding, eat Finfin flying fish meat, physical fitness +1, speed +2. Not bad, it can increase speed by 2 points. Zhou said, as he roasted the remaining flying fish meat, and distributed it to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. 2 or 3 hours later, no more flying fish sprang out from the sea, and the dense forest deep in the island returned to silence. Zhou also finished his dinner, threw 2 sweet potatoes wrapped in mud into the bonfire that was about to burn out, and then went into the wooden house, and laid down on the bed to sleep. On the morning of the 56th day, the bright sunlight sprinkled into the house through the crack of the door, and shone on Zhou face. Zhou frowned, slowly opened his eyes, and then sat up from the bed to avoid the sunlight. Squeak! Pushing open the wooden door, the sun was shining, the breeze was blowing, the waves were beating on the beach, and the jungle was shaded by green trees. This scene made Zhou feel a very special emotion in his heart, as if he had returned to his ordinary life. Zhou stretched his waist vigorously, and then dug out 2 mud lumps from the ashes of yesterday's campfire. After breaking the outer mud shell, the baked sweet potatoes were exposed. Although they were cold, it didn't matter. It was more convenient to eat. After breakfast, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, fed the transformed Leviathan, and then stepped onto the beach again, with a deep blue treasure box filled with various items. Stay here, don't run around. Zhou saw that the phantom Leviathan wanted to rush to the beach again, and he quickly made physical movements to stop it. The deep sea of the island was obviously not simple. Even if the phantom Leviathan could move on land, its speed would definitely be limited, and it would be difficult to use various attack moves. If it encountered dangerous creatures, it would only be beaten. It was safer to stay in the sea. The phantom Leviathan understood what Zhou meant, and no longer thought about rushing to the beach. Zhou also turned around and entered the dense forest with confidence. In the dense forest, all kinds of plants grew extremely lush, and weeds and vines intertwined and overlapped, leaving no path to walk on. However, Zhou didn't care about that. He put on the black crystal armor, held the 2 steel long knife in his hand, and went straight ahead. He cleared all the plants blocking the way in front of him with one knife. After cutting off the weeds and vines, he kicked them aside with his feet. After cutting off the trees, he touched them with his hands and decomposed them into wood, and put them into the deep blue treasure chest. After a while, Zhou went deep into the dense forest for almost 200 meters. He cut a path through the dense jungle that was originally covered with plants. What kind of tree is that? In front of Zhou vision, a group of trees appeared that were different from the surrounding plants. The trunks of the trees were straight and more than 20 meters high, but the trunks were covered with scaly black bark, which also had a faint metallic luster, like pieces of iron sheets wrapped around the trunks. A large number of branches grew on the top of the trunk, with dense dark green leaves on the branches. The shape of the whole tree was like an open umbrella. Among these dense branches and leaves, there were also basketball-sized black fruits hanging down. The fruits were nearly round, and the overall shape was similar to pine cones. Just as Zhou was about to go forward to check, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of this strange forest and landed heavily in front of Zhou. This black shadow was a creature similar to a frog, but with dark skin, 4 or 5 meters tall, at least 10 meters long, and a pair of protruding fiery red eyes. It looked very difficult to mess with. The black frog creature suddenly opened its mouth, revealing teeth like saw teeth inside. The teeth were shining with a metallic luster, and were obviously made of metal, but the strange thing was that the teeth only grew on the left and right sides of the mouth, and there were no teeth in the middle, just like a person without front teeth. Then, the black frog creature's mouth suddenly retracted inwards. Zhou didn't know what it was doing, but he felt something was wrong and immediately dodged to the side. Bang! The next second, a loud explosion sounded in the mouth of the black frog creature, and a ball of black shotgun blasted out of its mouth in an instant, shooting at the exact location where Zhou was standing a second ago. Gotcha! A 1-meter-thick tree trunk was directly penetrated by a large number of black shotgun blasts. The trunk was beaten like a hornet's nest, and finally it could not support the weight of the entire tree and broke and collapsed. It's pretty powerful. Zhou glanced at the fallen tree, speaking lightly, and looked at the black frog creature again. Seeing this, Zhou Wen naturally realized that the continuous sound of the cannon last night was made by the frog creature in front of him. The black frog creature, seeing that its attack was dodged, suddenly jumped up with a pair of strong hind legs, then opened its big mouth and swallowed the black fruit on the iron tree in one gulp. As it descended in the air, it bulged its mouth and attacked Zhou Wen again. Chapter 276. Bang! This time, the black frog creature's attack method changed. The black shotgun shells were no longer concentrated, but scattered like raindrops, directly covering the area of 4 to 5 meters around Zhou Wen. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Wen raised his hand, and the tungsten bone shield appeared in his hand. The shotgun shells hit the tungsten bone shield, sparking a lot of sparks. The black frog creature, seeing that the two attacks did not do anything to Zhou Wen, did not continue to attack remotely. After landing, it exerted force with its legs again and jumped forward. Its huge body rushed in front of Zhou Wen, its head rotated 90 degrees, and its mouth opened wide. Its jagged teeth were stained with saliva, and it wanted to bite Zhou Wen to death like a steel clamp. Looking for death. Zhou Wen snorted coldly, and a 3-meter-long tungsten bone sword appeared in his hand. He slashed forward, and the metal teeth of the black frog creature were instantly chopped off, and the huge body was instantly split in two, deader than dead. If this black frog creature kept jumping around and attacking from a distance, Zhou Wen would really have a hard time dealing with it, but if it rushed up by itself, it would be looking for death. At present, these creatures of more than 10 meters in length could not withstand the slash of the tungsten bone sword. Zhou Wen instantly put away the black crystal armor, touched the body of the black frog creature, and then put on the black crystal armor again, and then checked the biological illustration information. Steel-toothed cannon frog body length, 15 meters. Weight, 12 tons. Food type, meat, explosive fruit. Introduction. An amphibian living on the body of the mountain sea clam leviathan. The saliva in its mouth can cause the explosive fruit to explode, spraying powerful shotgun shells. It is edible, and the saliva can be used to make liquid explosives. Explosive fruit. After Zhou Wen finished reading the biological illustrations, he immediately looked up at the black pine cone-shaped fruits on the iron bark trees. The steel-toothed cannon frog just swallowed one of these fruits, and then fired a shotgun shell, indicating that this black fruit is the explosive fruit. Zhou Wen put the body of the steel-toothed cannon frog into the deep blue treasure chest, and immediately came to the iron bark tree, took out a razor disc insect body, and threw it towards a branch connected to an explosive fruit. The branch was cut off, and the explosive fruit fell. Zhou Wen caught it, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get explosive fruit X1. It's really an explosive fruit. Now all the materials needed for the formula of the meteorite explosive injection have been collected. Just when Zhou Wen was about to try to make the meteorite explosive injection, a few more steel-toothed cannon frogs jumped out of the explosive fruit forest. Zhou Wen was too lazy to continue to entangle with them. After confirming that their attacks could not damage the black crystal armor, he rushed directly. An hour later, Zhou Wen reached the lair of the steel-toothed cannon frogs. The lair was located in a cave on a mountain. He killed all 15 steel-toothed cannon frogs. There was also a silver-rimmed supply box in the lair. Ding! Get the blueprint of the steel-toothed cannon frog bursting steel cannon. Ding! Get steel ingot X20. There were only these two items in the silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou Wen took out the blueprint, and used it directly to check the production requirements. Blueprint of the steel-toothed cannon frog bursting steel cannon. Requires steel-toothed cannon frog teeth X10, steel ingot X20, rubber X1, wood X2. All the necessary materials were available. Zhou Wen took the materials out of the deep blue treasure box, and clicked to make it. After a burst of blue light, a 2-meter-long cannon barrel with 5 1-meter-long steel teeth on both sides of the muzzle appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. There was also a wooden handle at the end of the barrel. It looked like a long-range and close-range weapon. When there was ammunition, it was used remotely. When there was no ammunition, it was swung like a mace. Zhou Wen felt that it was a bit out of place. The weight of the explosive steel cannon was about 400 kilograms. The ammunition was naturally the explosive fruit. However, the whole fruit was too large, so it needed to be cut into quarters and then put into the barrel. There is also a rubber injection bag on the top of the gun barrel. After reading the introduction of the steel-toothed cannon frog, Zhou Wen knew that the explosive fruit needed the saliva of the steel-toothed cannon frog to detonate, so he took the saliva from the steel-toothed cannon frog's body and poured it into the rubber injection bag. Then, he turned the injection bag upside down on the gun barrel again, manually opened the injection valve, and then quickly closed it. The saliva of the steel-toothed cannon frog flowed into the gun barrel and reacted with the explosive fruit. Bang! Zhou suddenly felt a backward force, which made his body tremble. A large amount of shotgun shells were instantly ejected from the gun barrel, turning a large tree not far away into a hornet's nest. The shotgun shells that were ejected were actually the seeds of the explosive fruit. The seeds had an iron shell on the outside. When they hit a hard object, the iron shell would crack. When the seeds inside came into contact with water, they would germinate and grow out of the cracks. The steel-toothed cannon frog and the explosive fruit tree were a complementary relationship. Then, Zhou tested it with various types of one-piece armor and found that the explosive steel cannon could only penetrate 20-meter armor made of biological materials, and 30-meter armor could only leave a shallow mark. After the test, Zhou put it into the deep blue treasure chest. The explosive steel cannon was useless to him. According to the usage method, it was basically useless underwater. Even if it could be used, its power would be greatly weakened. Then, Zhou picked all the explosive fruits on the entire explosive fruit forest and obtained a total of 1,000 explosive fruits. After putting all the explosive fruits into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou began to move forward in a straight line, walking up the mountain, slowly getting higher and higher in altitude. After a while, he came to the top of the mountain, and a huge lake appeared in front of him. Looking at the area, it was at least thousands of meters. There are a large number of fin-finned flying fish swimming around in the lake, seemingly reproducing in the lake. Some fin-finned flying fish that have finished reproducing will jump up from the lake again, then spread their fins, glide down from a high altitude, and return to the ocean. However, the return process was not as smooth as last night. The long whips in the jungle, like sharp swords, easily pierced the body of the fin-finned flying fish, and then were pulled into the jungle. This time, Zhou was closer, and saw that the creatures that attacked the fin-finned flying fish were lizard-like creatures, and those long whips, like sharp swords, were actually the tongues of lizard creatures. Their tongues were like a spring that contracted in their mouths. There was a hard bone spur in the front of the tongue. After finding the target, they would immediately open their mouths and let the tongue pop out quickly. The sharp bone spurs at the front could penetrate the prey. Boom! When Zhou was observing those lizard creatures, the lake in front of him suddenly exploded, and a huge creature rushed out of the lake, directly blocking the sunlight above Zhou. It was a huge crocodile creature, at least 100 meters long. Damn! Zhou's expression changed, because the huge crocodile creature's target was him. After rushing out of the lake, it pounced on him and bit him. Chapter 277. Zhou turned around and ran without hesitation. A creature over 100 meters long was not something he could deal with. With such a huge body, it was difficult to cause substantial damage even with a tungsten bone sword. Boom! The huge crocodile creature opened its mouth like an abyss, and its sharp teeth were like towering mountains. Its huge body fell like a meteor, and the moment it hit the ground shook and the soil flew. Zhou's tiny body was the size of an ant in front of the crocodile creature. The strong wind pressure caused by the fall to the ground blew down all the surrounding trees. Zhou was almost affected by the wind pressure, but fortunately he ran fast and reached the halfway point of the mountain in a few seconds. But the crocodile creature obviously didn't want to let Zhou go. Seeing that its attack didn't kill the target, it immediately moved its sturdy limbs and began to chase. Why are you chasing me? Zhou cursed in his heart as he felt the violent vibration behind him. He directly put away the black crystal armor on his body, reduced the weight of his body, and his speed increased again. At this moment, a bone spur suddenly shot out from the woods beside him, and the target was Zhou who was desperately running away. Zhou frowned. He knew that this bone spur was the tongue of the lizard creature he had seen before, but he didn't have time to get entangled with the lizard creature now. He took out the toothed steel long knife, cut off the tongue casually, and then put the tongue into the deep blue treasure chest. 10 seconds later, Zhou finally ran to the landing beach, but the transformed Leviathan didn't know where it went. He didn't have time to think too much and plunged into the sea. The giant crocodile creature saw Zhou entering the sea, stayed on the beach for a while, and finally did not choose to enter the sea to chase and kill, and turned back to the Tianqi Lake on the mountain. Zhou was in the sea, and felt the heavy footsteps of the giant crocodile creature getting farther and farther away. Knowing that the other party had left, he floated out of the sea and returned to the beach. Little man. Little man. At this time, Zhou remembered the voice of the phantom Leviathan in his mind, and then, not long after, the phantom Leviathan emerged from the sea with a spider-like creature corpse in its mouth. The corpse was very large, about 50 meters long, with a round and flat body, 3 pairs of slender insect legs, and a large number of fine bristles at the end of each insect leg. "Where did you catch this?" Zhou said, as he touched the body of the spider creature with his hand, then opened the biological illustration to check the information. Wave-walking Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 50 meters. Weight, 150 tons. Food type, meat, blood vein fruit. Introduction. A Leviathan creature that lives in groups on the sea clam Leviathan. It relies on planting blood vein vines and extracting the blood of the mountain clam Leviathan to cultivate blood vein fruit. The insect's feet have water-repellent bristles, which can walk on the sea surface. The insect's foot bristles can be used to make a wave-walking suit. Is this actually a natural Leviathan? Zhou was shocked and quickly transferred the corpse of the Leviathan to the back of the transformed Leviathan. Then he took out a long steel knife and began to dismember the corpse. He wanted to see if there was any stomach wall space in the 50-meter Leviathan. The shell of the Leviathan was not very hard, and the bones in the body were even hollow. In a minute or two, Zhou had already opened a hole in the corpse and entered the abdomen to check. The result was that there was no stomach wall space, and naturally there was no silver-rimmed material box. Is it because of its small size? Zhou wondered. That's not right. When the transformed Leviathan is 30 meters long, there is space for the stomach wall. Zhou thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he stopped worrying about it. Maybe there was something different about the transformed Leviathan. Afterwards, Zhou completely decomposed the body of the wave-walking Leviathan and put it into the deep blue treasure box. According to the biological illustration information, the wave-walking Leviathan can walk on the sea surface. The wave-walking suit made of its insect foot bristles may also be able to walk on the sea surface after wearing it. Such special materials, he naturally has to collect them well. After dealing with the body of the wave-walking Leviathan, Zhou placed a few stone foundations on the back of the transformed Leviathan, then took out the furnace and iron pot, and washed the steel-toothed cannon frog meat and the lizard creature tongue that he had just obtained, and put them into the pot together. When cleaning the tongue of the lizard creature, the biological illustration also showed relevant information. Bone-tongue lizard body length, 20 meters. Weight, 15 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A lizard living on the body of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. The bone spurs ejected from its mouth are extremely penetrating and can be eaten. The bone spurs can be made into weapons. After a while, the meat of the two creatures was cooked. Zhou gave one portion to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, and ate the rest himself. Ding, eat the meat of the steel-toothed cannon frog, strength +2, constitution +5, speed +4. Ding, eat bone-tongue lizard meat, strength +2, constitution +2, speed +1. The attributes are all quite a lot. Zhou said, as he opened his character attribute panel to check his current attribute information. Zhou, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter. Normal attribute is 10, Intelligence, 15. Strength, 112.5 Burning attribute Constitution, 194 Tungsten attribute Speed, 99. Evaluation. A Superman who never trains his legs. Fortunately, the evaluation is no longer a Superman who never trains his legs. Zhou has recently increased his speed attribute, so his evaluation has changed. Afterwards, Zhou rested on the back of the transformed Leviathan for a while to digest his food, and then took out the materials needed to make the meteoric explosion injection recipe. The meteoric explosion injection is a recipe, and cannot be made directly through the system, so Zhou can only do it himself. First, the spinal fluid of the meteoric Leviathan. Zhou went directly to a vertebra of the meteoric Leviathan, and then began to chop with the tungsten bone broadsword. Now Zhou's strength is 112.5 points, and it is easier to swing the tungsten bone sword. After more than 10 swings, a section of the spine of the star meteorite Leviathan was cut in half, and a drop of fiery red viscous liquid flowed out of the spine. The total amount of this drop of liquid is not much, only about 10 milliliters. Zhou caught it in a glass distillation bottle, and began to squeeze the juice of the bursting fruit. Although the seeds inside the bursting fruit are wrapped in a layer of iron shell, the flesh wrapped in the seeds is soft. Zhou directly squeezed the bursting fruit flesh with his hands, squeezed out the juice inside, and dripped it into the glass distillation bottle. Finally, add a portion of boiling blood coral powder, pick up the glass distillation bottle with your hands, and shake it at a constant speed for a few times, so that the solution inside is completely fused, becoming a dark red viscous liquid. Indistinctly, you can still see a stream of energy flowing in the dark red liquid. Chapter 278. I don't know if this will work. Zhou held a steel syringe in his hand, and prepared to extract a tube of dark red liquid. He was actually not sure whether he had succeeded, because the production process was too rough. The main reason was that the meteorite explosion injection formula did not write the specific material ratio, so he just added one portion of each material. As Joe pulled the piston handle of the steel syringe, the internal piston moved backwards, and the dark red liquid in the glass distillation bottle slowly entered the empty glass cylinder of the syringe. Ding! Get meteorite burst injection X1. Haha, it worked. When Joe heard the system prompt in his mind, he was very excited. He thought he would have to fail a few more times before he could try out the specific dosage ratio of the formula materials, but he didn't expect to succeed directly. Ding! Meteorite burst injection. Intramuscular injection. It can increase strength by 20 points, lasting for 10 minutes, can only be used once a day. Heart injection. Strength, speed each increase by 50 points, lasting for 1 hour. Physical fitness is less than 300 points. The user will die directly after the amplification effect ends. Hiss, heart injection. Physical fitness is less than 300 points. Direct death. I think the intramuscular injection increases strength by 20 points, which is good enough. Joe would never perform a heart injection before his physique reached 300 points. Although the attributes increased a lot, a life can only be used once, which is really not worth it. Next, Joe pumped all the meteorite explosion potion in the glass distillation bottle into the steel syringe, filling a total of 30 steel syringes. It may be because the effect of the meteorite explosion potion is too strong. The glass empty cylinder of the exclusive steel syringe can hold very little medicine, so it can be filled with so much. With so many meteorite burst injections, I have one more trump card. Joe happily put the injections into the deep blue treasure chest. By the way, the treading Leviathan is a social creature. Joe was suddenly shocked because he thought of his title of Leviathan Hunter. Every time he kills a non-transformed Leviathan, his three-dimensional attribute can be increased by 1 point. The treading Leviathan is a social creature, and there are obviously smaller individuals in the group. He can use smaller treading Leviathans to brush up the attribute points. Hurry, hurry! Take me to the place where I found the Leviathan. Joe excitedly came to the front of the transformed Leviathan, took out the corpse of the Leviathan and pointed at it, communicating with body movements. The transformed Leviathan understood Joe's meaning, and took Joe directly to the place where it found the Leviathan. A minute later, the transformed Leviathan brought Joe to the head of the entire island. The mudflat where Joe landed before was the tail of the island, but the rocks here were steep, as if they were cut by a knife and an axe, and it was impossible to get up by normal methods. However, this did not pose a problem for Joe. He took out a large amount of wooden foundation and built it on the back of the transformed Leviathan. He built it up for more than 200 meters before he successfully climbed up the steep island. But just as he climbed up, a 30-meter-long Leviathan discovered Joe. His territory was invaded. The Leviathan was very angry. 3 pairs of slender insect legs rushed towards Joe at a very fast speed. In the middle of the dense bristle insect legs of the Leviathan, a curved hook-shaped steel claw was contracted. When it was about to rush in front of Joe, its body suddenly jumped up, and the 6 slender insect legs were flush with the body. Then all 6 steel claws popped out. As the body rotated, the Leviathan turned into a huge knife wheel. Haha, you came to me on your own, great. Joe was not afraid at all, and was even a little excited, because when he disassembled the 50-meter-long Leviathan, he had already roughly known the attack strength of the Leviathan, and a mere 30-meter-long body was no threat to him at all. Bang! After the huge blade wheel formed by the Leviathan fell, Joe immediately took out the tungsten bone sword, held the sword with both hands, and slashed upwards. The steel claws of the Leviathan were instantly shattered, and then the blade cut off the insect legs and body, completely cutting the Leviathan in half. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, and increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. It works! Joe was very surprised. Killing 1 three-dimensional attribute would increase muscle by 1 point, and killing 10 would increase muscle by 10 points. He was not greedy, so he just wanted him to kill 100. Boom! Boom! When Joe was immersed in the fantasy of killing 100 wave-riding Leviathans, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the noise was even louder than the 100-meter crocodile before, as if an earthquake had occurred. After a while, a huge wave-riding Leviathan, with 6 insect legs like pillars, came towards Joe with a shaking momentum. Joe had to look up to roughly see the size of this wave-riding Leviathan, which was at least 200 meters long, a true Leviathan level. Just like the 100-meter crocodile he encountered before, Joe turned around and ran, jumping directly from the 200-meter-high cliff. During the fall, he replaced his black crystal armor with a floating suit, without using the floating factor, and directly spread his legs and arms to glide in the air. I just killed one, and the big one rushed out. Zhou certainly knew that he would encounter this huge wave-riding leviathan. After all, the wave-riding leviathan is a serious leviathan creature, and there are definitely real leviathans in the group. I just didn't expect to encounter it so soon. I thought I could steal a few more to increase some attributes. Zhou used the floating suit to glide a distance outside the island, and look back to see if the giant wave-riding leviathan was chasing him. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but he was scared when he saw it. The huge leviathan jumped directly into the sea, but its body did not sink into the sea. Instead, it stood on the sea surface and ran on the sea surface, rushing towards Zhou in the sky. Such a fast speed. Although Zhou knew that the leviathan could walk on the sea surface, he only thought it was walking. After all, its name was wave walking. However, the speed displayed by the leviathan now was not wave walking at all, but surfing. Zhou's current flying altitude was not even 200 meters above the sea surface, which meant that as long as he was caught up, he would be within the attack range of the leviathan. There was no other way. Zhou could only use a floating factor to start raising his altitude to more than 700 meters. However, the leviathan was still not ready to let him go. The 6 insect legs suddenly released a shock wave towards the sea surface, and the sea surface suddenly exploded. The huge 200-meter body suddenly jumped up, and came to the 700-meter position in an instant. The 6 dark red steel claws on the insect legs popped out, and the grappling hook carried a dark red energy, and instantly chopped down at Zhou. Clang! A sharp metal collision sounded, and Zhou's body fell rapidly towards the sea surface below under the huge force, and a 3-centimeter deep claw mark was cut on the tungsten bone shield in his hand. Chapter 279. Plop! When Zhou was about to fall on the sea, he urgently changed his black crystal armor that was used to resist the impact back to the floating suit. When he was close to the sea surface, he glided a little distance to reduce the impact of the fall, so that he didn't fall on the sea surface. After entering the sea, Zhou didn't care about using the tungsten bone shield to resist the numb arm from the attack, and immediately dived deep. Although the wave-walking leviathan can walk on the sea surface, its body structure is obviously not able to swim in the sea water. Diving deep can get rid of the pursuit of the wave-walking leviathan. Boom! As soon as the leviathan landed on the sea, it seemed to sense something under the sea and jumped up again. The next moment, the sea surface that the leviathan had just occupied suddenly exploded, and a metal ram suddenly pierced out from under the sea. It was the transformed leviathan. The leviathan rotated its body again in the air, turned into a huge knife wheel and fell from the sky, hitting the metal ram of the transformed leviathan heavily. Clang! In an instant, iron filings and fire rain flew everywhere, and the 40-meter metal ram was directly cut in half. Zhou just surfaced from the sea in the distance and saw this scene. He immediately gestured to the phantom leviathan, telling it not to fight with the wave leviathan, and to quickly dive into the water and take him away. The phantom leviathan had a biological radar with a wide detection range. Zhou's every move was detected by the phantom leviathan. Although it was a little unconvinced, it immediately dived into the water, swam to Zhou, swallowed him into its mouth, and took him away from the head of the island. A minute later, the phantom leviathan returned to the tail of the island. Zhou swam out of the phantom leviathan's mouth and came to the back. Then he took out the tungsten bone shield and looked at it. There was a claw mark on the front of the shield that ran through the entire shield surface. The tungsten bone shield shell on the surface had been cut open, and even the shield fish fat inside that was used to reduce the impact force was destroyed. Then, Zhou looked at the horns on the phantom leviathan's head. Not only was the iron shell wrapped in the outer layer destroyed, but even the internal fighting horns were cut off and could not be repaired. This giant wave-riding leviathan is so powerful. The tungsten bone shield is Zhou's strongest defensive equipment at present, and it was almost destroyed with just one attack. Is it related to the dark red energy on the bone claws? Zhou didn't think that the 200-meter wave-riding leviathan could destroy the tungsten bone shield just by relying on the hardness of the bone claws. You have to know that the tungsten bone broadsword can even destroy the bones of the 10,000-meter tungsten spiral leviathan, so its hardness can be seen. So in Zhou's opinion, the tungsten bone shield was destroyed, and a big reason was the dark red energy wrapped around the bone claws. Humph, I will definitely kill it. The metamorphosis leviathan shook its head. The horn that had just been installed on its head was destroyed. It was very unhappy and angry, but it still believed that Zhou could kill the giant wave-riding leviathan. This This is really hard to deal with. Some creatures that the metamorphosis Leviathan couldn't beat before, even if Zhou couldn't kill them, he could still ensure his survival by relying on his equipment. But the giant wave-riding Leviathan could destroy the tungsten bone shield, which made Zhou a little afraid to provoke it. After all, the biggest life-saving reliance was gone. Zhou thought for a while on the back of the Transfiguration Leviathan, and decided to continue exploring from the tail of the island, but he had to avoid the 100-meter crocodile in the Tianqi Lake first. After that, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and took out 5 bone-through tungsten ingots and some shield fish fat from the locker, repaired the tungsten bone shield, and stepped onto the mudflat again. Before leaving, Zhou told the Transfiguration Leviathan that he could continue to catch small wave-riding Leviathans at the head of the island, but he didn't want to kill them directly, just half-death, and he also very seriously reminded him not to fight with a giant wave-riding Leviathan. This time Zhou did not go straight ahead, but prepared to explore from the left and right sides of the mountain to see if there were any more peculiar creatures or plants. Zhou first chose a road on the left side of the mountain, and once again relied on the toothed steel long knife to open up a route in the dense jungle. All the trees he cut on the way were converted into wood and stored in the deep blue treasure chest. When he advanced to about 1/3 of the entire island, Zhou discovered another peculiar plant. The plant was translucent throughout, with an overall height of only about 1 meter, no branches or leaves, and only a trunk as thick as a finger winding upwards. On the top of the trunk was a translucent sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. There were many of these plants on the way forward, one after another, just like weeds, so Zhou simply used the steel knife to cut off one, then picked it up with his hand to see if there was a system prompt. Ding! Get plastic X3. This plant is actually plastic? Zhou was a little surprised when he heard the prompt in his mind. He didn't expect that the plastic needed for the blood-drawing needle drawing was actually found here. Zhou then directly pulled up one with his hand, and pulled it with both hands. The material was indeed the same as plastic, so he began to collect large pieces. After a while, Zhou harvested a total of 10,000 pieces of plastic. Currently, he has no other needs except for the blood-drawing needle blueprint and deep-sea walker mecha blueprint, so these 10,000 pieces of plastic are enough. Moreover, for sustainable development, Zhou also preserve some intact plastic plants, and plan to try to plant them in the stomach wall space after returning. If the planting is successful, he can continue to obtain plastic in the future. Let's dig some soil here and take it back. In order to increase the success rate of plastic plant planting, Zhou also dug 10,000 pieces of land here, and put them into the deep blue treasure chest. After doing all this, Zhou continued to move forward. When he moved to the middle of the entire island, Zhou encountered another 40-meter-long Leviathan. Seeing the small Leviathan, Zhou's eyes lit up. After waiting for the 40-meter-long Leviathan to take the initiative to attack him, he directly took out the tungsten bone broadsword. The same method as before to deal with a 30-meter-long Leviathan, let them actively hit their 6 insect legs on the blade of the tungsten bone broadsword. The sharp tungsten bone sword directly cut off all the insect legs that hit the blade, leaving only a round flat body. The Leviathan lost its insect legs, and could not escape, so it could only be slaughtered by Zhou. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, and increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. Boom! Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou didn't have time to be happy before he noticed that the ground was shaking. Without even a trace of hesitation, he put away the black crystal armor on his body, turned around and ran towards the end of the island at a high speed. Chapter 280. This strong vibration, without looking, can be known that the giant wave-treading Leviathan is coming. Zhou actually has another little idea, which is to lead this giant wave-treading Leviathan to the Tianqi Lake of the 100-meter crocodile, and let the two giant beasts fight. He wants to see if he has a chance to reap the benefits. However, to Zhou's disappointment, the vibration behind him disappeared after chasing for a distance. Zhou speculated that it should be because the giant wave-treading Leviathan's speed on land is not as fast as its speed in the sea. After seeing that it could not catch up, it gave up directly. I should have run slower. There was no other way. Zhou was almost seriously injured by the giant wave-riding Leviathan not long ago. He was naturally a little afraid, so he didn't pay attention to the vibration changes behind. Forget it, I attract it again when I explore the right side of the island tomorrow. Zhou also discovered that there seemed to be some connection between the wave-riding Leviathans. Once a giant wave-riding Leviathan found its own kind dead, it would chase after them. Tomorrow, he only needed to kill another small wave-riding Leviathan, and he could find a way to attract the giant wave-riding Leviathan to the Tianqi Lake of the 100-meter crocodile. Today, it was almost evening, and Zhou Wen returned directly to the beach at the end of the island. Fortunately, the transformed Leviathan caught 2 more wave Leviathans. According to Zhou Wen's instructions, they were not killed, but were thrown half dead on the beach. Zhou Wen was not polite, and took out the tungsten bone sword to kill the 2 small wave Leviathans. The 3-dimensional attributes in the character attribute panel increased by 2 points again. After killing the 2 small wave Leviathans, Zhou Wen quickly came to the back of the transformed Leviathan, ready to run away at any time, but strangely, the giant wave Leviathan did not chase him this time. Is it because the distance is too far? The end of the island is about 10,000 meters away from the front of the island. After today's exploration, Zhou Wen preliminarily determined that the entire island is in the shape of a shuttle, narrow at the front and back and wide in the middle. There are 3 high mountains on the island. The peak at the end of the island is occupied by a 100-meter crocodile, and the peak at the front of the island is occupied by a wave-treading Leviathan. According to Zhou Wen's speculation, the peak in the middle should not be occupied by a large creature. Because Zhou Wen encountered a small wave-treading Leviathan when he walked to the middle of the island before, it means that it is already the territory of the wave-treading Leviathan. Even if there were large creatures before the peak in the middle, they may have been killed by the giant wave-treading Leviathan. As for whether there is a stronger giant creature living on the middle mountain, Zhou Wen thinks this is almost impossible, because if there is, there can be no other large creatures on the left and right mountains. The giant wave-riding Leviathan has a claw hook with dark red energy, and its lethality is extraordinary. Ordinary creatures of the same size are no match at all. Those who can survive the attack of the giant wave-riding Leviathan definitely have the ability to flatten the entire island. After waiting for a while, and confirming that the giant wave-riding Leviathan will not come over, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, and planted the whole plastic plant he had obtained before in 2 batches. One group planted the plants directly in a small planting box, and the other group planted the plants in a wooden barrel after digging the soil from the plastic plant's growing area. The 2 different planting methods were a comparative experiment to see if there was any correlation between the growth of the plastic plants and the soil in the growing area. After planting the plastic plants, Zhou Wen came to the back of the transformed Leviathan again, placed a few stone foundations, and started to make dinner. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian continued to do the pest control task today. In order not to delay their own schedule, the 2 only took 1 pest control task for other guilds every day. They did not get any special items today, and harvested a total of 40 steel ingots. Boss Zhou, today in the guild leader chat group, Xiao Teng proposed another offline gathering. Many guilds have agreed. Do we want to participate? Chen Xian sent a message. While waiting for dinner to be ready, the 3 of them had nothing to do, so they started talking about some things that happened today. This time, did you mention the specific reason for the offline gathering? Zhou Wen used a pair of long chopsticks to turn the fish fried in the iron pan, and sent a message to ask. I said that I wanted to discuss the distribution of mines. Recently, an item called or mining certificate has appeared on the market. After using it to clear the creatures occupying the mine, you can obtain the mining rights of a mine. Xiao Teng held an offline gathering to formulate a distribution plan with other guilds. Chen Xian said. Does he want to distribute the shares of each mine based on the strength of each guild? Zhou Wen asked. Yes, he said that directly initiating a duel between guilds would be too costly and would easily hurt the harmony between guilds, so he wanted to peacefully distribute the shares of the mine by competing in strength offline. Chen Xian replied. Very good, your strength is now 87 points, Jiang Hainao also has 94 points, you can definitely get the majority of the shares of each mine in this offline competition. By the way, this offline gathering, do you want to distribute the mine of that guild? Zhou Wen thought for a while and asked. The coal mine of He Yue, the president of the current market guild. Chen Xian replied. Just him? Anything else? There is also a coal mine of Xiao Teng, which he voluntarily gave out for distribution. It is also for this reason that most of the guild presidents in the chat group agree to hold an offline gathering. Okay, join. Coal mines are still very important. If Xiao Teng held this offline gathering just to divide up He Yue's coal mine, then it would be meaningless to Zhou Wen, because he also has the mining rights of that coal mine. Letting Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian attend is nothing more than transferring money from one hand to the other. Not only will there be no benefit, but it will also damage his interests because there are too many people to share. But Xiao Teng was also willing to give up a coal mine, so Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian could get more shares, so Zhou Wen naturally agreed. When will the offline party be held? Tomorrow, after the feeding phase of each Leviathan is over, Xiao Teng will use the insect removal coupon to clean up a Leviathan, and then go with the presidents of each guild. However, if the presidents of each guild want to bring their own people, they still need to use the Go With coupon. Tomorrow. I don't have time tomorrow. Zhou originally wanted to go over and play, but tomorrow he has to continue exploring the island, and he also has to find a way to kill the 100-meter crocodile and the giant wave-riding leviathan and obtain their supply boxes. Then I suggest that Zhao Teng change the time to the evening, which will not delay the leviathan's journey, and the presidents of other guilds should agree with my proposal. Chen Xian said. Okay, take me there tomorrow night. Chapter 281. After talking with Chen Xian, Zhou Wen's dinner was ready. He gave one portion to each of them, and ate the rest himself. After dinner, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, took out some materials from the locker, and then turned the blueprint to blood drawing needle drawing, clicked on make, and made the blood drawing needle directly. The blood drawing needle is very large, with a tube of 1 meter long and a diameter of 20 centimeters. It is made of glass, with a layer of steel skin on the surface. The internal piston is made of rubber, and the piston rod and piston handle are made of plastic. Zhou Wen thought that such a large needle should be used to draw blood from the Phantom Leviathan. After all, the blood of the Phantom Leviathan is equivalent to the power source for the Bladefish power device. Drawing blood with a blood-drawing needle will not cause too big a wound on the body of the Phantom Leviathan. However, Zhou Wen definitely does not need a blood-drawing needle at the moment. If he needs the blood of the Phantom Leviathan as the power source of the Bladefish, he can just buy it directly on the World Trading Channel. Anyway, the price is not expensive. Zhou Wen took a quick look at the blood-drawing needle. Although he didn't need it now, he might need it in the future, so he put it directly into the locker, then left the stomach wall space again and came to the back of the Phantom Leviathan. He slept outside again today. On the 57th day, Zhou Wen woke up from the wooden house, bought a breakfast on the World Communication Channel, and then fed the Phantom Leviathan. He went up to the beach again and began to explore along the right side of the island. He cut down trees in the same way as yesterday, but he didn't find any new special plants and animals on the road on the right side of the island today, but there were many bone-tongued lizards living there. The maximum length of the bone-tongued lizard is only 20 meters, and its attack power is not as strong as that of the steel-tooth cannon frog. Zhou Wen easily killed them in their nests, killing a total of 50 bone-tongued lizards, and found a silver-rimmed supply box in their nest. Ding! Get the bone-tongued lizard bone spur long sword blueprint. Ding! Get steel ingot X20. Zhou Wen used the blueprint directly and began to check the production requirements. Bone-tongued lizard bone spur long sword blueprint. Requires a few bone-tongued lizard bone spurs, iron ingot X3. Zhou Wen also had the materials in his hand, so he made one directly. The bone spur long sword is of moderate size, 1.5 meters long, 3 fingers wide, and weighs 100 kilograms. The sword body has a good balance and is a very good weapon. However, the material itself is a weapon made of 20-meter biological material, and the hardness of the sword body is not high enough. However, Zhou Wen did not plan to use them himself. He killed a total of 50 bone-tongued lizards. The materials of one bone-tongued lizard can be used to make 4 bone spur long swords. In total, there are 200 bone spur long swords, which can be directly handed over to the core members of the guild. Afterwards, Zhou Wen made all the bone spurs into bone spur long swords, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, 100 each. They can reward the extra bone spur long swords to guild members, or sell them directly. He does not care about this. It is up to them to make their own decisions. Next, Zhou Wen continued to explore forward, and slowly he came to the middle of the island again, but unlike yesterday, he had not yet encountered the treading wave leviathan. Zhou Wen stopped for a while, and did not wait for the small treading wave leviathan to appear. After hesitating for a while, he moved forward again. When he was almost at the foot of the third mountain on the island, he found that there were a lot of blood-colored vines growing on this mountain. These blood-colored vines had dark red lines on the surface, just like meridians. This is the blood vine, right? In the introduction of the treading wave leviathan, it is mentioned that the treading wave leviathan will plant blood vines, and the nutrients for the growth of blood vines are obtained by absorbing the blood of the mountain sea clam leviathan. Schwa! Zhou Wen cut the blood vines blocking the road in front of him with a knife, and continued to move forward. The purpose of his coming here today was to attract the giant treading wave leviathan out, so he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. After walking forward for a distance, there were more and more blood vines on the road, and they were getting denser and denser, almost covering the entire mountain. Fruit? Zhou Wen was walking forward when he suddenly saw a fist-sized blood-red fruit hanging on a blood-veined vine in front of him. The surface of the fruit was covered with dark red lines, just like the vine. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Zhou saw the black and red meridian lines on the blood-red fruit, he always felt that they were flowing slightly, which was somewhat similar to the dark red energy on the steel claws of the giant leviathan yesterday. Zhou was about to go forward and pick the blood-red fruit to take a look, but a 50-meter-long leviathan happened to come down from the mountain. Its target was obviously the blood-red fruit, but after discovering Zhou as an intruder, it immediately attacked Zhou. Zhou was quick-witted and rushed forward, picking the blood-red fruit directly and putting it into the deep blue treasure chest, then turned and ran. This place is a bit close to the third mountain peak. If the 50-meter-long leviathan is killed here, the giant leviathan will sense it and will definitely rush down the mountain directly, which will shorten the pulling distance between Zhou and the giant leviathan, which is a bit too dangerous. Therefore, Zhou ran to the middle of the island with the 50-meter-long leviathan hanging behind him, and then took out the tungsten bone sword to kill it. But because the 50-meter-long leviathan's insect legs were more than 3 meters in diameter, Zhou could not rely on the 3-meter-long tungsten bone sword to cut off all its insect legs at once as before, so it took some time to kill the leviathan. Ting! Kill a leviathan creature, and increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. Boom! Zhou just heard the system prompt sound in his mind, and on the third mountain, a huge monster ran towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was the giant leviathan. Zhou was looking for it today. In order to prevent the giant wave-riding leviathan from giving up the pursuit, he waited for a while in place. When he was about 500 meters away, he began to run towards the first mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy giants hitting the ground continued to come from behind, and the ground was always shaking. While Zhou was running, he would look back from time to time. If he saw that the distance was getting farther, he would reduce his speed slightly. If he saw that the distance was getting closer, he would put away his black crystal armor and replace it with knife and yellow belt fish scale armor to increase his speed. After a few minutes, Zhou finally ran to the Tianqi Lake on the first mountain, but he did not find the 100-meter crocodile in the lake. It should be lurking in the depths of the lake. The noise behind him was getting louder and louder, and the vibration of the ground was getting stronger and stronger. Zhou hesitated for a moment, put on the black crystal armor, and then sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to take him over if he found something wrong. Chapter 282. The giant wave-riding leviathan behind him was getting closer and closer. Zhou was ready and jumped into the lake. The giant wave-riding leviathan had also arrived at Tianqi Lake at this time. After discovering that Zhou had jumped into the water, it jumped directly to the place where Zhou had just fallen into the water. The huge steel claws on the insect's feet, which were nearly 10 meters long, slashed towards the underwater. Bang! The huge force hit the surface of the lake, splashing water and raising a wave. The originally quiet lake surface became noisy under this attack. A large number of finned flying fish jumped out of the lake, as if frightened, and glided down the mountain. A kind of salamander-like creature covered with metal shells crawled ashore from the lake and crawled deep into the jungle. In the middle of the Tianqi Lake, a huge shadow loomed underwater, swimming quickly towards the giant wave-treading leviathan. Boom! The next second, the lake surface under the giant wave-treading leviathan exploded, and the lake water was like a raised curtain. In an instant, the curtain was torn apart. In the splashing water and the exploding water mist, a huge mouth from the abyss bit out rapidly. It was the 100-meter giant crocodile. But the giant wave-treading leviathan seemed to have sensed it long ago. Before the 100-meter giant crocodile rushed out of the lake, it had already jumped up, avoiding this swift attack, and immediately rotated its body in the air, turning into a huge knife wheel, with dark red energy wrapped around the surface of the sharp steel claws, slashing down rapidly. Crack! The 100-meter-long crocodile's huge body, which was as strong as steel, was directly slashed by the giant wave-treading leviathan's blade wheel, leaving a hideous wound more than 30 meters long. If the giant wave-treading leviathan had not chopped vertically along the 100-meter-long crocodile's body, but had chopped horizontally, the 100-meter-long crocodile's body might have been cut in half. Roar! The 100-meter-long crocodile roared in pain, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the hideous wound on its back. The blood spurted out and fell like raindrops, splashing into the lake, and soon dyed the lake red. This is too fierce. One round of attack almost killed the 100-meter crocodile. Zhou surfaced on the lake far away from the two giant beasts, and observed the battle between the two beasts. Zhou originally wanted to let the 100-meter crocodile cause some damage to the giant wave-treading leviathan, so that he would have a chance to get into the giant wave-treading leviathan's body and kill it from the inside, but he didn't expect that the 100-meter crocodile was no match for the giant wave-treading leviathan. That's fine. After the giant wave-treading leviathan kills the 100-meter crocodile, I can also pick up a giant creature corpse that is 100 meters long. Seeing that the situation did not develop in the direction he expected, Zhou did not bother about it. Anyway, he would not lose anything. But just when Zhou was about to dive into the water, and was ready to use the system interface to steal the body of the 100-meter giant crocodile at any time, the 100-meter giant crocodile suddenly became ferocious and opened its big mouth to bite the giant wave-treading leviathan again. The giant wave-treading leviathan was still thinking about jumping up to avoid the attack, but its steel claws cut too deep into the body of the 100-meter giant crocodile, and it was difficult to pull it out for a while, and one of its insect legs was directly bitten by the abyss mouth of the 100-meter giant crocodile. Then, the 100-meter giant crocodile used the death roll and began to spin wildly. As its huge body rolled, the water in the entire Tianqi Lake was surging, forming layers of huge waves that hit the lakeshore. Good opportunity. Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He immediately put on a floating suit and used a floating factor to fly up from the lake. After rising to a certain height, Zhou took out a 2-steel-long knife, let the weight of his body exceed the upper limit of the floating suit, and directly opened his legs and arms, and rushed towards the huge body of the giant wave-riding leviathan. At this time, the giant wave-treading leviathan was bitten by the 100-meter giant crocodile, and the 100-meter giant crocodile also used the death roll, temporarily restricting the movement of the giant wave-treading leviathan. Zhou quickly landed on the giant wave-treading leviathan's huge body, like a basketball court by gliding. With a thought, his body changed into black crystal armor, took out the tungsten bone broadsword, and without wasting a moment, he began to swing the tungsten bone broadsword frantically to split the shell of the giant wave-treading leviathan. The hardness of the giant wave-treading leviathan's shell is similar to that of the star-falling leviathan's skull, but it is much thicker than the star-falling leviathan's skull. Zhou swung more than 20 times before splitting the shell. At this time, one of the insect legs of the giant wave-treading leviathan was also twisted off alive by the 100-meter giant crocodile using the death roll, and only 5 of the 6 insect legs were left. However, the 100-meter giant crocodile was not doing well either. During the death roll, it was constantly attacked by the giant wave-treading leviathan's claws, and the blood that flowed out almost dyed the entire lake red. After twisting off one insect leg, it was already dying, and soon died completely. Zhou didn't see all this, and he didn't care. The death of the 100-meter giant crocodile was exactly what he wanted, because at this time, he had successfully drilled into the giant wave-treading leviathan's body, and began to use the 2-steel-long knife to destroy the giant wave-treading leviathan's body tissue. The giant wave-treading leviathan didn't realize that Zhou had entered its body at first, and was still thinking about bringing the corpse of the 100-meter giant crocodile back to its own mountain, but gradually, it found that it was constantly feeling a stinging pain in its body, and the pain was getting worse and worse. The giant wave-treading leviathan began to frantically swing its insect legs, hitting the painful parts of its body, trying to shock Zhou to death directly, but Zhou's current physical fitness had reached 199 points, and he was wearing black crystal armor that reduced the impact force, so the giant wave-treading leviathan's attack was in vain, and could not hurt Zhou at all. But even so, Zhou wanted to completely kill the leviathan, but it was impossible in a short time, because the giant leviathan's body was too big, and Zhou didn't know where its brain was, so he could only destroy it aimlessly. The giant leviathan struggled from noon to afternoon, and died completely near dusk. Ding! Kill a leviathan creature, and increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. Zhou heard the system prompt sound in his mind, and then he knew that the giant leviathan was dead. He used the tungsten bone broadsword to cut a gap in the giant leviathan's shell again, and walked out of the gap with blood and broken meat on his body, holding a gold-rimmed supply box in his hand. Finally dead, Zhou exhaled a foul breath. He was exhausted from slashing inside the giant wave-riding leviathan. After a short rest, Zhou dived into the water, cut the body of the 100-meter giant crocodile into 2 halves, put them into the system interface, and found the nest of the 100-meter giant crocodile at the bottom of the center of the lake. Later, he found a silver-rimmed supply box inside. Today is really a fruitful day, haha. Zhou stood on the shore of Tianqi Lake, holding 2 newly acquired supply boxes in each hand, with a smile on his face. Chapter 283. After Zhou finished dissecting the corpse of the giant wave-riding leviathan, the sun was about to set, so Zhou hurried back to the beach at the end of the island and came to the back of the phantom leviathan. 2 supply boxes, which one should I open first? Zhou looked at the gold-rimmed supply box and the silver-rimmed supply box in front of him, and after a little hesitation, he decided to open the less rare silver-rimmed supply box first. Ding! Obtain the blueprint for the Hill Crocodile Scale Armor. Ding! Obtain the blueprint for the Hill Crocodile Tooth Bone Chopping Knife. Ding! Obtain the blueprint for the Blast Furnace. Blast Furnace Blueprint? 3 blueprints were opened in the silver-rimmed material box. The first 2 were exclusive blueprints for the Hill Crocodile. Zhou was not surprised, but the third blueprint for the Blast Furnace made him pay extra attention. Zhou used all 3 blueprints directly, and then checked the production requirements one by one. Hill Crocodile Scale Armor Blueprint. Requires Hill Crocodile Scale X20, Silk X100. Hill Crocodile Tooth Bone Chopping Knife Blueprint. Requires Hill Crocodile Tooth X1, Steel Ingot X3, Cloth Piece X3. Blast Furnace Blueprint. Requires Refractory Stone X500, Steel Ingot X50. Refractory Stone? Okay, I make it temporarily. Finding that the Blast Furnace could not make it, Zhou turned over the drawings and made 2 pieces of equipment exclusive to the Hill Crocodile, the Hill Crocodile Scale Armor and the Hill Crocodile Tooth Bone Chopping Knife. The Hill Crocodile Scale Armor is grayish-white all over, and the overall appearance is a humanoid crocodile, but without a tail. It weighs about 1,500 pounds. After testing, the defense is equivalent to that of the Black Crystal Armor, but it does not have the shock absorption effect of the Black Crystal Armor. The Hill Crocodile Tooth Bone Chopping Knife has a blade that is 4 meters long, wide in front and narrow in the back, and 1 meter wide at the thickest point. The blade is seriously unbalanced as a whole. After testing, the sharpness is equivalent to that of the 2 steel long knife, but the weight is 500 pounds. Given the serious imbalance of the entire knife, at least 150 points of strength are required to use it freely. The armor is not bad, but the weapons are not so good. Zhou said, as he made another crocodile scale armor, and sent it to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. After thinking about it, he made 2 tooth bone choppers, and gave them to the 2 people, to reward more important guild members, and put them in the equipment column as a killer. After looking at the items in the silver-rimmed supply box, Zhou then opened the gold-rimmed supply box. Ding! Obtain Blood Vein Worm Gene Potion X1. Ding! Blood Vein Worm Gene Potion. After using it, when eating blood vein fruit, you will get some extra energy from Leviathan creatures. Survivors with a physical fitness below 200 points will die after using it. Isn't the blood vein worm a symbiotic creature in the stomach wall space of the giant wave-riding Leviathan? This is actually its genetic medicine. When Zhou was destroying the giant Leviathan just now, he entered the stomach wall space of the giant Leviathan. There was a blood-red flesh worm inside, called the blood vein worm. Although the blood vein worm can release the same dark red energy as the Leviathan, it has no shell on its body for defense. After Zhou dodged the attack, he killed it with 1 knife and obtained a blood vein core from the corpse of the blood vein worm. By eating the blood vein fruit, you will get some extra energy from the Leviathan creature. What does this mean? Zhou thought about it, and vaguely guessed that this so-called energy was probably attribute points. After all, according to the biological illustrations, the meat of Leviathan creatures was basically not marked as edible, which means that the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures may need to be eaten in different ways to obtain attribute points. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, my physique has reached 200 points. I will know it naturally after using the blood vein worm gene potion. Before killing the giant wave-riding Leviathan, his physique was 199 points. After successfully killing the giant wave-riding Leviathan, it just reached 200 points. However, Zhou was not going to use the bloodworm gene potion for the time being. Because he had to attend an offline party held by Zhao Tong in the evening, if there were any side effects that the system did not warn him when using the gene potion, he would not be able to attend. So he put the bloodworm gene potion away first, and then checked the other items in the gold-rimmed supply box. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the Wavewalking Leviathan Wavewalking set. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the Metal Blood Claw Gloves. Ding! Get 1 characteristic stamp. Ding! Get the blueprint of a medium-sized planting box. These are all good stuff. After Zhou looked at the remaining items in the gold-rimmed supply box, he was stunned. Not to mention the 2 weapon equipment blueprints, just the characteristic stamp and medium-sized planting box blueprint are good enough. Zhou directly put the characteristic stamp in his deep blue treasure box, and then used all the remaining 3 blueprints to check what was needed for production. Leviathan Treading Ways Set Blueprint. Requires Leviathan Treading Leg Bristles X100, Silk X100, Golden Seaweed Fiber X100. Medium planting box blueprint. Requires wood X100, soil X100. Metal blood claw glove blueprint. Requires blood fruit seed X1, metal ingot X10, silk X10, bone silk X100. Why is there a metal ingot in the required materials for this metal blood claw glove blueprint? Does that mean that as long as it is a metal ingot, it can be used as a material? After reading the metal blood vein claw gloves blueprint, Joe felt that it was somewhat similar to the fishbone armor blueprint, both of which determine the upper limit of items based on the upper limit of the materials used. You need a blood vein fruit seed to make it, Joe murmured, and took out a blood red fruit from his deep blue treasure chest. This was picked from the blood vein vine before, and he didn't have time to check it at the time, so he put it into the deep blue treasure chest. Ding! Obtained 1 mountain clam leviathan blood veins fruit. Ding! Mountain clam leviathan blood veins fruit. Increases physical fitness by 10 points after consumption. Increases physical fitness by 10 points, not bad. After listening to the system prompt in his mind, Joe ate the mountain clam leviathan blood veins fruit directly. It didn't taste very good, with a bloody smell, but at the end, he could feel a little bit of sweetness. Ding! After eating the mountain clam leviathan blood veins, physical fitness plus 10. After eating the outer flesh of the blood veins fruit, there was still a grape-sized black fruit core left inside, which should be the seed of the blood veins fruit. Ding! Get blood vein fruit seed X1. Ding! Blood vein fruit seed grows by absorbing the flesh and blood of leviathan creatures, and condenses the corresponding leviathan creature fruit. It seems that this blood vein fruit is the key to obtaining the attribute points of leviathan creatures. I don't know if there are any more blood vein fruits on the third mountain. Joe looked at the blood vein fruit seed in his hand, and put it directly into the deep blue treasure box. He didn't use it to make blood vein claw gloves. After all, there is only one seed now. If the treading leviathan has eaten all the blood vein fruits on the mountain, he will only have this one seed. This seed is too important, and cannot be used casually. Just when Joe was about to make a set of wave-walking suits to see if he could walk on the water, Chen Xian sent a message. Boss Joe, the offline party is about to start. Zhao Tung has almost cleared the stomach wall space of a giant bone leviathan. Okay, I get ready and go over. Chapter 284. Hill crocodile body length, 150 meters. Weight, 8,000 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A crocodile that likes to live in fresh water. After biting its prey, it will roll its body wildly and break the prey's limbs. It is edible, its scales can be made into armor, and its teeth can be made into weapons. 150 meters? It seems that the one I encountered has not reached its maximum size yet. The hill crocodile Joe encountered was only about 110 meters, but it didn't matter. Anyway, regardless of size, the attribute points added by their meat were the same. Ding! Eat the hill crocodile meat, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, speed plus 5. Three-dimensional attributes have increased by 5 points, not bad. Joe sighed. Being about to attend the offline party, Joe had no time to cook the hill crocodile meat, so he could only eat it raw, and also sent a piece to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to temporarily improve their attributes. A few minutes later, Joe received an invitation from Chen Xian to go with him. He was wearing a dull colorful giant arapaima armor. After a burst of blue light, he appeared in the stomach wall space of a giant bone leviathan. In the center of the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan, there is a 10 by 10 meter stone platform built on a stone foundation. On the stone platform, there are many square tables, which are combined together to form a circle. Right above is a 5-meter diameter solar spherical worm, which should be used for lighting. At this time, blue light flashed continuously in the stomach wall space, and the presidents of various guilds arrived one after another. Some even used their companion vouchers to bring 10 guild members to come here to support. Since all the guild leaders are here, please take a seat. Dong Bo, the vice chairman of the Tingfei Guild, saw that the invited guild leaders had already arrived, so he walked to the stone platform and sat down first, then spoke loudly to the others. Where is Zhao Tung? Won't he come to the party he organized? Jiang Haitao, wearing a knife and yellow belt fish scale armor, stepped out of the stone platform, found a random seat and sat down, and asked in a somewhat unhappy tone. Yes, if President Zhao doesn't come, I'm afraid it will be difficult to discuss things. Chen Xian, wearing a swordfish armor, also walked onto the stone platform and found a place to sit. As a subordinate, Zhou could only stand behind Chen Xian. Haha, our boss Zhao has something to do. I will be fully responsible for the allocation of coal mine shares this time. Dong Bo's equipment was also changed. It was no longer the previous armor made of shells, but a red and white fish scale armor, which was worn by Zhao Teng before. Huh? Allocation? Isn't it just bullying the weak? It's a high-sounding way to say it. He Yue was wearing a suit of carbon scale armor, and his tone was very bad. After all, it was his coal mine that was assigned this time. Behind He Yue, there was another person, wearing a suit of crystal-like armor and holding a scimitar. Zhou Wen was very familiar with these two pieces of equipment. Wu Bing. Zhou Wen guessed in his heart that the only person who could possess these two pieces of equipment at the same time was Wu Bing, besides Zhou Wen. Did He Yue ask Wu Bing to come to support? The last time Wu Bing asked Zhou Wen to clean up the crystal mine together, Wu Bing obviously had some understanding of mining proof, and the way to understand it was probably from He Yue. After all, He Yue had leisure, and these Lone Rangers would definitely cooperate with leisure in order to speed up their own development. There is a certain connection. Hey, President He, please don't say such harsh words. A mine cannot be mined by your guild in a short time. Why don't we mine together? The speaker is Chung Yongming, the president of the Land Guild. Yes, if we also own a mine in the future, won't we also share it? You will also make a profit by then, so why not? The president of the Day-by-Day Guild, Tai Xiao, took over. I think it's useless to say these now. Let's listen to President Zhao Teng first, and see how he plans to distribute it. Zhou Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild, interrupted. As soon as this sentence came out, more than 30 guild presidents fell silent and looked at Dong Bo, who represented Zhao Teng. This is what our boss Zhao meant. Dong Bo cleared his throat and began to speak. Mining proof 10 people can participate. After clearing all the occupying creatures, 10 people will obtain mining rights, and each of them will invite 10 people to help mine again. Then a mine is equivalent to allowing 110 people to mine at the same time. Except for the 10 people who obtain mining rights, the 100 people who can be invited can be changed at will. Our boss Zhao means to treat these 100 invitations as a share of the mine. Of course, the strength of each guild is different, so it is impossible to divide it equally. Otherwise, if the strong guild is dissatisfied, it may directly obtain the mining rights through a duel. If this continues, each guild will be in danger. So, our boss Zhao has formulated a distribution plan. The top 3 guilds will take 60% of the share, which is 60 invitations. 30 places for the first place. 20 places for the second place. 10 places for the third place. For the remaining 40 places, 3 places for each guild from 4th to 6th place, and 2 places for each guild from 7th to 10th place. Finally, there are 23 places left. Each guild after 10th place will get 1 place. They will be distributed according to the ranking. If there are not enough places for the latter, then unfortunately, the latter rankings will not have any places. I wonder if the presidents have any objections to our boss Zhao's distribution plan. Dong Bo said, looking around and asking. All the guild leaders present agreed and raised no objections. Even He Yue did not refute, because there was no way to refute. There were only 33 guilds eligible to participate in the offline gathering this time. Zhao Teng's allocation method benefited all guilds. No one would support him if he refuted. Is the coal mine obtained by your Tingfei guild also allocated according to this plan? After a moment of silence, He Yue asked Dong Bo. Our guild has only obtained a mining certificate, and has not yet started the cleanup mission, so we cannot distribute it for the time being. Dong Bo replied. Oh, what you mean is that your Tingfei guild took the lead in not following the rules you set, right? He Yue sneered. He Yue, don't be shameless. We didn't kill everyone in your guild directly, which is already very merciful. Do you still want our guild share? Humph, who dares to take our guild share of the mine? Dong Bo stood up from his chair and looked down at the presidents of the medium-sized guilds. Do you dare to take it? The presidents of the medium-sized guilds that Dong Bo swept over turned their heads to avoid Dong Bo's gaze. How could these medium-sized guilds have the ability to challenge the Tingfei guild? I dare to take it. Jiang Haidao raised his hand and said calmly. Chapter 285. Dong Bo, who was originally arrogant, looked depressed after hearing Jiang Haidao's words, but after looking at Jiang Haidao, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared again. President Jiang, in fact, your guild and President Chen's guild can also not abide by this rule. I think other people should not have any objections either. Dong Bo said at the end, and looked at the presidents of those medium-sized guilds again. No one of the presidents of those medium-sized guilds really objected. Just kidding, who dared to object? Once they objected, they would offend the 3 major guilds at once, which was really courting death. You mean that your Tingfei, my Jiangge, and Chairman Chen's survivor can all not abide by this distribution rule? Jiang Haitao emphasized it. That's right. I wonder if Chairman Jiang is satisfied with this arrangement. Dong Bo thought Jiang Haitao would agree with this proposal, so a smile appeared on his face. Satisfied? I'm not satisfied at all. Jiang Haitao raised one hand and slammed it on the wooden table in front of him, smashing it directly. Why don't the second and third place winners follow the distribution rules? In my opinion, only the strongest can have privileges, that is, the first place winner cannot follow the rules. The second and third place winners should honestly take out their share of the mine. Jiang Haitao stood up suddenly, and his body turned into a yellow shadow in a trance, and appeared in front of Dong Bo, then stared at Dong Bo with an unquestionable tone and said, You. Jiang Haitao suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared Dong Bo and made him speechless for a while. Ha ha ha, well said. At this time, behind Dong Bo, in the direction of the digestive pool of the stomach wall space, next to a member of the Tingfei Guild, a burst of blue light flashed, and Zhao Teng led a man with red armor towards the gathering platform in the middle. Brother Jiang is right. This world respects strength. Naturally, the strong should take all. I agree with Brother Jiang's proposal. As Zhao Teng spoke, he had already arrived in front of the stone platform, but he did not walk up directly. Instead, he made a gesture of invitation to the red-armored man behind him. After the red-armored man walked onto the stone platform, he followed him onto the stone platform. You can't even handle a small matter. Get out of here. Zhao Teng came to Dong Bo and shouted. Yes, Boss Zhao. Dong Bo lowered his head, ended his journey, and disappeared in a blue light. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I was really busy before, because the creatures that needed to be cleared for the coal mining certificate were a bit troublesome, so I spent a lot of effort. Look, I came here right after the clearing was completed. I just didn't expect Dong Bo to dare to make a decision on his own. My original intention was to treat all guilds equally, and all of them should distribute the mines they obtained. After all, we are all guilds, and it would affect the harmony if we differentiate ourselves. He tampered with it without authorization, which also made our Tingfei Guild lose its credibility. Don't worry, I will punish him severely after I return. After Zhao Teng said these words to the other guild presidents, he looked at Jiang Haitao on the side. However, what President Jiang said is also reasonable. The strongest guild should enjoy some privileges. Since I am the organizer of this offline gathering, Zhao will make this decision boldly. According to what President Jiang said, the guild that wins the first place in this competition will have the privilege of not allocating its own mine. I wonder if all the guild leaders agree with President Jiang's proposal. Zhao Teng asked the guild leaders, with a friendly smile on his face. What could the guild leaders of the medium-sized guild say? They could only smile and nod in agreement, but they were a little dissatisfied with Jiang Haitao. Zhao Teng was supposed to distribute the profits equally, so that they could get more shares, but Jiang Haitao proposed that the first place would have privileges, so they would have one less mine quota. This Zhao Teng is playing tricks again. Zhou Wen looked at Zhao Teng's actions, and said indifferently. Dong Bo's previous proposal that the three guilds have privileges was actually Zhao Teng's idea, but Zhao Teng could not guarantee whether Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian would agree. Although all three guilds would benefit from this privilege, he was not sure about Jiang Haitao's nervous personality. Therefore, in order not to embarrass himself in front of the guild members, Zhao Teng asked Dong Bo to propose that if Jiang Haitao really opposed it, he could come out like he is now, defend himself, and then transfer the dissatisfaction of the medium-sized guild to Jiang Haitao. However, Zhao Teng did not take advantage of the situation to further pursue Jiang Haitao's proposal that the first-place winner should have special privileges. He should be more confident that he would win the first place in this guild competition, so he did not expand the topic of special privileges too much. Zhou Wen thought of this and looked at the red-armored man, who had been silent since he sat down. This red-armored man should be Zhao Teng's confidence. Wait, I think the previous rule of President Zhao is better. All guilds are treated equally. Ignore the proposal just now. Jiang Haitao suddenly spoke quickly and nervously, then he found an empty seat and sat down, and stopped talking. This? Zhao Teng was stunned for a moment, and the presidents of other medium-sized guilds were also puzzled. Jiang Haitao was jumping around here and there. What was he doing? Nervous. This was the voice of all the guild presidents present. Brother John's proposal is actually quite good. It's okay for the first place to have some privileges. Didn't everyone agree? Zhao Teng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, and looked at the red-armored man on his side. That was your suggestion. It has nothing to do with me now. I think it's better to treat everyone equally. Jiang Haitao said, and quickly glanced in the direction of the red-armored man, looking a little timid. The first place gets the privilege. There is no reason in this world for the strong to give their things to the weak. Let's start the guild competition quickly. Just when Zhao Tong was still hesitating about how to communicate with Jiang Haitao, the red-armored man who had been silent spoke up and made a decision for Zhao Tong. Well, okay, let's start the competition. Zhao Tong no longer bothered about the name. Anyway, their guild won the first place, and the benefits they gained must be much greater than the reputation they lost. The main reason is that their guild doesn't have a good reputation now, so they don't care much. Next, the 30 guilds will fight each other. For this reason, Zhao Tong also vacated the stone platform used for meetings, and used it as a competition arena for the guild leaders of each guild. The reason why there are only 30 guilds is that the 3 major guilds of Tingfei, Jiangge, and Survivor are not included. The strength of these 3 guilds can be said to be unquestionably strong. Tyrant Jiang Haitao and Giant Beast Hunter Chen Xian, these titles are not called for nothing. These 30 guilds only need to earn 4th to 10th place. Everyone has a share of the 11th to 33rd place, so there is basically no need to earn. Chapter 286. After a while, the ranking of the guilds from 4th to 10th place was announced. He Yue won the 4th place, but it was thanks to Wu Bing. Wu Bing was equipped with 30-meter biological material equipment, and the crystal shrimp was a relatively special creature. The equipment made was stronger than the general 30-meter biological material. Among the guilds below the 3 major guilds, the strength shown was a gap. The 5th place was Wu Junyang. The Leviathan Guild was a large guild before. Although it can no longer keep up with the 3 major guilds, it still has a certain strength. The 6th place is Cheng Yongming, the 7th is Tai Xiu, and the 8th to 10th place are all medium-sized guilds with much weaker strength. Okay, the others have finished their competitions, and it's time for the competition between our 3 major guilds to begin. Zhao Tong looked at Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian confidently, as if asking who of them would challenge first. President Jiang, please go first. Chen Xian made a gesture to Jiang Haitao and said, okay, I go first. Jiang Haitao said, and jumped directly onto the stone platform. The scales of the razor-finned yellow-belt fish on his body suddenly changed, and a crocodile armor appeared on his body, and the whole person looked like a human crocodile. Jiang Haitao's strength has now reached 99 points, and he can barely move freely in the 1,500 Jean Hill crocodile scale armor. Zhao Tong saw the crocodile armor on Jiang Haitao's body, and his expression changed, because just by looking at the material of the crocodile armor, he could roughly know that this set of armor was extraordinary. He looked at the red-armored man beside him with some concern. No matter how good the armor is, it must have its own attributes to support the weight in order to fully exert its combat power. The red-armored man was somewhat disdainful. After saying this, he jumped directly onto the stone platform. With a flip of his palm, a 2-steel long knife appeared in his hand. With a 2-steel long knife, is this guy the one with an intelligence of 12 points on Zhao Tong's side? Zhou Wen was not surprised to see the red-armored man take out the 2-steel long knife. After all, Zhao Tong also began to accept the task of helping other guilds to eliminate insects. It was normal to get a 2-steel long knife, and he might even get the blueprint of the 2-steel long knife. Jiang Haitao saw the other party take out the 2-steel long knife, and his originally relaxed expression became solemn. He knew the sharpness of the 2-steel long knife, and he had no equipment to resist it at the moment. If possible, kill him. Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao through the system interface, and also sent him a tungsten bone shield and a meteorite burst injection, but specifically reminded him that the meteorite burst injection could only be injected into the thigh, not other places. Jiang Haitao received the item sent by Zhou Wen, and also knew that the tungsten bone shield could resist the attack of the 2-steel long knife, so he immediately had no scruples. With a thought, a 2-steel long knife appeared in his hand. 2 identical weapons? What kind of weapons are these? Why haven't I seen them before? Some medium-sized guild leaders became curious when they saw that the 2 large guilds were using equipment they had never seen before. I don't know, but since the people from the 2 major guilds are using them, this weapon must be extraordinary. Many guild leaders were in a state of confusion after seeing the 2-steel long sword. The competition begins. As soon as the Zhao Teng guild member finished speaking, the 2 people on the stage turned into 2 figures, one red and one gray, and instantly collided in the center of the stage. The 2 2-steel long swords crossed and slashed forward from the left and right, and then collided heavily, making an extremely harsh metal collision sound. Jiang Haitao's arm trembled slightly, and his strength was at a disadvantage, but relying on his higher physique, he could easily withstand the impact of the red-armored man's attack. The red armored man made a slight puzzled sound, obviously not expecting that Jiang Haitao's strength was not much worse than his. Clang, clang, clang. Then, the two of them kept swinging the two steel long swords at a very fast speed on the ring. The two steel long swords collided again and again, emitting countless sparks. Because the collision of the two steel long swords was too harsh, many guild presidents gradually moved away from the ring. In fact, the main reason was that they were worried that the two people above would suddenly rush down to attack them. There was no way they could show too terrifying strength. If they really attacked them, they would have no chance to disband their companions. Zhou Wen also moved away from the ring. He really felt that the sound of two long steel knives colliding was too harsh, like the sound of a hard object scratching glass. The red-armored man on the ring was getting more and more frightened as he fought with Jiang Haitao. Although Jiang Haitao's strength was somewhat different from his, he could feel that the opponent's physique was much better than his, and he could not defeat Jiang Haitao in a short time. After a little hesitation, the red-armored man directly bit the red seaweed that he had been holding in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it into his stomach. Suddenly, a force filled his body. Clang! The two tough steel long swords collided again, but this time Jiang Haitao's tough steel long sword almost slipped out of his hand. If he hadn't reacted quickly, and put it into the equipment bar in time, his tough steel long sword would have been chopped off. Strength increased? Did he eat something? Zhou Wen's face changed. The red-armored man's strength couldn't have suddenly increased for no reason. He must have eaten something to increase his strength. Zhou Wen roughly calculated that the red-armored man's strength should have been 105 points before, but now it should have reached 115 points, directly increasing his strength by 10 points. In the ring, Jiang Haitao put the two steel long knife into his equipment column to prevent it from falling out of his hand, but this also meant that he temporarily lost his means of defense. The red-armored man seized this rare opportunity, and pushed the two steel long knife in his hand. As long as he could push the sharp blade into the opponent's body, he could easily cut through the armor on the surface of the body, and cause serious damage. Bang! Just when the red-armored man thought he was going to succeed, a black shield appeared in front of Jiang Haitao, and the black shield easily blocked the attack of the two steel long knife. How is it possible? The red-armored man exclaimed in disbelief. He had not expected that the other party actually had a shield that could block the two steel long knife. Jiang Haitao seized the moment when the other party was surprised, took out the two steel long knife with his other hand, raised the tungsten bone shield in his hand, and rushed forward, pushing the red-armored man's two steel long knife away, and then swung his own two steel long knife. The red-armored man immediately recovered from the shock and quickly retreated. He did not have a shield that could resist the two steel long knife. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured. As soon as the red-armored man began to retreat, Jiang Haitao immediately put away his armor, and then a small needle appeared in his hand, which he directly pierced into his thigh, and the dark red medicine in the needle was injected into his body. The next second, Jiang Haitao felt as if his whole body was burning, and a force gushed out of his body, and then he remembered the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Use intramuscular injection of meteorite explosion potion, strength plus 20, duration of 10 minutes. Chapter 287. Jiang Haitao's strength increased directly to 119 points, and the hill crocodile armor on his body became much lighter. He put away the tungsten bone shield in his hand, rushed to the front of the red-armored man, and slashed at the red-armored man with the two steel long knife in his hand. Because Jiang Haitao hid behind the tungsten bone shield when he injected the injection just now, the red-armored man didn't know what Jiang Haitao did, but based on the sudden increase in speed, he could probably guess that Jiang Haitao should have used some kind of item to increase his strength. However, the red-armored man did not think that Jiang Haitao's strength could surpass his. After all, the red vein seaweed he used could increase his strength by 10 points and last for 10 minutes. It was twice as much as the stimulation capsules on the market that could only increase 5 points of strength. Even the relatively rare boiling blood coral powder only increased 5 points of strength and 5 points of speed, which was impossible to compare with the red vein seaweed he found. Clang! The two steel long knives collided again, and the sound was even more piercing. But this time the red-armored man's arm holding the two steel long knife was knocked back a short distance by Jiang Haitao's two steel long knife, and the red-armored man fell into a disadvantage. Impossible! The red-armored man exclaimed. He had actually prepared for Jiang Haitao to also increase his strength by 10 points. After all, Jiang Haitao had just taken out a shield that could resist the two steel long knife, so it was not surprising to have something that could increase his strength by 10 points. But even so, he still had the advantage in strength. But what he never expected was that Jiang Haitao's strength actually exceeded it. You know, his current strength has reached 115 points. The fact that he could feel pressure meant that his strength had reached 120 points. After several rounds of fighting between the Red Armored Man and Jiang Haitao, they could roughly estimate Jiang Haitao's strength, which was about 100 points, but now it has increased to 120 points, a full 20 points of strength increase. What does 20 points of strength mean? With the current strength of the Red Armored Man, there is no pressure to hunt a 50-meter large creature, and the strength that can be increased by each large creature is about 2 or 3 points. 20 points of strength is equivalent to the meat of 7 or 8 50-meter large creatures. Next, Jiang Haitao relied on his own strength advantage to attack the Red Armored Man crazily. The Red Armored Man's physique was not as high as Jiang Haitao's, and the difference in strength gradually became apparent in the continuous attack. After the two fought each other for 7 or 8 minutes, the Red Armored Man was completely at a disadvantage, and was constantly suppressed by Jiang Haitao, and the Red Armored Man's increased time was about to end. Xiao Ting, who was standing below the ring watching the fight, had gone from being full of confidence at the beginning to being full of astonishment, because the last time Jiang Haitao helped him get rid of insects, his strength was still around 55 points, and the gap with him was not big. It has only been more than 10 days, and he has reached a level comparable to the strength of the person behind him. The Red Armored Man was named Wanlong. When Zhao Teng was still in the Sea of Birth, Wanlong had already entered the Deep Blue Sea. The dual ticket that killed Wang Xian, the leader of the #1 in the World Guild, was given by Wanlong. In Zhao Teng's opinion, Wanlong's strength was extremely terrifying. Some of the equipment made of large biological materials for their guild members were provided by Wanlong, and Wanlong would not interfere too much in the affairs of the Tingfei Guild. He only needed to use the guild's collection ability to provide logistics for Wanlong. Zhao Teng thought that relying on Wanlong, his Tingfei Guild would be the well-deserved first place, but he didn't expect that Jiang Haitao's strength would be improved so much, and after the injection, his strength directly surpassed Wanlong. Clang! Caw! Just when Zhao Teng was still thinking about it, Wanlong on the stage entered a weak period because the red vein seaweed amplification time ended. Under the impact of the huge force, the two-steel long knife in his hand was chopped off by Jiang Haitao and directly inserted into the stone foundation. Jiang Haitao still remembered Zhou Wen's words, to kill the Red Armored Man in front of him as much as possible, so after the opponent's weapon fell out of his hand, he did not stop attacking, but took a step forward and stabbed the Red Armored Man's heart with the two-steel long knife in his hand. Bang! However, Wanlong's armor suddenly changed to a scale steel breastplate, and Jiang Haitao's two-steel long knife stabbed it, but the tip of the knife only penetrated half a centimeter, but could not penetrate the scale steel breastplate. Wanlong also took advantage of the power of Jiang Haitao's stabbing, and quickly retreated to the place where his two-steel long knife fell. After reaching out to put away the two-steel long knife, his figure turned into a blue light and disappeared. After Jiang Haitao found that his attack was blocked by the scale steel breastplate, he quickly chased and attacked Wanlong's head, but when the blade was about to hit him, Wanlong's body had turned into blue light and disappeared. The knife hit the stone platform, cutting a 3-meter-long cut on the stone platform. Escaped? Jiang Haitao paused slightly, turned his head, and looked at Zhao Teng. President Zhao, your people ran away. Did I win this competition? Haha, then of course Brother Jiang won. Brother Jiang's strength has improved so fast. Zhao Teng walked onto the stage enthusiastically and announced Jiang Haitao's victory. I wonder if you still have the injection that Brother Jiang used just now. Don't worry, you can name the price, Brother Jiang. I just hope you can trade me one. Zhao Teng received Wanlong's instruction and hoped to get an injection that could increase Jiang Haitao's strength by 20 points at any cost. In Wanlong's view, an injection that could increase strength by 20 points could be used as a powerful life-saving trump card. No, I got it by chance during a pest control. I only have one, and I just used it. Jiang Haitao said this loudly, and everyone present could hear it. Jiang Haitao did it on purpose, in order to let the presidents of those medium-sized guilds hear it, so that they would know that there were many good things in the pest control material box, and stimulate their enthusiasm to use the pest control coupon. So it was obtained by pest control. Is it the Leviathan? Zhao Teng didn't know whether what Jiang Haitao said was true or not, but he still asked. Heh, do you think I will tell you? Jiang Haitao said this and walked down the stage, but he staggered as soon as he got off the stage. The amplification time of the meteorite burst injection ended, and he entered a weak state. Jiang Haitao simply placed a stone foundation on the spot and sat on it, waiting to determine the specific ranking of the 3 major guilds. He was wearing the hill crocodile armor, so even if he was weak, he didn't have to worry about being attacked by others. In addition, He had a tungsten bone shield, so even if Zhao Teng attacked him with a 2-steel-long knife, he could block the attack in time and then leave. Chapter 288. President Zhao, we have all seen the strength of President Jiang. I don't think I am his opponent, so I won't compete with him for the first place. Chen Xian walked up to Zhao Teng and said, let's divide the second and third places between our two guilds. Chen Xian said, and walked directly to the ring, and then said to Zhao Teng again, President Zhao, are you going to compete by yourself, or ask someone from your guild to compete? I do it myself. The strongest person on Zhao Teng's side is Wan Long, and the second is himself. As soon as Zhao Teng finished speaking, a set of pure golden fish scale armor appeared on his body, which looked particularly eye-catching. After he stepped onto the ring, a red curved axe made of shrimp claws appeared in his hand. Zhao Teng's current strength is 75 points, and the golden scale armor on his body is made of 50-meter biological materials, and the weapon in his hand is made of 60-meter biological claws. He doesn't think he will lose to Chen Xian. Although Chen Xian has the title of Giant Beast Hunter, it was a long time ago. Recently, the longest biological meat sold by Chen Xian is only 50-meter shield fish meat, and the illustrated information of these creatures is the maximum volume, which does not mean that Chen Xian can really kill a 50-meter large creature. Chen Xian saw that Zhao Teng did not take out the 2-steel-long sword, which meant that the red-armored man did not give him one, so she did not use the 2-steel-long sword. With a thought, a swordfish great sword appeared in her hand. The competition begins. The members of Zhao Teng's guild announced the start. Chen Xian rushed directly in front of Zhao Teng at a very fast speed, and then swung the swordfish great sword. Zhao Teng was slightly surprised by Chen Xian's speed, and immediately swung the axe in his hand to compete with it. Crack! The moment the axe met the swordfish great sword, it was easily cut into the axe blade by the swordfish great sword, and then the axe body was cut open. The axe was easily destroyed in the first round of the battle. Such an amazing scene scared Zhao Teng. This was his strongest weapon at the moment, but he didn't expect it to be damaged at the beginning. I give up! Zhao Teng immediately gave up. There was no way his weapon was destroyed. This competition would definitely not continue. In this way, the rankings of the three major guilds were also determined. Brother Jiang ranked first, Survivor ranked second, and Tingfei ranked third. Tingfei guild only won the third place, which made Zhao Teng feel very bad. This time he spent so much money to hold an offline party. The purpose was to show his strong strength to deter other guilds, so that they would obediently take out the mines for distribution in the future. Unexpectedly, Zhao Teng's strength far exceeded his expectations, and he also had a strange injection that could increase his strength by 20 points. Even his boss behind the scenes, Wan Long, was defeated. He thought that with his own strength and equipment, he could get a second place, but as soon as he came up, his weapon was chopped into pieces by Chen Xian. This offline party was really a loss. He didn't get any benefits, and he had to distribute the mines he got in the future. Thank you all for coming to support Zhao's offline party. Now the rankings of various guilds have been determined. It's getting late. All the guild leaders can end their trip and go back to rest. Zhao Teng forced a smile on his face and said to the guild presidents, as for the specific distribution of the shares of the two coal mines, let's discuss it in the guild president chat group tomorrow. After Zhao Teng finished speaking, he was about to leave, but was stopped by Cheng Yongming. President Zhao, please wait a moment. Cheng Yongming and the presidents of the medium-sized guild seemed to have something to discuss with the three major guilds. They not only stopped Zhao Teng, but also Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Do you have anything else to say? Zhao Teng frowned slightly. He was in a bad mood, so his tone was a bit unfriendly. It's like this. Recently, a survivor named Yang Xian entered the body of a carnivorous leviathan in the World Communication Channel. We discussed it, and wanted to let the people in our guild enter the body of a carnivorous leviathan. Cheng Yongming saw that Zhao Teng was in a bad mood, so he went straight to the point. Use the method discussed by the survivors in the World Communication Channel? Chen Xian asked. Yes, using insect removal coupons to attract carnivorous leviathan to eat the transformed leviathan is indeed feasible and relatively safe, so we want our guild members to implement it. Cheng Yongming continued. But only the three guild leaders can deal with the strange situations in the stomach wall space of the leviathan, so we want to ask the three guild leaders if they can help? The question Cheng Yongming asked seemed to be nonsense, because the three major guilds are now taking on the task of helping other guilds to remove insects every day, and there is no reason not to help. But in fact, the two properties are completely different. If you let your guild members enter the carnivorous leviathan, you can easily obtain a large amount of large biological meat, thereby rapidly improving the strength of the entire guild. Such a rapid improvement in strength may threaten the status of the three major guilds, so in the eyes of these medium-sized guilds, the three major guilds may not necessarily help in order to maintain their own status. After all, in this world, strength is everything. This, Brother Jiang, what do you think of President Chen? Zhao Teng naturally didn't want to help, but his opinion alone didn't count. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian also needed to agree with him, so he didn't make a decision directly. You can help, but the number of people should be limited. For now, each guild can only have one person. Chen Xian said after thinking for a while. Thank you so much, President Chen. Cheng Yongming was overjoyed when he heard Chen Xian's words. As long as one of the three guild presidents was willing to help, it would be fine, because helping would definitely be rewarded, and the other two guilds would not let Chen Xian earn the reward alone, so they would also join. Thank you, President Jiang and President Zhao. Cheng Yongming thanked Jiang Haitao and Zhao Teng again. Humph. Jiang Haitao snorted coldly, pretending to be very unhappy, and ended the journey directly, and turned into a blue light and disappeared. Zhao Teng didn't say anything. This result was not what he wanted, but there was no other way. He could only talk to Chen Xian privately later to see if he could change her mind. Then, he also ended the journey and disappeared into the stomach wall space of the giant bone Leviathan. Afterwards, Zhou Wen also ended the journey, and returned to his own phantom Leviathan. He went to the offline gathering this time, because he was afraid that the people behind Zhao Teng were too powerful. If Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian couldn't deal with him, he could help as a guild member to maximize the benefits. Of course, like now, he can maximize the benefits without taking action, which is naturally the best. Jiang Haitao won the first place, and the mines he obtained in the future do not need to be distributed. Then Chen Xian can give her mining certificate to Jiang Haitao for use, so that there will never be a need to distribute mine quotas to others. Chapter 289. Soon after Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, he received a private message from He Yue. In the private message, He Yue informed Zhou Wen that he had lost his share of the coal mine. Zhou Wen expressed his understanding. After all, they were the three major guilds, and He Yue was powerless to compete. In addition, Zhao Teng also benefited other medium-sized guilds, so He Yue had no chance to resist. I will transfer my coal mining certificate to you, Zhou Wen said, and directly sent his coal mining certificate to He Yue, and let He Yue handle the 10 invitations on his own. Okay. He Yue accepted the coal mining certificate. After such a long time of contact, he also roughly understood that Zhou Wen was a person who liked to hide and did not like to appear in public. Naturally, he would not personally hand over these 10 invitation quotas to those large guilds. We won the 4th place in this guild competition and have 6 coal mining quotas. In addition to the 10 fixed quotas, there are a total of 16 quotas. If you need coal mines in the future, you can come to me directly, He Yue said. Yes, thank you, Zhou Wen said politely, and ended the conversation with He Yue. Today is the evening of the 57th day. The watermelons planted by the guild members are ripe, so Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to harvest the watermelons tomorrow morning. Forget it now, it's too late and many guild members are sleeping, so I won't disturb them. Next, Zhou Wen didn't feel sleepy, so he took out the blood core obtained from the bloodworm. Ding, blood vein core. After using, you can obtain blood vein characteristics. When the blood vein characteristics are activated, you can add the blood vein energy in your body to weapons made of blood vein seeds, and destroy all objects without energy protection. Destroy all objects without energy protection? After reading the introduction of the blood vein core, Zhou Wen had a look of doubt on his face. The blood vein energy is not as strong as described in the introduction, right? Zhou Wen had previously taken on an attack from a giant wave-riding Leviathan, with blood vein energy wrapped around its steel claws. Although the surface shell of the tungsten bone shield was destroyed, it did resist the attack. Is it because the hardness of the giant wave-riding Leviathan's steel claws is not high enough? After thinking carefully, Zhou Wen thought of this possibility. The destructive power of blood energy may also be related to the material of the weapon. Forget it, let's make the blood stamp first. Thinking more is just speculation. Zhou Wen decided to put the blood characteristics first, so he took the blood core and characteristic stamp in his hands, and then the system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding, you already have the characteristic steel seal. Do you want to engrave the blood core? Engrave. This is the 3rd time Zhou Wen has engraved the characteristics, and he has long been accustomed to it. The blood core and characteristic steel seal in his hand flew into the air, and the blood core emitted dark red energy, which gradually condensed into a large blood-red flesh worm. The transparent characteristic steel seal began to absorb the dark red energy, and gradually the transparent characteristic steel seal was dyed red, until all the energy was absorbed, and the characteristic steel seal turned dark red. Ding! The blood vein steel seal has been engraved. After using it, you will gain the blood vein characteristics. Do you want to use it? Use it. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, the system interface automatically opened, just like when he had marked other characteristics before, and his character attribute panel popped up. Then the character attribute panel gradually enlarged, and the blood vein steel seal floating in the air released dark red energy, transformed into a big meat worm, and crashed into the character attribute panel. After the big meat worm crashed into the character attribute panel, the dark red energy was quickly absorbed into the blood vein steel seal, and then a blood vein worm pattern was printed behind Zhou's strength attribute. Zhou, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter +6, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 15. Strength, 123.5 burning attribute. Blood vein attribute constitution, 216 tungsten gold attribute speed, 110. Evaluation, a Superman who doesn't train his legs. Blood vein worm gene potion only requires 200 points of constitution to use. My current constitution is 216 points, so it should be fine. After Zhou looked at his current character attribute panel, he took out the blood vein worm gene potion from the gold-rimmed supply box. The gene medicine was contained in a fist-sized transparent crystal bottle, and the liquid was dark red. Zhou opened the cap of the crystal bottle, and a strong smell of blood penetrated into his nose and rushed straight to the top of his head, making his head a little dizzy. He really didn't like this smell. However, Zhou still gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and poured the whole bottle of gene medicine into his mouth. In an instant, a sweet and fishy smell filled his mouth, making Zhou feel nauseous, but fortunately the medicine had been poured into his stomach. It seems like you don't feel anything? Zhou took a sip of mineral water to dilute the bloody taste in his mouth, and then carefully felt his state after drinking the bloodworm gene potion. Just when Zhou thought that the bloodworm gene potion would not have much impact on his body, suddenly, a dark red energy appeared all over his body, and then his muscles, meridians, and bones all felt tearing pain, which was 100 times more painful than the injury he suffered from the meteoric Leviathan before. Zhou almost forgot to breathe due to the pain all over his body. With 15 points of intelligence and strong mental strength, he finally fainted from the pain. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the 58th day. He was awakened by the private messages sent by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. This hurts too much. Zhou got up from the ground. When he recalled the suffocating pain last night, his body shook involuntarily, and he even felt a faint phantom pain. At this time, his body no longer felt pain. Zhou took out a wooden chair and sat on it. After calming down a little, he opened the private message to check the message. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent a message asking Zhou how to deal with the 123 tons of watermelons that were collected. Currently, the two of them still have bamboo sea mushrooms as food to accelerate the growth of the transmogrified Leviathan, and they still don't need watermelons. So Zhou still asked them to reward the watermelons to the core members of the guild to accelerate the growth of these guild members' transmogrified Leviathans. After replying to the message, Zhou opened his character attribute panel to see if there was any change in his character panel after using the bloodworm gene potion. After a quick look, the attributes did not change at all, except that there was an extra bracket behind the name box, with the words bloodworm gene written in the bracket. Knowing that the bloodworm gene potion had been used successfully, Zhou closed the character attribute panel. The specific effect of the bloodworm gene needed to be verified by finding another blood fruit to eat, which was not something he could do in a hurry. So he began to inspect the stomach wall space and feed the transformed Leviathan. After feeding, Zhou left the stomach wall space and stepped onto the island's beach again. Today, he would clean up the entire island and kill all the creatures that could be killed. If there were no overly large individuals in the population of Leviathan, Zhou would exterminate them today and look for other blood vein fruits. Chapter 290. After Zhou arrived on the island, he followed the route he had taken on the first day and came to the Tianqi Lake on the first mountain. At this time, the hill crocodiles in the lake were dead, and no creatures could threaten him. Plop! Wearing a lightweight razor-finned yellow-banded fish scale armor, Zhou jumped into the lake and searched underwater for the salamander-like creature with a metal shell that he had seen yesterday. After searching for just over 10 minutes, a salamander-like creature underwater took Zhou as prey and presented itself to him. Then Zhou killed it by chopping open its head with a long steel knife. Ironclad salamander, body length 20 meters. Weight 35 tons. Food type meat, iron ore. Introduction. A salamander that lives on the mountain sea clam leviathan. It has a hard iron shell on its body, which has amazing defensive power. It is edible, and can be used to make armor. After that, Joe kept looking for ironclad salamanders in Tianchi Lake, and occasionally caught a fin flying fish. It took Joe a morning to kill all the ironclad salamanders, a total of 20, and caught 5 fin flying fish, and also found the nest of the ironclad salamanders. The ironclad salamander's nest is in a cave full of iron ore. Joe found a silver-rimmed supply box inside, but there was only one blueprint in the supply box. Ding! Get the ironclad salamander iron shell armor blueprint. Joe directly used the blueprint to check the production requirements. Ironclad salamander iron shell armor blueprint requires ironclad salamander iron shell X10, cloth X100. Joe directly made one and tested it briefly. The defense is only slightly stronger than the shrimp head heavy armor, but the weight is about the same, about 700 pounds, which can be used by the core members of the guild. The materials from an iron-armored salamander can be used to make 10 pieces of armor. After making the iron shells of 20 iron-armored salamanders into armor, Joe obtained 200 pieces of iron shell armor, which he divided into 2 parts and sent to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively. After clearing the creatures on the first mountain, Joe went to explore the second mountain. He was too lazy to dig the iron ore in the iron-armored salamander cave, and he didn't like it, so he didn't want it. It took about 3 hours for Joe to check the second mountain, but he didn't find any special creatures or plants. It was a complete waste of time. Finally, Joe came to the foot of the third mountain, which was still covered with a large number of blood vines. Joe used a long steel knife to cut the blood vines blocking his way, and walked carefully up the mountain. He didn't know if there were any individuals over 100 meters in the population of Leviathan, so he was more careful. However, according to Joe's own speculation, there should be no individuals of too large size in the population of Leviathan. After all, he had reached this third mountain 3 times, and all 3 times he saw a giant Leviathan of 200 meters. If there were other giant Leviathans, it would be unreasonable to see the same one all 3 times. As Joe climbed the mountain, he was also paying attention to whether the blood vein vines had produced blood vein fruits. He only had 1 blood vein fruit seed, which was a little unsafe, and he also needed a blood vein fruit to test the effect of the blood vein worm gene. As he walked, Joe came to the top of the third mountain. He did not encounter the Leviathan on the way, and the top of the mountain was densely covered with blood vein vines. Joe kept slashing at the blood vein vines in front of him, which were like a vine wall, and approached the middle of the mountain top little by little, and then found that there was a huge hole in the middle of the mountain top. The diameter of this cave is about 100 meters, and those dense blood vines climbed out of this cave. Joe looked down into the cave, and saw that the space below was deep and dark. Joe did not hesitate, put on a black crystal armor, grabbed the blood vines, and climbed down to the depths of the cave. Just after climbing down for more than 100 meters, Joe felt the blood vines around him shaking constantly. Not long after, a 30-meter-long wave-riding Leviathan climbed up from below, stepping on the blood vines. After discovering Joe, it immediately attacked. A 30-meter-long Leviathan was worth 3 attribute points in Joe's eyes. The moment the Leviathan attacked, he took out his tungsten bone sword and killed it with 2 cuts. He put the body into the deep blue treasure chest. Afterwards, Joe continued to climb down for nearly 1,000 meters before reaching the bottom of the cave. On the way, he encountered 3 more Leviathans, but they were all small Leviathans. He killed them all, and turned them into his 9 attribute points. Joe used a strong headlight to check at the bottom of the cave, and found that he was no longer in the mountain of the third peak, but entered the underground of the island. The surroundings were no longer rocks, but hard flesh and blood. According to the biological illustration of the Leviathan, Joe knew that this place should be in the flesh of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. The Leviathan opened a hole in the body of the mountain sea clam Leviathan, planted the blood vein fruit seeds in the flesh, and let the roots of the blood vein vine penetrate into the flesh to suck blood. Joe quickly put away, and put on the black crystal armor on the surface of his body. His palm touched the surrounding flesh wall, and the biological illustration unlocked new biological information. Mountain sea clam Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 30,000 meters. Weight, 200 million tons. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A large Leviathan living in the deep blue sea. There is a 10,000-meter island on the top of the clam shell for various amphibians to survive, and mountain sea pearls are bred in the body. 30,000 meters, 200 million tons? At first, Zhou thought that this island was formed by a clam shell, and that the mountain sea clam Leviathan was about 10,000 meters long, just like the disc tungsten snail Leviathan. But after reading the introduction, he realized that this 10,000-meter island was actually at the location where the two clam shells were connected, and the entire island was only 1/3 of the total length of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. After Zhou read the illustrated information of the mountain sea clam Leviathan, he came to the middle of the bottom of the big cave, where there was a blood vine rhizome with a diameter of about 10 meters, which was the total root of the blood vine that was all over the mountains outside. Zhou took out a steel knife and began to cut the thick root. When cutting, a lot of red juice flowed out of the rhizome, just like blood. The texture of the main rhizome of the blood vine is not particularly hard. In a few minutes, Zhou cut the main rhizome, and a lot of red juice dyed the surrounding ground red. Follow this main root system that penetrates into the body of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. I don't know if I can reach the stomach wall space. This time on the island, I got a lot of supply boxes, but Zhou didn't know how to enter the stomach wall space of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. Such a big Leviathan, if you don't use the insect removal coupon, even if you get in, you don't know how to get out. Therefore, Zhou wanted to try to search directly along the main root system that penetrated into the flesh of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. But after trying for a while, Zhou gave up, because the main root system of the blood vine was not very deep, only more than 100 meters, and it was impossible to reach the stomach wall space of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. 10 minutes later, Zhou climbed out of the big hole with the help of the blood vine and returned to the top of the third mountain. Just as he was about to go down the mountain, the whole island suddenly shook, and the amplitude of the vibration was so great that Zhou was almost thrown back into the 1,000-meter deep hole. Zhou quickly grabbed some blood vines, and just as he steadied himself, he saw a huge tubular tentacle extending from the sea in the distance ahead, reaching into the sky like a towering tower. The huge tubular tentacle suddenly shrank as a whole, and then sprayed out a nearly 100-meter thick water column, and the direction of the water column was exactly the island where Zhou was. Chapter 291. Zhou reacted immediately, put on a floating suit, used a floating factor, flew into the sky, and then changed to gliding, quickly moving away from the island. Boom splash. 100-meter thick water column, like a river falling from the sky, hit the island with terrifying force, and the first to bear the brunt was the third mountain. The flowers, trees, and soil on the third mountain were all churned up by the impact of the water column, and the sea water stirred the soil into earthy yellow muddy water, washing down along the ridge. The rolling torrents poured and churned, washing away a lot of soil, revealing the rocky mountain below, and the large patches of blood vines growing on the mountain were naturally torn to pieces by the turbulent water. The giant tubular tentacle in the distance only sprayed this water column, and then slowly sank into the sea, and the island below, which was shaking violently, gradually returned to calm. Just washing the island. Zhou, who was gliding in the air, saw that the water column sprayed by the giant tubular tentacle was not attacking him, so he put his mind at ease, controlled the direction of his body's gliding, and flew towards the end of the island. Zhou has explored the entire island today. This trip to the mountain sea clam Leviathan Island is almost over. Although he did not obtain the exclusive supply box in the mountain sea clam Leviathan, the other gains this time are very rich. Let alone the items in the 2 gold and silver rim supply boxes, the blood vein fruit seeds that can obtain attribute points from the Leviathan creature are worth the trip. It can even be said to be the biggest gain of this trip to the mountain sea clam Leviathan Island. Unfortunately, there was no second blood vein fruit found among so many blood vein vines. There was only 1 blood vein fruit seed in my hand, so the error tolerance rate was too low. Is that a pearl? Zhou just glided to the middle of the island, and at the foot of the second mountain, he saw a large round sphere. The round sphere was pure white, and the smooth surface glowed with colorful brilliance under the sunlight. It looked like a pearl. Isn't it a mountain and sea pearl? A pearl suddenly appeared on the current island, and Zhou naturally thought of the mountain and sea pearl mentioned in the introduction of the mountain and sea clam Leviathan, so he quickly adjusted the flying direction and landed near the pearl. Just now in the sky, Zhou didn't think the pearl was very big, but now it landed on the island, and when he got closer, he found that the diameter of the pearl was at least 10 meters. When he came to the pearl, Zhou put away his floating suit and reached out to touch the surface of the pearl to see if there would be any system prompts. Ding! Get Shanghai Pearl X1. Ding! Shanghai Pearl, one of the materials used to break through the upper limit of physical attributes. Physical attribute upper limit? Zhou Wen frowned after hearing the reminder of Shanghai Pearl in his mind. This was not good news for him. Does it mean that all the attributes in the character attribute panel have upper limits? Although the information provided by Shanghai Pearl only shows that physical attributes have upper limits, Zhou Wen knows that it is impossible for only one attribute to have an upper limit. All attributes must have upper limits. Previously, Zhou Wen obtained a piece of Emperor certification dark gold metal plate from the body of the meteoric leviathan he killed. At that time, the system prompt in his mind had already introduced that, after killing 10 types of Emperor-level leviathans, he would obtain an Emperor-level panel. After that, Zhou Wen had already had a vague guess in his mind that the character attribute panel might have an upper limit, and he needed to improve the panel to break through the upper limit. Now that he had obtained this mountain and sea pearl, and obtained accurate information, he could be completely sure. I don't know what the upper limit of each attribute on the current character attribute panel is. 300? 400? Or 500? Will it be 250? Zhou Wen's current physical fitness has reached 220 points, and it's not far from 250. If the upper limit is really only 250 points, then I don't know when his pelvic tungsten snail gene medicine can be used. If the gene medicine cannot be used, the tungsten gold characteristics are also useless. Oh, what a hassle. At present, Zhou Wen only obtained the mountain and sea pearl, which was one of the materials for breaking through the physical limit. He had no idea how many kinds of materials there were, and he was a little worried just thinking about it. Zhou Wen sighed, thinking more now was useless, so he shook his head to get rid of his worries, then put his hand on the mountain and sea pearl and put it directly into the deep blue treasure chest. However, when the mountain and sea pearl was put into the deep blue treasure chest, a box was peeled out from the pearl. The box was only the size of a shoebox, but it was golden all over. Pure gold treasure chest. When Zhou Wen saw the pure gold treasure chest being peeled off from the mountain sea pearl, his eyes suddenly opened, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. He thought he would not be able to obtain the supplied box in the mountain sea clam this time, but unexpectedly, the mountain sea clam leviathan delivered it to him. Zhou Wen could not wait to step forward and put his hand on the pure gold treasure chest. Then a golden light flashed, and the pure gold treasure chest turned into a golden order. Ding! Get golden order X1. Ding! Obtained Yaguang Leviathan Insect Removal Coupon X1. Ding! Obtained Zealous Furnace Blueprint. Ding! Obtained Stomach Wall Space Expansion Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Gold Fertilizer Formula X1. There are quite a few things. Zhou Wen first used the gold order, adding it to the most difficult attribute to increase intelligence. Ding! Use the gold order, Intelligence +1. The moment the intelligence increased to 16 points, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that he could release his own mental power. Even with his eyes closed, he could use this released mental power to clearly display everything within a radius of 3 meters around him in his mind. Zhou Wen had just closed his eyes and released his mental power for less than 10 seconds when he felt a tingling sensation in his brain, followed by a dizziness. This was a sign of excessive mental power consumption. Zhou Wen quickly stopped releasing his mental power, then sat down on the ground and took a good rest for a while, before the dizziness in his brain slowly disappeared. The ability to release mental power is generally useless. Not only is it very consuming, but the exploration range is only 3 meters in radius. It is not very useful to Zhou Wen for the time being. When his intelligence is improved again in the future, and the exploration range can be expanded to 10 meters, it may be of some use. Yaguang Leviathan Deworming Coupon. Zhou Wen took a quick look and found that it was a jellyfish-like Leviathan creature. There were still 7 days left for deworming, so there was plenty of time. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry to use it, and put it in the deep blue treasure box first. Chapter 292. Heat Furnace Blueprint. It is the only blueprint in the pure gold treasure box. After Zhou Wen picked it up, he used it directly and checked the production requirements. Heat Furnace Blueprint. Requires heat tube worm thermal core X1, black snail shell fragment X10, diamond X20, silver ingot X50. Besides diamonds and silver ingots, what else are they? This is another biological material that Zhou Wen has never come into contact with. He cannot make it at the moment, so he will not pay attention to it for the time being and continue to look at the next item. Ding! Stomach Wall Space Expansion Crystal. After feeding it to the transformed Leviathan, the length, width, and height of the stomach wall space can be increased by 1 meter each. It can only be used 3 times during the scale transformation period. This is good? Zhou Wen's face was delighted. The overall stomach wall space expanded by 1 meter. It seems that the increase is not much, but in fact it is equivalent to saving the transformed Leviathan 20 days of growth time. 20 days can be said to be quite long in this survival world. You know, Joe came to this survival world, and it has been less than 60 days. In comparison, the stomach wall space expansion crystal that can save 20 days of time is definitely an extremely rare item. Finally, there was the gold fertilizer formula. Joe took a look and saw that the first ingredient on the formula was the feces digested by the Golden King algae. Knowing that he couldn't make it now, he just put it away. After checking the items in the pure gold treasure chest, it was getting late. Joe found the road he had opened up before, and returned to the mudflat at the end of the island. Little man, so awesome. The transformed Leviathan was very excited and darted around happily in the sea, because the biological radar detected that Joe had exterminated the wave-walking Leviathan, which made it vent its anger. Joe was helpless when he heard the voice of the Phantom Leviathan. In the eyes of the Phantom Leviathan, he seemed to be very good at everything, but he was only fighting small minions. At night, on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, Joe placed a furnace, on which was an iron pot, in which iron-armored salamander meat was cooked. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian told him about the specific allocation of coal mine quotas in the guild president chat group today. At first, Xiao Teng wanted to deny his debt, and didn't want to give up his coal mine, but after being threatened by Jiang Haitao, Xiao Teng finally gave up the quota reluctantly. In order to prevent Xiao Teng from threatening the presidents of medium-sized guilds, who had obtained shares of his coal mine with his strength, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, the first and second place winners, directly divided up all the shares of Xiao Teng's coal mine. There were 200 invitation quotas for the two coal mines. Jiang Haitao, the first place winner, received 60 quotas, and Shen Xian, the second place winner, received 40 quotas, which added up to exactly 100 quotas. Other guilds could directly share Hiyou's 100 invitation quotas. This result made the presidents of medium-sized guilds very satisfied. After all, if they really obtained a quota for Xiao Teng's coal mine, even if they were invited to enter the coal mine, they would not dare to dig if his guild members did not allow it. Had the guilds that wanted to let their guild members enter the stomach wall space of the carnivorous Leviathan started to implement it today? Joe asked. It has already been implemented. 3 guilds bought the steel armor Leviathan deworming coupons that were about to expire, and gave them to their guild members, successfully attracting the steel armor Leviathan. Shen Xian replied. However, the metamorphosis Leviathan can detect the steel armor Leviathan in advance and swim faster. The steel armor Leviathan will find it difficult to catch up in a short time, so they decided not to feed the metamorphosis Leviathan. They will take away all the seaweed that enters the stomach wall space, leaving the metamorphosis Leviathan without the strength to escape. After reading Shen Xian's message, Zhou fell into silence. The metamorphosis Leviathan tried every means to protect the survivors in the body, while the survivors in the body tried every means to kill the metamorphosis Leviathan. It was sad to think about it. Soon, the steel-armored salamander meat in the pot was cooked, and Zhou no longer paid attention to the guild's replacement of Leviathan. After sending a bowl to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, he ate the rest. Ding! Eat steel-armored salamander meat, strength +1, constitution +3, speed +1. Brother one, should our guild also let the members replace the carnivorous Leviathan? Jiang Haitao asked. After all, other guilds are doing this now, and if they don't do it, their strength may not improve as fast as those guilds. You don't need to ask your guild members to do this. Aren't there many survivors who want to replace the carnivorous Leviathan in the World Communication Channel? You can just tell them that you will help them get rid of the bugs. After all, replacing the Leviathan still has certain risks. There is no need to let your own people take risks. Zhou said. Okay, I got it, brother one. By the way, I don't care what happens to the others. You two must not kill your own transmogrified Leviathans. The potential of transmogrified Leviathans is much greater than those of adult Leviathans. Zhou reminded them with some concern. Don't worry, Boss Zhou. Although my transfiguration Leviathan is a little silly, we have been together for so long and have developed feelings for each other. Shen Xian said. Last time I met the meteoric Leviathan, I had a life-and-death friendship with the transfiguration Leviathan, so I will naturally not hurt it. Jiang Haitao said. After dinner, it was getting late. After finishing the conversation with the two, Zhou put all the items on the back of the transfiguration Leviathan into the deep blue treasure chest and returned to the stomach wall space. Zhou took out the only blood vein fruit seed and recalled the scene when he entered the bottom of the big cave on the third mountain today, and the blood vein vine took root directly on the flesh and blood of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. He thought that planting blood vein fruit seed should not need to be planted in the soil, so he made a small aquarium. Small aquariums can hold liquids, and blood vines need to absorb blood to grow, so using a small aquarium as a growth container is the best choice. Which kind of Leviathan flesh and blood should I use first? Joe currently has 4 types of Leviathan flesh and blood, namely, Transfiguration Leviathan, Falling Star Leviathan, Treading Waves Leviathan, and Fighting Leviathan. Joe certainly won't use his own Transfiguration Leviathan flesh and blood. Anyway, many guilds are now letting their guild members persecute Transfiguration Leviathans. When Jiang Haidao or Chen Xian help them get rid of the insects, they can ask for some Transfiguration Leviathan flesh and blood, but the problem is that it is not available at the moment. Chen Xian could ask Yang Xian for the flesh and blood of Dojil Leviathan. He could get as much blood as he wanted, but he certainly couldn't ask for more flesh. Yang Xian couldn't do too much to harm Dojil Leviathan. The flesh and blood of Xingyue Leviathan was somewhat special. Zhou only had 1 seed, and didn't dare to try to plant it directly in the flesh and blood of Xingyue Leviathan. So in the end, the only choice he could make was Treading Leviathan. Zhou took out a small Treading Leviathan stump, cut the meat into small pieces, and put it into a small planting box, then poured in Treading Leviathan blood, and finally stuffed the blood vein fruit seeds into the whole tank of flesh and blood. Next, it was to see if the blood vein fruit seeds could successfully germinate. Chapter 293. Zhou placed the small aquarium planted with blood vein fruit seeds in a corner of the stomach wall space, and then surrounded the corner with 4 stone foundations to prevent the small diamond crystal sea snake from accidentally touching it when moving in the stomach wall space. After doing this, Zhou came to the digestion pool again, took out the stomach wall space expansion crystal from the deep blue treasure chest, and threw it into the digestion pool. After a while, a blood-red energy was released from the consumption pool, which was similar to the energy released by the transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, but it was not as strong, and the transformed Leviathan did not show any hunger. The entire stomach wall space expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye under this red energy. After a while, it had expanded by half a meter. After the red energy was released inside the digestive tank, the stomach wall space also expanded completely, from 9 by 9 by 7 meters to 10 by 10 by 8 meters. 100 square meters. Zhou looked at the stomach wall space that had become more spacious and smiled. No one wanted to live in a small space all the time. The reason for the small space of the stomach wall space was naturally the 5-meter-long crystal sea view box, but it had to be put in for the purpose of breeding high-pressure porpoises. Now the stomach wall space has changed from 81 square meters, with a side length of 9 meters, to 100 square meters, with a side length of 10 meters. The stomach wall space has increased by 19 square meters. These increased areas are all Zhou activity space. Next, Zhou roughly inspected the animals and plants raised in the stomach wall space, and then spread the bed and lay on it. Do you want to make a wave-riding suit? Zhou lay on the soft bed with his head raised, looking at the wave-riding Leviathan wave-riding suit blueprint displayed on the system interface. This wave-riding suit is a special piece of equipment. It should be made directly to test the effect, and it can be used flexibly when it is needed in the future. However, the problem is that the materials of this wave-riding suit require 100 pieces of golden seaweed fiber. After Chen Xian's collection, Zhou already has 120 pieces of golden seaweed fiber in his hands, which is enough to make a wave-riding suit, but these 100 pieces of golden seaweed fiber can also be used to make a fishbone armor with stronger defense. The reason why Zhou was a little entangled was that if the current various biological materials wanted to be stronger than the black crystal armor, they could only use Leviathan-level bones, such as the teeth of the steel armor Leviathan, the bones of the meteorite Leviathan, and the bone armor of the giant bone Leviathan. But these materials are undoubtedly extremely heavy. Even if they are made, Zhou will probably not be able to wear them in a short time, and this is already the result of using the floating factor to reduce weight. Forget it, don't make a new fishbone armor. The black crystal armor is enough for now. Let's make the wave-riding suit first. Zhou thought about it, and decided to make the treading waves set first. Having made the decision, Zhou had nothing to worry about. He closed his eyes, and fell asleep quickly. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the 59th day. As soon as he got up from the bed, Zhou saw that the rock fruits on the 3 rock crystal leaf trees were ripe. In fact, the rock fruits on 2 of the newly planted rock crystal leaf trees were ripe last night. But Zhou didn't pick them. He wanted to wait until all the rock fruits were ripe and then pick them together, so that the 3 rock fruits would not always be 1 day apart in the future. 3 rock crystal leaf trees received a total of 9 rock fruits. Zhou picked them all, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively. Jiang Haitao had eaten 3 before, so this time he got 3 and Shen Xian got 6. Afterwards, Zhou took a look at the blood vein fruit seeds planted last night. After finding that they had not sprouted yet, he was not in a hurry. After all, it was a special plant, and it was normal for the sprouting time to be slow. So he began to inspect the stomach wall space. After the inspection, Zhou came outside, with a deep blue treasure chest filled with various materials, climbed onto the island's mudflats again, opened the system interface, turned to Wave Leviathan Wave set drawings, took out the materials needed for production from the deep blue treasure chest, and then clicked to make. The next second, all the materials turned into blue light, interweaving and combining in the air. Soon, a full-body armor similar to the shell of an insect appeared in front of Zhou. In fact, this treading wave suit is not really an armor. The shell is very thin, and has no defensive power at all. It is black in color, and there are tiny black bristles all over the surface of the shell. Zhou thought about it, and put the treading wave suit into the equipment column. With another thought, the treading wave suit was already on his body. Try the effect. Zhou's feet were one in front of the other, his legs were bent, his palms were like knives, and his arms were bent. Then he exerted force on his back foot instantly, and his bent arm swung vigorously. Zhou was like an arrow shot from a string, and with a whoosh, he rushed towards the sea in front. When Zhou's footsteps crossed the mudflat and stepped on the sea, his footsteps only sank slightly, and did not immediately sink into the sea. This made Zhou completely certain that he could move on the sea surface after wearing the wave-walking suit. Ha ha ha! Zhou ran wildly on the sea, laughing loudly. The feeling of running on the water was just like the feeling of gliding in the air before. He had the mentality of breaking through the limitations, and breaking the routine. Zhou's speed increased, and his figure turned into a black shadow, like a gust of black wind on the sea, stirring up a string of waves wherever he passed. Villain! Villain! The transformed Leviathan followed closely, swimming happily in the water on both sides of Zhou's running route. Boom! The phantom Leviathan suddenly jumped up from the sea, and passed over Zhou's head. Its huge body blocked out the sky and sun, and after falling into the sea, it raised huge waves. Zhou's mind moved, and he looked at the huge waves and rushed over directly, then stepped on the huge waves with his feet, moving quickly on the huge waves like surfing. After running wildly on the sea for an hour, Zhou stopped and stood on the calm sea surface, just like standing on the ground. Then, Zhou raised his head and lay back, his body straight on the sea surface. The fine bristles on the surface of the wave-walking suit seemed to directly isolate the sea water, allowing Zhou's entire body to float on the sea surface, like a fallen leaf drifting with the waves. Suddenly, for some reason, the originally calm seawater suddenly flowed in one direction. Zhou, who was lying flat on the sea, turned his head and saw that the phantom Leviathan was opening its mouth wide, drawing all the surrounding seawater into its mouth. However, the phantom Leviathan did not want to swallow Zhou into its mouth. Instead, it poured some seawater into its mouth, and then slowly spit it out, making the seawater around Zhou flow, and then Zhou started to spin on the sea surface. Ha ha ha! The voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind. It was obviously having a lot of fun, and Zhou was almost vomited. Chapter 294. After using the wave-walking suit, Zhou told the transformed Leviathan that he could leave the island and continue moving forward, and then return to the stomach wall space. After about 2 hours, the transformed Leviathan found food and entered the feeding stage. Zhou also began to crush the seaweed. The parasites that entered the stomach wall space along with the seawater were all killed by the triangular fireflies. Even if it was a parasite in the seawater, the triangular fireflies could rush into the seawater more than 1 meter deep and directly pierce the body of the parasite, but judging from the state of the triangular fireflies, it obviously consumed more energy to attack underwater creatures. But it doesn't matter, their nest is right next to them. As long as they don't die from exhausting their energy, they can fly back to replenish in time. After a while, the eating phase of the transformed Leviathan ended, and entered the supply box phase. Zhou also began to crush seaweed for the core members of the guild, and used the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to provide some hydrogen for the triangular fireflies. After these few days, the number of triangular fireflies did not increase, and there were still only 3. Zhou guessed that it might be because the number of floating factors was too small, or the hydrogen production was too small. Ordinary triangular fireflies do not have insect legs, and they rely on the floating factor in their bodies to fly in the air, and the flying energy is hydrogen. At present, The hydrogen that can be consumed by triangular fireflies in Zhou-Wen's stomach wall space is only produced by the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. The hydrogen ionized by the two electric light hair balls can basically be ignored. After all, they also need to absorb it themselves, and there is not much hydrogen left. At this time, Chen Xian sent a private message, saying that a member of the guild successfully let his transformed Leviathan be killed by the steel armor Leviathan, so she was asked to go over to help get rid of the insects. Go ahead, remember to bring back some transformed Leviathan corpses. Got it, Boss Zhou. Chen Xian was a little confused, not knowing why Zhou-Wen wanted to transform the Leviathan corpse, but she didn't ask much. About an hour later, Chen Xian came back from helping with the insect removal and gave Zhou-Wen a 2-steel long knife, which was obtained from the supply box in the steel armor Leviathan. This time, the items in the supply box should not have been taken, because the previously agreed reward was to provide various large biological meats obtained from the stomach wall space of the steel armor Leviathan, but the 2-steel long knife was too powerful, and it was best not to fall into the hands of other guilds at the moment. So Chen Xian could only forcefully take away an item without reason. Even if the medium-sized guilds seeking help were dissatisfied, they could do nothing about it. They couldn't afford to offend the large guilds. Afterwards, Chen Xian sent Zhou-Wen a few pieces of the limbs of the Transfiguration Leviathan. These limbs added up to about 30 meters of flesh and blood of the Transfiguration Leviathan, which would definitely be enough to plant blood vein fruit in the future. After all the seaweed of the core members of the guild were crushed, Zhou-Wen went to the corner where the blood vein fruit was planted and checked it out. Through the transparent glass plate, he found that the blood vein fruit seeds planted in the flesh and blood of the treading wave Leviathan had grown a slender rhizome. It's good as long as it can grow. Zhou-Wen smiled and felt relieved. There was only one seed, and he had no chance to make mistakes. If the current planting method was wrong and the only seed was killed, whether he could get another mountain and sea clam positioning card in the future would really depend on luck. Thinking of the positioning card, Zhou-Wen had already left the mountain and sea clam Leviathan, so he could try to use the positioning card. Zhou-Wen took out 3 positioning cards from the locker. One was a golden positioning card, and the other 2 were positioning cards purchased by Chen Xian. Zhou-Wen first used the golden positioning card. He hoped that this golden positioning card could be used successfully, because he currently had many blueprints and recipe materials that needed to be obtained in the Golden Sea. However, the golden positioning card did not work, and Zhou-Wen could only sigh helplessly, and use the remaining 2 positioning cards one after another. Ding! The undersea volcano positioning card was used successfully, and the location of the underwater volcano sea area has been located for the transformed Leviathan. According to the current speed, it will arrive in 3 days. Success? Zhou-Wen was very surprised. He thought he would fail for several days in a row, but he didn't expect that he would successfully locate another sea area just after leaving the mountain sea clam Leviathan. Undersea volcanic sea area. I wonder if I can find refractory stone. Zhou-Wen thought to himself, and put the 2 location cards that were not used successfully back into the locker. There was nothing else to do next, so Zhou-Wen opened the World Communication Channel to check the communication information of the survivors. So far, there are still more than 40 million survivors. In nearly 60 days, almost 60 million people have died. However, mainly because of the large number of deaths in the first month, only more than 10 million people have died so far this month. As time goes by, the survivors will become stronger and stronger, and the number of deaths per day will be greatly reduced. At this time, in the World Communication Channel, Yang Xian was talking about his life in the Dojiu Leviathan in the past few days. Because the survivors in the World Communication Channel have figured out how to replace Leviathan, Chen Xian no longer restricts Yang Xian's speech in the World Communication Channel. Except that he cannot sell large biological meat privately, there are no other restrictions. Alas, I thought that living in the body of the Dojiu Leviathan, I could get different large creatures every day, but who knew that the Dojiu Leviathan seemed to only like to eat one kind of creature, and only eat 1 meal a day. Yang Xian, you didn't say this deliberately by President Chen, did you? To make us feel that it is not good to change to a carnivorous Leviathan, suppress our strength, and thus ensure the high status of the guild? What I said is true, okay, if you don't believe it, forget it. Because Yang Xian is now considered half a member of the Survivor Guild, many ordinary survivors are skeptical of what he says. I think what Yang Xian said should be true, because if the guild really wants to suppress us, there is no need to lie to us. They can just not help us get rid of the insects, and solve the problem from the root. And this morning, the 3 major guilds almost simultaneously announced the news of helping ordinary survivors get rid of the insects. If the guild wants to suppress us, wouldn't the news announced this morning be redundant? That's right, if that's the case, I still won't change Leviathan. Transmogrified Leviathan has treasure chests every day and has greater development potential. It shouldn't be that all carnivorous Leviathans only eat one kind of creature. If I can change to a Leviathan that eats everything, wouldn't it be much better than Transmogrified Leviathan? Nonsense. Even if there is such a Leviathan that eats everything, do you think we ordinary survivors can encounter it with our luck? Those with good luck have become guild leaders, and those with bad luck are in our current situation. Do you think you are lucky? Okay. Chapter 295. The news said by Yang Xian is indeed true. In the past 6 days, the large creatures eaten by Doji Leviathan are basically only the stone statue Stargazer. However, just now, Doji Leviathan ate a stone statue Stargazer and swallowed a special silver-rimmed material box. There was a transformed Leviathan stone armor blueprint in it. Yang Xian can now use the stone shell of the stone statue Stargazer to make stone armor. At this time, Zhou had a piece of stone armor in his hand, which was sent by Chen Xian. It was about the same size as a honeycomb bone piece. Zhou tested it with various weapons. The defense was comparable to the hardness of the honeycomb bone piece made of a 40-meter large biological skeleton, but it was completely incomparable to the honeycomb bone piece made of ivory coral. However, even so, this blueprint still has extremely high value, because Zhou previously restricted the outflow of Leviathan honeycomb bone slice blueprint, and currently only Zhao Tang has this blueprint, and the bones of large creatures are limited, and the honeycomb bone slices produced can only be supplied to a few people. Moreover, it is difficult for all large creature bones used to make honeycomb bone slices to reach the level of more than 40 meters at present, and most of them are the lowest level 10-meter creature bones. In this way, the Leviathan stone armor blueprint in Yang Xian's hand has great value. He does not need to take the risk to kill those stone statues of Stargazers. He only needs to wait in the stomach wall space for the Doji Leviathan to eat to obtain the production materials. He himself could not use the stone armor he made, so he could sell them all. The 80-meter-long stone statue of the stargazing fish skeleton could also be sold to Chen Xian. These were the huge profits that Doji Leviathan could generate. Although the price of this blueprint was very high, Zhou did not ask Chen Xian to ask Yang Xian for the blueprint. It was very simple. He had no stable way to obtain the materials for making it. Even if he wanted to get it, he would still have to ask Yang Xian for the materials. There was really no need for this. He let Yang Xian make and sell this stone armor himself. After a while, Yang Xian started selling stone armor in the World Communication Channel, and the price was 10,000 basic materials for one piece of stone armor. Many survivors in the World Communication Channel did not know the role of stone armor. After Yang Xian explained it, everyone knew the importance of stone armor, but the price of 10,000 basic materials for one piece was obviously not affordable for ordinary survivors. Yang Xian, the price of your stone armor is too expensive. Yes, Yang Xian, don't forget that when you were drifting on the sea before, it was us who saved you, so you could get everything you have now. 10,000 basic materials for one piece of stone armor, isn't it a bit too black? What's expensive? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. It's hard for me too. Doji Leviathan has eaten 6 stone statue Stargazer so far. The materials from one stone statue Stargazer can only make 100 pieces of stone armor. I only have 600 pieces of stone armor in my hand. There are so few. Even if I sell it at a low price, you can't trade it. Scarcity makes things valuable. I think this price is reasonable. If you can accept this price, buy it. If you can't accept it, forget it. A huge fortune suddenly fell on Yang Xian's head. Yang Xian was floating directly. Selling 600 pieces of stone armor means 6 million basic materials. In addition, he can also trade the bones of the Stargazer from President Shin for biological meat that is not available on the market. When he converts all these resources into his own strength, his strength will probably reach 40 points, so he can be regarded as having upper-level strength among all the survivors. His identity and status are simply not comparable to those ordinary survivors. As for the relief he received when he was in trouble before, he had already repaid them with iron ore. He didn't think he owed them anything. Well said, a bunch of unruly people. I think the price set by Brother Yang is very reasonable, so that some weak cats and dogs will not come to me to snatch the stone armor. 600 pieces of stone armor, Dong Bo, will take them all. Vice President Dong can take all, but how to trade? If it is put on the trading channel, some will definitely be traded away by others. The total number is insufficient, and Dong Bo may find fault with it. However, if it is traded directly through private messages, Yang Xian does not trust the people of the Tingfei Guild. But what surprised Yang Xian was that Dong Bo had already sent him 6 million basic materials via private message as soon as he asked this question. How to trade? Just trade like this. I have already sent the basic materials. Please send your 600 pieces of stone armor. Dong Bo was certainly not afraid that Yang Xian would go back on his word, unless Yang Xian wanted to be an enemy of the Tingfei Guild, or if Zhao Teng did not want to be hostile to Chen Xian, he would have let Dong Bo threaten him and directly snatch the 600 pieces of stone armor. It was impossible for him to give any of the 6 million basic materials. However, the current situation has changed. Zhao Teng can no longer be as domineering as before, because after the guild competition, the strongest one now is Jiang Haitao from the brother Jiang Guild. If you want to compete with Jiang Haitao, you naturally have to make friends with Chen Xian. Yang Xian is half a member of the Survivor Guild, so he can only trade normally. Haha, Vice President Dong is really generous. Yang Xian looked at the 6 million basic materials in the private message, and he was so excited that he trembled all over. He didn't even dare to dream of so many basic materials before, but after entering the body of this Doji Leviathan, he easily got them. After a long period of emotional excitement, Yang Xian finally calmed down and quickly sent 600 pieces of stone armor to Dong Bo brother Yang. Happy cooperation. If you have more stone armor in the future, you can trade it to me directly. The price is negotiable. Happy cooperation, Vice President Dong. If I make stone armor in the future, I will trade it to you as soon as possible. Yang Xian replied with a smile on his face. After receiving the 600 pieces of stone armor, Dong Bo directly forwarded it to Zhao Teng. At present, Zhao Teng's transformed Leviathan only has 1/5 of the honeycomb bone pieces, and they are basically made of 10-meter and 20-meter biological bones. The defense is far inferior to this stone armor. Dong Bo is so lucky that he got the blueprint of this stone armor, but he happens to be Chen Xian's man, alas. Zhao Teng sighed helplessly. Transformed Leviathan stone armor blueprint, he couldn't rob it. After obtaining 6 million basic materials, Yang Xian hurriedly exchanged for biological meat that he had never eaten before in the direct trading channel. Although he was a little proud now, he still knew that the iron must be hard to forge. He was in the stomach wall space of Doji Leviathan. Doji Leviathan would swallow a lot of parasites every time it ate, especially when it ate iron, or the number of parasites would start at least 30. Only when he was strong enough could he be completely fearless of these parasites. As long as he could live safely in the stomach wall space of Doji Leviathan in the future, relying on the sale of stone armor and stargazing fish bones, his strength would become stronger and stronger, and his life would become more and more comfortable. Chapter 296. Should I establish a guild? Yang Xian replaced almost all of the 6 million basic materials with biological meat, and then lit a bonfire with wood outside the wooden house on the stone platform, roasting the biological meat while thinking in his heart. The stomach wall space of Doji Leviathan has 18,000 cubic meters, and the oxygen inside is enough to burn the bonfire. He also used iron ore to find leisure. Privately traded 3 algae oxygen tanks. Even if the oxygen in the stomach wall space is burned out, he does not need to worry about the risk of suffocation. Forget it, I still have to rely on Chen Xian now. Let's talk about it, after my strength reaches 60 points. After a while, the creature meat was almost roasted. Yang Xian ate it bite by bite. Listening to the reminder of attribute improvement in his mind, the smile on his face became more and more. After eating all the creature meat, Yang Xian's strength reached 38 points. Then he traded all the stargazing fish bones to Chen Xian in exchange for a food that added attribute points that was not available on the market, bamboo sea mushroom. Ding, eat bamboo sea mushroom, strength plus 3, constitution plus 3, speed plus 3. It can actually add so many attributes. Yang Xian was shocked when he heard the system prompt in his mind. The biological meat he traded back with basic materials all increased strength by 1 point, and at most brought a few other attributes, such as constitution plus 1 point, speed plus 1 point, etc. This kind of food that adds 3 points to all 3 attributes, not to mention, he has seen it before, he has never heard of it in the World Communication Channel. Sure enough, the good stuff in the big guilds is hidden. This made Yang Xian more determined to follow Chen Xian first. After eating the bamboo sea mushroom, Yang Xian's strength increased again, reaching 41 points. The iron scale armor on his body was so light that he could not feel the weight, and the steel weapon in his hand was as light as paper. I wonder if these big guilds have hidden any good equipment. Yang Xian thought, and took out a round ball with a texture like stone from the deep blue treasure box he bought. A few minutes later, Zhou Wen held a fist-sized stone ball in his hand. It was sent to him by Jiang Haitao through a private message. After touching the stone ball, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get Stone Statue Core X1. Ding! Stone Statue Core. After using, you will get the Stone Statue characteristics. When the Stone Statue characteristics are turned on, the physical attribute increases by 100 points, and the skin on the body surface is rocked. The duration is determined by the original physical points, and 1 point of physical is equal to 1 second. This Yang Xian is not very honest. Zhou Wen shook the Stone Statue Core in his hand, and said with a faint smile. Yang Xian obtained this Stone Statue Core, but never told Chen Xian about it. Now he secretly took it out, and used it as a bargaining chip to exchange for powerful equipment with Jiang Haitao. Brother Wen, do you want to exchange equipment for that Yang Xian? Jiang Haitao's tone was a little unhappy. He was very dissatisfied with Yang Xian hiding such an important thing. They helped him so much before, whether it was cleaning up parasites, building a stone platform for him, or giving him equipment and fields. Not to mention that everything they got should be handed over to them. At least they should tell them. It was the first time that Jiang Haitao had come into contact with something like a core. When Yang Xian handed him the Stone Statue Core, he also received a system notification. When he saw the Stone Statue Core, it was definitely a very rare item. After the Stone Statue feature was activated, it could directly increase 100 points of physical fitness. This ability was simply too abnormal, and it could also turn the skin into rock. These descriptions were completely superpowers in Jiang Haitao's eyes. Change it for him, Zhou Wen said, and put the Stone Statue Core into the locker. In his opinion, the Stone Statue feature of this Stone Statue Core was simply garbage. Even if he had a feature stamp now, he was not going to give it to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. It was a complete waste of the feature stamp. Ah, are you really going to give it to him? Jiang Haitao was a little reluctant. Well, give it to him, and see how he can develop in the Doju Leviathan. Zhou Wen didn't care. Everyone has selfish motives. He didn't expect Yang Xian to give him anything in return. As long as Yang Xian was willing to sell the Stargazer skeleton to Chen Xian, it would be fine. What equipment should I give him? Jiang Haitao asked. A colorful Arapaima armor, and a bone spur sword. These two pieces of equipment were the lowest level equipment Zhou Wen had, but even so, Zhou Wen felt a little bit of a loss when he used them to exchange for the Stone Statue Core. Okay, Brother Wen, I send it to him directly. Yang Xian was getting impatient, but there was no response. He felt that Jiang Haitao might just take the Stone Statue Core for himself. After all, the effect was too powerful. I shouldn't have sent it to him directly to show my sincerity. Yang Xian felt a little regretful. The reason why he asked Jiang Haitao to exchange equipment was because in the World Communication Channel, many guilds were saying that the Brother Jiang Guild was the strongest guild at the moment, and Jiang Haitao's strength was even more terrifying. Therefore, he thought that the probability of getting good equipment not available on the market from Jiang Haitao was higher, but he never thought that he would not hear from him after sending it. However, Yang Xian was not too distressed, because he still had 3 of these Stone Statue Cores, all of which were found in the body of the Stone Statue Star-Seeking Fish, but because he did not know that there was a Stone Statue Core in the corpse at the beginning, he missed 2 of the 6 corpses, and only got 4. Yang Xian had already thought about it. If he could not get equipment from Jiang Haitao, he would go to the Tingfei Guild to try. However, he would definitely not send it directly to the other party, after learning from his mistakes. Just when Yang Xian was about to give up and wait for Jiang Haitao's reply, Jiang Haitao sent a private message, which contained 2 pieces of equipment he had never seen before. Yang Xian excitedly took out the 2 pieces of equipment immediately, and then put on the colorful giant Arapaima armor first, but because it was a one-piece suit, it was a bit troublesome to put it on. After putting on the colorful giant Arapaima armor completely, he picked up the steel weapon he had used before and gently cut his arm. The armor was not damaged at all. Then he increased his strength and cut it again, and it was still the same. Finally, he gritted his teeth and slashed his arm with a knife, but it only left a white mark on the surface of the armor. Seeing that the defense of the colorful giant Arapaima armor was so strong, Yang Xian showed a surprised smile on his face, and then he picked up the bone spur sword and collided with the steel weapon. Bang! A crisp metal sound rang out, and the steel weapon was directly cut off. Haha, I thought the iron scale armor and steel weapons were the strongest weapons before, but I didn't expect them to be just some garbage. As Yang Xian spoke, he swung the bone spur sword in his hand, and easily cut through the iron scale breastplate he had worn before. I didn't expect that the equipment of the big guild has reached this level. Yang Xian stroked the two pieces of equipment and couldn't let go. These two pieces of equipment should be the better ones in Jiang Haitao's guild, otherwise I wouldn't have hesitated for so long. Today I have opened my eyes, and am no longer a frog in the well like those ordinary survivors. As Yang Xian spoke, a hint of pride unconsciously appeared on his face. Chapter 297. Chen Xian made honeycomb bone pieces from the 6 80-meter stone statues of the Stargazer skeletons that he had exchanged from Yang Xian. For an 80-meter biological skeleton, only 1 meter of skeleton is needed to make one honeycomb bone piece. The 6 skeletons made a total of 480 pieces, and then all of them were sent to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen simply tested the hardness of the honeycomb bone pieces made of 80-meter biological skeletons, and found that they were almost the same as those made of ivory coral. After receiving these honeycomb bone pieces, Zhou Wen told Chen Xian about Yang Xian's concealment of the stone statue core. Chen Xian did not react much, because no matter how Yang Xian developed, he could not threaten him, and there was no need to take it too seriously. He just asked Zhou Wen for the stone statue core, and learned the information through contact. Boss Zhou, this stone statue core seems to be very effective. It can increase 100 points of physical fitness. Chen Xian had never touched a core before, and after learning about the stone statue core, he was shocked and thought it was a good thing. In fact, for people who have never touched this kind of core, the 100 points of physical fitness that this stone statue core can increase is indeed a very strong effect, because there are currently very few items that can increase attributes in a short period of time. The stimulating capsule only increases 5 points of strength, and the boiling blood coral powder increases both strength and speed by 5 points. The blood seaweed of Wanlong only increases strength by 10 points. Even if the starburst injection is injected into the heart, it increases strength and speed by 50 points, which is equivalent to increasing the attribute by 100 points in total. However, the cost is extremely serious. If the physical fitness is less than 300 points, it will die soon after use. Compared with these items that increase attributes in a short period of time, the stone statue characteristics of stone statue core can increase physical fitness by 100 points, which is definitely a very powerful effect. Although the physical fitness attribute increased is slightly worse than the strength attribute, it adds a lot, and there are no serious side effects. It only increases 100 points of physical fitness in a short period of time. Isn't that strong? It's not that Zhou Wen's vision is high, but the effect of the stone statue special effect carried by this stone statue core is too poor. It only increases 100 points fixedly, and has no growth potential at all. If he hadn't obtained the 3 characteristics he already has, he might have thought it was good. But since he already has better ones, he naturally won't accept such a poor one. He doesn't have high requirements. To increase the physical fitness characteristics, the effect must at least double the physical fitness. In this way, it will grow with the improvement of its own attributes, and the upper limit is much higher than the fixed increase in attribute points. Boss Zhou, you don't already have the characteristics mentioned in the system introduction, do you? Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't seem to pay much attention to the stone statue core, Chen Xian's eyes lit up, guessing that Zhou Wen might have some powerful characteristics. Yes, the burning characteristic, which doubles the strength after use, is not much stronger than this stone statue characteristic. Zhou Wen only revealed one characteristic, and his true strength still needs to be hidden. This is his personality. Moreover, his other 2 characteristics, tungsten gold characteristics and blood veins characteristics, are currently unusable. Although they have been entered on the character attribute panel, there is no corresponding excitation energy in the body, which is actually the same as not having them. Double the strength. That is indeed much stronger than the stone statue characteristic. When Chen Xian saw the burning characteristic Zhou Wen mentioned, she was shocked. The strength attribute is better than the physical attribute, and it can be doubled. In comparison, the stone statue characteristic is really rubbish. Boss Zhou, can I ask you a question? No need to ask. I will tell you directly that the burning characteristic is obtained from the heart of the abyss dragonfish, that is, the burning core. However, even if you have the burning core, you still need the characteristic steel stamp to convert the core into a characteristic. Don't even think about it in a short time. After getting along for such a long time, Zhou Wen knew what Chen Xian wanted to ask, but it was indeed difficult to obtain the burning characteristic. Okay, then what should we do with this stone statue core? Send it to Jiang Haitao, and use it as a bargaining chip in the future. Although Zhou Wen looked down on it, judging from the performance of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian during their first contact, This stone statue core actually has a very high value and can be used as a bargaining chip to trade rare items with others. After finishing the conversation with Shin Xian, Zhou had already crushed the seaweed of the core members of the guild, and the next step was to wait for the supply box. With nothing to do, Zhou picked all the tomatoes and peppers that ripened yesterday. He harvested 3 tomatoes and 100 peppers in total. He had something to do yesterday, so he waited until now to pick them. Looking at the red tomatoes that looked like little red lanterns, Zhou couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Tomatoes were his favorite, whether eaten raw, mixed with sugar, scrambled eggs, stewed with beef brisket, or even with tomato sauce. However, Zhou didn't bite them impatiently, because he still had to find the seeds inside for future planting. Zhou took out an iron dagger from the locker, cut a cross on the outer flesh of the tomato, and then used his hand to break it open along the cross. Bright red juice flowed out from the inside, followed by a strong tomato aroma. There are a lot of seeds inside the tomato, which look similar to pepper seeds, but the color is slightly different. The color of tomato seeds is black. Because of the experience of obtaining pepper seeds before, Zhou searched among these seeds, and found a seed that was pure black and slightly larger than the other seeds. This should be a tomato seed that can be used for planting. Zhou carefully put the tomato seed away, then searched again. After confirming that there were no other seeds that could be planted, he picked up the tomato that had been broken into 4 pieces and put it into his mouth to eat it directly. The unique taste of the tomato filled his mouth. The flesh was sweet and sour and juicy. It was better than all the tomatoes he had eaten before. He ate the 4 pieces of flesh in 4 bites. For the remaining 2 tomatoes, Zhou also found the seeds first and ate them. There were 3 tomato seeds in total. After Zhou ate the tomatoes, he planted them in 3 small planting boxes again, sprinkled bone meal, and watered them. After 5 or 6 days, he could harvest 9 tomatoes. Then, Zhou began to look for seeds in 100 peppers. It took some time to find all 100 pepper seeds. After Zhou put the peppers away, he kept 40 seeds for himself, and gave the remaining 60 seeds to Jiang Haitao and Shin Xian. If they needed peppers, they could plant them themselves. Splash, splash. The sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus, and the first supply box of the day arrived. Chapter 298. Zhou had no expectations. As soon as the esophageal diaphragm opened and the seawater poured into the stomach wall, he found the ordinary supply box that was swept in by the seawater. He picked it up from the seawater and opened it directly. Ding, obtained glass X20. I knew it. Zhou casually put the 20 pieces of glass into the deep blue treasure chest and continued to do his own thing. The plastic plants obtained on the island of the mountain sea clam Leviathan had grown for 2 days. The results of the 2 experiments planted in different lands had come out. The plastic plants planted in the small planting box had shown signs of withering, and the plastic plants planted in the wooden barrel were still growing. Luckily, I dug up some more soil from where the plastic plants grew. This comparison result has proven that plastic plants cannot be grown in ordinary soil. So Zhou pulled out the plastic plants planted in the small planting box, broke them into several pieces, and put them away. Zhou did not use wooden barrels to plant plastic plants on a large scale. There were not many drawings of plastics needed at the moment, and he had already collected a lot, which would be enough for a while in the future. Planting a wooden barrel would be enough, and it would not be too late to expand the planting when needed in the future. After dealing with the plastic plants, Zhou looked at a small planting box. In this small planting box was planted a bursting fruit seed. He planted it on the 56th night, but it still hasn't sprouted. Is it that bursting fruit trees can't be planted in small planting boxes? Zhou has not made a medium-sized planting box until now, because according to the simple drawings on the drawings, the medium-sized planting box is 4 times larger than the small planting box, and can only plant one kind of plant, which takes up too much space, so he didn't make it. However, the exploding fruit tree cannot be planted in a small planting box, so he will try a medium-sized planting box. The exploding fruit has many uses. It can be used as ammunition, and can also be used to make meteorite blasting injections. The more the better. Although Zhou can't use the steel tooth cannon frog exploding steel cannon, he can give it to guild members in the future. It can penetrate 20 meters of biological material. For ordinary guild members, it is already a very powerful weapon. The medium-sized planting box blueprint does not require many materials, 100 pieces of wood and soil. Zhou clicked to make it, and the materials turned into a blue-light combination and were quickly made. The medium-sized planting box not only increased in area to 4 square meters, but also reached a height of 1 meter. Seeing this situation, Zhou certainly could not continue to place it between the two wooden platforms. He could only find a place in the stomach wall space, place 4 stone foundations, and place the medium-sized planting box on it. The stomach wall space has just been expanded not long ago, and now it has lost another 4 square meters. Alas! Zhou sighed helplessly, took out a new bursting fruit seed, smashed its iron shell with a hammer to make several cracks, and then planted it in the center of the medium-sized planting box. Considering that the soil area of the medium-sized planting box is larger, Zhou sprinkled 4 portions of bone meal into it, and then moistened the soil with fresh water. In this way, the planting was completed. The next step is to see if the seeds can germinate. After that, Zhou took another look at the water ball seaweed planted in the seaweed planting box. After 5 or 6 days of growth, the water ball seaweed has grown to the height expected by the water surface in the seaweed planting box, and has begun to bloom and bear fruit. Zhou brought the water ball seaweed back to plant. It was originally for viewing, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing that it had grown almost to its full size, he transplanted one and planted it in the crimson oxygen tank that served as a seed view box. The remaining 4 continued to be planted in the seaweed planting box. The water ball fruits produced by the water ball seaweed can be drunk as water, with a light sweetness, better than mineral water. After finishing all these, Zhou just sat down to rest, and he received a message from Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. 2 more guilds successfully made their members transmogrified leviathans be eaten by the steel-armored leviathan, and they asked them to help with the pest control. So they sent a message to Zhou to see if there were any instructions. We still need some of the flesh and blood of the leviathan, and if they are willing to give us the bones, we will take them all back. The bones of the leviathan can also be used to make honeycomb bone slices, but because the 2 large guilds of Shen Xian and Zhao Tong are both purchasing large biological bones, the presidents of these medium-sized guilds don't know what the bones are specifically used for, but seeing that the large guilds are purchasing them, they generally keep them for themselves. The flesh and blood are not of much value. Some survivors have tried to eat the meat of their own leviathans, but they didn't feel anything after eating it, and only had diarrhea. However, in Zhou opinion, the flesh of the transformed leviathan should have some kind of energy, but the survivors cannot absorb it, and need to be transformed through the blood vein fruit. After Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian received Zhou message, they went to help eliminate the insects, and Zhou continued to wait for the remaining supply boxes. While waiting, Zhou looked at the negative oxygen ion mushroom. After such a long time, it has grown to 3 meters, and once again absorbed the oxygen crystals at the root, and stopped growing as before. Zhou is not going to continue to provide oxygen crystals. The number of oxygen crystals is limited, and some need to be kept to avoid insufficient quantity when needed in the future. Soon, it was evening. Zhou only got 1 can of beef out of the 3 boxes of supplies he got later. The rest were all basic materials. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian also came back and sent the flesh of the leviathan that was coming, but the 2 medium-sized guilds were unwilling to give away the bones of the leviathan, even if they were trading for items. Zhou saw that there were too many flesh of the leviathan, so he cleared out a meteorite treasure chest with 1 million grids to store the flesh. At night, Zhou left the stomach wall space and came to the back of the phantom leviathan. He put out the furnace, set up the iron pot, and started cooking. Just as he sliced some delicious fish and put it in the pot to stir-fry, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! All survivors, please note that the survival time is about to reach 60 days. The deep-sea escape trial will be launched on the 60th day. The trial period is 1 day. Those who successfully float to the surface will live, and those who fail to float to the surface will die. Please prepare all survivors. Another trial. Is there a trial for all survivors every month? Zhou muttered to himself, and then continued to stir-fry the fish slices in the pan. Because he had already experienced a trial, and completed the previous trial easily, Zhou had no uneasiness in this new round of trials. Now his strength is much stronger than when he first participated in the underwater maze trial. After a while, the fried noodles with fish slices were ready. Zhou sent a portion to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, and then had a brief conversation with them. They were also in a more relaxed mood. After all, they were strong and had nothing to worry about. Chapter 299. After dinner, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel to check the reactions of the survivors. Damn it! How come there is another trial? I just had a few days of peace. The last trial was opened on the 30th day, and this trial is opened on the 60th day, which means that in this survival world, a trial will be opened every month. The trial should be okay. I completed the underwater maze trial last time smoothly. As long as I don't think about getting those supply boxes guarded by large creatures, I can get through it safely. The last trial was also very dangerous. At the beginning, there were more than 70 million people participating. At the end of the trial, there were only more than 50 million people left. Almost 20 million people died. This is not a small number. Almost 1 out of every 3 people will die. So many people died because some beasts deliberately killed people. I think we should set a rule for everyone in the World Communication Channel before this trial starts. That is, no random killing is allowed. TSK, who will follow the rules set by ordinary survivors like us. If the people from the big guilds kill people intentionally, do you dare to cause trouble for them? The guilds don't want their members to be killed for no reason. I think we can drag the guilds into this. Forget it, dragging the guilds into this. Isn't that courting disaster? When the rules are made, the guild members will not follow them and kill people at will. But if we ordinary people kill others, it will be breaking the rules. Isn't that handing the knife to the guild? That's not the case. There are fewer and fewer ordinary survivors like us, which is not good for the guilds. After all, most of the materials are obtained from the supply boxes. If too many ordinary survivors die, won't the daily output of basic materials also drop sharply? You are right, you have a big picture view, but it doesn't mean that the people in the guilds also have a big picture view, otherwise they wouldn't do such a thing as directly robbing the rare blueprints of ordinary survivors. As a result, ordinary people now dare not disclose the rare blueprints they have obtained, which slows down the development of all survivors. Then let's make a rule for all of us ordinary survivors. Even if we can't restrict the guild members, it's better than no rule at all. That's true. At least it can protect the survivors who don't have a fighting spirit. After that, these survivors made a very simple rule in the World Communication Channel, that is, they can't kill others without reason. Once someone reports and describes his face, after the trial is over, they will find his avatar in the World Communication Channel, and then fight with him and kill him. However, considering that there might be cases where someone deliberately wrongly accuses someone and then kills them, the survivors set a standard for the number of people who report the same person. 10 people must report the same person at the same time to prove that the other person is guilty. Who should be the executioner? After the general rules were established, a survivor asked. The executioner is the name of the person who challenges the guilty person to a duel. Although there are many people in the World Communication Channel, not everyone can be the executioner. The executioner must have strong strength, otherwise he may be killed when he initiates a duel. This is indeed a question. If anyone thinks you are qualified, please recommend yourself. Why recommend yourself? Why not just go to the boss? Although the boss may not be as strong as those guild leaders, he is still very strong among ordinary survivors like us. Oh, yes, the boss hasn't appeared in the World Communication Channel recently. I almost forgot about it. Boss! Boss! Are you there? Go to hell, why are you talking about me? Zhou Wen's face changed. He couldn't take this job. If he took it, he would be the target of public criticism. Those survivors, who wanted to kill people and steal treasures would find ways to kill him. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't make any moves, many people began to contact him through private messages, which annoyed him so much that he could only respond in the World Communication Channel. Everyone, I can't be competent for the position of executioner. Although my strength is not bad, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the survivors. I don't have the ability to suppress them. However, I have an idea. In fact, the position of executioner can be given to those people in the guild. Executing criminals can obtain all the other party's items. The benefits are not small. There will definitely be guilds willing to do it. In fact, the rules made by these survivors are not very enforceable. There are 2 reasons for this. The first point is that no one knows what the specific content of this trial is. The customized rules are based on the previous trials, so everything is unknown. The second point is that even if someone deliberately kills someone, it is a low probability event that 10 people can see the other person at the same time, and it is useless if less than 10 people see it. Because this rule was originally designed not to be enforced, but to give all ordinary survivors a vague restriction in their hearts, so that they will have some scruples when they want to kill people and steal treasures, thereby achieving the purpose of reducing the number of deaths. Then, to achieve this effect, the executioner must have the strength to scare everyone, otherwise it will not have a suppressive effect. So, after Zhou Wen expressed his idea, the survivors who made the rules immediately realized this and agreed with his idea. Then which guild should we find? I think King Jiang can do it. The Brother Jiang Guild is now the #1 guild, and there was a legendary experience of killing 100 people in the underwater maze trial. Therefore, King Jiang is very suitable to be the executioner. He, You also know that he is the president of the strongest guild at present. Does he need your things? You speak without thinking? Then find President Chen. Why don't you find the guy named Zhao? We are the presidents of the 3 major guilds right away. Do we have the guts to do that? We should find a president of a medium-sized guild. It would be a big deal if they are willing to come. Then president he of the Xianxia guild? I heard that his guild is the 4th strongest guild at present. Did the guilds have a ranking before? Who made this ranking? Why didn't I receive any news? I also heard from some guild members that more than 30 guilds held an offline gathering, where the guilds competed with each other and ranked the rankings based on their strength. That's fine, but we have to see if president he is willing. I know a member of the Xianxia guild. I go ask him. The member of the Xianxia guild that this survivor knew was actually himself. Yue has been paying attention to the news of these survivors. After discovering that they were looking for a guild president who could be competent for the position of executioner, he immediately asked his guild members to participate and led the selection of the executioner to himself. Chapter 300. Although he got 4th place in the offline guild competition, it was entirely due to Wu Bing, who only wanted money to do things, and he asked for a lot and directly took away a coal mine invitation quota. Yue only had 16 coal mine invitation quotas left. If he gave one to Wu Bing, there would be 15 left. The development of the guild cannot always rely on external forces, and he can't afford Wu Bing. This time, he took the position of executioner. When killing those guilty people, if he is lucky, he might get some good things. Finally, Yue came forward and communicated with the representatives of ordinary survivors to confirm his identity as the executioner. At this time, an unexpected message appeared in the World Communication Channel, and the person who sent the message was Yang Xian. Trial? What trial? What are you talking about? How dare you, you ungrateful dog, speak in the communication channel? How am I ungrateful? I return 10 times the value of iron ore to everyone who helped me. You say I am ungrateful? You are in the body of Doju Leviathan, and those iron ores are equivalent to picking up. There is no sincerity in returning the iron ore. Then what do you want? I give you all my belongings, okay? You're so greedy. Okay, stop arguing, Yang Xian. Didn't you receive the World System notification? World System notification? No. Is there another underwater maze trial? It's not an underwater maze trial. It's a deep-sea escape trial. How come you didn't receive it? No, from this morning till now, I haven't even thought of the system notification sound in my head. Fuck, what's going on? Can survivors who don't have a Leviathan transformation not participate in the trial? Zhou was also a little surprised when he saw Yang Xian's message. In order to further confirm, he asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to ask the 2 guild leaders who helped them replace Leviathan today. Soon, the 2 of them sent news that the 2 guild members who replaced Leviathan did not receive the world system prompt sound. I didn't expect that replacing Leviathan would have such a benefit. I don't have to participate in the trial. I shouldn't have hesitated and changed Leviathan earlier. Yes, I don't know if this trial is dangerous or not. Yang Xian was lucky not to participate. Speaking of which, Yang Xian's luck is too good. Although he lost the transformation Leviathan when he encountered the falling star Leviathan, he got help from the big guild and entered the body of the Doji Leviathan. Now he sells stone armor and obtains a large amount of basic materials at once. Is this the protagonist of the novel? Fuck, this guy doesn't have a personal system that can warn of danger, right? Otherwise, how could he escape danger time and time again? I want to challenge him and steal his personal system. At first, Yang Xian was quite happy when he saw the messages that the survivors envied, but gradually the content of the communication went off track, which made him a little scared. With his current 41 points of strength, ordinary survivors would definitely not be afraid, but he was worried that some hidden strongman would believe these nonsense, so he hurriedly came out to explain, but before he could send out the message he edited, a survivor had already spoken out to refute it. Come on, if he is really the protagonist, you can't beat him in a duel. The chosen one has great luck, don't you understand? Moreover, think about it carefully, not being able to participate in the trial is not a good thing. Trials often coexist with dangers and opportunities. Although not being able to participate in the trial eliminates dangers, opportunities are also lost. Yang Xian sneered at the words of this survivor. What missed opportunities? He didn't need them at all. As long as he had enough basic materials and stone statue core, there was no good thing that he couldn't trade from the big guilds. The colorful giant Arapaima armor and bone spur sword on him were proof of this. Zhou particularly agreed with what the survivor said. If he couldn't participate in the trial, his strength limit would be locked. If he could get things from others, They were basically what others didn't want. He had no chance of becoming the top survivor. He continued to browse the communication channel for a while. Seeing that there was no new information, Zhou closed the system interface and asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian how much the core members of the two guilds had increased their strength. My side has increased to about 70 points. Jiang Haitao replied. It's almost the same here. Shen Xian replied. Tomorrow is the deep sea escape trial. Let's also improve the strength of ordinary guild members. The 2,500 people in these two guilds are basically fixed. Except for 1 or 2 deaths from time to time, they are almost all old people. Zhou doesn't know whether this trial is dangerous or not. He doesn't want the guild members to lose too much, otherwise he will need to slowly test whether the newcomers are trustworthy. Then give them that food? Shen Xian asked. Bamboo-jointed sea mushroom, white-lined octopus meat, hill crocodile meat, steel-toothed cannon frog meat. Zhou said. The iron-armored salamander meat, and the spurred lizard meat had already been distributed to all guild members, and the diamond sea snake meat had been rotten because it had been stored for too long and had been thrown away long ago. Zhou almost never sold this kind of biological meat that improved attributes too much. If it rotted, it would be thrown away, otherwise it would be asking for trouble. Eating all of these 4 kinds of biological meat can instantly increase the strength attribute by 16 points. The 2,400 ordinary members currently have about 30 points of strength. Adding these 16 points can increase the strength to about 46 points, and even the powerful ones can increase it to more than 50 points. Zhou did not provide equipment for ordinary guild members. He did not have many materials for various creature-specific armor drawings, and could not afford to supply these 2,400 people. However, ordinary guild members were richer than ordinary survivors, and they could basically buy a set of iron scale armor for themselves, which was enough for most ordinary survivors. Moreover, if guild members could not beat others outside, they could also report the name of their own guild. With the reputation of Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, ordinary people did not dare to provoke them. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's strength had been increased to the limit. Jiang Haitao's strength was 103 points, Shen Xian's strength was 99 points, and Zhou own strength was 128.5 points. Are there any other ways to increase the attributes? The trial will begin tomorrow, so naturally, we must use all the methods that can improve the attributes to prevent any accidents. Zhou eyes scanned back and forth in the stomach wall space, and finally fixed his eyes on the small diamond sea snake. After the small diamond sea snake successfully mutated into a diamond sea snake, the illustrated information had changed. It was likely to be a new species of organisms. Eating its meat might increase some attributes. Of course, Zhou would not be so crazy as to cut the meat of the small diamond sea snake, but was going to draw its blood. It happened that the blood-drawing needle was made a few days ago. With a 10-meter-long body, drawing a little blood should have no effect.